Jiao is a legendary merman who unexpectedly traverses to a small fishing village in the 1980s. Her beauty remains intact, albeit her physique has shrunk. The once enchanting merman has transformed into a short, delicate, fair-skinned infant. Her fishtail has regressed into 2 legs, yet she has retained the ability to breathe underwater and swim effortlessly without the need for instruction. Though her ability to shed tears like pearls has vanished, she can still search for pearls in the ocean. Although she is no longer a merman, she remains the beloved child of the sea. When she ventures out to gather seafood, while others toil in vain for valuable finds, she and her brothers collect large yellow croakers, arm-length lobsters, and even discover a rare coconut snail that yields an expensive flame pearl. While fishing at sea, with a flick of her chubby little hand, she catches fish that would earn more than what others could make after a day of exhausting net casting. The ocean teems with large fish, and humans are so insignificant that one careless moment could turn a fisherman into fish fodder. Feeding fish, riding on the back of a killer whale, Jiao reigns supreme in the ocean, leaving passing sharks to cower at her approach. Who are you trying to scare with those teeth? She quips, leaving the shark speechless. Should she wish, even a whale the size of a boat would be her subordinate. As Jiao matures, she discovers she is the true daughter of a wealthy family, while an imposter seeks to erase her from existence. Unable to tolerate the injustice of being a dominant force of the sea, she promptly confronts her 9 brothers, who adore her and have achieved success in their endeavors. The wealthy. Who do they look down upon? As if they were in dire poverty. Chapter 1. Transformed into an infant. Do not blame me if you must blame anyone. Blame yourself for being born from that wretched woman's womb. Better to die early and be reborn in a state of confusion. Jiao hears a woman utter these words just before her body experiences a sensation of weightlessness. Splash! Instantly, she is enveloped by the ocean, instinctively flailing her hands and tail, only to realize that her tail seems to have vanished. In the darkness, should anyone approach, they would surely exclaim in shock at the sight of an infant cast into the sea. Under normal circumstances, a child submerged in water would soon drown. However, this infant is infused with the soul of a merman from another realm. The sea poses no threat to her. On the contrary, it feels familiar, and she does not suffer even as the water envelopes her face. Time passes, and Jiao, weary, closes her eyes, her tiny body adrift with the waves. The fish in the sea notice this unusual creature, swimming curiously around her without causing harm. Suddenly, a massive sea turtle approaches. The great turtle circles the sleeping infant twice before decisively snatching the fabric of her clothing and swimming away in a particular direction. Morning breaks. The dawn light pierces through, casting a dim glow on the beach. In 1980, resources are scarce, especially for those living in coastal fishing villages. To fill their bellies, villagers must scour the beach daily for food, hoping for a stroke of luck to find precious seafood to sell for some income. As the tide recedes, the villagers, bleary-eyed, head to the beach with buckets in hand. Wu, noticing the increasing crowd, makes his way to a secluded spot. He has a secret base where he consistently finds treasures, a place that remains undiscovered by anyone else. Hey, there's something big. From a distance, he spots a large object moving on the rocky shore and dashes over. Upon closer inspection, he is startled to discover it is a giant sea turtle. Goodness, what a massive turtle! The sparkle in his eyes dims. He had hoped for a big fish, but it turns out to be a turtle. He would have been ecstatic at finding turtle eggs. Yet this turtle is a disappointment. In their coastal community, it is considered bad luck to capture a sea turtle, believed to be the envoy of the Dragon King. Those who make a living from the sea are deeply superstitious. The turtle, moving its heavy body, nudges something towards Jiao's feet. Looking down, he is met with the sight of a doll. A doll, he exclaims, his face paling with fright, fearing the doll is lifeless. The turtle looks at him as if he were a fool, then nudges the sleeping Jiao closer to him. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that although the infant's clothes are wet, her complexion is rosy and she is breathing. He hurriedly scoops her up, while the turtle, having seemingly completed its task, retreats into the sea. Wu, in a visible panic, calls out, "Wait, esteemed turtle!" But it is futile. The turtle has vanished beneath the waves. What to do now? He cannot leave the child behind, so he carefully cradles her and rushes home. Upon closer examination, he finds the child remarkably beautiful. Early in the morning, the Yun family is met with a chorus of shouts. Yun Jiao slowly awakens amidst the commotion. She opens her eyes, instinctively making soft sounds. Instantly, everyone in the dilapidated house turns their attention to the infant cradled by Yun Xiaowu. Yun Jiao moves her hands and feet, feeling as though she is bound by something. Her small face crinkles in frustration as she struggles. But after much effort, she finds it futile, her sounds morphing into innocent cries. Yun Jiao. Yun Jiao! What has she become? Quick, get this child some dry clothes. The family springs into action, and Yun Xiao's mother gasps as she changes the infant's outfit. Father, this is a girl. Yun Jiao widens her eyes, staring at the faces peering at her. What is this? A girl? The men in the room become animated. Step aside, let the old woman take a look. Grandma Yun pushes past her son, gazing down with a beaming smile. Several heads lean in for a closer look. Truly beautiful. Is she really a little sister? Xiao Wu. Where did you find her? Father, shall we keep her? Seeing everyone's fondness for the plump little girl, Yun Xiao Wu stands tall, no longer feeling guilty. He mysteriously declares, "You probably won't believe this, but the Dragon King sent this child to me." Just as he finishes, his father gives him a sharp knock on the head. "Speak normally or I'll knock you senseless." Yun Xiaowu protests, "I'm telling the truth. Although I didn't see the Dragon King, I did meet the turtle envoy, such a large sea turtle. This infant is a gift from that turtle." Seeing he does not seem to be lying, the family is left in shock. Old man Yin takes a few puffs from his pipe. He'll go ask the village chief if anyone from nearby has lost a child. If not, he gazes at the tender little girl, his heart resolute. Then we shall raise her. It is no wonder the family is so elated. They are in desperate need of good fortune. In a household of over a dozen, only 3 of the elders are women, while the younger generation consists solely of boys. With 9 children, all boys, others envy their abundance of sons, yet only those involved understand the challenges of raising so many boys. As it stands, their family is the poorest in the entire Bailong village. It is not that Yun Lao Yin and the others desire to have children. Rather, in this era, especially in the countryside, there are few means of contraception. If one becomes pregnant and cannot bear to terminate the pregnancy, they have no choice but to give birth. It was only after the arrival of Xiaojiu that they learned about the possibility of placing an intrauterine device, prompting the 2 women in the house to rush for it without hesitation, for any further births would require them to subsist on little more than air. Are we really going to raise another child? Given our circumstances, how can we manage that? A woman's voice interjected. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaowu instinctively cradled the infant Yun Jiao in his arms. Aunt Yun placed her hands on her hips. "You foolish boy. Do you think raising a child is as simple as caring for a kitten or a puppy? She is still so small naturally, she requires milk. Where will we find any? I can take my sister and borrow some milk," he offered. Chapter 2. Becoming a Yun family girl. Yun Jiao was still too tiny, although she could not see. She could hear the conversations happening around her. Unfortunately, she could not comprehend their words. She was very hungry. Yun Jiao expressed her dissatisfaction with soft whimpers, her large, glistening eyes fluttering beneath thick lashes. Seeing her furrowed brow, Grandma Yin felt a pang of sympathy. The child must be hungry. "I recall that Zhuangzi's family has recently welcomed a lamb. Eldest, go borrow some sheep's milk." Yin Linhai, Yun Xiaowu's father, immediately responded, "All right, I shall go." Dizzy with hunger, Yun Jiao moved her tiny arms and legs aimlessly, longing to grasp something to suck on. By the time she realized what she was doing, her chubby little hand was already in her mouth, sucking on her own fingers. She had no teeth. After several futile attempts with her still clumsy fingers, she finally gave up, irritated, and expelled a large, round bubble from her mouth, which popped with a soft sound. "My sister is sucking her fingers and blowing bubbles," exclaimed the youngest, Yun Xiaojiu, who, at merely 5 years old, was perched at the head of the bed, grinning foolishly at the soft, delicate infant, finding her irresistibly adorable. Yun Jiao's dark eyes widened in curiosity, observing the young boy's clear gaze. What a curious creature this so-called human was. Having never set foot on land, Yun Jiao found herself quite unfamiliar with these beings. Yun Xiaowu leaned in, pushing his brother aside. Yun Jiao's eyes shifted, finally landing on him, which made Yun Xiaowu beam with delight like a simpleton. What a pitiful little thing. She must be quite famished. Let's start with some rice soup. Yun Jiao felt herself gently lifted by someone, soon enveloped in a delightful aroma. Instinctively, she began to eat eagerly, only to be caught off guard by the sensation. Grandma Yun quickly assisted her to breathe more easily. Such a beautiful child, how could anyone be so cruel as to abandon her? Grandma Yun mused, growing increasingly fond of the little girl. Yun Jiao stared at the rice soup, intrigued. What was this delightful concoction? She took another sip, wanting more. Good child, we won't have any more of this for now soon. You'll have sheep's milk, her caretaker reassured her. Yun Jiao made soft sounds of protest, her tiny hands clutching the now empty bowl, still yearning for more, her expression slightly fierce. This brought laughter to the entire family. She certainly has some strength, Grandma Yun remarked with joy, seeing her vigor as a sign of good health. Yun Jiao, unable to comprehend their words, clung protectively to her bowl, her large eyes fixated on the food. Little one, let's have some sheep's milk, announced Yun Linhai, arriving with the warm milk. The enticing aroma made her abandon her empty bowl immediately. The warm milk flowed into her mouth, and Yun Jiao eagerly swallowed. Her toothless mouth clamped onto the spoon, curious about its taste, but her tender gums could not grasp it. Never mind, she would continue to drink the creamy liquid. As a baby, her existence revolved around eating and sleeping, with the family attending to her needs. As a Jiaoran, she harbored no sense of shame at this stage. Ultimately, Yun Jiao was retained by the family. Though they were poor, they did their utmost to care for her. Even Aunt Yun, who had previously lamented their inability to take on another child, would still come to change her diapers and feed her. Because of her, Yin Xiao Wu and his brothers ceased their daily raucous play and instead joined the adults in foraging for seafood, exclaiming their desire to support their little sister. The Yin family frequently exchanged the seafood they gathered for sheep's milk. Upon confirming that no family had lost a child, the Yin family surprisingly decided to adopt her, shocking the entirety of Bailong village. I heard it's a girl. What were they thinking, taking in another mouth to feed when they're already so poor? I've seen those boys from the Yin family carrying goods to Zhuangzi's to swap for milk every day. Unbeknownst to Yun Jiao, she had become the topic of conversation among the village ladies. At that moment, she gazed wide-eyed, her bright and curious eyes absorbing everything in her new home. Yun Jiao began to grasp her current situation. She had transformed from a deep-sea Jiao run into a human, specifically a human infant. The transition from familiar marine life to terrestrial existence felt peculiar and disconcerting. Jiao Ren possessed remarkable linguistic abilities, and though she could not fully comprehend their speech, she could at least recognize the members of the Yun family. The younger generation of this family consisted of 9 boys. The eldest family members were Grandpa Yun and Grandma Yun, with 2 sons, Yun Linhai and Yun Linha. Yun Linhai's wife, Shun Yunlian, bore them 5 sons, the first 4 of whom were twins. Yun Linha's wife, Wang Mei, also gave birth to 4 sons, all twins. Their family's propensity for twins was renowned throughout Bailong village. Though Yun Jiao was adopted, the family treated her with extraordinary kindness. Despite their own meager means, and even wearing clothes that appeared tattered, they still made the effort to procure sheep's milk for her. Yet, Yun Jiao longed for the fragrant dishes, but as an infant with no teeth, she could only watch enviously, unable to taste what the adults enjoyed. She wished desperately to grow up quickly. This frail body felt too weak. At 5 months, Yun Jiao was carried by her mother, Shun Yunlian, in a homemade baby carrier to the seaside for the first time. She opened her wide eyes, exploring her surroundings with curiosity. Shun Yunlian had a slightly darker complexion, but her features were undeniably attractive. Behind her trailed a group of skinny sons and nephews, clad in patched clothing, following her towards the beach. Against their backdrop, the soft, plump, and fair Yun Jiao stood out remarkably. Yun Jiao was easy to care for in the absence of sheep's milk. She happily consumed fish soup and rice soup, proving to be undemanding. Even as a mere infant, her delicate features hinted at a mix of heritage, with thick, soft hair, glossy and dark, and large, clear eyes that sparkled like a mountain spring. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that her pupils were not black, but a particularly deep shade of blue-black. Along the way, those who greeted Shun Yunlian couldn't help but cast their gaze upon little Yun Jiao. This child is truly remarkable. I have never seen such a beautiful baby, one exclaimed. Her eyes are so lively. Oh, and look, she's smiling. What a soft and charming smile, another remarked. Carrying little Yun Jiao, Shun Yunlian could not help but maintain a radiant smile in response to the praise. Chapter 3 Little Lucky, star my dear Jiao Jiao, is exceptionally well-behaved, never crying or throwing tantrums. She eats everything, be it rice soup, goat milk, or fish soup, and even lets us know when she needs to relieve herself. The boys from the Yin family boast proudly. My sister is particularly well-mannered while eating. She always smiles at us and seems to adore us. Indeed, my sister is the most beautiful and well-behaved child in our village. It is hard to refute such claims. Just look at little Jiao's face. Although she is still an infant, she is undeniably lovely. Her large eyes and long eyelashes are unlike any other child's, and her hair is thick and her arms and legs pleasantly plump. When praised, Jiao beams with delight, her soft and sweet demeanor enchanting everyone. Shen Yunlian and the boys from the Yun family boast about her to everyone they meet. While collecting seafood by the shore, a few women gathered and began discussing Jiao. In all my years, I have never seen such a beautiful child. No wonder the Yun Linhai family decided to adopt her. Someone rolled their eyes, saying, no matter how pretty she is not their biological child. Besides, she is a girl. When she gets married, she will have nothing. Another disagreed. I think it's wonderful. The Yun Linhai family has too many boys. No matter how much they favor them, it becomes commonplace. That beautiful girl, on the other hand, is truly precious. Those who favor sons paid little heed to such sentiments. Suddenly, I heard little Jiao, who had been quiet on my back, begin to call out. I quickly held her close. What is it, Jiao? Are you hungry? She pointed with her chubby little hand toward a particular direction, continuing to call out. There was something over there. However, her gaze was fixed on the sand clam in Shen Yunlian's hand. She had yet to taste such a small shellfish and was curious about its flavor. Shen Yunlian playfully tapped her little nose, saying, I can't give you this. Determined, Jiao insisted that once she learned to walk, she would dig one up herself to taste. Although Shen Yunlian did not understand her, she instinctively followed the direction indicated by the little one. Beneath the rocks, she spotted something wriggling like a snake, trying to burrow into the crevices. With one arm, cradling Jiao, she swiftly caught the creature by its tail. It was slippery, and after several attempts, she finally pulled it out and tossed it onto the beach. Seeing that creature ignited a fire of excitement in Shen Yunlian. It was a large eel. It must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds. Struggling to hold on to it, she quickly tossed the eel onto the sand. Then, holding her child with one arm, she stepped on the eel with her foot. She dared not grasp it with her hands, knowing it would bite fiercely. Next, she grabbed a bucket, placed it on the ground, and kicked the eel into it. Shen Yunlian could hardly contain her joy and turned to give little Jiao a kiss on her soft, fair cheek. Jiao, you truly are my little lucky star. This eel can fetch quite a sum. Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing her toothless smile. Mother, what are you doing over there? Asked Yin Xiaowu, a 7-year-old boy, with a hint of concern. She is still so small. She shouldn't be exposed to the seawater or she might catch a cold. Despite his young age, he displayed a protective instinct. Shen Yunlian, in a good mood, was not upset by her son's words. Look, our Jiao is indeed a lucky star. Without her, we might not have discovered this eel. The Yun brothers cheered with excitement upon seeing the eel. Let us hurry. Mother, we must sell this eel before it dies. The group rushed toward the seafood purchasing point. In their village, the collection point was privately owned by someone with familial ties to the Yun family, a distant cousin of Yun Lao Yezi. Sister-in-law, what treasures have you brought? A jovial middle-aged man, busy weighing goods for others, stood up to greet Shen Yunlian as she approached with the children. Along, take a look at this eel, she said, showing him the contents of the bucket. Wow, did you catch this while collecting seafood? Sister-in-law, you are indeed lucky. With a smile, Shen Yunlian replied, yes. This big eel was discovered by our Jiao. Awang's gaze fell upon the little girl on her back. At that moment, Yun Jiao sat obediently, her large, curious eyes scanning the surroundings, a small, soft bundle resembling a glutinous rice dumpling. Awang was utterly charmed and spoke with a tinge of envy. She is truly beautiful. No wonder you decided to adopt her. The large eel weighed a total of 6 pounds and 5 ounces. Because its meat is both delicious and rare, it commanded a higher price than regular seafood, at $1.20 per pound, selling for a total of 78 yuan. In addition to the eel, the Yin family also found 3 swimming crabs weighing 2 pounds and 3 ounces, priced at 1 yuan per pound, totaling 3 yuan. This brought their total earnings to 10 yuan and 80 cents. Such is the nature of collecting seafood. On a bad day, one might return empty-handed, merely adding to the household's vegetable supply and reducing expenses. Yet on fortunate days like today, The earnings could surpass a day's wage for an adult working on a fishing boat. Shun Yunlian, holding the 10 yuan and 80 cents with a beaming smile, felt incredibly fortunate. She had never sold so much from a seafood haul before. When she shared this news with her family upon returning home, they cherished Yun Jiao even more. Our Jiao is indeed sent by the Dragon King. She is truly extraordinary. The village is named by Long Cun, as the villagers worship the Dragon King. It is said that long ago, a white dragon was seen soaring above the sea, which inspired the village's name. Yun Jiao, with her innocent large eyes, seemed to not fully grasp the significance. "Ah, food," she exclaimed. "Is Jiao hungry? Just in time, I have some warm goat milk." Sitting on Yun Anai's lap, Yun Jiao happily consumed the goat milk, clutching the spoon tightly. The wooden spoon, polished to a smooth finish, posed no risk of injuring her mouth. Yun Anai pinched the flesh on either side of her cheeks, peering in her mouth to find a tiny white tooth emerging from her gums, which looked quite adorable. Jiao is teething. Eldest brother, you should make her a teething stick from bamboo someday. The teething stick is a small, smooth rod shaped like an exclamation mark, roughly the size of a child's finger, designed to be hung on a child's wrist. During teething, infants have a tendency to put everything in their mouths, making it perfect for them. After that day, spent with Shun Yunlian collecting seafood, Jiao persistently expressed her desire to join in on the adventures. Gradually, it became apparent that whenever Jiao accompanied them, the earnings from their seafood collection would be notably higher. Jiao is truly our little lucky star. As Yun Jiao gazed longingly at the delicious dishes on the dining table, she called out in frustration, unable to eat. Her little face puffed up with annoyance, and she turned her back to everyone in a fit of pique. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Chapter 4. Little Qing Long in the blink of an eye. Yun Jiao has spent 3 years in this world. Her name remains Yun Jiao, just as it was when she was a mermaid. Jiao, would you like to go collect seafood with us? In a dilapidated mud brick house, the little girl, pure and white as snow, sat quietly on a small stool, slowly nibbling on a dried fish with her chubby hands. Though her clothes were somewhat worn, they were impeccably clean. Her hair was styled into 2 small buns, with fluffy bangs framing her forehead. Upon hearing her name called, Yun Jiao turned her head. Her large, bright eyes resembled those of a cat, with a rounded curve and pupils as clear as glass. Her dark, curled eyelashes were thick like small brushes. She appeared exquisitely crafted, akin to a collectible figurine, her complexion starkly contrasting with that of the other villagers in the small fishing community. Yun Jiao often accompanied her brothers to bask in the sun, yet her skin remained impervious to tanning. "Fifth brother, I want to go," she declared. During the time when Yun Jiao was unable to care for herself, it was often her youngest brother, Yun Xiao Wu, who changed her diapers and attended to her feeding needs. The family often teased him for nurturing a daughter at such a tender age. This led Yun Jiao to develop a fondness for clinging to her 5th brother. With the last morsel of dried fish stuffed in her mouth, she grabbed her little water bucket and a small shovel, trailing behind her brothers as they ventured out. The eldest and 2nd brothers accompanied Yin Lao Yi and their uncle to assist on the boat, while the 3rd and 4th brothers were still attending school. With a large family and limited means, they could not afford to send all the children to school, resulting in the younger boys after Yin Xiao Wu not receiving an education. The remaining brothers, Yin Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba, stayed at home, while the laziest, Yin Xiao Lu, and the youngest, Yin Xiao Jiao, were taken by their grandmother to the fields. As they reached the beach, where the tide had just receded, a multitude of people were already present. They greeted each other with enthusiasm, and many people recognized Yin Jiao. Being visually striking, the petite beauty stood out in the small fishing village, even more so than in the town. Thus, she was quite popular. "Let's go to a less crowded area," suggested her brother. Yun Jiao had no objections, following him to a more secluded spot. Observing her small legs, Yin Xiao Wu kindly inquired, "Are you tired, sister? I can carry you." Yun Jiao shook her head. "I'm not tired, brother, just hold my hand." She extended her chubby little hand, which Yin Xiao Wu immediately grasped, playfully squeezing it. "I want to hold your hand too," chimed in Yin Xiao Qi. Yun Jiao glanced at the bucket in her hand. "This is for Xiao Ba." Yin Xiao Qi unceremoniously added extra work for his younger brother. "Why should you hold the bucket while I hold Yin Jiao?" "Dun Xiao Ba Zito Angili." "Who told you to be slow? Besides, you're the younger brother. You should listen to your older brother." "Pa, you're only a few minutes older than me. What kind of brother are you?" A few minutes still makes me your brother. The brothers engaged in playful banter as they walked. Suddenly, Jiao halted. Brother, let's go over there, she exclaimed, pointing to a direction. Her brothers were momentarily puzzled. There's no path over there. Despite their confusion, the three brothers decided to indulge their sister and went to investigate. Jiao, a small bundle of energy, hurriedly moved her short legs to keep up with her brothers, looking adorably busy. The brothers were utterly enchanted by their charming sister. The direction she pointed to led to a steep rock cliff, so high and sheer that even the best climbers in the village would hesitate to ascend. Yet, as Jiao guided them around, they spotted a cave near the sea. The three brothers widened their eyes in astonishment. How had they lived here for so long without discovering this cave? How did you know about it? They asked. The pretty little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, confidently replied, I heard it. The brothers exchanged incredulous glances. You can hear it? While others might not, she certainly could. As sea folk, they possessed acute hearing, capable of discerning different terrains, even underwater, to facilitate hunting. Although the brothers did not ask further, they were increasingly convinced that their sister was a precious gift from the Dragon King. Should we go in? The cave, previously undiscovered, could harbor dangers. It might also yield treasures. The brothers collectively turned to Jiao. She nodded vigorously, her tone resolute. Brother, let us go in. All right, then we shall enter. Jiao, hold tight to your brother's hand, and let us proceed slowly. Hand in hand, they ventured into the cave. Initially, it was manageable, but as they delved deeper, darkness enveloped them. If only we had brought a flashlight, Jiao Wu lamented. The cave was modest in size, with a height of about 1 meter and 20 centimeters, forcing Jiao Wu to stoop as he crawled inside. Its concealed location accounted for its lack of discovery. They heard a sound from ahead, emanating from a puddle. During high tide, the cave would be submerged. Now, although the entrance was exposed, it likely contained several water-filled pockets, perhaps trapping some sea creatures. They hoped it was not a sea snake, for those creatures are venomous, and a sudden encounter could spell disaster. The brothers strained their eyes to discern the shapes within the water. Although they could not see clearly, Jiao's bright, distinct eyes perceived everything. Suddenly, she broke free from her brother's grasp and darted forward. Jiao, they shouted in alarm. She bent down and seized something. Brother, it's a large lobster. Her youthful voice echoed within the cave as she held up a lobster larger than her own face, its bulging eyes fixed on them. Initially worried, her brothers were soon filled with excitement upon seeing the lobster in Jiao's grasp. It's a little qinglong, they exclaimed. The qinglong, or Chinese magnificent lobster, is relatively expensive in the seafood market, typically fetching around 8 yuan per jin, with larger specimens commanding even higher prices. The one Jiao held appeared to weigh at least 2 jin. The brothers were flushed with excitement, their breaths quickening at the thought of such a valuable find. Can we eat it? Jiao asked eagerly. Not right now. It's raw and not tasty, they replied. Jiao sighed in disappointment, but, seizing an opportune moment while her brothers were distracted, took a bite from the lobster's tail. Crunch! What? Exclaimed Jiao Wu, startled by the sound. Let us go check for more, he suggested. Sister, put that lobster in the bucket and hold on to your brother's hand to avoid falling. Despite their excitement, Jiao Wu remained vigilant about Jiao's safety. Fifth brother, there are more little qinglong here. Xiao Qi exclaimed joyfully, capturing another lobster. Brother, there is more over here. In an instant, the brothers were ecstatic, gleefully gathering little qinglongs to place in their bucket. With Jiao's earlier catch, they had amassed a total of 5 lobsters. We struck gold. They cheered, their delight lighting up their faces. Jiao, too, was swept up in the joy, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us keep moving and see if there are more treasures, they urged, continuing deeper into the cave. While the initial water pits yielded nothing, they soon heard more sound from further ahead. What is it? Is it a little qinglong? Xiao Qi asked eagerly. Jiao's sweet voice chimed in. No, it's 2 fish. Can you see them? Jiao? They inquired. She nodded. Yes, I can see them. Wow, Jiao. Could you really be the little fairy sent to us by the Dragon King? You're amazing. You've led us to such a treasure. Jiao Wu held Jiao's hand tightly. Let us hurry and see what kind of fish they are. As they approached, the vibrant colors of the fish became visible even in the dim cave. It's a red fish, Xiao Qi exclaimed. Red? Is it a red friend fish? A red shirt fish or a big-eyed snapper? After guessing several types of fish, Yun Xiaowu chuckled and said, "It can't be that we're lucky enough to find a Dongxing ban, can it?" Despite his young age, he possessed considerable knowledge about fish. "Quick, catch it!" The cave was too dim to see clearly, so they decided to wait until they were outside. The fish was still alive, and he would toss it directly into the water bucket. Yun Jiao pointed at the puddle. "There's more." Within it lay a large brown fish, its colors less vibrant than the Dongxing ban, camouflaged among the stones at the bottom, nearly invisible if one wasn't careful. It resembled a tiger ban. Yun Xiaowu rolled up his sleeves and declared, "I'll do it. Be careful, brother." He jumped into the puddle, the seawater reaching his waist. The tiger ban sensed danger and began to swim away frantically. Yun Jiao suddenly called out to the left. Instinctively, Yun Xiaowu reached leftward and grasped the fish by its wide mouth. "Wow, it's huge. Haha, this tiger ban must weigh at least 6 or 7 pounds. Although he was strong, he nearly lost his grip as the fish struggled. It wasn't its weight that was the issue. It was the fact that it was alive and thrashing about. "Quick, throw it up." The tiger ban continued to wriggle, almost causing Yun Xiaowu to lose his footing. He heaved the fish onto the shore, panting heavily from the exertion. Luckily, they were in the puddle. If he had caught such a large fish with a fishing rod in the sea, his small frame would not have managed. Their luck today was simply remarkable. With such a bountiful catch, they were almost unable to carry it. Yun Jiao wanted to help, but her 3 brothers were determined not to tire her out. Jiao, that one is a bit heavy. Just stick with us." She hurried along with her short legs trailing behind her brothers, her little voice earnest. "I'm strong, brother. Let me carry a bit." Yun Xiaowu struggled alone with the tiger ban. The water buckets were already filled with the little qinglong and a redfish. The long-legged qinglong was so large that hardly a few could fit in one bucket, occupying 2 buckets entirely. They had only brought 3 buckets, with one reserved for the redfish, leaving Yun Xiaowu to carry the tiger ban by hand. Despite her brother's reluctance, they handed the smallest qinglong, which had been nibbled by Yun Jiao, to her. "Be careful, little sister." Yun Jiao nodded, cradling the qinglong, which was surprisingly calm in her arms. At just over 2 pounds, it wasn't too heavy for her. They had barely exited the cave when the tide began to rise. Looking at the red fish in the bucket, their joy escalated. "Ha, it's a Dongxing ban. We've struck it rich. Our haul today surpasses what father and the others earn." The Dongxing ban was quite sizable, estimated to weigh at least 3 pounds. Yun Jiao glanced at it, feeling regretful that they would sell the fish and not be able to eat it, as its flesh was quite delectable. She wondered when she would be able to dive into the sea and catch seafood for herself. The Dongxing ban was a relatively rare species, often elusive even to deep-sea fishing boats, and it commanded a high price at local purchasing points. With a bountiful harvest, the children laughed joyously, their short legs striding proudly along the beach, even imitating the bold gait of a general. Although their family had repeatedly advised against flaunting wealth, it was simply impossible for Yun Xiaowu and the others to refrain from showing off after finding such a treasure. Thus, the children, including Yun Jiao, boldly carried the qinglong along the beach. It was hard to conceal their catch. Those still harvesting clams looked on in astonishment. "My goodness, look at that enormous tiger ban. And that little girl from the Yun family is holding such a big qinglong." The beachgoers ceased their clam digging, gathering around the children. "Wow, there are several more qinglong in that bucket. Xiao, where did you find these?" A crowd of envious onlookers gazed at them, imagining how much money their haul could bring. Standing proudly, Yun Xiaowu replied, "We found them over there. When we got there, these fish were trapped in a puddle. We picked up the qinglong from the same spot." Of course, he was wise enough not to mention the cave. "Is this a Dongxing ban? What a magnificent specimen." The Dongxing ban was stunning, its body a festive red adorned with light blue spots. This fish is also considered a premium type, not only for its beauty, but also for its tender, nutritious flesh. As a deep-sea fish, encountering one while foraging was indeed a stroke of luck. "You all are incredibly fortunate. Where did you catch this? How come I don't have such luck? You've only just begun, and you've already found such rare treasures. Your haul surpasses that of many fishing boats." Although their numbers were few, the rarity and value of each catch made them appear substantial. The children's good fortune elicited envy from the adults nearby. Yet, despite the envy, no one dared to steal from the children. Chapter 6. Selling Seafood Suddenly. While walking among her brothers, Yun Jiao felt a malicious gaze upon her. She turned to see an 8-year-old girl in the crowd locking eyes with her. The girl seemed taken aback by Yun Jiao's gaze, momentarily startled before shooting a glare back at her and fleeing with her bucket. Yun Jiao recognized her, Yun Jiaodi, a distant relative from the same village. When Yun Jiao had just begun to walk and talk, Yun Jiaodi had snatched candy from her when no one was around. At just 1 year old, Yun Jiao had bitten her hand hard in retaliation, causing Yun Jiaodi to scream in pain. Her brothers arrived promptly, avenging her. Since then, Yun Jiaodi had harbored a grudge against her, often instigating her foolish brother to steal from Yun Jiao. During her first fight as a reincarnated child, Yun Jiao had bested Yun Zhuangzhuang, who was considerably larger than her. She was a deep-sea hunter. What is wrong? Noticing Yun Jiao lost in thought, Yun Xiao assumed she was tired. Yun Jiao pointed decisively in the direction where Yun Jiaodi had run off, reporting, "Brother, I just saw Yun Jiaodi." She glared at me. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao became furious. What is wrong with Yun Jiaodi? Isn't she too old to bully a little girl? Yun Xiaoxi patted her little head. Yun Jiaodi is just jealous of you, Jiao Jiao. She may run fast, but remember to stay away from her when you're alone. You're too small to handle her. Yun Jiao nodded obediently. In truth, she possessed considerable strength. When she was 1 year old, she was unable to compete with Yun Jiaodi due to her underdeveloped body. Now, at 3 years old, she felt some of her past mermaid abilities awakening, such as heightened hearing, a yearning for the sea, and the ability to breathe underwater. She discovered this while washing her face in a basin. Hurry, hurry. If the fish dies, it won't be worth much. Yun Jiao chimed in with a soft voice alongside her brothers, her sweet tone standing out among the boys' louder voices. It was quite melodious. Yin Leoi, busy mending fishing nets in the yard, immediately dropped what he was doing upon hearing her call. Yun Xiaoqi shouted, "Grandfather, you're being so biased. You only think of sister. You've forgotten about us." Yin Leoi's eyes widened as he spotted the large fish Yin Xiao was carrying and the qinglong in Yun Jiao's arms. "Did you really catch these while foraging?" Yin Nainai also came out of the house, holding a spatula, clearly in the midst of cooking. "Oh my goodness, how many things are there?" Grandpa Yun hastily brought over the tiger-striped fish, instructing his wife to fetch a large bucket to fill with water. The tiger-striped fish was still alive, though not as spirited as when it was first caught. And there was also an eastern star fish. So many little green dragons. Did you all raid the lair of the little green dragons today? Blessings upon Mazu and the Dragon King. How abundant this catch is. Grandma Yun inspected the haul with delight, her eyes squinting in joy. Grandpa Yun mused that many would envy such laborious fortune. His face creased with laughter. Quickly, while they are still alive, let's take them to sell. Yun Jiao gazed at the little green dragon she was holding. Could we keep just one? She wished to savor it and share a feast with her family. Under normal circumstances, the elderly couple would have dismissed such an idea with a swift reprimand, questioning who among them had the appetite for such precious delicacies. Yet, seeing the covetous expression on their soft, delicate granddaughter's face, Grandma Yun relented, saying, "Let us keep the little green dragon that Jiao Jiao is holding." Instantly, Yun Jiao's face lit up with a sweet, innocent smile. She appeared soft and exquisitely beautiful, akin to a snow-white kitten, and her smile only enhanced her charm. Anyone who bore no malice towards Yun Jiao would inevitably soften at the sight of her. Grandpa Yun cherished his fragrant little granddaughter, declaring, "Come, let us sell our goods." They headed to Yun Wang's purchasing point, a relative who offered fair prices. Upon seeing the family arrive, Yun Wang greeted them with the enthusiasm of welcoming the god of wealth. "I heard from others that the little group has gathered quite a bounty today." People gathered around the purchasing station, drawn by the impressive sight of the tiger-striped fish. Who wouldn't envy such luck? Grandpa Yin laughed heartily. "Wang, come over and tally up the earnings." Yin Wang stepped out from his purchasing station, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Wow, did you all really catch these?" Many who accompanied Grandpa Yun were eager to witness the spectacle, feeling a mix of envy and admiration. Though they had not partaken in the luck, they could still relish in the success of others. The children, akin to victorious generals, stood tall and proud. "Uncle, we caught all of these. Thanks to our sister leading the way, we were able to gather so many. She is our little lucky star." The other siblings nodded in agreement. At this moment, Yin Jiao nibbled on a crispy radish gifted to her by Grandma. Unfazed by the onlookers, she chewed happily, her cheeks round and adorable. She truly seemed like a child of fortune. Many in the crowd pondered if she might indeed be a lucky charm, as ever since they took her in, the Yun family seemed to discover treasures whenever they ventured out to the sea, regardless of others' thoughts. Yin Wang eagerly began weighing the seafood. Among the catch, the tiger-striped fish was not particularly valuable, but its weight was impressive. Ultimately, the tally revealed that the 4 little green dragons weighed 15 pounds, with 3 of them being quite precious, given their rarity and deliciousness. Yin Wang set the price at $12 per pound, totaling $180. The Eastern starfish was also relatively costly, not only for its festive appearance, but also for its tender flesh and rarity. Prized for its scarcity, the 3-pound Eastern starfish was valued at $10 per pound, bringing in $36. Finally, the tiger-striped fish weighed 83 pounds, priced at $12 per pound, resulting in a final tally of $996. Chapter 7. The Desire for a Boat. This time, the Yin family garnered a total of $225.96. Yin Wang rounded it up to $226. For a day of gathering from the sea, this was a substantial sum, even surpassing the earnings of some who owned boats for fishing. After all, fishing also relied on luck. The children of the Yun family were overjoyed, bouncing with excitement. Grandpa Yun, cradling his adorable granddaughter, said, "Our Jiao and her brother are quite fortunate." Surrounded by admiration from her family, Yun Jiao lifted her chin slightly, revealing a radiant smile. Amidst the envious glances of others, Yun Wang handed Grandpa a stack of 22 large bills, leaving $6 in change. "Come, Grandpa, I'll buy you soda. And your favorite candy." Although their family was not wealthy, this newfound money was a reward for the children's hard work at sea, and they deserved some treats. As they departed, onlookers couldn't help but comment on how the Yun family indulged little Yun Jiao, treating her as if she were their own. But this was hardly surprising. The other sons of the family were still thin and poorly dressed, while Yun Jiao wore new clothes, rumored to be made from the finest fabric by the Lin family. Why such generosity toward a girl who wasn't even their own? What could be the motive behind it? Do you think Yun Jiao might truly be a lucky charm? Murmured some, noting how the Yun family's fortunes seemed to improve since adopting her. The Yun family had long been the poorest in the village, yet now they could afford to buy soda and candy for the children. Bah, lucky charm? You were just listening to the Lin family boast. A sharp voice interjected. A worthless child, only cherished by the Lin family. If we're talking about lucky charms, it should be a boy. My Zhuangzi is the real lucky charm. Looking so blessed. No other child in the village compares to my Zhuang. Everyone knew who the voice belonged to without needing to look. If the Yin family was famous in the village for having many sons, the other family, the Yun Dana family, was notorious for having an abundance of daughters. The key was that Yun Dana's wife, the very woman who had just spoken, was quite adept at giving birth. They had no genetic predisposition for twins. It was a continuous cycle of childbirth, seemingly determined to keep trying until they produced a son. After 5 daughters, they finally had a boy, who was treated like a treasure. The crowd scoffed at her words. Yun Zhuang was merely a product of overindulgence, far from the level of Yun Jiao. He was dark, plump, and ill-tempered. To call him a lucky charm was an insult to the concept itself. Nonetheless, no one wished to engage in arguments with her. After all, Yun Zhuang was the apple of Kai Jinhua's eye, and anyone who dared to speak against him would surely face a wrath. They had no time for such disputes. Kai Jinhua, noticing the indifference of those around her, continued to boast until the crowd dispersed. Only then did she scold the nearby young girl, twisting her ear. Yun Zhaodi, on the receiving end of her ire, quickly complied, unable to resist. She watched Yun Jiao leave, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Why was she so unfortunate to be born into this family? How she wished to be the sister of Yun Xiaowu and the others. With a large family, the consumption of food was naturally high. If it weren't for their proximity to the sea, with its rich resources providing daily sustenance, they might not be able to support such a ravenous brood. Holding her candy, Yun Jiao sat in the courtyard with her brothers, distributing the sweets one by one. Jiao, you should eat some yourself. Although the brothers were envious, they hesitated to snatch away their sister's treats. Yun Jiao, however, was stubborn and insisted on sharing. She forcefully placed the candies into her brother's hands. The soda was also meant to be shared. Though she had a sweet tooth, she refused to indulge alone, insisting that her brothers and the elders at home partake as well. After they had a sip, she clutched the remaining soda, scurrying off on her short legs to find their grandfather and grandmother, father and mother. They treated her well, and in turn, Yun Jiao would show them kindness. The elders were utterly charmed by her earnestness as she held the soda aloft, urging them to drink. "Grandfather, please have some." The old gentleman's face creased with joy, laughter etching lines of happiness upon it. Well, grandfather drinks. Our Jiao is the most filial." Yun Jiao's lips curved into a delightful smile, relishing the praise from her family. In her previous life as a Jiao, she had lived independently, leaving her parents at around 10 years of age to hunt and fend for herself. Although she spent her early years with them, that time was consumed by rigorous training in the art of hunting. She cherished this warm, nurturing feeling of being surrounded by her family. Grandmother drinks too. The lovely, snow-white little bundle flitted between her elders. With limited sweets available, the elders refrained from indulging. The lingering sweetness in her mouth was delightful to her. Once the meal was prepared, the entire family gathered around the table. "Come, Jiao, eat more." The family consistently placed the best morsels in Yun Jiao's bowl. Each of them worried she might go hungry. Her cheeks bulged with food, resembling a little hamster desperately stuffing its cheeks with provisions. "Grandfather, grandmother, brother, you all eat too," she insisted in her sweet, childlike voice, though her seriousness shone through. "Haha, all right, we will eat." The Yin family found immense joy in her words, as her voice was truly melodious, soft, and ethereal, a delight to the ears with every utterance. After the meal, Yin Xiao Wu and the others ventured out to boast about their achievements to their friends. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao retired for an afternoon nap. In the small courtyard of the Yun family, the two eldest elders were counting their possessions. "With today's earnings, our family has a total of 600 coins. Yin Laoi remarked while puffing on his pipe. "This is after frugally saving. With so many mouths to feed, our annual expenses for food and social obligations are considerable. It is thanks to the capable women in our family that we have managed to save this much." Turning to his wife, he said, "I wish to purchase a boat." Yintai looked at their meager savings with concern, "But with this amount, we can only afford a second-hand wooden boat." "I know," replied Yin Laotu. "I have inquired. There's a family in the neighboring village selling their old boat, an 8-meter wooden vessel. Though it cannot venture into the open sea, it is better than toiling on the beach." With a sigh, Yintai said, "Since you have made up your mind, find a time to take our son to have a look." Wiping away a tear, she lamented, "It is my burden on this family. If it weren't for my medical treatment." "What are you saying?" Yin Laoi rebuked gently. "You are their beloved mother. Money can be earned again. But if you were gone, Lin Hai and Lin He would lose their mother, and those little ones would lose their milk. I would lose my partner." He patted her hand. "The children have grown. We need not rush into making money." Yintai nodded in agreement. After their discussion, the two elders decided to find a time to talk to the family about the boat purchase, a significant matter that required collective deliberation. Chapter 8. The family discusses buying a boat. A group of women gathered in the village, gossiping about various families while continuing their tasks without delay. Yun Jiao sat quietly to the side, nibbling on a roasted sweet potato, her ears perked up to catch their conversations. Such a significant event was certainly worthy of the village's gossip, and with the main parties present, the talk was lively. The villagers envied the fortune of the Yun family. Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei wore smiles while humbly stating their family's poverty, quickly changing the subject. Wealth should be kept discreet. Indeed, their family was genuinely struggling. Otherwise, relatives would come knocking for loans. That Kai Jinhua is truly something. She married her daughter off to a man 10 years her senior for a mere 100 coins in bride price, and I hear that man is a cripple. One woman exclaimed, "You don't know her. She treats her own daughter like a servant." "I've never seen such a mother." Shin Yunlin asked, "Did Yin de not intervene?" "Intervene?" "The bride price was used half for their son and half squandered on wine. He is utterly incompetent, relying on his wife and daughter to support him. I fear their son will be just like him." Yet Kai Jinhua boasts of her son's brilliance, claiming he will achieve great things. Throughout the afternoon, Yin Jiao munched on her snacks and played by herself, occasionally helping her mother with fishing lines as time slipped by. Wang Mei's gaze fell upon her son's filthy clothes, a hole in his pants, and her temper flared. Grabbing a thin stick, she chastised Yin Xiaoqi. "You little rascal. I have to change your clothes several times a day, and now your pants are torn. Do you wish to run around bare-bottomed?" "Ah, mother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Yin Xiaoqi leaped about like a monkey. "Yin Xiaoba, you stand right there." But Yin Xiaoba, not so foolish, took off running. The little ant pursued him with a stick. Yun Xiao Wu and the grimy Yun Xiao Jiao chuckled at the spectacle until their laughter was cut short. Though Shun Yunlian was milder than her siblings, she knew when to discipline her own mischievous child. Yun Xiao Wu received a few sharp slaps on his backside. Yun Xiao Jiao faced the same fate. "Mother, I'm sorry. I want to do it again," he pleaded pitifully. What is wrong with a boy playing in dirty clothes? I'm a man. If my clothes are dirty, it proves my strength. You women should mind your own business." This was the prideful and rebellious Yun Xiaowu, and thus his punishment was even harsher. Shun Yunlian was nearly driven to despair by her foolish son. "Change your clothes and wash them yourself. From now on, you will wash all your own clothes." Yun Xiaowu wiped his nose. "Fine, I'll wash them. Sister, look what I brought for you." Despite just being punished, Yun Xiaowu scampered over to Yun Jiao, muddy and cheerful. I know. He rummaged in his pocket, pulling out several eels still writhing on the ground. Brother, did you catch eels?" Yun Jiao exclaimed, squatting down to poke at the snake-like creatures with a small twig. "Yes, let us have grandmother make soup for you," Yun Xiaowu said proudly, wiping his muddy hands on his face, making it even dirtier. "You're the best. Here, have this," she offered, handing him a small green jujube given to her by one of the chatting ants earlier. "And I helped too. I caught some." Yun Xiaoqi and Yun Xiaoba chimed in. Yun Jiao looked at them eagerly. "But I don't have any jujubes. No witties. We could go pick guavas from a mountain in a couple of days. They should be ripe," Yun Xiaoqi assured her. Yun Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, for she adored guavas. When she spotted the particularly prominent lobster meat on the dining table, Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin He were astounded. "Is our family thriving? Is this a small blue dragon?" They wondered how they could afford such a luxury. "How much did this cost?" Yun Ainai announced. "This is what our Jiao specifically saved for the family to improve our meals." Their table typically consisted of sand clams, oysters, and some inexpensive small fish, which everyone had grown weary of. The meager portions of sand clams and oysters barely filled a single chopstick for each person. However, with such poverty, they could only afford these. Now, with the arrival of such a large lobster, every eye at the table was fixated on it. At the table, the loquacious Yun Xiaowu excitedly recounted today's achievements, primarily highlighting his sister's contributions. "Today, I earned over 200 yuan, and smiles adorned the faces of my family. A joy that seemed impossible to fade." Enveloped in this warm atmosphere, Yun Jiao's soft brows curved into a delightful smile. Her cheeks graced with charming dimples that made the family cherish her even more. "Come, Jiao, eat more," they urged. During the meal, those seated beside her eagerly placed succulent pieces of tender, snow-white lobster meat into her bowl. "Hurry, eat up," Yun Xiaowu encouraged. Nodding, Yun Jiao savored a piece, feeling immensely satisfied. Observing her enjoyment, the Yun family could not help but chuckle, for the sight of little Yun Jiao, cheeks stuffed like a determined, plush little hamster, was simply endearing. After the meal, Grandpa Yun, puffing on his pipe, took advantage of the gathered family to discuss his intention to purchase a boat. "Our family currently lacks substantial savings. All our funds would only suffice for a small wooden boat. Yet, having a boat to cast nets in the nearby sea is certainly preferable to laboring as a boatman for others." The two elders laid out all their savings on the table. With the purchase of a boat, the remaining funds can be saved for constructing 2 houses. Our family is large, and the old house is no longer sufficient. The thought of building 2 houses indicated a division of the family. Chapter 9. Eldest and second brother wished to join the army. Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin He exchanged glances, sharing no objections. Indeed, living together in 2 families was quite cramped. Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin He were twin brothers, close since childhood. In their grandfather's era, life was even more arduous, marked by famine, and after giving birth to the 2 brothers, Grandma Yun was left unable to have more children. Thus, the 2 brothers grew up together. Even if they were to separate, they envisioned building their houses adjacent to one another, believing that as long as their bonds remained strong, separation would be akin to remaining a single family. "Father, we have no objections," the brothers spoke in unison. Yun Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does this mean we will soon reside in a large house with our own rooms? Jiao can live with me." Yun Xiaolu protested. "Why should that be? I also want to live with Jiao." The soft, fragrant sister did not attract mosquitoes, making it comfortable to sleep near her. Yun Xiaojiao held Yun Jiao's little hand, saying, "I want to be with my sister too." Yun Xiaoqi and Yun Xiaoba, with hands on their hips, chimed in. It was agreed that next week Jiao would sleep with us. Fifth brother, don't be too domineering. She is ours too, Yun Jiao remarked. Sometimes having too many brothers can be a burden. All right, let us get back to the matter at hand. Quiet down. Under the authority of the family patriarch, the little rascals settled down, though their eyes were still darting around, each displaying a sense of defiance. Once the discussion of the boat and house concluded, the usually quiet Yun Chundong and Yun Chun, she suddenly spoke. Grandfather, father, mother, I wish to enlist in the army. They had inquired about the process and learned that they needed to register in the county town with a simple physical examination required. Speaking of joining the army, Yun de Ge's eyes sparkled, and the other young men of the Yun family brightened with excitement. Enlisting was a matter of great honor in this era. Everyone's gaze turned to the patriarch, Grandpa Yun Mu. Have you gathered all the necessary information? Grandpa Yun inquired. Yun de Ge Yun Chindong nodded. Yes, I have. And both I and my younger brother intend to give it a try. Beside him, Yun Chun, she flashed a bright smile. Yes. I also wish to give a shot. Though they were twins, their appearances differed. The eldest resembled Yun Lin Hai, while the younger bore a closer likeness to Shun Yun Lien, with a more delicate countenance. Their only concern was the potential shortage of labor at home after their departure. Yun Lin Hai patted his son's shoulders. What are you worried about? If you can enlist, that is a wonderful opportunity, a chance to bring glory to our family. Your uncle and I will manage things here. Grandpa Yun added, I'm not too old to be unable to work. Clearly, the entire family was supportive of the eldest and second brother's desire to enlist. Yun Chun Dong and Yun Chun, she had already inquired about the specific details of the physical examination. When the day arrived for them to go to the county town, they prepared early in the town. Concerned for them, Yun father decided to accompany his two sons. Yun Jiao also wished to join them to see the town. So she clung to Yun father. Father, I want to go. Brother, I want to go. Though she did not deliberately seek sympathy, her innocent and beautiful face, with drooping brows, naturally appeared pitiful. Her pair of bright, dark eyes gazed eagerly at them. Ultimately, neither Yun father nor her brothers could resist her plea. All right, father will take you to the county for a stroll. Yun Lin Hai lifted his daughter into his arms. The family bid farewell and set off. The other boys at home attempted to tag along, but aside from receiving a few swats on their backsides, they received no leniency from their parents. They took the village tractor to the town and walked to the Department of Defense. Once there, family members were not allowed to accompany them during the physical examination. What a crowd! Yun Jiao clung to her father's neck, her curious eyes scanning the surroundings. Unbeknownst to her, many were observing her as well. A girl so delicate and radiant, her fair complexion was a rarity in the entire county. Even in a coastal area where the sun was harsh, most people had tan skin. To see a girl so fair, resembling a porcelain doll, was quite striking. What a stunning child, someone remarked. Striking up a conversation with Yun father. Proudly, he replied, Indeed, she is my daughter. You won't find anyone as beautiful as her in 10 miles or more. How do you manage to raise her? What does she eat to have such fair skin? Yun father boasted, My daughter has naturally fair skin. She doesn't tan, and often accompanies her brothers to fish at the sea. My boys come back looking charred, while my daughter only grows fairer. She's always been this way. Others could only envy his fortune in having such a daughter. Yun Jiao was not shy. She stood confidently, allowing others to admire her, while she too observed the people around her with wide, curious eyes. The gazes directed at her were generally kind. After taking the second son for his physical examination, and knowing it would take some time, Yun father decided to take his daughter for a walk. Come, daughter, let's go buy some meat buns to eat. The food at the restaurant is too expensive, but we can afford meat buns. Boss, we'll have 2 pork buns. The buns here came in both pork and fish varieties. However, those living by the sea had grown tired of fish, so pork was the preferred choice. Yun Jiao received the steaming meat bun from her father's hands. Her small mouth took a couple of bites before reaching the meat inside. While he felt a pang of regret at spending the money, each meat bun cost 50 cents. It was quite large, nearly the size of Yun Jiao's small face. He was haggling with the vendor when Yun Jiao stood by his side, her fair skin dazzling in the sunlight. Suddenly, she sensed someone's gaze upon her. Looking in that direction, she discovered an elderly woman, her attention fixated on the bun in Yun Jiao's hands. Yun Jiao tilted her head to glance at her. Do you want some? The elderly woman, feeling a bit awkward as she fumbled through her clothing pocket, replied, I have no money. After a moment's thought, Jiao broke her bun in half and offered a piece to her. I'll treat you. The old woman gratefully accepted. Thank you, dear child. Taking a bite of her meat bun, Jiao's eyes squinted in delight. Delicious. Come here, dear child. I have something pretty for you. The woman rummaged through her clothing pocket and produced 2 red hair ties. Though they appeared somewhat faded, their cleanliness suggested they had been well preserved. Yun's father noticed the elderly woman and instinctively pulled Jiao behind him, wary. Who are you? Chapter 10. The forgetful old woman. He had heard that there were many beggars outside, and with his daughter Jiao being so beautiful, it was not surprising that she could attract the attention of those with ill intentions. The old woman did not pay attention to Yundai, but fixated her gaze on Jiao. Yundai scratched his head, sensing that something was amiss with the elderly lady. Jiao tugged at her father's hand, saying, Father, this grandmother is hungry. Yundai glanced at the half-eaten bun in his daughter's hand and then at the old woman's. Although it pained him to part with it, he felt sympathy for the woman, who seemed to have lost her memory. Yet, how could she mistake his daughter for her own? She must have been quite aged. Grandmother, please eat, he said. The old woman, upon hearing the soft and tender voice of the little girl, smiled kindly, her eyes filled with affection. All right, I will eat. But dear child, why do you call me grandmother? You should call me mother. It was evident that her mind was not entirely clear. Yundai scratched his head and looked around, inquiring if anyone recognized the old lady, but to no avail. What should he do? He was somewhat familiar with the situation of forgetful elders, as there had been similar cases in their village before. One had even gotten lost and was swept away by the sea. Come here, dear. Let me braid your hair, the old woman said. Jiao glanced at her father, who nodded in encouragement. Go ahead, let us wait here and see if her family comes looking for her. If they don't, we might have to take her to the police station. Jiao and the old woman settled on the stone steps not far from the bun shop. Yundai asked for 2 sheets of old newspaper to spread on the ground before they sat down. He then fetched a bowl of water, saying, Here, Aunt, have some water. Thank you. After eating half a bun and drinking some water, the old woman took a piece of paper from her pocket to wipe her hands clean. Then, she earnestly began to comb Jiao's hair with her fingers. Without a comb, Jiao had beautiful hair, thick and black, and it was remarkably smooth. At just 3 years old, her hair cascaded down her back, perfectly suited for the old woman's gentle touch. She worked delicately, even humming an old lullaby. After hearing her sing it once, Jiao began to hum along, her voice pure and melodious, filling Yundai with joy at the sound of his daughter singing. Meanwhile, the old woman's family was growing increasingly anxious in their search. County Chief, we found her. When they arrived, the 30-something county chief recognized the familiar lullaby sung by his mother, and tears filled his eyes. Mother, how did you end up here? I was almost unable to find you. The middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit embraced the old woman. She looked up, her cloudy eyes searching for him. Who are you? It's me. I am Jianlin. Jiao gazed curiously at the newcomer with her beautiful big eyes. The old woman, with her wrinkled hands, gently caressed her son's face, her voice trembling. Jianlin, how have you aged so much? Your sister is still so little. Wang Jianlin glanced at Jiao and felt a deep sorrow at his mother's words. His sister had gone missing when she was just 3, abducted by human traffickers. Good, sister has been found. He cast an apologetic glance at Jiao and Yundai before comforting the old woman. Wang Jianlin first entrusted her to his secretary before turning to Jiao and her father. Thank you both for taking care of my mother. She has developed amnesia and cannot remember many things. Yundai hurriedly waved his hands. It was no trouble. We did not do much, just gave her a bun. He held Jiao tightly, adding, but we cannot take your daughter away. Wang Jianlin offered, how about you both come to my house for a visit? It was evident that he was a dutiful son, unable to refuse any of his mother's requests. No, I must wait for my son. Oh, where's your son? Yundai rubbed his hands together, a simple smile on his face. My 2 sons want to join the army, and since they cannot bring family to the physical exam, I brought my daughter to buy some food. Wang Jianlin pondered for a moment and said, let me have a friend check on this. What are your sons' names? Once they are done, we can have them come find you. My sons are named Yun Chundong and Yun Chenxi. The secretary noted down the names, and in the end, Yundai and Jiao followed Wang Jianlin to his home. Upon arrival, Yundai felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. This small Western-style house appeared exceedingly grand. As a fisherman from a small village, he had never seen such an impressive abode. Holding his daughter, he hesitated. Maybe we should not go in. Wang Jianlin chuckled. Since we are here, let us eat before we leave. I still need to find a way to thank you for taking care of my mother. Yundai waved his hand dismissively, his expression earnest. There was no care. No care at all. In a daze, he followed Wang Jianlin into the house, which was quite simple in terms of family members. Soon, a well-dressed and competent-looking woman appeared. How is it? Did you find mother? Wang Jianlin nodded. Yes, thanks to this brother and his daughter. Our mother did not wander off. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yundai felt increasingly regretful for coming inside as he observed the lavish decorations. Why had he followed Wang Jianlin? Yun Jiao held her father's hand, tilting her head in confusion. Father, are you scared? There is nothing here that eats people, right? Unlike her father, who was visibly anxious, she felt no apprehension in this house that was far superior to her own. In her previous life as a mermaid, the grandeur and vibrancy of the underwater world had broadened her horizons. Could anything here compare to the splendor of the ocean? Wang Jianlin's wife brought out some fruit, causing Yun Jiao's eyes to light up. The old lady continued to hold Yun Jiao's other hand, chatting away. Her words often jumbled. With food in hand, Yun Jiao patiently listened, not truly understanding, but nodding along to feign comprehension. In the kitchen, Wang Jianlin's wife, Lu Yun, remarked, that little girl is truly patient. If it were our son, he would be fidgeting and thinking about going out to play basketball with his friends. Wang Jianlin nodded, sighing as he watched his mother's joyful expression. Back then, my mother cried every day, nearly blinding her eyes with tears. Now that she cannot remember things, she mistakes this little girl for my sister. I never imagined she had kept that hair tie all this time. Speaking of this made Wang Jianlin's eyes redden. Lu Yun comforted him. We should hire a caregiver for her. I've been meaning to say this. Aunt cannot take care of her properly, but convincing the other party might not be easy. Chapter 11 Dispute. On the way home, dear child, eat some grapes. Here, have an orange. It's sweet. The old woman wanted to feed Yun Jiao everything delicious. Yun Jiao eagerly accepted, opening her mouth wide to take bites, her cheeks puffing up adorably. In contrast, Yundai stood awkwardly to the side. Father, eat some grapes, Yun Jiao reminded, not forgetting her honest father. Yundai waved his hand. Jiao, Jiao, you eat. Yun Jiao stood on her tiptoes, directly feeding grapes into his mouth. Father, eat. She insisted on feeding him oranges and bananas as well, determined to make him eat. Yundai burped. Slow down, dear. Wang Jianlin and his wife greatly admired Yun Jiao's generous demeanor. Primarily, the girl was simply too beautiful, prompting Wang Jianlin's wife to steal glances at her. If only I had such a beautiful daughter. After they lulled the old woman to sleep, Yun Jiao and Yundai prepared to leave. At that moment, Wang Jianlin's secretary arrived with Yun Jiao's two brothers. Although Yun Chendong and Yun Shun, she were slender and dark, they were already over 6 feet tall, as their family was notably tall. With frequent voyages on fishing boats, their strength was considerable, and their arms bore a delicate layer of muscle. Wang Jianlin observed the two spirited young men and nodded in acknowledgement. How is it? No mistakes, I trust. The two youths, being young, were at a loss for words in the presence of someone as amiable yet imposing as Wang Jianlin. It was the secretary who spoke up. I took a look inside. Both of them are in excellent health, and their physical assessments are commendable. There should be no issue with their selection. Upon hearing the secretary's words, the brothers beamed with joy, revealing their neat, white teeth. Yun Yi, filled with excitement, expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, leader. Wang Jianlin replied with a smile. I should be the one thanking you. They were, after all, conversing with a significant leader and had even been invited to his home. The brothers Yun Chendong and Yun Shun, she shared in the happiness. The elder brother, Yun Chendong, playfully lifted his sister and tossed her in the air, proclaiming, This is the fortune brought by our sister, Jiao Jiao. Yun Yi nodded vigorously, his expression brimming with pride. Indeed, our Jiao Jiao is kind-hearted, willing to share her meat buns. Meat buns are quite precious nowadays, and children usually are reluctant to share their food, especially at Jiao Jiao's age. Although Jiao Jiao loved to eat, she was not overly possessive of her treats. However, they could not take food from her without her consent, or she would become upset. Once they boarded the vehicle, their family drew the attention of the onlookers. Oh dear, has the Linhai family struck it rich? They can afford so many fine items. As soon as they entered the vehicle, inquiries began, and the surrounding crowd perked up, eager to hear their responses. In those times, particularly among villagers, there was little regard for privacy. News of any household's affairs spread throughout the village within a day. Yunyi, with a simple smile, replied, "You all know our situation well. We can't afford such luxuries. We are merely saving up for a boat. This is merely good fortune. We help an elderly man who had lost his way, and he gifted us these items as thanks." The passengers did not doubt his words, for they were well aware of the Linhai family's financial circumstances. They could only lament their luck, wondering why such good fortune had not come their way. "Oh, I have never seen such fruits before. I wonder how they taste. Linhai, please share some with me." It was clear that this person was rather shameless. As Kai Jinhua squeezed her way over to Jiao, Yunya's expression darkened instantly. Kai Jinhua had the audacity to speak up, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had previously disparaged Jiao. "With so many of us, is there enough to go around?" Kai Jinhua appeared to ignore Yunya's subtle refusal. "Why not? There seems to be plenty. Besides, how much can your little girl eat? Honestly, Linhai, it's fine if you want to spoil Jiao, but why does she get better treats than your own son? I say, let her skip the fancy food. She will be married off soon enough. They say once a girl is married, she is like water spilled out. She belongs to another family. What is the point in raising her so well, especially when she isn't even your biological child?" Yunyi was incensed by her words. "Kai Jinhua, be quiet. This is my child, my daughter. How we choose to raise her is none of your concern." Yun Dong covered Jiao's ears and whispered, "Don't listen. Jiao is our treasure. Ignore her." Meanwhile, Yun Shi, with a more volatile temperament, was nearly pointing at Kai Jinhua in anger. "Auntie, isn't your hand reaching a bit too far? Speaking like that in front of children is rather unseemly." At this moment, Kai Jinhua had offended all three members of the Yun family. "How are you speaking to your elders?" The onlookers watched the scene unfold. Although they too felt that the Yun family was overly indulgent towards Jiao, Kai Jinhua's words were undeniably harsh. Kai Jinhua, unable to counter the three voices, decided to sit down and start a ruckus, loudly claiming that the Yun family was bullying her. Her voice was louder than the tractor's roar. In such situations, men typically refrained from causing a scene, which put them at a disadvantage. Dad, brother, Jiao peeled an orange and shared pieces with all three, then urged them to sit down. "Sit and enjoy the show." She peeled another orange, distributing segments to the others in the vehicle. Jiao had her own little scheme. Though the pieces were small, they were sweet. People are often more agreeable when offered food, and thus they regarded Jiao with kind smiles. Ultimately, she chose to ignore Kai Jinhua, sitting with her father and brothers, nibbling on her fruit while observing Kai Jinhua's antics. She would not share with her. Let frustrate her. The one-woman show soon became too embarrassing for Kai Jinhua to continue. She paused, and Jiao tilted her head, her bright eyes filled with curiosity, sincerely asking, "Annie, why did you stop? We haven't reached the village yet." She was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle of humans rolling about. Laughter erupted, led by another aunt who had a poor relationship with Kai Jinhua, followed closely by others. In the past, village disputes would escalate, but who would have thought it could unfold this way? Jiao, the little girl, found great amusement in Kai Jinhua's outburst. "You little wretch. Kai Jinhu, in fuzaitet," lost her composure. The three men of the Yun family instantly changed their demeanor. "Kai Jinhua, be silent." Chapter 12. Protective family. With that shout, Kai Jinhua, seeing the dark expressions on the faces of the Yun family, fell silent. The second brother, Yun Shi, also wore a cold expression while the eldest held Jiao close, shielding her ears, his dark eyes fixed sternly on the quarrelsome woman. The tractor fell into a hush. Yun Shi broke the silence. "Aunt Kai, is it appropriate for you, as an elder, to speak such words in front of the children? You may not care for your own child, but our child is not your concern. We are all adults here. Perhaps you should watch your words." Kai Jinhua pointed at them. You think you can bully me just because I have no man beside me." Upon hearing this, the crowd disregarded her. The three men of the Yun family were reluctant to engage further, for each word only fueled her defiance. Only one aunt, who usually got along with her, pulled her aside. "Enough already. Can't you see how much the Yun family cherishes Jiao? How can you expect them not to be upset by your insults?" As an outsider, she found Kai Jinhua's behavior excessive. Kai Jinhua had grown accustomed to scolding her own daughter at home, mistakenly believing others would tolerate the same treatment. Although Jiao was not a biological child, the Yun family had a surplus of sons, and Jiao was particularly beautiful. Any child in their family would be cherished. Eventually, Kai Jinhua grew quiet, and the journey continued peacefully until they arrived in the village. The three men of Yun family carried their burdens while Jiao held a pair, taking small steps to keep up with her father and brothers. Her short legs made her steps appear hurried as she struggled to match their long strides. However, the three men adjusted their pace for her. While walking, Jiao took a bite of her pear, a crisp, juicy green-skin variety. Of course, she did not forget to share with her father and brothers. Raising her chubby hand on tiptoe to offer them a piece of the pear she had nibbled. "Dad, have a bite." Yinlin Hai was utterly enchanted by his own adorable daughter. He gently patted the little one's head, saying, "Father won't eat. Jiao can eat by herself." Yun Jiao's voice was soft and sweet, yet she was quite insistent. "Father, eat together, and let the brothers eat too." Yun father bent down and took a small bite, exclaiming, "Delicious, very sweet." Instantly, Yun Jiao's face lit up with a soft smile, her dark eyes sparkling. And the little dimples at the corners of her mouth were particularly endearing. Big brother eats, and second brother eats too. Like a little butterfly, she took a bite of the pear for each of the three before contentedly resuming her nibbling. Despite possessing the spirit of an adult sea demon, Yun Jiao's understanding and curiosity about this world mirrored that of a newborn child. Yet her behavior was significantly more refined than that of an ordinary child. For instance, when it came to eating, she was quite serious, never making a mess on her mouth or clothes. Upon arriving home, they spotted Yin Xiaowu, who was eagerly peering over the threshold. As soon as he saw them, he sprang up and rushed over. "Sister, did you miss me? I missed you so much." Yun Jiao obediently allowed him to embrace her, revealing a radiant smile with crescent-shaped eyes, her beautifully curled lashes fluttering charmingly. "I missed you, so here, have some." She offered him the remaining half of the pear she had already nibbled on. Yin Xiaowu was immediately touched. How could his sister be so well-behaved? The rest of the Yun family emerged, and upon seeing the three of them with their bundles, the children were ecstatic, bombarding them with questions about the contents. Yun father and the two older brothers found it quite bothersome. With so many boys around, the questions flew in one after another, their voices loud enough to rival a bustling market. The adults, however, felt a pang of sympathy. "What are you spending money on?" Grandma Yun scolded Yun father. "Buying so many things must have cost a fortune." "I didn't spend anything. Please stop hitting me. I truly didn't spend any money." Once they were home, Yun old father took a sip of water before explaining the events that had transpired. Shun Yunlian and Wang busied themselves organizing the items, declaring them to be quite precious and that they shouldn't just leave them lying around, lest the little monkeys waste everything in a day. Yun Jiao buzzed around her mother and aunt, pleading, "Mother, I want 2 oranges, 2 pears, and 2 bananas." Her mother patted her head, saying, "Good Jiao. We will savor these slowly. We cannot consume them all at once." "Not eating them all." Yun Jiao dutifully shook her head. As she watched them prepare to lock the pears in the cupboard, she grew anxious, darting around their feet. "If we don't eat them, they'll spoil and taste bad." The other smaller children, who had followed her, nodded earnestly in agreement. Yun Jiao clung to the hems of the two women's garments, her gaze reminiscent of a pitiful little kitten. "If left too long, they will spoil and taste awful. Grandma's candy, if left too long, melts and loses its flavor." Thus, they had cultivated the habit of hoarding good things and hiding them away rather than consuming them. Yet, if those items remained untouched for too long, they would rot and expire, which would indeed be a greater waste. Unable to resist Yun Jiao's persistent pleas, Yun Ama finally retrieved a few pieces of fruit. Yun Jiao's face instantly brightened. "Let us eat together." "All right, we shall eat together." The entire family was infected by the little one's joy, with the mischievous children bouncing around in delight. Certainly, this small amount of fruit would not suffice for everyone, so they peeled the oranges and divided them into segments, ensuring not to waste the peels, which Grandma Yun would save for future use. The peels were also a medicinal ingredient, capable of being dried and stored for a long time, adding fragrance to soups when cooked. The bananas and pears were similarly sliced into small pieces, allowing everyone to have a taste. Even a small morsel was savored sweetly by the entire family as they gathered together. So delicious. Yun Xiaoshu chuckled. Then we shall look forward to your tribute, Xiao Wu. Just when they thought indulging in fruit was a luxury, dinner brought forth fragrant meat buns and steamed buns. As the plump, white buns emerged, the entire family couldn't help but swallow hard in anticipation. Living by the sea, they were not short of meat. Clams and other seafood were easily accessible. The sight of the fine white flour alone was enough to whet their appetites. Chapter 13. Learning to swim and finding a coconut snail lying in bed. Yun Xiao Wu rubbed his belly, pondering when he might next enjoy such a feast. Yun Xiao Lu, the most gluttonous in the family apart from Yun Jiao, lay in bed, exposing his belly, his eyes half closed as he dreamily murmured about the meat buns. Yun Xiao Wu pushed his twin brother away with a grimace and pulled Yun Jiao closer. The fragrant, soft little sister reminded him of those equally delightful, plump meat buns. As Yun Jiao nestled against her older brother, he was certain that tonight he would dream of those meat buns. Yun Jiao yawned. On the bed lay 4 people. In addition to the 3 of them, there was also Yun Xiaojiao. The family had limited rooms, but thankfully, the younger children could still squeeze in together. However, as they grew older, this arrangement would soon become untenable, making the need for new housing imperative. This concern weighed heavily on the adults, but without money, their efforts would yield nothing. Early the next morning, Yun Jiao donned her clothes and was led by her brother to seek out food. "Grandma, what are we having today?" They still had their sights set on the fruit that had been locked away the previous day. Grandma Yun playfully tapped their heads. "Always thinking about food. Today we are having pumpkin." She handed 2 eggs to Yun Jiao, one for her and one for Yun Xiaojiao. Although the family favored Yun Jiao slightly more, they cherished all their children, especially the younger ones. Yun Xiaojiao, now 7, was only a bit older than Yun Jiao. The adults, reluctant to eat the limited eggs themselves, would cook 2 for Yun Jiao and Yun Xiaojiao every other day. Yun Jiao would even secretly save her yolk to give to Yun Xiao Wu, thus deepening her reliance on him compared to her other brothers. "Let us go. Today we will continue our adventure at the sea." Holding a roasted sweet potato, Yun Xiao Wu led Yun Jiao toward the beach. The adults had already busied themselves early in the day. Yun father, along with his younger brother and older brother, went to work on someone else's boat, while the second brother, surprisingly, did not follow along. The third and fourth brothers headed off to school, while Yun Ama, the little aunt, and Grandpa went to tend to the family's fields. Suddenly, the second brother, Yun Chenxi, called out to them. "Today, Xiaojiao and Jiao will be learning to swim and dive. Children living by the sea must learn to swim and dive from an early age." Xiaojiao began his lessons at 3, though he still required adult supervision when in the water. Upon hearing about the swimming lesson, Yun Jiao's eyes instantly sparkled. She had longed to go into the sea, but due to her tender age, the Yun family was understandably reluctant to let her near the water. "Will you teach me, second brother?" Yun Jiao asked eagerly, her eyes shining bright. Among the Yun children, the second brother and Xiao Wu were the best swimmers. Yet the adults were hesitant to let Xiao Wu take Yun Jiao out. Thus, the responsibility fell to the eldest brother, Yun Chenxi. "All right, let us go." With that, he scooped up the fragrant, soft little sister into his arms. Yun Jiao wrapped her chubby arms around his neck. Yun Xiao was quite displeased. "I can teach my sister to swim too. I swim better than you, second brother." Yun Chun, she shot him a glance. "You little rascal. Wait until you grow up a bit more." He carried Yun Jiao toward the seaside, followed closely by a long trail of younger brothers. The sight was quite spectacular and drew the envy of many. After all, in this era, having many sons was a sign of fortune, and the Yun family was blessed with a gene for twins. Apart from Yun Xiaojiao, every previous child had been a twin. If the Yun family had a daughter, even if they were impoverished, numerous matchmakers would undoubtedly tread upon their doorstep. The Yun family is not lacking in boys, but other families are. Upon reaching the seaside, Yun Chenxi dispatched several younger brothers to scavenge for treasures in the sea, while he, along with Yun Jiao, sought a suitable depth for swimming and began to teach her. Yun Xiao Wu, unwilling to be left out, insisted on joining the teaching process. "Sister, do not be afraid. We must learn to hold our breath. Follow my lead. Take a deep breath and then dive into the water. Do not be scared." Yun Xiao Wu audaciously attempted to usurp the task from his elder brother, even trying to nudge him aside, only to receive a gentle tap on the head from Yun Chenxi. "Shall I teach, or will you?" he inquired. Yun Xiao Wu, cradling his head, grumbled, "Clearly my sister prefers me." In the midst of their quarrel, Yun Jiao had already crouched in the water. There was no need for instruction. After all, she was a mermaid, naturally adept at swimming in the sea. Most importantly, she had confirmed that she could indeed breathe underwater. This revelation filled her with delight. Sister, Jiao, where have you gone? Realizing that their sister was missing, both Yun Er and Xiao Wu dove into the water to search for her. Gay. Wu Go, I'm right here. Yin Jiao suddenly emerged from 3 meters away, effortlessly floating atop the waves, her little chubby hands clutching something. The two startled brothers hastily swam over to embrace her. You scared me. How could you vanish in the blink of an eye? Yin Jiao smiled brightly. Look, brothers, I can swim now. The brothers were taken aback. Wait, it seems we haven't even taught her anything yet, and she can already swim this far with such ease? Yin Xiao Wu laughed heartily. My sister is a genius. No wonder she was sent by Lord Gui. Although astonished, Yun Er soon accepted the miraculous nature of Yun Jiao's presence. He merely cautioned Yun Xiao Wu, keep this matter to ourselves. Let us just say Jiao learns quickly. The two younger ones nodded in agreement. Yin Xiao Wu chimed in, I'm not that foolish. I'm worried that if others find out she was sent by the Sea Dragon King, she might be taken away. Look at this enormous conch. Upon reaching the shore, the brothers finally noticed the object Yun Jiao was holding. The smooth, yellow-brown shell revealed a fleshy interior adorned with brown and white stripes. The reason Yun Jiao clutched it with both hands was its impressive size, larger than her face, weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds. Such a large conch must be worth a fortune, exclaimed Yun Xiao Wu. Yun Chenxi took it in his hands and gave it a light shake. This is a coconut conch. Its value is estimated at over 3 yuan. That is quite a sum, considering some fish sell for mere pennies per pound. I want to sell it, Yun Jiao declared, cradling the coconut conch. 3 yuan is still a considerable amount for the Yun family, given our meager means, where every coin is hard-earned. All right, no selling. Our Jiao is indeed fortunate to find such a large conch while learning to swim. Chapter 14. The King of Clams Yun Jiao, with a beaming smile, embraced the coconut conch, not out of desire to eat it, but because she sensed something within, the possibility of a pearl. However, until it was opened, she could not be certain. Her intuition remained vague. How did you learn to swim? Show it to Wu Ge. Yun Jiao carefully handed her prize conch to him, instructing, hold it carefully, don't lose it. Yin Xiao nodded, of course. I promise to take good care of your treasure. Satisfied, Yun Jiao proceeded to demonstrate her swimming prowess. Yun Chenxi and Yun Xiao Wu watched in awe as she glided through the water effortlessly, resembling a small fish. I didn't teach her how to dive, did I? Yun Chenxi mused in disbelief. I thought I was quick at learning to swim, but compared to Jiao, I feel like a novice. Suddenly, a minute passed, and concern crept in as Yun Chenxi realized Yun Jiao had not resurfaced. Just as he was about to panic, he spotted her still swimming and dove into the water to rescue her. How do you feel? Don't you find it difficult to hold your breath? Yun Jiao's cheeks were rosy, and she appeared full of vitality, giggling as she was held. When asked, she tilted her little head in confusion. Do we need to breathe? Ah, yes, humans cannot breathe underwater, Yun Chenxi responded. Are you speaking human words? I feel fine. I'm a bit envious of you, Yun Chenxi admitted. If you ever feel like you can't hold your breath any longer, remember to float to the surface. Okay, Yun Jiao replied obediently. Though allowing her to play freely, Yun Chenxi's gaze remained fixed on her, wary of her wandering into deeper waters. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao was reveling in the experience, her vision under the water unhindered. She easily spotted clams burrowing in the sandy bottom. With a swift motion, she grasped a plump clam in her chubby hand. She soon found more, as several clams emerged from the depths. In the shallower waters, the sand was murky, making it difficult to see without careful searching. The clams were tiny, the largest barely matching the size of her hand. Before long, Yun Jiao surfaced, clutching a handful of plump clams. Look, brothers, she exclaimed. Wait, were you here to learn how to swim or to gather clams? How are they so easy to find? Yin Xiao Wu, eager to join in, asked. Where did you find them? She pointed over there. Come on, let us go together. Stay close, Yun Chenxi warned. I'm counting on you to take care of your sister. Yin Xiao Wu replied confidently, don't worry, I'll look after her. Yun Chenxi cast a wary glance at Yin Xiao Wu, the one he trusted the least, reminding him to maintain a safe distance. He had to keep an eye on Yun Xiao Jiao and several other younger siblings searching for treasures on the beach, making it impossible to monitor them all. Yun Jiao and Yun Xiao Wu dove back into the water, soon discovering another patch of clams. However, Yin Xiaowu struggled to see clearly underwater. The shallow waters stirred the sand with just a slight movement, rendering the water murky and making it hard for him to open his eyes. Unbeknownst to anyone, a transparent membrane had formed over Yun Jiao's eyes, protecting them while allowing her to see the underwater world with clarity. After a brief search, Yin Xiaowu surfaced, having found only a few clams, while Yun Jiao emerged with a bounty of over a dozen. The disparity was staggering. "How did you find so many when I could hardly see anything?" he lamented. "I told you, if it were that easy, others would have thought of it too. That is how I found them," she replied. "Let us put these in a bucket." They swam back to the shore, the clams clinking together in the bucket. A satisfying sound. "Don't go back into the water. Let us look for more on the beach," Yin Xiaowu urged, concerned that they had been in the sea for too long. "You might catch a cold." "Come, change your clothes," Yin Chenzi instructed. At merely 3 years old, changing her clothes posed no issue for her. He handed her a slightly oversized white shirt, deciding against pants to avoid wetting them again. The shirt, reaching just above her knees, could easily serve as a little dress. "Sister, let us dig for clams together." Yin Xiaolu offered her a small shovel. The other boys from the Yin family were already scattered about, digging in the sand, unsure if they were searching for food or merely playing. Yin Chenzi, equipped with a screwdriver and a small bucket, ventured towards the nearby reefs, exclaiming, "I shall prize some oyster meat." Xiao Wu, do keep an eye on the younger ones and ensure they do not wander into the sea. "Understood," replied Yun Jiao. "Second brother, I wish to join you." "No. The reefs are too slippery, covered with sharp shells. One misstep could lead to injury. Behave, Jiao, and play with your brothers while they dig in the sand." "She is not merely playing. She earnestly wishes to assist in the search," Yun Jiao retorted. "If I'm not allowed to go, then I shall still find treasures in the sand." Armed with her small shovel, Yun Jiao industriously began her endeavor. She located a patch of beach and commenced digging at the spots that bore holes. This clam appeared significantly larger than those typically consumed. It looked plump and delectable. Ignoring everything else, she continued her excavation, giggling as she unearthed another sizable clam. Yun Jiao's small hands worked with increasing fervor. After a while, as Yin Xiaowu dug for sand clams, he glanced at his rambunctious younger siblings, then at his sister, who was diligently digging sand, hardly moving from her spot. Indeed, it was clear that his sister was more obedient. He approached her, exclaiming, Jiao, my goodness." Yin Xiaowu was left astounded by the clams filling Yun Jiao's bucket. "Where on earth did you find these? We have all dug here before, and others from the village have come as well. Yet none have ever unearthed so many majestic clams." Indeed, Yun Jiao had struck a fortune. The clams in their vicinity were typically slender and small, hardly thicker than a chopstick and notoriously difficult to dig up. However, the majestic clams were considerably larger, about the width of 2 fingers. His sister's fortune was truly extraordinary. Upon hearing Yun Xiaowu's excited call, the other brothers of the Yun family quickly gathered, their eyes wide with astonishment. Although they were young, living by the sea had imparted some knowledge about the value of various commodities. Small clams were worth merely a few dimes per pound, and since they were difficult to dig, one would need many to accumulate a pound. Yet, the majestic clams were worth at least $1 per pound. Their sister had already excavated approximately 3 pounds alone. "This is no easy task. How did you manage to find them?" They marveled. These clams burrow deep and scurry away at the slightest disturbance. Without strength, patience, and experience, one could hardly extract them. Yin Jiao remained silent, demonstrating her technique. She first located a clam's breathing hole, then swiftly dug down with her small shovel. With a few deft strokes, she was able to unearth a majestic clam with ease. Her petite figure surprisingly agile and adept. "Is it truly that simple?" Yun Xiaowu questioned skeptically, and he began to dig beside Yun Jiao, struggling to find a small hole. Meanwhile, the younger siblings followed suit, each attempting to unearth their own clams. However, they lacked the skill to discern the direction. And before long, the majestic clams had escaped. Frustrated, they lamented their misfortune. Yet, unexpectedly, Yin Xiaojiao, who had merely been playing, managed to unearth a majestic clam effortlessly. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao extracted yet another clam. "This is quite embarrassing. Our older brothers seem utterly inept," they lamented. Yun Jiao was at a loss for how to instruct her brothers, as she too lacked experience in clam digging, relying solely on her intuition and strength. Despite her petite and gentle demeanor, Yun Jiao possessed considerable strength, slightly more than that of a typical 10-year-old. Her family remained unaware of her hidden prowess, as she usually exhibited a demure disposition. Although Yun Xiao Wu and the others dug at a slower pace, they gradually managed to catch several majestic clams over time. Yun Chenxi gazed at the small bucket filled with approximately 6 pounds of majestic clams, then at his own meager portion of oyster meat. Feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. Are there truly majestic clams here? He pondered. Nearby, a woman who was gathering clams perked up her ears upon hearing the mention of majestic clams and hurried over like a gust of wind. The Yun family had many children, known for their boisterous and mischievous nature, causing other clam gatherers in the vicinity to steer clear. Who could have known that this patch of sand held such treasure? Upon seeing the majestic clams in their bucket, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, these are indeed majestic clams, and you have gathered so many. Her envy was palpable. Did you all dig in this area? Are there truly majestic clams here? As she spoke, she set to work digging not too far from the Yin siblings. The siblings could only watch in dismay, for the beach did not belong to them, and the woman was not encroaching on their territory, merely digging alongside them. Yun Chenxi slapped his mouth, lamenting, "Why did I even speak of it?" He quickly rolled up his sleeves and joined in the excavation. The woman, evidently more experienced, quickly unearthed a majestic clam, excitedly calling her family over. Her enthusiasm soon attracted other clam gatherers, all eager to discover these elusive treasures. Majestic clams? This area actually has majestic clams. I have come here numerous times without ever finding one, they exclaimed, their chatter mingling with the sound of digging as they spread out across the beach. The influx of people soon depleted the clam supply in that area. Yun Jiao's stomach grumbled, signaling her hunger. She gazed longingly at her brothers. The young girl, particularly beautiful and charming, exuded a natural allure, and her innocent, yearning gaze evoked a sense of deep affection. Yin Xiao Lu had long abandoned his small shovel and sat nearby, seemingly asleep. It was unclear how he managed to be so drowsy day after day. Are you no longer digging? Yun Xiao Wu, drenched in sweat, appeared to possess boundless energy. Yun Chenxi gathered his younger siblings, stating, "It seems we have dug enough here. It's a pity this spot has been discovered. Otherwise, it could have served as our secret base for future excursions." Their bucket contained at least 8 pounds of majestic clams. As they made their way home, Yun Jiao cuddled the coconut snail, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. The sun blazed overhead, causing everyone to sweat profusely. Yet Yun Jiao hardly perspired, her skin so fair it seemed to glow. Despite being out in the sun for so long, her complexion remained unblemished. When standing alongside her sun-kissed brothers, the contrast was stark, resembling a delicate rice dumpling among coal lumps. What was that she held? A remarkably large snail, it seemed. Several elderly women, comparable in age to Yun Nai, sat at the entrance with small stools, weaving fishing nets while engaging in conversation. "Anai," Yun Jiao called as she hurried over, "I found a big snail." Yun Nai's smile widened. "Wonderful. Our Jiao is truly capable." Leaning against Yun Nai, the small girl asked dark. Bright eyes gleamed as she greeted each of the other elderly women sweetly. Older folks tend to favor well-behaved, charming children, and Yun Jiao embodied all those traits. The elderly women rummaged through their pockets, each offering her a small token, a piece of long-forgotten candy, a small green jujube, or a few dried fish. Yun Jiao did not express any dissatisfaction and, after receiving it, obediently thanked everyone one by one. Chapter 16. The Flame Pearl. Yun Xiao Wu proudly lifted the bucket, exclaiming, "Grandma, look! We have unearthed the king of clams." Yun Granny, whose eyesight had diminished with age, had to lean in closely to see. Upon closer inspection, she was instantly astounded. How could there be so many? The other elderly ladies gathered around, exclaiming in delight. Indeed, it was the king of clams, and there must be half a bucket's worth. Where did you find these? They are worth more than the ordinary clams. I recall that a Wang S place buys them for 80 or 90 cents a pound. Yin Granny's eyes crinkled with joy. Quickly, air while they are still fresh. Take them to sell. Yin Chenxi nodded. I will go right now. What about Jiao's coconut snail? That large one could fetch a few dollars. Yun Jiao replied softly. Grandma, I want to sell it. All right. If Jiao likes it, then we shan't sell it. Her indulgent demeanor made the elder sisters exclaim in exasperation. That could be several dollars. Are we just going to keep it home? What a waste. Yin Granny, however, was unconcerned. But we have so many king of clams. It is sufficient. You are indulging the child too much. Throughout, Yin Granny continued to boast about how filial and wonderful Yin Jiao was, her smile never fading. Inside the house, upon hearing this, Yin Jiao joyfully wiggled her little legs. She tapped her tiny fist on the coconut snail several times, lifting it up and shaking it. Soon, she frowned and murmured, "It won't come out. There's no way to communicate." Yin Jiao opened her mouth and took a bite. Yin Granny, who was sitting at the door, hurriedly stood up. "You can't eat that. We don't eat it raw. The shell could break your little teeth." The lovely young girl, as teeth grazed the coconut snail shell, making a grinding sound. Upon hearing this, she slowly moved her mouth away. "Oh, when will Grandma cook it?" The live coconut snail clung tightly to its shell, making it difficult to extract the meat. It could only be addressed once cooked. They had not yet divided the family, and the money from selling seafood was managed by Yin Granny. "Grandma, it weighs a total of 12 pounds, along with some other snails and 2 orchid crabs. We sold it for $11. Yin Granny stashed the money away. Jiao is waiting for you. Hurry and cook the coconut snail for her." She just ate it raw. Yin Xiao Wu dashed inside. "I knew it. Sister has said countless times not to eat raw food." Yin Jiao innocently looked at him, pretending not to hear. "Brother is here to boil water for you." After sending off her old friends, Yin Granny entered with dishes. "I should start cooking now. Xiao Wu, let us light the fire together." Hearing that the fire would be lit for cooking, Yin Jiao immediately rushed inside to carefully select several sweet potatoes. Brother roasted sweet potatoes. And potatoes, being small, she could not carry too many at once, so she made several trips. Watching her busy and joyful demeanor, the family found her irresistibly adorable. Their eyes filled with affection as they gazed at her. Yin Jiao squatted on the ground, watching her second brother pry the meat from the coconut snail. "Did you find another coconut snail today? Didn't you teach Jiao how to swim?" Upon hearing this, the brothers became excited. Sister learned to swim in one go. She is a genius. Yin Xiao Wu chimed in. "Not only can she swim, but she can also dive. She didn't even need our help. She found this coconut snail while diving. Such a large one that you haven't seen before, right?" Shen Yunlian nodded. "When I first married in, I was lucky enough to find a coconut snail during my first beach outing, but it was not even half the size of this one." Yin Chenxi had already pried out the snail meat. Yin Jiao immediately reached out, and Yin Chenxi thought she wanted the shell, given that the coconut snail shell was quite beautiful. However, Yin Jiao shook her head. "I want the meat." Yin Chenxi, both amused and exasperated, said, "You little greedy cat. You can't eat it now. We'll slice it and stir-fry it first." Yin Jiao shook her head. "I want to eat it." This statement carried little weight. Since childhood, Yin Jiao had been curious about everything, wanting to nibble on anything she saw. Even before she could walk, she would pick up ants from the ground while sitting on her little blanket and put them in her mouth to taste their saltiness. However, she insisted, and Yin Chenxi had no choice but to hand over the large chunk of coconut snail meat to her. After all, it was cooked, so even if she took a few bites, it wouldn't matter. Yet, Yin Jiao did not bite into it. Her little chubby hands felt around, and soon she found a certain spot and dug in, quickly retrieving a bright orange pearl. "Ah, wow!" Yin Chenxi, Yin Xiao Wu, and the others stared wide-eyed as she extracted such a large pearl from the snail meat. A pearl! Hearing Yin Xiao Wu's exclamation, even Yin Granny, who was busy, hurried over. What is it?" Upon seeing the pearl in Yin Jiao's hand, their eyes widened in astonishment. Yin Granny was the first to react, quickly instructing someone to close the door. "We mustn't reveal our fortune. Pearls have always been precious, especially sea pearls." The pearl in Yin Jiao's hand was at least the size of a human finger and likely exceeded 10. Moreover, it was a stunning orange color, perfectly round, with a porcelain-like luster and beautiful flame-like patterns adorning its surface. This is the flame pearl. Having lived by the sea for a long time, Yin Granny had broader knowledge and was now very excited. A crowd gathered around Yin Jiao, their gazes fixed intently on the beautiful flame pearl in her hand. Shen Yunlian exclaimed, "This coconut snail even has a pearl inside? And such a beautiful one. What about the coconut snails I sold before?" Yin Granny replied, "What are you thinking? If every coconut snail had pearls, wouldn't everyone be hunting for them?" In the past, There were indeed people in our village who found coconut snails, but none produced pearls. There is a legend in our village that we were once called by Long Village. It is said that long ago, a fisherman encountered a shipwreck while out at sea, and just as he thought he was going to die, he saw a white dragon soaring through the clouds. Afterward, his boat capsized, but he was washed ashore by the waves, surviving the ordeal, and found a coconut snail. He told everyone he had seen the white dragon, and that from that coconut snail, he opened a beautiful pearl, the flame pearl. This flame pearl is also known as the dragon pearl. That fisherman became wealthy by selling it after spreading the tale of seeing the dragon, eventually becoming a wealthy landowner. However, that is merely a tale from long ago. I have never heard of anyone finding a flame pearl from a coconut snail since. I didn't expect Jiao to find one. Chapter 17. Discussing the sale of the pearl. The entire family joyfully gazed at the flame pearl in Yun Jiao's hand. It was simply exquisite. Yun Granny cautioned everyone, "We must not speak of Jiao's flame pearl. Otherwise, our family may attract unwanted attention. And thieves could come knocking on our door at any moment. This pearl belongs to Jiao, and no one should covet it. If any of you possess the skill to find a coconut snail that yields a pearl, then it is yours, whether for selling or keeping. I shall not interfere." Old Master Yun nodded in agreement, and the others had no objections. Jiao, shall I keep this pearl for you? When you grow up, we can make a beautiful necklace for you to wear." To be honest, Yun Granny was hesitant to let Yun Jiao keep the flame pearl, fearing that her habit of wanting to taste everything might lead her to put the pearl in her mouth. Such a large pearl could easily choke her. Yun Jiao was also enamored with a beautiful pearl in her hand. As a mermaid, she had always been fond of shiny and beautiful things, and in her previous life, she loved diving for exquisite pearls, gems, and shells to adorn her dwelling. Now, she extended the flame pearl towards her grandfather, stating, "Grandpa, let us trade for a larger house. Jiao wants a beautiful room." Indeed, she intended to use this pearl to exchange for money to build a house. She desired a cozy little nest of her own. The current house was too small, and during the rain, the roof leaked. The exquisite fire pearl can certainly be sought after again in the future. It is clear to the family that Yun Jiao has a deep affection for this fire pearl, prompting Yun and I to gently pat her head. Such a beautiful fire pearl is indeed a stroke of immense fortune, and our dear Jiao should keep it for herself. Matters of building a house are to be handled by adults, so there is no need for a child to worry. Rest assured, a room will be reserved for you when the time comes. Yun Jiao, with a determined yet childlike voice, insists on selling it, stating that she will find more beautiful pearls later. Her tender words carry an unexpectedly assertive weight. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Age does not hesitate to agree. "Then let us sell it, and immediately use the money to build a grand house for our Jiao. Yun Jiao's eyes sparkled with joy as she focused on the escargot. "Delicious," she exclaimed. "Haha, Jiao, you truly are a little foodie," the family chuckled happily. Once the escargot was prepared, Yun Jiao savored it with delight, leaving her little belly pleasantly round after the meal. Yun Xiaowu quickly took her out for a stroll to aid digestion. As they wandered from their home to the village entrance, they encountered several elderly villagers who were playing with their grandchildren after lunch. Upon their arrival, the elderly gazes fixated on them. Yun Jiao had grown accustomed to this attention. She could not fathom the peculiarities of these villagers. It was not just her who was observed, but others passing by were also subjected to similar scrutiny. Outsiders were often bombarded with questions, as if they were eager to uncover every detail about their ancestry. "Xiaowu, Jiao, come over here," Tuang and I called an elderly woman. Yun Xiaowu carried 2 small stools over, first placing his sister in a chosen spot before sitting beside her. Unlike her peers, Jiao preferred to sit beneath the large locust tree at the village entrance, listening to the idle chatter of the village's elderly women. Occasionally, she would repeat a few words she had learned from them at home. "Xiaowu, have you found the Clam King again today?" asked one of the women. Yun Xiaowu nodded affirmatively. "Where did you find it?" An elderly woman exclaimed. "Why didn't I go to the beach with you today? Your family is truly fortunate. I heard you were buying a boat. In the village, there are no secrets." Yun Xiaowu confirmed. "Yes, Grandpa said we were getting a wooden boat." His eyes were fixed on a group of children playing house nearby, his excitement palpable. "Wang and I, please keep an eye on Jiao while I go play." Go ahead. Jiao is well behaved and doesn't need us to watch over her." After Yun Xiaowu left, Some inquisitive villagers asked Yun Jiao how much her family was selling the seafood for. "I don't know," she replied, genuinely unaware. Why would a child concern herself with such matters? They then shifted the conversation to other topics, discussing who had fished well at sea yesterday, who had lost a chicken, and who had corn stolen. They were well informed about the village's happenings. Sitting upright on her small stool, Yun Jiao listened intently. Having developed this habit since she learned to walk, she owed her swift acquisition of human language to the gossiping grandmothers and women around her. After eavesdropping enough, Yun Jiao took her stool to find Yun Xiao Wu. At that moment, Yun Xiao had abandoned his homemade, somewhat misshapen toy gun and got up to wash his hands. Afterward, he took Yun Xiao's small, clean hand with one hand and grabbed the stool with the other as they made their way home. Upon hearing about the pearl sale, Yun Qinsi suggested, "What if we sell it cheaply in this town? Perhaps we should take it to the city instead." The others pondered this and agreed. Selling in the town could lead to familiar faces, and if news of their pearl sale spread, it could disrupt their peace at home. Yun Xiao Wu and the others immediately clamored, "Let us go to the city. Does that mean we need to take a bus?" "I want to go." "No way," responded Yun Xiao Shu. "We are going for serious business. Bringing you little rascals along will only complicate matters. If you get lost, where will I find you?" These little ones were a handful. While they behaved well in the village, everyone knew them, making them easier to locate. The brothers, defiant, threw themselves on the ground, rolling and throwing tantrums to express their desire to go to the city. Yun Age was exasperated by the noise. "Once we gather enough money to build a house, I'll send these troublemakers off to school." Wiping his nose, Yun Xiao Wu declared, "Let us go. There are many people at school, which will be fun. My sister can come with me." Why should Jiao go? She wouldn't be able to attend school for another couple of years. It was evident that bringing her to the city was out of the question, and throwing tantrums would not change that. Ultimately, the misbehaving children were taught a lesson by their parents wielding shoes and sticks, which finally silenced them. Chapter 18. The Fire Pearl sold for a good price to go to the city. An early start was essential. Yun Linha and Yun Chensi, being astute, decided they would take the Fire Pearl to sell. Today, Yun Jiao rose early, sporting two crooked little braids, and before the two left, she clung to her uncle's leg like a sloth. "Yun Jiao, you're up early today," Yun Linha remarked, bending down to scoop the little one up. Yun Jiao nodded, her bright eyes fixed on him. "Let us go." Yun Linha playfully tapped her little nose. "You are much smarter than your brothers." Despite the noise yesterday, today she was up early to intercept them. "All right, Uncle will take you to the city for some fun, and we'll buy you new clothes and hair ties." Yun Chensi added, "Should we bring some dried fish?" Yun Jiao nodded eagerly yes. With a bag of small dried fish in hand, the two brothers took little Yun Jiao to the town, where they boarded a bus to the city. The bus was not particularly pleasant. It was crowded and smelled rather foul. After much effort, they finally found seats, with Yun Jiao perched on her brother's lap, observing her disheveled hair. Yun Chensi skillfully removed the hair tie and braided her hair into uneven little braids. "Well, it's somewhat presentable." Yun Jiao didn't mind, slowly munching on a cucumber. Sitting by the window, she gazed out with her wide, bright eyes. "Everyone is settled. We're about to depart," announced the driver. With a shout from the driver, the bus began to move. "Wow!" Yun Jiao exclaimed, captivated by this vehicle that differed from the rumbling tractor. As she nibbled on her cucumber, she eagerly pressed her face against the window to take in the sights. However, her excitement dwindled as the bus ride from the town to the city took 2 hours. As time stretched on, the unpleasant odor intensified, worsened by some passengers experiencing motion sickness. Yun Jiao shifted her little legs, resting her face against her brother's chest. Yun Chensi produced a piece of dried orange peel from his pocket, offering it to her. "Hold this under your nose. It will help." Grasping the orange peel, Yun Jiao found relief. She broke off pieces to share with her uncle and brother. Jiao is so good." The two adults affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair. Yun Jiao squinted her eyes in delight, resembling a beautiful, noble little kitten. Finally, after 2 long hours, they arrived in the city. Upon disembarking, Yun Jiao's eyes widened in amazement. The city's high-rise buildings far outnumbered those in the town. The roads were wide and smooth, and there were countless places selling goods. "Where should we sell this fire pearl?" Yun Linha inquired. Yun Chensi, uncertain, replied, "Let us explore a bit first." Ordinary shops didn't seem likely to buy pearls, and government stores were even less probable. They could only seek out private shops that dealt in precious items. Ultimately, after some inquiries, they found themselves in an alley. There stood an inconspicuous shop, yet specialized in rare items. The shop was named Wu's General Store. "Excuse me, do you buy pearls here?" Inside was a man of about 40, dressed in a black gown, standing behind the counter as he worked on an abacus. "Pearls?" Boss Wu stroked the tuft of hair on his chin and remarked, "I do not accept ordinary pearls here." Yinlin he surveyed the shop, noting the bottles of liquor and some items reminiscent of antiques displayed on the counter. Many antiques are still too risky to display publicly, yet transactions still occur discreetly, albeit infrequently. Those who engage in such dealings typically possess a certain background. "We have a flame pearl." Upon hearing this, Boss Wu became intrigued. "Is it the flame pearl renowned as the dragon pearl? That is indeed a rarity. You must be fishermen residing by the sea. Let me see the pearl." Yinlin he cautiously unwrapped the layers of the handkerchief. As he opened it, a vibrant orange pearl emerged. Boss Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully took it into his hands, measuring it with a specialized ruler. The diameter was 12. Its color a bright orange akin to the sun, its luster reminiscent of porcelain, perfectly round in shape, adorned with flame-like patterns. "Excellent. This pearl is exceptional in both size and appearance." Boss Wu's evident admiration brought a sigh of relief to Yunlin, he, and Yun Chenxi. Without prolonging the suspense, Boss Wu continued, "This dragon pearl is rare. It is not easy to find even one among 10,000 snails. Your luck is indeed remarkable. To be honest, I usually acquire sea pearls of quality 8 or above, and the dragon pearl is even rarer. For this 12, I will offer you 1,500 yuan, which is the highest price I can provide. I also wish to establish a good relationship with you. In the future, should you come across any peculiar items at sea, feel free to bring them to me." The offer of 1,500 yuan astonished them. They had anticipated a maximum of 500, given their limited knowledge of pearls. They had not expected such a small pearl could fetch such a high price. They restrained their excitement and replied, "Thank you, Boss Wu. We will sell it here." Having finally located this place, the price exceeded their expectations significantly. While there might be other buyers, they were unfamiliar with the city and preferred to avoid the risks of wandering about. Boss Wu nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I will get the money for you." Holding the 150 bills in his hands, Yunlin he trembled slightly. He had never held so much money in his life. Boss Wu smiled warmly at them. "I typically purchase high-quality ordinary sea pearls for around 200 yuan. For those with quality 8 or above, the price increases with quality. Rare colors, such as black and gold, command even higher prices, and the flame pearl is no exception. In the future, should you encounter such treasures, bring them to me, and I assure you the price will be fair. If you doubt it, inquire elsewhere." "Thank you, Boss Wu." Boss Wu nodded, his gaze falling upon the chubby Yun Jiao. "You've raised a fine child." He turned to retrieve 2 pieces of hawthorn cake from the table and handed them over. The little one eagerly extended her chubby hands. "Thank you, uncle." With the treat in hand, she sweetly smiled at Boss Wu. "Ha ha, I just adore this girl," he chuckled. Yun Chenxi and Yunlin he could only express their gratitude. As they were leaving, Yun Jiao waved the hawthorn cake. "Goodbye, uncle. We will come again." Boss Wu laughed. "I will be waiting for you." This marked a pleasant connection. In the future, should they find any pearls or similar items, they could readily bring them here. However, Yunlin he did not expect to have such fortune again, having never encountered a pearl in his lifetime. Chapter 19. The dispute over egg cakes after leaving the alley. Yunlin he and Yun Chenxi struggled to contain their excitement. Yunlin he pondered for a moment before producing a 10 yuan bill and handing it to Yun Jiao. Jiao, here, as 10 yuan for you. Buy whatever you wish. The remaining money will suffice for building the house." Yun Jiao, unreserved, embraced the money with her soft, white hands, beaming with delight. Canned food. She had been craving it for a while. "Haha, let's go buy some canned food now." Yunlin he carefully tucked the remaining money into the innermost pocket of his clothing, close to his skin. It was crucial not to lose it, given the prevalence of thieves nowadays. The three then proceeded to the largest department store in the city. With the rise of individual entrepreneurship, shopping preferences remained inclined towards department stores due to their comprehensive offerings. The department store was a cornucopia of goods, with several varieties of canned food available. There were meat and fruit cans, and being close to the sea, most meat cans were various fish, along with shrimp paste cans and even pork cans. "Comrade, which canned food is the best?" The enthusiastic salesperson in the canned goods section began to introduce their offerings. "Hello, What type of canned food are you looking for? Meat? And we'd also like some fruit cans. Our best-selling meat cans include this braised pork can and this shrimp paste can. While the popular fruit cans are the canned peaches and syrup and the pineapple and syrup. Yinlin, he dismissed the fish and shrimp paste options, as they lived by the sea and had grown tired of fish. Please get us the braised pork can and the canned peaches. The braised pork can cost 2 yuan and 50 cents, while the canned peaches cost 1 yuan and 80 cents. Just these two cans amounted to over 4 yuan, causing Yinlin he to wince at the expense. How could our family afford this? The two cans were clutched tightly by Yun Jiao, who eagerly took a bite from the lid. We're used to it. Yunlin he and Yun Chenxi awkwardly chuckled, carrying Yun Jiao as they departed. Jiao Jiao, you have to open the canned food to eat it. Let us buy other things first and eat later. Yun Jiao pouted, being held by her second brother. Her big eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, I want egg cakes, big white rabbit milk candy, fruit leather, and soda, 3 bottles and biscuits. Finally, they stopped in the toy section, where Yun Jiao crouched down, admiring toy guns and slingshots. Toys, let us buy some for the brothers. Yinlin he chuckled ruefully, Jiao Jiao. We don't have enough money. Buying just one toy gun or slingshot won't suffice. They will fight over them. Yun Jiao frowned, her gaze scanning until it landed on a tin box filled with a dazzling array of beautiful glass marbles. Their round, pearl-like form and various colors caught her attention. She recalled how Yun Zhuangzhuang, the beloved son of Kai Jinhua, had a few marbles he proudly showcased in the village, making all the children envious, including her brothers. However, they never played with him, as that chubby boy had snatched her candy before. Although she had slapped him and bitten his hand then, Kai Jinhua later brought her crying son to their home, only to be driven away by her fierce aunt and protective grandmothers. The little one suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Whatever others had, her brothers should also possess. There was no need to envy anyone else. This, she pointed to the marbles. The marbles were inexpensive. 5 could be bought for a dime. Big brother, second brother, do you want some? Yun Chenxi felt warmth in his heart. Children of Yun Jiao, as age mostly thought about food or their own playthings. Although she enjoyed treats, she always considered her family. Neither I nor your elder brother plays with these. You should buy them for the little ones. They used to envy the toys held by other children, but they have now outgrown that phase. Yun Chenxi could not help but feel a pang of envy for Yang Xiaowu and her siblings. How wonderful it must be to have such a younger sister. Yun Jiao had carefully selected 2 glass marbles for each of her brothers, believing them to be the most beautiful and colorful. By this time, her 10 yuan had nearly been spent. The trio exited the department store, their arms laden with treasures. Yun Jiao settled into her uncle's lap, nibbling on a fragrant and fluffy egg cake, savoring it slowly, fearful that it would vanish too quickly. The sight of her egg cake was enough to entice a little boy sitting on the opposite row of seats. Grandma, I want an egg cake. He began to whine, tugging at his grandmother. The elderly woman turned and spotted Yun Jiao enjoying her treat. Yun Jiao wrinkled her nose and turned away from them. The little boy cried out, flailing his arms and legs, Grandma, I want to eat an egg cake. I don't care, I want an egg cake. His loud protests were unbearable to the other passengers in the vehicle. You 2 young men, look at my grandson making a fuss. He is still small. Don't deny him the egg cake, the elderly woman complained. Yun Jiao clutched her egg cake tightly. The grandmother's expression soured. The adults haven't even spoken yet. What business is it of a child? Yun Linha defended, smiling. This egg cake belongs to our daughter. It is hardly enough for her. The grandmother retorted. Don't be so stingy. There are plenty left. Such words were truly ungracious. Would you not be stingy if you gave it away? Yun Qingxi rolled his eyes in exasperation. And upon hearing this, the grandmother's demeanor changed as she commanded her grandson. Grandma doesn't have an egg cake. Go cry to someone who does. Hearing this, the little boy ran over to Yun Linha and Yun Qingxi, continuing his lament. Egg cake. I want an egg cake. The expressions on Yun Linha and Yun Qingxi's faces turned sour. This was utterly shameless. Others on the bus began to speak up. Grandma, how can you behave like this? Control your grandson. In these times, who would willingly share their food with others? Egg cakes are not cheap. The old woman shot back. What concern is it of yours? If he wants an egg cake, why don't you give him one to shut him up? What kind of parenting is this? An egg cake costs 2 cents. Why don't you buy one yourself? The elderly woman continued to berate, while Yun Linha and Yun Qingxi found themselves at a loss against the unruly child. Yun Jiao, with a fierce expression, shouted, Be quiet, or I will eat you. Her eyes locked onto him with a ferocity reminiscent of a predator. The little boy was indeed frightened. Tears and snot streaming down his face in bewilderment. "What are you doing?" Seeing her grandson being scolded, the grandmother was displeased. Such a foul temper for a young girl. "How will you ever get married?" Yun Qingxi was exasperated. "That is none of your concern. Perhaps you should worry more about spoiling your own grandson. What kind of quality is this, bullying an old woman and a child? And what quality do you possess, allowing your grandson to beg? You should be begging on the streets. You both be quiet, or I'll throw you off the bus." The driver snapped. Ultimately, the elderly woman was still wary of being left stranded. Yun Qingxi rolled his eyes and fell silent. This unpleasant encounter soured Yun Jiao's mood. Their spirits only lifted slightly upon reaching the town. Yun Linha even patted the money he had hidden, finding comfort in its familiar weight. However, they had yet to eat, and their stomachs were grumbling. Yun Linha decided to get a bowl of noodles first. Although Yun Jiao wasn't particularly hungry since she had already eaten 2 egg cakes on the bus, she still slurped down a bowl of noodles. Back into familiar surroundings, Yun Linha and Yun Qingxi relaxed. Little uncle, second brother, sister. Before they even reached the village entrance, a group of boisterous children rushed towards them, accompanied by the barking of 2 large yellow dogs. Yun Xiaowu and the others came bursting forth. "What did you buy?" "Let me see." "Sister, why didn't you call me when you got up? If you had, I could have gone with you." Yun Qingxi chuckled as he set Yun Jiao down. When they arrived at the village entrance, the elderly women weaving nets under the locust tree craned their necks, their eyes fixated on the contents of their bags. "Linha, did you go to the city? What did you buy?" Yun Linha replied with a smile. "Just some random items." After saying this, he hurriedly led Yun Xiaowu and the others away, anxious to avoid having them rummage through their purchases. Such incidents were common in the village. Upon arriving home, all the children of the Yun family encircled Yun Linha and Yun Qingxi, chattering noisily, resembling a flock of raucous ducks. "What did you buy? Is there anything to eat?" "Wow, egg cakes. I want to eat. And big white rabbit milk candies. Little uncle, how could you be so generous? Oh my canned food." When Yun Xiaowu exclaimed, all eyes turned to the 2 cans, sparkling with excitement. Yun Qingxi gently admonished her unruly younger brother. "No more foul language. How many times have I told you?" Unfazed, Yun Xiaowu bounced with excitement, holding the cans. "Canned food. This one is meat, it's braised pork, and this one is canned peaches. Haha, now I can eat canned food too." These items were not inexpensive, especially the canned food, which made Yun Laotu and Yun Laodai feel a pang of regret. "Why did you buy so much? What a waste of money." As she spoke, Yun Laotai lightly smacked Yun Lina's arm. "I just thought it was a rare trip to the city," he replied sheepishly. Yun Jiao, in her sweet voice, chimed in, "Grandma. It was Jiao who wanted to buy them." "Well, you shouldn't buy so much. It must have cost a pretty penny." "Not much." Yun Jiao gestured with her little hand. "Just a few bills. Little uncle only gave me one to use." After saying this, she took out the box of glass marbles and shook it, producing a delightful jingling sound. "Brother, marbles." Upon hearing her, the brothers immediately gathered around. "Let me see, quickly." Once opened, the beautiful marbles became the prized possessions of the boys. Glass marbles. Yun Jiao held up the box of marbles. "Each brother gets 10 marbles. Jiao will distribute them." Sitting on a small stool, she proudly swung her short legs. Yun Xiaowu stood first, followed by Yun Xiaolu, with the others lining up by age. The adults of the Yun family watched with joy as Yun Jiao distributed glass marbles. Yun Xiaowu grinned widely, hands clasped together. "Sister, I want a red one, a blue one, 3 with patterns, and 2 white ones." He eagerly selected his marbles while the others craned their necks, anxious that their favorites might be taken. Yun Jiao delicately chose the marbles, which sparkled in her hands like precious pearls. "Here you go, for Brother Wu." The same process continued for the others. Once all 5 brothers had received their share, she clapped her hands to distribute the treats. If she didn't tea, Grandma and the others would surely hesitate to indulge. Jiao, don't you have any glass marbles?" "I'll give you 3, offered Yin Xiaolu, while the others chimed in with similar offers. 5 brothers, 3 marbles each, yet Yun Jiao's collection was still more than theirs combined. She shook her head. "No, I want to watch my brothers play." Her response moved them deeply. Their sister truly was the best in the world. Grasping a handful of big white rabbit milk candies, Yun Jiao began to distribute them, dashing around the room merrily. Of course, she did not deprive herself of a treat, peeling a fruit and placing it in her mouth. Today can be deemed as the happiest day for the children of the Yun family, as it not only featured an array of delectable treats, but also delightful activities. Everything that needed to be distributed has been shared, and the remainder was securely locked away by Yun and I, who intended to savor it a little each day. The brothers, Yun Xiaowu and his siblings, dashed off with their marbles, likely to boast to the other village children. The adults gathered together, eventually broaching serious matters. Yun Linha produced a sum of money, and upon seeing it, the others in the household gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Is this truly so much? Yun Linha beamed, indeed. Who could have imagined that such a small pearl would be so valuable? It sold for a total of 1,500 yuan, with only 10 yuan spent. And the rest is right here. Yun Jiao emphatically declared, "We shall build a splendid house." Very well. Yun and I wiped the corners of her eyes, which glistened with tears. "Let's build a grand home," the elder patriarch of the family stated. "Now that you two brothers are here, I shall speak plainly. This money will be used to construct 2 houses, and once they are completed, we will divide the family." This arrangement had been previously agreed upon, and no one voiced objections. However, Yun Xiaowu casually inquired, after the division, who will grandfather and grandmother live with? Yun Linhai replied with conviction, as the eldest son. It is customary for the elderly to reside with the eldest after a division. Therefore, father and mother shall live with us. Shen Yunlian had no objections. Although the family was poor, her in-laws had treated her with kindness, and she felt no difference from her biological parents. Naturally, she would be delighted to support the elderly couple. Yet Yun Linha disagreed. "What do you mean you're the eldest? We were born on the same day. Our parents can certainly live with us. Your side, including Xiao Jiao and Jiao Jiao, is already quite numerous. Let our parents stay with us instead." Wang Mei added, "Eldest brother and sister-in-law, your family has many children. Let our parents come to live with us." The 2 elderly individuals listening nearby felt immensely comforted. Their family had always been harmonious, but the prospect of division still stirred some worry within them. They were aging and unable to perform strenuous tasks, fearing that their sons might neglect to care for them. This concern was not unfounded. Families in the village often faced similar situations when dividing. Some elderly individuals who had raised several children found themselves without support during such separations. Fortunately, both of their sons were filial, and their daughters-in-law were kind-hearted. The 2 elders wore genuine smiles upon their faces. "Let's not quarrel. Your mother and I are not yet too old to manage. We can remain in this old house. Whenever you need assistance, just lend a hand." "That simply will not do," both Yun Linhai and Yun Linha protested. The old home leaked in several places during rain and was quite damp. How could it compare to a new house? "Indeed, grandfather and grandmother should come live with us." The grandchildren chimed in, surrounding the elderly couple. Yun Apapa lifted Yun Jiao and placed her in the embrace of Yun Laotai. "Jiao Jiao, quickly tell grandmother to come live with us." With her big, beautiful eyes and chubby little face, Jiao Jiao appeared utterly adorable. "Grandmother, I love the food you make. Please live with us." Her voice was sweet and endearing, especially among the boisterous boys. Yun and I, holding her fragrant and soft granddaughter, felt utterly enchanted. Captivated by the little darling, Yun and I could not help but agree. "Very well, I shall listen to our Jiao Jiao." With the funds in place, it was time to select the foundation and prepare for the construction of a new house. The village had ample land available, so there was no concern about finding a desirable plot. Jiao Jiao was carried by Yun Apapa to seek out the village chief. Upon hearing that they intended to build not 1, but 2 brick houses, the village chief was astonished. They had already prepared their explanation. Their family had grown too large for the old home, which, despite repairs, continued to leak during rain, creating difficulties for the adults residing there. This explanation was reasonable, and no one would be so indiscreet as to inquire whether Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei had lent money to the Yun family. The sale of the pearls was known only to the family, and even the children were instructed to keep it secret. Although the boys were mischievous, they were quite tight-lipped about matters they were told to keep confidential. Subsequently, the village chief led them to select the foundation. "Jiao Jiao, which piece do you wish to choose?" The chief could not help but marvel at inquiring about such a significant decision from a 3-year-old child, as it seemed rather frivolous. To his surprise, Jiao Jiao pointed to a location. By the sea, she indicated a cliff facing the ocean, from where one could see the water's movements. It was somewhat distant from the village's crowded areas. Is this spot not a bit too close to the sea? Yun Linha pondered aloud. I believe it is quite suitable. Although it is near the ocean, it is unlikely to flood during high tide, and there is ample space for 2 houses. The village chief remarked. You truly are allowing a small child to make the selection? Having heard that the family doted on the little girl, he now witnessed it firsthand. Let's go take a look. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the rhythmic sound of the tides and the ocean's whispers, with mountains rising behind them, making it convenient to ascend. While others may have had mixed feelings, Jiao was absolutely enamored with the location. Is Jiao truly fond of it? Seeing her sparkling eyes, reminiscent of moonlight shimmering on the waves, Yun Papa could not help but smile. Jiao nodded enthusiastically, her delight evident. I like it. The sea. Very well, we shall choose this spot. The village chief confirmed. Is it settled then? Yes, we will build the house here. With that statement, the chief ceased his persuasion. Once the foundation was determined, they needed to purchase various building materials and hire workers, but these were matters for the adults to handle. The children could simply play and enjoy the beach. However, the news of their family's construction project stirred excitement throughout the village, drawing numerous onlookers who were inquisitive and eager to gossip. Yinlin Hai and the others maintained the same explanation as the village chief. Some were skeptical, while others expressed envy. The key was that both of their daughters-in-law's families were willing to lend money, if others sought loans from their in-laws. The outcome would be uncertain and likely met with embarrassment. The excitement faded after a few days, but people would still mention it while chatting. The Yin family has truly prospered, building 2 large houses. They are quite generous. Indeed, borrowing money is ultimately not a good thing. Who knows when they will be able to repay it? Such comments carried a hint of bitterness. I believe they are quite fortunate. Every time they go to the sea, they find something good. So what? With so many mouths to feed, the money they earned is hardly sufficient for their meals. Your family does not have many mouths to feed, does it? Kai Jinhua, when will your family build a new house? Kai Jinhua replied smugly, my daughters eat little. When they grow up, they will be able to fetch a good bride price. Just wait. We will definitely build a grand house for them. Then she shifted the topic. Unlike that Jiao, so lazy and eats so much, we are all country folk who will want a daughter-in-law like her. At that moment, an angry roar erupted from behind. Kai Jinhua, do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Kai Jinhua felt awkward, but dared not linger, bolting away. Chapter 22. The Song of Yun Jiao was aware that Kai Jinhua was speaking ill of her once again. Since the last incident where she did not receive any fruit, her resentment towards Yun Jiao had notably intensified. However, Yun Jiao was not one to let another's malice affect her mood. In her hand, she held a marble, and Yun Xiao, who had already established himself as the leader among the children of Bailong village, followed by a throng of eager little followers wherever he went. Yun Jiao either accompanied them to the beach or played with her brothers, leaving her no time to attend to Kai Jinhua. Jiao, come here. The glass marbles are quite fun. You should join us. Yun Xiaowu called out, watching her brother crouched on the ground, his bottom raised as he played marbles. She shook her head in refusal. No, she was a little creature who cherished cleanliness. Come on, just give it a try. Yun Xiaowu insisted, pressing a marble into her hand. Yun Jiao squatted down, determined not to mimic her brother's posture. Use this one to hit the marbles over there. If you hit one, it's yours. Yun Jiao glanced at the red glass marble in her hand and gently tossed it. Splash! Wow, you hit it. That went far. Her brothers erupted in a chorus of praise. A smile crept onto Yun Jiao's lips. Her eyes sparkled beautifully, especially when she smiled, curving into crescent moons that were irresistibly charming. The surrounding boys couldn't help but steal glances at her, envious of Yin Xiaowu and his brothers for having such a lovely sister. Keep going, Jiao. After playing marbles for a while, Yin Jiao grew bored. She longed to go to the sea. Brother, I want to go to the sea. Yin Xiaowu replied, that is not possible. Father and the older brothers are busy building the house, and we can't go to the sea without them watching. Yun Jiao pouted, visibly disheartened. When she was unhappy, her brows would droop, her large, watery eyes shimmered, and her mouth formed a small frown, exuding a sense of pity and grievance that tugged at her brothers' hearts. Let us go find mother and aunt. They are heading to the beach to gather seafood for the family. Although we can't go into the sea, we can play by the shore. All right, that is all we can do. Yun Xiaowu and the others abandoned their beloved marbles, calling out to their sister and friends before departing. A few girls nearby watched enviously. Yun Xiaowu and the others are so kind to Yun Jiao. In truth, Yun Jiao was not the only girl in the village receiving familial affection. She merely stood out. As an adopted daughter, all her brothers doted on her, and the elders indulged her as well. Without comparisons, there would be no harm. Those children who were not favored at home looked upon her with longing. Oof. What is so impressive about that? She'll have to marry eventually, Yin Zhao Di thought maliciously. Perhaps Yin Xiao Wu's family treats her so well because they see her as a pretty commodity. After all, my older sister was sold off under the guise of marriage. And even though Yin Zhao Di was young, she understood the true nature of the situation. What nonsense are you spouting? Be careful. If they hear you, you'll be in trouble, scolded Yin Zhao Di's third sister. Yin Zhao Di rolled her eyes in response. Humph, let us wait and see. Meanwhile, Yin Jiao sneezed. What is wrong, Jiao Jiao? You're not coming down with a cold, are you? Her brothers were instantly concerned. A cold could be quite unpleasant, requiring painful injections and the consumption of distasteful medicine. Yin Jiao sniffled and shook her head. I'm not sick. Let us hurry and find mother. Indeed, Shen Yunlian and Wang Mei were on their way to the beach, and upon hearing that the children wished to join, they did not object. Grandfather, where's the boat? Yun Jiao scampered to Yun Lao Yi. Following closely behind him, her delicate face tilted up as she asked sweetly. She had not forgotten that Yun Lao Yi had mentioned buying a boat. Yun Lao Yi was skillfully using a wheelbarrow to move sand. Yun Jiao nodded happily, her two little braids swaying with her movements. With a boat, they could venture out to sea, and she would insist on going. Jiao Jiao is leaving. We're heading to the beach now. Yun Jiao quickly bid farewell to her grandfather and scurried towards her brothers. Yin Xiao Wu took her hand. He even hummed a tune he had recently learned. Little Ma, Little Erlang, carrying a school bag to school. This song was played daily over the loudspeaker at school, and the entire village could hear it. The lyrics were catchy and easy to remember, so all the children had learned it. Yin Jiao hopped along beside her brother, quietly singing, carrying a school bag to school. Wow. Yin Jiao mimicked wow. The sudden exclamation from Yin Xiao Wu earned him a playful reprimand. Stop it, I got it. I should curse. Shen Yunlian frowned. Yin Xiao Wu, how many times have I told you? You must not use foul language in front of your sister. Yin Jiao looked at Shen Yunlian with innocent eyes. No, just now my sister was singing. Mother, you must listen. She sings beautifully. It was a beauty that was indescribable, far surpassing the singing on the loudspeaker at school. Hence, he couldn't help but exclaim, Jiao Jiao, sing for us. Yin Xiao Wu urged, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yin Jiao began. The sun shines brightly, the flowers smile at me. The little birds say good morning. Why do you carry a little school bag? At this moment, not only Yin Xiao Wu but also Shen Yunlian, Wang Mei, and several other boys from the Yun family stood in awe. Typically, children of Yin Jiao's age had voices that were quite similar, and while they often found her speech more melodious than others, they never expected her singing to possess such an enchanting quality. It was ethereal and gentle, reminiscent of a tranquil sea under the warm sun. How lovely! Wang Mei couldn't help but praise. Yin Xiao Wu held his chin high, as if the song were his own creation. Of course, just look at who her brother is. Yin Jiao continued to hum her song. Mermaids could shed tears that turned into pearls, and their songs could weave dreams, creating illusions that ensnared the mind. Although Yun Jiao was now human and had lost the ability to cry pearls, her tears, when shed, fell like individual pearls strung together, shining brilliantly under the sun. While her singing no longer held the power to weave illusions, she possessed a voice that many envied. Such was the divine providence of fate. Yet she was still young, her voice still soft and tender, not fully matured. As they traversed, the audience, having heard one song, craved more. This was somewhat addictive. Yun Jiao sang another song, but when asked to continue, she folded her little arms, pouting and turning her back to her brothers. She made it clear that she was upset and did not wish to sing. Chapter 23. Encountering the sea turtle, Shen Yunlian gave her son another light smack. If you want to sing, do it yourself. Jiao Jiao's voice is delicate, and if she strains it, I'll 1T let you off easily. Wang Mei placed her hands on her hips. You lot are acting like lords. Stop dawdling and start digging. Instantly, the group of boys scattered, beginning to dig in the sand. Wang Mei handed Yun Jiao a small bucket and a tiny wooden shovel, custom-made for her. Go play, Jiao Jiao. Can I go into the sea? She eagerly inquired, her eyes glimmering with excitement as she gazed at the water. Yun Jiao had already learned to swim and was quite adept. No, you cannot. Clearly, the two adults forbade her from taking risks. Children should not play in the sea. A wave could sweep them away, which is quite frightening. Jiao turned away, displeased by this admonition. She squatted down, poking at the sand with her little shovel. Her expression slightly sulky, resembling a puffy, inflated pufferfish. Wang Mei couldn't help but ruffle her fluffy little head. Jiao, you're such a good girl, so adorable. In response, Jiao intensified her sand-poking efforts. Crack! She struck something. Peering into her tiny hand, she uncovered a beautiful stone, blue and quite lovely. In the small bucket, they changed direction and continued to poke. This time, a sand clam was extracted. Oh, it went straight into the mouth. Jiao, what are you eating again? Jiao bit down, and Xiao Wu rushed over to dig the sand clam out from her mouth. Why do you have such a craving? You shove everything into your mouth. Jiao pursed her lips and glared at him. Silly, at least you should pry open the shell first. But there is quite a bit of sand inside this clam. Won't it hurt your teeth? Jiao nodded. It doesn't taste good. Not nearly as delicious as the scallops from the sea. Her eyes suddenly brightened. There was also a green crab weighing about 3 tails. Sea urchin. Sea urchin. Where's the sea urchin? Jiao heard a strange sound. She glanced at the sea surface, her deep blue-black eyes capable of seeing far and clearly. Consequently, she spotted a large sea turtle swimming towards them. Sister, come quickly. I think I see a sea urchin over there. Xiao Wu took her small hand and walked towards the rocky beach on the opposite side. Indeed, there it was. A black, spiny sea urchin was stuck in the crevices of the rocks. Xiao Wu hesitated to pick it up with his hands, fearing the painful sting of its spines. He used fire tongs to extract the sea urchin. Jiao, you can play nearby while I open the sea urchin, but don't run into the sea. Jiao nodded, pointing at the snails clinging to the rocks. 5 brother, spicy snail. Xiao Wu took out scissors from the water bucket and began to snip at the sea urchin's spines. Following the direction of Jiao's finger, he saw, to his surprise, a dense cluster of snails on the rocks, some of considerable size. The spicy snail, a small brown shellfish, appeared quite hard and earned its name for its slight spiciness when consumed. He had been so focused on the sea urchin that he hadn't noticed them. That area is a bit steep. Jiao, don't go over there. Wait for me to finish with the sea urchin, and then I'll come. He trimmed the sharp spines off the sea urchin and opened its shell, revealing the fresh yellow roe inside. Here, you can eat this. Jiao received the sea urchin, and Xiao Wu suddenly pulled out a wooden spoon from his pocket. 5 brother, you are well prepared. She sat on a clean rock, using the spoon to scoop out the sea urchin. Like a monkey, Xiao Wu dashed over to the rock where the spicy snails were and began to collect the larger ones into the bucket with a clattering sound. Jiao glanced at him, then focused on eating the sea urchin, casting a glance at a large sea turtle peeking out from behind the rocks, looking rather sneaky. Come here. The large sea turtle stared at Jiao for a few seconds before slowly moving closer to her. Its head and tail were longer than her, and its shell was larger than a foot basin, covered in barnacles. Would you like me to help you remove those barnacles? The turtle's shell was quite hard, serving as its best protective shield. While barnacles growing on the shell would pose an immediate threat to their lives, if they proliferated, it would be akin to the turtle carrying a burden while swimming in the sea, which could harm its shell. In fact, many creatures in the ocean, including massive whales, suffer from barnacle infestations. The sea turtle seemed to understand Jiao's words and nodded, lacking a suitable tool to remove the barnacles. She rummaged through her brother's bucket and retrieved a shovel. It was a bit too large for her, meant for Xiao Wu to dig sand. She aimed the shovel at the barnacles and began to pry them off. I'll remove the barnacles for you, but you must catch fish for me. Jiao chatted with the turtle, something delicious. The sea turtle remained quiet. Suddenly, a furry head popped out from behind the turtle, 2 big eyes gazing at him. Xiao Wu rushed over. What? Where did this large sea turtle come from? Jiao replied innocently, from the sea. Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but fell silent under her bright gaze. He thought to himself that his sister was also brought here by the turtle. Jiao, what are you doing? Jiao raised the shovel, removing barnacles. Xiao Wu rolled up his sleeves. I'll help. Together, they cleaned the barnacles off the turtle's shell. Xiao Wu patted the turtle's shell. All right, I wonder if you're the same sea turtle from years ago. To humans, sea turtles of different species often appear quite similar, making them difficult to distinguish. The turtle nudged its head against Jiao's hand and then moved towards the sea. following the incoming tide. Yin Xiao Wu stood by the shore, watching for a while. If only we knew where the sea turtles laid their eggs. Sea turtles cannot be eaten, but their eggs are quite a delicacy and highly nutritious. Yun Jiao tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. Let us go. Yun Jiao shook her head in refusal. We must wait. The sea turtle promised to bring her something. She held Yin Xiao Wu's hand and suddenly noticed a small mound on the beach not far away. She walked over and poked it with her finger. It was a cat's eye snail. Chapter 24. Blood clam. The meat of the cat's eye snail, which was much larger than its shell, was exposed and shrank back into the shell when startled. Yun Jiao pinched the meat, causing it to squirt more water. It looked so tender. Yin Xiao Wu immediately knew what she was thinking. You can't eat that. Yun Jiao glanced at him, turned her back, and remained silent. Yet, she soon cheered up again. All right. This cat's eye snail was quite large. Yin Xiao Jiao and the others also came running over. Jiao, Phi brother. What are you doing here? Mother asked us to watch you and make sure you don't go into the sea. We didn't go. We found some spicy snails over here. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the sea, and everyone turned to look. Yin Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight, Yay! It's that large sea turtle. Yin Xiao Lu chimed in, What a big turtle. Yin Xiao Qi asked, Brother, do you know that sea turtle? Zun Xiao Ba et Galim. Wow, it's swimming towards us. Yin Xiao Jiao shouted, Turtle. The sea turtle, unfazed by the presence of humans, approached them with something in its mouth. When Yin Xiao Wu discerned what it was, he exclaimed, Run. That sea turtle is bringing a jellyfish as a reward. With that, he scooped up Yin Jiao and took off. The sea turtle looked on, its beady eyes following the fleeing Yin Jiao, seemingly aggrieved. Didn't you ask me to bring something delicious? Yin Jiao struggled with her short legs. Brother, put me down. That's a gift from the large sea turtle. Jellyfish can also be eaten. She had tasted it before. It was crunchy and bouncy, a delightful snack for mermaids. What are you talking about? Father said that thing is poisonous. If you get stung by a jellyfish's tentacles, it will hurt a lot and can even be deadly. Get rid of that thing. If you want to repay the favor, at least bring up a fish. Standing at a distance, Yin Xiao Wu pointed at the sea turtle. Yin Jiao was fuming. Phi brother, can't we eat that? If it's poisonous, why is the sea turtle fine? Why does it want to catch jellyfish? She bombarded him with questions. I don't know, don't ask me. The sea turtle gazed in Yin Jiao's direction, as if questioning whether she still wanted to eat. With tears in her eyes, Yin Jiao replied, I can't eat it. Brother 1T let me. Seeing her distress, Yin Xiao Wu hurried to comfort her. Jiao, let us eat something else. We want to eat that. The sea turtle asked, then can I eat it? It lowered its head and swallowed the jellyfish in a few bites. Yin Jiao was even more upset. I want scallops, I want large fish. If she couldn't have jellyfish, she would settle for scallops, fish, or sea snails. Yin Xiao Wu and the others scratched their heads. Jiao, are you talking to it? Yin Jiao nodded. It can't understand. How could animals possibly understand our words? Yin Jiao's innocent tone was quite resolute. It can understand. The sea turtle had already turned back towards the ocean. Don't go. She still wanted to wait for food. Jiao, let us return another time. Yin Jiao glanced towards her mother. It's still early. Mother and aunt are still digging. Yin Xiao Qi, present. Go tell mother and aunt that we are here collecting from the sea and will not wander off. Understood. Yin Xiao Qi playfully saluted, then dashed towards Shen Yunlian and Wang Mei. Mother and aunt instructed us to keep an eye on Jiao. Yin Jiao pouted discontentedly, wondering why they were focusing on her. Let us go. Let us explore over there. Accompanied by Yin Jiao, they shifted their position towards the mudflats. The mudflats of the bay are extensive, and many people are out here gathering from the sea. Brother, I spotted a blue crab. Yin Jiao ran behind them, scanning the area for treasures. Her eyesight was significantly sharper than that of an ordinary person. Soon, she discovered a flower crab nestled in the crevices of the rocks. Fifth brother, there's a flower crab over there. Yin Xiao Wu immediately followed the direction of her finger, using a pair of tongs to pry around the rocks. And indeed, a flower crab with its claws raised emerged. Not bad. It weighs about 3 tails. Yin Jiao exclaimed, a cat's eye snail. She found another cat's eye snail, which lay buried in the sand, forming a small mound. It appeared that there was another shell over there. Let's take a look. The conch washed ashore by the tide. Its white exterior was quite beautiful. However, upon picking it up, they discovered it was an empty shell, devoid of any meat. Yun Jiao shook the shell, which was larger than her hand, There's something inside. Yin Xiao Wu took the shell, gave it a vigorous shake, and several tiny tentacles emerged. They did not discard the conch shell. It was quite lovely, and Yun Jiao cherished it. With such good fortune and keen eyesight, Jiao had already found numerous items in a short time. Point us in another direction, and let us continue our search. Yin Jiao closed her eyes and randomly pointed. The brothers genuinely followed her lead towards that direction. A few minutes later, they exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so many clams. Why do they look so different from the ones we usually eat?" Yin Xiao Wu quickly jumped into the small puddle. "Silly, these are blood clams. Blood clams differ from ordinary clams. Their meat is red, resembling blood. These are quite valuable." A whole batch of blood clams. Some of the blood clams had their shells slightly open, revealing tender, red flesh. They looked delicious, as per Yun Jiao's assessment. Excitedly, they collected the blood clams. And Yun Jiao stretched out her little arm to grab one. Then, with her back to her brothers, she secretly pried it open and tasted the meat. Delicious. However, she only ate one, saving the rest to sell for money. Jiao, did you sneak a taste of something? Yun Jiao shook her head, resolutely denying it. Your mouth isn't clean. Yun Jiao wiped her mouth and continued to gaze innocently at her brother with her big eyes. Shaking her head, I didn't sneak a taste. Oh, why do you enjoy eating raw seafood so much? Some have a strong, fishy taste, yet you manage to eat them. They collected about 2 gene of blood clams and, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, urged, Jiao, point us to another direction. Let us keep searching. Yin Jiao turned in place and pointed, over there. This time, following her finger, they searched for a long time but found nothing of note. Instead, Yin Jiao was using her small shovel to poke around and stumbled upon a shell. A moon shell. It was the size of her palm, appearing quite plump, with a pale purple interior and a crescent-shaped white exterior. This shell was rather beautiful. It was a moon shell. Is there more? Yun Jiao focused on the inconspicuous small holes in the sand, which were nearly invisible unless closely examined. She took her small shovel and poked again. This time, she dug much deeper, but still only found another moon shell. Look, Chapter 25, A Fight. Yin Xiao Wu and the others were excited. Could this be another cluster of moon shells? Regardless, let us dig. Moon shells are buried quite deep in the sand, and sometimes while digging, one can easily lose their sense of direction. Indeed, there were moon shells here, but they were scattered rather than clustered. While Yin Xiao Wu and the others searched for holes, Yin Jiao had already unearthed 3 large moon shells. Ultimately, they discovered 8 moon shells. As they passed the beach where they had previously encountered the sea turtle, they found that the turtle had returned. Yin Jiao rushed over. Turtle, what did you bring? The sea turtle submerged its head in the water, retrieved something, and tossed it over. Yin Jiao picked it up. It was a shell or a snail, but a large, bright yellow fish. A big yellow croaker. The renowned big yellow croaker. And it was such a sizable one that a sea turtle had brought it to them. Fresh too. Yin Xiao Wu examined the fish, his face lighting up with joy. What a pity there is only this one. But it's so large, probably around 5 gene. Big yellow croakers usually swim in schools and are not cheap, priced at 4 yuan per gene. If they could net a whole school, they would strike it rich. Sea turtle, you are a grateful creature. I misjudged you. Yin Xiao Wu joyfully kissed the smooth head of the sea turtle. The sea turtle submerged its head in the water and twisted around. Yin Xiao Wu was obviously rejected. This time, the sea turtle truly departed. Yet as it swam away, it turned its neck to glance back at Yun Jiao several times. Yun Jiao waved. Once we have a boat, I will visit you again. The turtle is a useful creature. It's wise to maintain a good relationship. The sea turtle vanished beneath the waves. They had once again collected valuable treasures, with the most precious being the big yellow croaker, even though it was a gift from the sea turtle. Upon returning to where Shan Yunlian and the others were gathering from the sea, they realized the area was quite lively. They could vaguely hear someone excitedly speaking. Mother, what is happening over there? Shan Yunlian said enviously. Someone found a big yellow croaker washed ashore, weighing 2 gene. Currently, big yellow croakers are 4 yuan per gene, so that's worth 8 yuan. Yin Xiao Wu beamed with pride. What did I say? It turns out it's just a 2 gene big yellow croaker. Shen Yunlian shot him a glare. What are you talking about? Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Xiao Wu placed a bucket in front of them, revealing a truly large yellow croaker inside. It was indeed very large, larger than any they had seen before. Shen Yunlian and Wang Mei's eyes nearly bulged out. Just a moment ago, they had envied someone else's good fortune in finding a big yellow croaker, and now, in the next moment, her son appeared with such a large fish in front of her. It felt like a dream. Shen Yunlian even pinched herself to confirm. This isn't a dream at all. Quickly, cover the bucket with your clothes. Shen Yunlian directly took off her son's shirt to cover the bucket. It was hot, and there were many boys running around shirtless, especially near the sea. She wasn't too worried about him catching a chill. Isn't this a good thing? Why hide it? He wanted to show off. What do you know? One should not flaunt wealth. Our family is already building a house and soon buying a boat, which is enough to attract attention. If it becomes known that we were fortunate enough to catch such a large yellow croaker, there will always be envious eyes watching. And it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. They returned home and discovered not only the big yellow croaker, but also around 2 gene of blood clams. Your luck is extraordinary, Yun Xiao Jiao exclaimed. The big fish was given to us by the turtle. They animatedly recounted the tale of the sea turtle delivering the fish. There was even a jellyfish before. A jellyfish? You didn't get too close, did you? That thing could be poisonous. No, Wang Mei said. First, let us take the fish to sell, and you all can play at home. Wait a moment. Shen Yunlian pulled out the 8 moon shells. Let us keep these at home for dinner. The way her daughter eyed them was simply too pitiful. Their family couldn't afford to eat yellow croaker right now, but these shells could still be saved. Wang Mei also noticed Yun Jiao's pitiful little expression and couldn't help but chuckle. In the future, if we manage to catch a substantial number of yellow croakers, we shall undoubtedly reserve a few for ourselves. The child has endured hardships. Yun Jiao is easily satisfied, and being able to savor those few moon clams is quite delightful. Excellent. Let us keep one of these as well. At this point, Yun Jiao was thoroughly content. Shen Yunlian and Yun Anai were preparing a meal at home, while Wang Mei took the seafood to sell. Once the adults were preoccupied, Yun Xiao Wu and the others immediately pulled Yun Jiao outside. Staying indoors would be unbearable. How dull it would be. Let us go. We shall play marbles. His skills in playing marbles had significantly improved, and this time he was determined to impress all his friends. However, misfortune struck as they encountered Yun Zhuang and his cousin, who were not on friendly terms with them. Yun Zhuang had previously feared Yun Xiao Wu and his friends due to having been beaten, but emboldened by his cousin's presence. He dared to provoke them. With a physique that appeared quite robust and several years older than Yun Xiao Wu, he taunted Yun Xiao Wu. Yun Xiao Lu, you're mere followers. I'll buy glass marbles and you buy them too. How shameless of you. Just because you have glass marbles, does that mean we cannot play? Yun Zhuang, are you looking for a fight? Yun Zhuang hid behind his cousin, speaking aggressively. You think I fear you? Look, this is my cousin. He is the Golden Horned King. His cousin glared fiercely at Yun Xiao Wu and the others. Huh, you're the Golden Horned King? I am the great sage equal to heaven. Amidst the escalating argument, it was unclear how a fight broke out. Yun Zhuang's cousin was several years older and larger than Yun Xiao Wu, placing Yun Xiao Wu at a disadvantage when fighting alone. But as fate would have it, he had many brothers. Although Yun Xiao Lu was usually rather lethargic, seeing his brother getting beaten, he charged in, and the 2 brothers together began to pummel Yun Zhuang's cousin. Yun Xiaoqi and Yun Xiaoba also rushed to assist. Upon witnessing Yun Zhuang picking up a stone to throw at her brother, Yun Jiao was instantly infuriated. She dashed over and leapt, delivering a resounding slap to Yun Zhuang's face. Stunned, he exclaimed, "You little brat, how dare you hit me?" Yun Jiao followed up with another slap. Yun Xiao Jiao charged in and headbutt Yun Zhuang in the stomach, knocking him over. The 2 children then proceeded to beat him soundly. Chapter 26. Buying a boat. Yun Jiao bared her teeth, wanting a bite. But the person was filthy, and it was unclear how long it had been since they last bathed. Disgusted, she opted to slap him instead. I will tell my mother on you. Yun Jiao kicked him, coward. Yun Xiao Jiao chimed in. Only good for threatening to tell your parents, you useless waste. In the end, both Yun Zhuang and his cousin fled in disgrace. Yun Xiao Jiao immediately reported, 5th brother, when you were fighting. Yun Zhuang tried to hit you with a stone. Enraged, Yun Xiao Wu declared, that little rascal, if I see him again, I will beat him so badly his mother won't recognize him. This outing, instead of enjoying playing marbles, had been spoiled by Yun Zhuang's antics. On their way home, their faces were long and sullen. Even more infuriating was that Kai Jinhua and her sister, who was Yun Zhuang's mother, came over to cause a scene. Look at what your child has done to our sons. Why can't you teach your children better? And your little brat dared to slap my son. Hand her over so I can teach her a lesson. Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei turned, each grabbing a broom and preparing to retaliate. Our child is well behaved. Gai Xinhu, did you eat excrement? How dare you come here to teach my Jiao a lesson? You should first teach your own son properly. Yin Xiao Wu charged forward, mother. Aunt, Yin Zhuang wanted to hit me on the head with a stone. It was only because my sister saw it that she hit him. Yin Xiaoqi added, mother. Yin Zhuang called his cousin to beat us and wouldn't let us play with glass marbles. If it weren't for our numbers, we would have suffered greatly. Consequently, the two women became even more fervent in their scuffle, shameless, trying to hit others with stones, and now playing the victim. Since you cannot educate your child, we adults will deal with you. Kai Jinhua and her sister were driven away. You madmen, just wait, I want to let this go. Kai Jinhua threatened as she left. But no one took her words to heart. Is Jiao hurt? Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei checked the children thoroughly, relieved to confirm that no one was injured. Yin and I also stepped outside. That Kai Jinhua is becoming increasingly shameless. The way she raises her child will surely lead to trouble. Treating her daughter like a slave and indulging her son to such an extent, she rushes to create chaos whenever Yun Zhuang does something wrong. Yet our Jiao is well behaved. We do not seek trouble, nor do we fear it. Yin Jiao nodded and I, it smells so good. Yin Xiao Wu, go call your grandfather and the others. Understood. In this year, food was precious, and no family in the village would provide 3 meals a day. When the family gathered together, they commenced their meal. Yun and I placed a garlic moon clam into Yun Jiao's bowl. Thank you, and I. The moon clam was steamed, and the garlic and chili had been mixed and placed atop before steaming, yielding tender and delicious meat. Although the garlic and chili were not abundant, they were sufficient to enhance the flavor. If unrestricted, Yun Jiao could consume dozens by herself. Regrettably, there weren't enough in total. Today at the beach, Jiao and Yun Xiao Wu had collected a large yellow croaker, weighing 5 jin and 2 yang. She had never seen such a large fish before, along with some blood clams, and their family had made 34 yuan and 90 cents today. Upon hearing this news, the family was filled with joy. Yun and I remarked, tomorrow we shall go to see the boat, and if all goes well, we will buy it. Our family's fortunes will surely improve. Hearing this, Yun Jiao looked up and sweetly pleaded, Father, I want to go too. Children, you will learn without a teacher. All right, tomorrow Jiao shall go with father. They intended to purchase a second-hand wooden boat and had previously communicated with the owner, so upon arrival, they were directly taken to see the boat. Although the wooden boat was somewhat old, it had been well maintained and was free of damage. 8 meters long, 320 yuan was definitely a fair price. Yun Lin Hai examined the boat. He needed to see it for himself to feel assured. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao had already climbed inside the boat. The fishy smell of fish mixed with the salty scent of the sea was somewhat unpleasant. An 8-meter-long wooden boat was indeed quite large. The boat was sound, but they still needed to negotiate the price. Ultimately, they settled on 310 yuan. Could you throw in a fishing rod? Yun Jiao pointed at the fishing rod in the corner, which was essentially made of bamboo with fishing line and hooks attached. At this time, they had yet to sell professional fishing rods. Most were homemade. However, few ventured out to fish. They primarily caught fish or set traps. Take it. It hasn't been used much. Thank you. Yun Jiao graciously expressed her gratitude, her voice soft and melodic, pleasing the uncle who gave her the fishing rod. When she received the rod, Yun Jiao felt it was somewhat heavy, but she had no trouble carrying it. At this moment, her father was excitedly rubbing his hands together. Their family would finally have a boat of their own. Boarding the vessel, he began to row. Yin and I had grown up by the sea. Although they had never owned a boat, they frequently worked on others' boats and naturally knew how to operate it. Soon, their newly purchased boat was gliding across the water. Jiao, sit tight, we are heading out to sea. One could hear the joy in his voice. The village where they bought the boat was adjacent to Bailong village, making the distance not too far, but they still had to row for a while. Yun Jiao sat steadily on the boat, a small, delicate figure, busily fiddling with her fishing rod. She had threaded a few sun-dried shrimp onto the hook, a little snack prepared by her mother for fishing. The baited hook was cast into the vast ocean, and Yun Jiao gazed at the endless sea, yearning to jump in, though she refrained from doing so for fear of worrying her father. Compared to the ocean, their small fishing boat seemed insignificant. As the wooden vessel glided slowly over the water, suddenly, a strong tug jolted her fishing rod, nearly pulling her into the sea. Quick to react, Jiao heaved the line, successfully bringing up a black sea bream weighing about 2 pounds, a common catch in these waters, typically selling for a modest price. The exchange of a single dried shrimp for such a sizable fish left her quite satisfied. She tossed the fish aside, then rummaged through her remaining dried shrimp, discovering only 12 left. Chapter 27. The rewards of fishing with a rinky-dink rod. Did Jiao enjoy the sea? Indeed she did. Her father promised to take her to the nearby islands for a day of beachcombing when time allowed. He hesitated to take her out fishing for fear that the lengthy trips might be too much for her. With a hopeful glance, she asked, "Can we go tomorrow, Papa?" She longed to go, but be careful not to lean too close to the edge of the boat. You might fall in, he cautioned. I know, she replied, just as her fishing rod twitched again. This time, it was a stone fish, weighing over a pound, a small catch. Bring it on. She was quick to catch fish, throwing them back into the sea shortly after. However, only the common black bream and stone fish were biting, and 2 attempts ended in failure as the bait was taken without a hookup. Lin Hai glanced at her intermittently, either watching her fish or noting her lack of success. He reassured her, don't be disheartened, the boat is moving, which might scare the fish away. Jiao tilted her head, no, that's not it. He mistakenly thought she was denying her disappointment. She tossed the fish to the other side, cleverly obstructed from Lin Hai's view by some ropes. On her 9th attempt, the pull was stronger than before. Jiao's little face scrunched up in concentration as she struggled to hold on. Papa, big fish. She called for help. She was still small and not very strong, but she dreamed of catching enormous fish when she grew up. Lin Hai quickly turned, abandoning the oars to take the rod from her hands, fearing she might be pulled overboard. Upon taking the rod, he was astonished. This fish was indeed substantial. The bamboo pole bent under the strain as Jiao leaned over the edge to peer down. Come here, don't lean too close, her father warned. Look, Papa, a sea bass. She pointed at the fish now out of the water. Lin Hai's eyes sparkled with delight. This sea bass must weigh 6 pounds. Although 6 pounds wasn't overly heavy, the struggle of sea fish in salt water made them challenging to reel in. Finally, he managed to pull the fish aboard. My daughter is amazing. You caught this big one. However, he soon realized there were more fish. Staring at the small pile of half-dead fish he had set aside, he was left speechless. When did you catch all these? His voice trembled with disbelief. It hadn't been long, and he had failed to notice her success. With such a flimsy fishing rod, and the boat still in motion, he had never believed she could land a catch. To his astonishment, the real fool was himself. No. How did you catch them? The fish that excited Lin Hai made him forget to steady the boat, and he squatted beside his daughter eagerly. Let me catch one too. Jiao handed him a dried shrimp. Here you go, Papa. The thrill of fishing was akin to opening a mystery box. One could never predict what might bite. Lin Hai first filled a bucket with seawater from the boat and placed the fish Jiao had caught inside to keep them lively. Now, let's see what I can catch, he said, sitting beside Jiao on the deck, both filled with anticipation. After a while, the rod remained still, and Jiao nibbled on a shrimp. Just as Lin Hai began to question his luck, the rod suddenly twitched. It's here. Let's see what it is. A barracuda. Papa, let me have it. Jiao reached out her small hand, with only one shrimp remaining, having eaten the rest. Let me help you catch more, he said, resolute. Fishing sometimes relied on luck. Skillfully, she attached a dried shrimp to the hook and cast it out. The rod soon showed signs of action, and this time she reeled in a squid weighing 4 ounces. Not a bad catch, but not enough to discourage her. Papa, let's cut it. She pointed at the squid. Understanding her request, Lin Hai asked, would you like to continue fishing? Jiao nodded eagerly. All right, I'll cut it for you. Lacking a knife, he used a piece of jagged rock to slice the squid. Jiao, holding the wriggling squid tentacle, rebaited her hook. Perhaps the allure of live bait drew the fish, as it wasn't long before she felt a strong tug again, straining to keep her grip. Seeing this, Lin Hai quickly took the rod from her. Whoa, it's a silver pomfret. This must weigh 3 pounds. His astonishment was justified. Typically, silver pomfrets did not exceed 1 pound. How long has this fish been swimming around? Only be caught by our little Jiao. His broad smile could not be contained. Jiao, let me have a next turn. His eagerness was palpable. When it was his turn again, he failed to hook a fish, as the cunning creature devoured the bait and escaped. I'll get it next time. I refuse to believe this. On his next attempt, he caught a wolf fish. It's a wolf fish. Jiao Jiao, stand back. With fierce temperament and sharp teeth, the wolf fish snapped at the air once on board. Yin Lin Hai swiftly kicked it back into the cabin. This one must weigh 5 or 6 pounds. Yun Jiao's eyes sparkled with determination. Papa, I want to fish too. Yin Lin Hai scratched his head sheepishly. Fishing was indeed addictive. All right, here's the rod. In less than a minute, Yun Jiao called for help again. Papa, big fish. Once more, they pulled up a wolf fish, this one weighing at least 10 pounds. The rod bent dangerously, and Yun Lin Hai feared it might break. Thankfully, the rod held firm, and the struggling wolf fish was heaved onto the deck. As it landed, the fierce creature wriggled free from the hook, lunging at Yun Jiao with its sharp jaws. Yin Lin Hai's expression shifted. Jiao Jiao, get away. With a swift action, Yin Lin Hai rushed her aside, kicking the wolf fish back into the cabin and checking to ensure she was unharmed. Are you all right? Did it bite you? His daughter, tender and delicate, would surely be injured by a bite. Yun Jiao shook her head. No, I'm fine. She was still lively and unharmed. Upon realizing she was indeed safe, Yin Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Our Jiao Jiao is truly remarkable. Yun Jiao's bright eyes sparkled as she slightly lifted her chin to accept her father's praise. Father, let's go fishing, she insisted, eager to continue. All right, Jiao Jiao, you carry on. I'll be right here watching you. Yun Jiao nodded and, with her fishing rod in hand, continued her pursuit with great enthusiasm. Soon, she caught another sea wolf. One after another, the fish that followed were all sea wolves, prompting Yin Lin Hai to curiously lean over the edge of the boat to gaze into the sea. Could it be that a school of sea wolves is passing through our area? He exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. What a pity we don't have a net aboard. Without a net, they could only continue fishing patiently. Yet each time Yun Jiao reeled in a sea wolf weighing no less than 5 pounds, his regret deepened. It felt akin to having a fortune fall into his lap and failing to seize it. After about half an hour, they finally caught something other than a sea wolf. With the bait exhausted, Yin Lin Hai calculated that they had caught around 20 sea wolves, estimating their total weight to be over 100 pounds. Goodness, did my daughter just earn $50 with that fishing rod? Suddenly, Yun Jiao approached Yin Lin Hai with a broken fishing rod. Her little lips pouted in displeasure. Realization dawned on Yin Lin Hai. His daughter had managed to catch so many fish with that flimsy rod before it broke. He inspected the rod, discovering it was made of solid bamboo and quite well crafted. No wonder it had lasted so long. It felt somewhat heavy in hand. Could it be that my dear Jiao possesses an extraordinary strength? He pondered. I'll make you a new one soon, but finding solid bamboo is no easy task, and poorly crafted ones cannot withstand such hefty fish. Meanwhile, at home, the family anxiously scanned the horizon from the dock. The more they thought, the more fear crept in, their faces turning pale. Old Master Yun fretted. Had I known, I would have gone along. Lin Hai has never been this unreliable before. Just as despair began to settle in, a silhouette of a wooden boat appeared in their line of sight. Look over there. Is that them? Though still distant, they recognized their loved one silhouettes all too well, especially for Shun Yun Lian, who, upon seeing them approach, covered her mouth, overwhelmed with joy. The whole family rushed forward. On the boat, Yin Lin Hai and Yun Jiao spotted them too and immediately waved. Father, mother, Xiao Yin. Yin Lin Hai's voice boomed, carried by the sea breeze to the ears of those on shore. The surrounding crowd rejoiced, having initially feared something had gone awry. After the initial excitement, Old Master Yun began to scold, wishing he could chase after and chastise his son as he did in his youth. When the small boat docked, Yin Lin Hai, grinning broadly, carried Yun Jiao off the boat, only to be met not with a warm welcome, but with a good scolding, particularly from his father, who, despite his age, struck with surprising strength. Yun Jiao was whisked away by Yun Nai. Shun Yun Lian, unable to restrain her emotions, lightly tapped his arm with reddened eyes. Yin Lin Hai then realized just how long they had lingered at sea and felt a pang of guilt, opting to huddle down and endure the reprimand. Shun Yun Lian, feeling pity, urged, Father, don't hit him anymore. He realizes his mistake. Old Master Yun huffed, finally taking his time to put on his shoes. Father, I was wrong. I lost track of time while fishing with Jiao Jiao. Yun Jiao, held by Yun Nai, nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, feeling a bit scared but determined not to let her father be reprimanded further. Fishing? Clearly, no one at home blamed her, Instead, they comforted her, fearing she was frightened. Yes, father, you have no idea how many fish Jiao caught with just one rod. Yin Lin Hai led them back to the boat. Upon opening the cabin, he was momentarily stunned by the wriggling sea wolves within. Wait, didn't you go to buy a boat? How did you catch so many fish? Did Jiao catch them? This sounded utterly unbelievable. Such large sea wolves struggled fiercely in the water, requiring considerable effort even for adults to haul them in. First, let us collect the fish and send them to a wong, Yin Lin Hai instructed. After all the commotion, although the sea wolves remained alive, their vitality had diminished. The seasoned fishers in the family quickly scooped up the fish. There are some other fish here too, Yin Lin Hai said, fetching a bucket. The sea wolves, being aggressive, would attack other fish, so he had previously placed the fish Yun Jiao caught into a separate bucket. What a great start for us. Such a good omen. With so many sizable sea wolves, they must have encountered a school of them. Lin Hai, did you get lucky? You bought a boat and stumbled upon a school of sea wolves, but that doesn't seem right. With a school of fish, surely there should be more than just a handful. Although these sea wolves were quite large, their number was disappointingly few. Junlinai chuckled. No. We caught them using fishing rods. Fishing rods? The crowd gasped in astonishment. You truly caught all these with fishing rods? What kind of fishing rod can catch so many big fish? Indeed, we used a fishing rod and squid as bait. It was pure luck. Make way. Let us take the fish to sell. A Wong's purchasing spot was not far, and the fish were still lively when they arrived. A Wong's eyes lit up upon seeing the catch. Such large sea wolves. Uncle, your luck is incredible. Old Master Yun beamed with pride. Let us hurry up and weigh them. 21 sea wolves weighed in at 130 pounds. Chapter 29. Encountering the sea turtle at the current price of sea wolves at 50 cents per pound, just these sea wolves would net them $65.50. Adding in other fish, Old Master Yun decided to keep 3 black bream, each over 3 pounds. With many mouths to feed at home and having hired help to build a house, the black bream, being affordable and meaty, would serve well for meals. Other than the 3 black bream, they also sold the remaining fish for $8.50. Today, they made a total of $74. The Yun family was elated, as this surpassed the earnings of most dedicated fishermen. Typically, those fishing close to shore would only earn $20 to $30 a day. Even those who had bad luck might catch only a few insignificant small fish or shrimp, which would hardly fetch a decent price. Thus, they felt quite fortunate, evoking envy from many. Living by the sea, most people worshipped Ma Zhu. In Bai Long village, they revered both Ma Zhu and the dragon god. Naturally, upon purchasing a boat, they would pay their respects, seeking safe voyages and prosperous fishing. Everyone was in agreement about this. Upon returning home, the 2 women wasted no time, immediately preparing scissors and red paper. Yun Jiao watched intently. They were merely cutting the red paper into square shapes and writing the character for fortune on them. They had done this during the new year, and last year, Yun Jiao had used a brush dipped in ink, with her third brother guiding her small hand to write a chubby character for fortune. Now, Yun Jiao was once again guided by her third brother, holding the brush to inscribe the character on the meticulously cut red paper. This time, her writing was significantly improved, yet it still bore a charmingly plump appearance. All right, tomorrow we will paste this character on the boat. The family was filled with joy, but clearly, their plans to affix the character the following day would be thwarted. A typhoon arose that night. Such small-scale typhoons did not greatly affect the lives of coastal villagers, but poor weather would make fishing unsuitable the next day. However, these typhoons often brought about high tides, leading to a bustling beach the following morning. Let us go to bed early. We'll rise early to gather at the beach. Inside the house, pots and pans were placed under leaking spots as heavy rain fell outside, creating a rhythmic patter within. Will our new house be finished? In the warmth of their blankets, Yun Xiao Wu and a few others whispered softly. Yun Jiao, caught in the midst of them, gradually closed her eyes. The following day, before dawn had broken, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness and rain, yet they hurriedly rose. Yun Jiao joined them. Jiao, sleep a little longer. The adults were eager to rise early for fishing, not intending to take the little ones along. Yun Jiao shook her head, rubbing her sleepy eyes with her chubby hands. Her voice soft yet resolute. I want to go too. The scent of the morning tide was rich. For her, the slightly damp environment was just perfect. Wait, we want to go together. All right, let us hurry. The previous day, as typhoon had surely brought in plenty of treasures from the sea. The family hastily made their way to the shore, encountering other early risers along the way. All of them lived by the sea and were well aware of the situation, eager not to miss out on the chance to gather something valuable. Let us spread out and search. Yin Xiaowu said, Jiao Jiao, stay with me. Be careful. Don't take your sister to crowded places and don't get too close to the sea. In such crowded areas, competition was fierce. Even a single fish could lead to a scuffle. Where shall we go? Yin Xiaowu recalled that Yun Jiao had previously pointed out fruitful spots, gazing at her eagerly. Yun Jiao tilted her head and, under the hopeful eyes of her brothers, pointed in a direction. Let us go onward. The typhoon had indeed brought in a bounty, and they found plenty of small fish and shrimp along the way. Wow, what a huge conch! There's more over here. These ones were as large as their palms. A patch of conchs lay on the beach. At that moment, the sky was still somewhat dim, and there were not many people. They quickly began gathering with their bags. Keep quiet, don't alert the others. Yun Jiao stood on the sand, rolling up her pants, and soon squatted down to pick up a large conch. Besides conchs, there were other types of shells too, such as cat's eye and flower snails, including the particularly beautiful chinchou snail. The chinchou snail was white, adorned with serrated edges, and its shell was much more attractive than ordinary conchs. Yun Jiao collected 5 of them on her own. This must fill a whole bag, right? It should weigh over 100 jin. However, the weight of the shells was significantly greater than that of the meat. Yet they sold for a much higher price than ordinary fish. Let us keep looking. Thankfully, we brought bags today. These conchs must be worth quite a sum. They continued their search happily, dragging their bags filled with conchs. Although it was somewhat cumbersome, none of them minded, unwilling to leave just yet. This time, Yun Jiao, with her short legs, led the way. Soon, her sharp eyes spotted something golden moving among the waves near the shore. Her eyes lit up, and she dashed toward it. Jiao Jiao. Her brothers hurried to catch up. Wow, is that a big yellow croaker? There are 3, quick grab them. Yun Jiao was the first to pounce, catching one of the yellow croakers. The others quickly seized the other 2. Though their clothes got wet, they were thrilled with their catch. These 3 yellow croakers, while not as large as the one the sea turtle had gifted them, still weighed around 5 or 6 jin in total. Glistening with moisture, the siblings laughed joyfully. Yun Jiao's hair was damp, sticking to her chubby little face, yet it did not diminish her exquisite charm. Jiao Jiao, you're amazing. You spotted them from so far away. Flattered, Yun Jiao felt as if she could wag a tail. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the sea, and Yun Jiao looked up. Her brothers thought she had discovered another treasure. A turtle. At that moment, Yin Xiaowu and the others also noticed the large creature surfacing from the waves. It was a sea turtle. The turtle crawled over the waves toward Yun Jiao, nudging her hand with its head. It seemed to know about a massive fish. Yun Jiao's eyes sparkled. Where? The turtle returned to the water, signaling for Yun Jiao to follow. She glanced at her brothers. The turtle wants me to go with it. She was indeed eager to venture into the sea. No, the brothers firmly rejected, even holding Yun Jiao tightly, eyeing the turtle with suspicion, as if it were a smuggler attempting to abduct their sister. The turtle seemed bewildered by their reaction. Chapter 30. The stranded orca. Although Yun Jiao longed to enter the sea, she understood that her family would certainly worry. Being so young, she realized she could not make such decisions alone. Why couldn't she just grow up instantly? Eventually, the turtle swam in the shallows, leading Yun Jiao and her brothers along. They soon discovered a stranded orca. How desperately did they wish for this orca to become a sumptuous meal? As they approached, the orca flicked its tail and let out a couple of soft cries. The orca, black and white, was massive. Even though it was a juvenile, it appeared quite substantial lying on the beach. Having never seen an orca before, Yun Xiaowu and the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. Such a large fish. Even if all the adults came, they might not be able to lift it. Yun Jiao approached the orca and poked its head with her finger. Its skin was cool and smooth. What brings you here? The orca's small eyes brightened, playfully flicking its tail and calling out to Yun Jiao. Simultaneously, a tender voice echoed in Yun Jiao's mind. Cute, human, adorable. This one is the cutest. Yun Jiao thought. This orca is a bit too excited. She gently stroked its head. The large turtle watched eagerly, hoping they would take the orca with them. Orcas had a notorious reputation at home for being troublemakers. Many sea creatures suffered at their hands. Encountering them was akin to a stroke of bad luck. Even if they didn't eat, they would playfully poke and prod. The turtle was one of the orca's victims, having been playfully nudged by them in the water. No wonder the turtle was so keen to guide them here. Unfortunately, its hopes might not be realized. Yin Xiao Wu dashed off to summon Yin father and Yin uncle. Dad, look at this massive fish. How much do you think it's worth? Upon seeing it, Yin Lin Hai and Yin Lin, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is an orca. Worthless. It's not even edible. The meat of these creatures is toxic, and they are quite intelligent and vengeful. They operate in groups. If we were to kill this one, we could forget about having peaceful outings at sea in the future. However, this creature poses no harm to humans and can even scare away sharks. As long as we do not provoke them, they are beneficial. In short, this creature is unsellable. What a pity for such a large one. No one knew how long it had been stranded, but the orca remained lively, wriggling its body and seeking to nuzzle Yin Jiao. Human, let me touch you. Speak more. It sounds lovely. Yin Jiao replied, are you cursing? Lovely, lovely. While Yin Lin Hai and the others quickly began digging in the sand. The sea turtle looked on in astonishment. What is going on? Aren't we catching fish? Look at the size of this one. The turtle felt despondent, wishing it could shed tears at that moment. Orca, ing. Human, pay no heed to that unsightly turtle. Look at me, look at me. Lying immobile upon the sandy shore cannot quench its fervent desire for attention. The turtle may be ugly, but I am beautiful, and humans adore me. The orca's vocabulary may be limited, yet it manages to convey its thoughts with clarity, competing fiercely for affection. The sea turtle, incensed, slaps the sand with its flipper, feeling aggrieved that this charming human was discovered by it first. Seizing the opportunity to move, the turtle crawls over to Yin Jiao, thrusting its head into her embrace. In the tussle for affection, the orca exclaims, I shall have my mother teach you a lesson. The turtle retorts, I shall not leave. I will remain here with the little human. Yin Jiao, busy tending to this and that, finds herself overwhelmed. Please, no quarrels. Your commotion gives me a headache. What a colossal sea turtle. It seems they all hold great affection for Jiao. Yin Lin, he observes the interaction between the turtle and the orca, feeling both proud and intrigued. This reminds him of the earlier conversation about the turtle gifting a yellow croaker. Is it true that it was this turtle that gave the yellow croaker? His voice rises in excitement, and Yin Lin Hai joins him. What? That yellow croaker was gifted by this turtle? Yin Xiao Wu rushes over, nodding vigorously. This turtle adores Jiao, and it gifted such a large yellow croaker. By the way, father, we were quite fortunate today, having found 3 yellow croakers. What? Why did you not mention this sooner? There are many more shells as well. Yin Lin Hai glances at the haul, feeling a tinge of envy for his sons and daughter. Although a typhoon raged last night, most of what washed ashore were merely inconsequential small fish and shrimp. A few fortunate souls may have encountered larger or more valuable fish, but those instances were rare. Should word of their bounty spread, envy would surely arise. A hefty sack of shells and 3 yellow croakers. Thankfully, they're not far from the sea, and digging isn't particularly arduous. The tide occasionally rushes in, and after excavating a modest trench, the incoming tide becomes deeper. They attempt to reposition the orca, turning its head toward the sea's surface. It proves to be a Herculean task. This creature is indeed heavy, over a ton, perhaps. Unable to budge it, they decide to summon more help. Yin Xiao Wu is once again tasked with gathering assistance. While they struggle to push the orca, it continues to seek conversation with Yin Jiao, resulting in a curious situation where Yin Lin Hai and the others push with all their might towards the sea, while the oblivious orca twists in the opposite direction. Chapter 31. The Language of Discontent. Human, listen to me. I can catch fish too, even large ones. Yin Lin, he muses, is it merely my imagination, or does it seem to be moving inward? Yin Lin Hai, panting heavily, responds, no, surely not. It cannot be that foolish. Even though Yin Jiao is young, she finds herself at a loss for words at the orca's antics. She gently pats its head. The orca exclaims, I felt your touch. How delightful. Yin Jiao, somewhat displeased, taps it lightly again, wondering if proper communication is even possible. Looking up, she sees a whole pod of orcas. They must be part of this orca's family. The group, exhausted and breathless, feels a surge of excitement at the sight of the orca pod. After all, these magnificent creatures typically inhabit the deep sea, making their presence near the shore a rare sight. Yin Xiaoqi and the others are even more exhilarated. Wow, such a massive fish. Indeed, it is immense. A large orca could easily carry 2 people on its back. Yin Xiaowu also brings along some villagers. Some are familiar with orcas, while others are not. Having heard tales of their enormous size, a crowd gathers, regardless of their initial intentions. Mother, is it really such a large fish? I thought the tuna I saw at the dock was big, but this one must weigh a ton. Can it be eaten? How did such a big wave bring it ashore? Witnessing this stranded creature is already astonishing, but upon seeing the pod in the water, their eyes widen even further. Good heavens! Mazu above, that fish is nearly the size of a boat. Most of the orcas are adults, some comparable in size to a 7 or 8 meter wooden vessel, with others even larger. While the onlookers may not understand the orca's calls, to Yun Jiao's ears, they sound like a cacophony, and when translated into human language, their words are quite vulgar. You little brat, how many times have I told you not to venture too close to the shore? Did you think my words were mere whispers? When you come down, you'll see how I punish you. Many people are attempting to rescue the orca. Does that little brat not want to return to the sea? Humans are good, while whales are bad. That little one is in for a beating. Sister, I shall help you teach it a lesson, so that even its father wouldn't recognize it. The noise is overwhelming. In a fit of frustration, Yun Jiao puffs her cheeks and, in a moment of exasperation, slaps the little orca. Human, you touch me again? Do it again. The little orca chirps. Yun Jiao evades, finding this creature rather bothersome. Amidst their collective efforts, a large wave rushes in, flooding the man-made trench with seawater, allowing the orca to swim freely. Then, aided by the crowd, is pushed back into the sea. Once in the water, the orca swims with greater ease, yet it does not depart. Gazing longingly at the shore, Yun Jiao pretends not to hear its words, although she is tempted to join it in the sea. She does not wish to worry her family. Meanwhile, the little orca lingers, reluctant to leave, while those on shore point and discuss its behavior. What? Is it unwilling to depart? Perhaps it is expressing gratitude? Oh, this grand fish possesses quite a spirit. The village chief addresses the crowd. In the future, it is best not to attack such creatures. They do not consume humans, but be cautious. They hold grudges. Killing one orca may provoke a whole pod. As you have seen, the size of those large orcas is considerable. Should they collide with our boat, it could easily capsize. Upon hearing this, everyone nods in agreement. It is wise to keep a safe distance from such formidable creatures. Indeed, if they were to collide with a boat, the orca's sheer size is daunting, and capsizing would spell disaster. Meanwhile, the orca pod is chastising the little one with an array of reprimands. For those unaware of the context, it appears they share a strong bond. However, Yun Jiao, in the know, realizes that the orca pod is urging the little one to leave this area. Only when the orcas are no longer visible do the onlookers begin to disperse. Oh dear, whose bag of seashells is this? It is quite large. In a moment of carelessness, a villager with no sense of boundaries opens the bag meant for collecting shells. The sight is astonishing. This must be worth a significant sum. Where did you find this? Yin Lin Hai and the others quickly retrieve the bag, grinning sheepishly. What luck, what luck? He refrains from mentioning that it was the children who collected it. What treasures are in that bucket? Yin Lin, he swiftly conceals the bucket behind him. Nothing much. Just some ordinary seafood. Why so stingy? I only wish to take a look. I won't take anything. Yin Xiaowu interjects. Aunt Feng Wan. How much money does your family have? Why do you ask that? Just tell me. How could I disclose that to you? Hey, you little rascal. Yin Xiaowu dashes away. Yin Lin Hai and Yun Lin, he exchange glances and hastily gather their belongings to make their escape. However, the sea turtle, being a creature of the ocean rather than land, finds it difficult to crawl due to its flippers being designed for swimming. Yun Jiao turns to face it, engaging in a silent stare down. The slow, deliberate voice of the turtle resonates in Yun Jiao's mind. Fearful. Fearful of what? Of that pod of orcas, of course. Yun Jiao pokes its head with her finger. What a timid creature. Yet you expect us to capture orcas. The turtle meets her gaze with innocent eyes, as if it believes humans consume fish and mistakenly thinks orcas are on the menu. The turtle nods. Let us hide for a few days. But we have nothing at home to feed you. Such a large sea turtle indeed cannot be accommodated in any container we have at home. Sister, what are you doing? Yun Jiao pointed at the sea turtle. It wants to leave with us. Yin Xiao Jiu exclaimed, Turtle. Yin Xiao Wu waved his hand. Let us keep it. He stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling. While others have cats and dogs, we have such a magnificent sea turtle. It's simply imposing. If only that orca could be kept as well. Yun Jiao, with her innocent tone, earnestly countered, "No way, it would leave us impoverished." Yin Xiaowu immediately nodded in agreement. "You're right. How much food would it need each day? What about it? Does it eat a lot?" Yun Jiao furrowed her brows in contemplation. "Perhaps we should forego keeping it? It would certainly compete with us for food." Chapter 32. The sea turtle as a pet. The sea turtle quickly asserted, "I can hunt for myself." "Excellent. It can manage its own meals." Yun Jiao, with a beaming smile, suggested to her brothers, "Let us take it with us every day when we go to the sea." How could there be such a large sea turtle? Earlier, when the crowd arrived, the turtle had hidden behind the rocks. But now it hurried out as Yun Jiao and her companions prepared to leave. Some people who had not yet departed caught sight of Yun Jiao and the giant sea turtle. Yun Xiaowu nearly lifted his chin to the sky, declaring, "From today onwards, this sea turtle will be our pet." "A pet? Where we keep it? Does this turtle even listen to you?" "To show off." Yun Xiaowu immediately pulled his sister out. "Jiao Jiao, show them how you walk with it." Yun Jiao complied, her short legs waddling slowly forward. The sea turtle, using its flippers, indeed followed her. The onlookers were astonished. Yun Jiao's brothers raised their chins even higher. "See? This sea turtle truly adores my sister. It's obedient." The surrounding crowd, intrigued, urged Yun Jiao to take a few more steps. Although the turtle moved slowly, it genuinely followed behind her. How marvelous! Could it truly recognize individuals? "Does it follow you?" Yin Xiaowu and the others shook their heads. "No, this sea turtle only follows my sister." "Do you know this turtle?" They had previously cleaned barnacles off its shell. "Why does it follow your sister?" Yin Xiaowu confidently replied, "Perhaps it's because my sister smells nice. Jiao Jiao is so beautiful that even animals have discerning tastes." "Don't flatter too much. It must be hungry." Yin Xiaowu quickly added, "This turtle is quite slow. Shall we carry it along?" Despite its size, compared to the orca, it was manageable for the brothers to lift. Yun Nai was cooking when she came out and was immediately astonished. "Hey, this sea turtle wants to follow us." In reality, it was keen to follow Yun Jiao. Yun Laotai circled the turtle, stating, "We cannot eat this sea turtle. At least people from Bailong village do not consume sea turtles." The turtle not only has the legend of the turtle prime minister, but also symbolizes longevity in the collective consciousness. Long-lived turtles are considered to possess spirit. They fish and hunt out of necessity, but the ancestral wisdom teaches us not to kill indiscriminately or provoke sentient beings lightly. "We won't eat it. Do we have a large basin? We could keep it." Yin Jiao skillfully searched for some dried shrimp, munching on it as she scampered over. Anai had scared. Yin Anai looked puzzled at the turtle, which remained calm and stable inside the house. "Scared of what?" Yun Jiao glanced at the turtle, extending a tender, chubby hand with a shrimp, which the turtle accepted without hesitation. Watching it eat, she chattered on, "If you eat this, you must return a larger one to me." Yun Xiaowu scratched his head, "Huh? Wasn't it leading us to rescue that orca?" In that moment, observing the scene, they could only interpret it as a mutual aid among marine creatures, even fabricating a tale of profound camaraderie. Yun Jiao animatedly gestured. The orca loves to play, enjoying to nudge the turtle in circles. "All right, we understand now," Yun Xiaowu and the others replied. "Wait, how do you know that?" Yun Jiao fell silent, gazing innocently at them. With her pitiful expression, no one dared to inquire further. Yun Jiao's face lit up with joy, her chubby cheeks glowing like porcelain, her round eyes transforming into crescent moons, appearing irresistibly soft. Yin Xiaowu could not resist and pinched his adorable sister's cheek. So sweet. On the other side, Yin Xiaolu also reached out, slowly poking Yun Jiao's plump cheek, creating a small dent. "I want to pinch too. Why is your face so soft, sister?" The other brothers joined in. Yin Jiao quickly covered her face and dashed away. "No way. When my brothers pinch, it takes forever." Before she turned 1 year old and could not resist, her brothers loved to touch her little face, her chubby hands, and pudgy feet, leaving her cheeks glistening with drool. "Not anymore." Yin Anai cheerfully called out, "Don't run too far. Today we have cooked some snail meat." Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao turned and ran towards Yun Anai. Anai, her soft, sweet voice was irresistible. Yun Anai, unable to resist, picked Yun Jiao up. "Cool, me. Let's have a taste of the food." Yun Jiao happily wiggled her little legs. "Put me down. I can walk by myself." Yin Laotai, being of age, found her weight quite considerable, and holding her for too long became tiring. Once placed down, she scurried after Yun Lao Tai like a tail. Yun Lao Tai brought out a basin filled with cooked snails. These are from the smaller ones you pick from that sack. Enjoy. She handed a small sea snail to Yun Jiao and placed a dish of dipping sauce in front of her. This sauce, crafted by Yun Lao Tai, complemented any dish they cooked, enhancing the already delicious seafood flavors. Yun Jiao adored a nice dipping sauce. Brothers, have a taste. Yun Xiao Wu and the others declined. There's so little meat. If we eat it all, you won't have any left. Enjoy it yourself. We can eat when it's mealtime. The brothers of the Yun family felt no jealousy towards Yun Jiao getting to enjoy the delicious food first. Although the elders favored Yun Jiao, they too had experienced favoritism in their childhood. It was a part of growing up, given that family resources were limited, and elders could only afford to be a bit more indulgent with the younger ones. Moreover, Yun Jiao treated her brothers well in return. Yun Lin Hai presented the earnings from selling sea snails and large yellowfish to Yun Lao Tai. Chapter 33. Caught a snake. Jiao and her brothers had great fortune. The 3 large yellowfish weighed a total of 7 jin, and the price of the sea snails was also quite substantial, totaling 96 yuan. Gazing at the 9 bills, smiles lit up everyone's faces. The recent typhoon had brought many things. Not only our family, but I also heard that someone found a sizable mouse grouper. A mouse grouper? That could fetch a high price. Additionally, other families caught large yellowfish, but just one. I heard there was a scuffle over that fish and, ultimately, it was snatched away by Kai Jinhua. Wang Mei, upon hearing this, scoffed. No wonder Kai Jinhua was so boastful today, saying some nonsensical things. Claiming her Yun Zhuang is the real lucky charm. After dinner, the rest of the family finally noticed the large sea turtle. The turtle remained calm, lounging in a large wooden basin filled with seawater that barely covered its shell. However, it seemed utterly unconcerned, resting peacefully in the basin. Manga, how do we manage to catch such a large sea turtle? Wang Mei, while tidying up the empty bowls, was startled upon entering the backyard. It was the same enormous yellow fish that she had brought home earlier. As she spoke, Old Lady Yun found some small fish and inexpensive shrimp that she had collected today and offered them to the turtle, which opened its mouth and began to eat happily. Wang Mei muttered, "Can we really afford to keep such a large sea turtle? No witties." Jiao said she would take it with her to the sea to find food whenever she goes beachcombing. Grandma Yin replied, "I don't know, but let the children play." After dinner, the adults resumed their tasks, while Yun Xiao Wu took several younger siblings and Yun Jiao to the mountains. "We're not going to the seaside anymore. Let's head to the mountains instead. I wonder if the guava tree we found last time has ripened." "Understood," replied Yun Xiao Wu, along with his brothers Yun Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba, who each carried baskets of varying sizes. Yun Xiao Jiao and Yun Jiao carried 2 small bamboo baskets. The siblings and their sister cheerfully made their way up the mountain. "Wait, look at this flower." Yun Jiao followed her brother's gaze and saw a very ordinary wild purple flower. "Hold on, I will make Jiao a flower crown." He quickly found a thin vine and measured a circle around Yun Jiao's head, then began to wrap it around. The others realized what he was doing and joined in, searching for beautiful wildflowers to embellish it. A splendid, colorful flower crown was soon crafted. Yun Xiao Wu placed it atop Yun Jiao's head. "It looks lovely. My sister must have what others have." Regardless of where they lived, the young girl always cherished beauty, unable to afford pretty hair clips and ties. The crafty girls adored weaving flower crowns to adorn their heads while in the mountains. Although Yun Jiao had never done this before, she couldn't resist her brother's delight in her charming appearance. "My sister is the most beautiful in the entire Bailong village." The others nodded in agreement. Yun Jiao touched the flower crown on her head and asked, "Can the flowers on this crown be eaten?" "No, I spotted some thunder greens. Let us hurry over." After the heavy rain and thunder yesterday, they must be thriving. The group rushed over and gathered a basketful. "We are quite lucky. Thunder greens are delicious yet hard to find. They only grow after thunderstorms." Yun Xiao Wu said, "There's a dried tree over there. I'll go chop it down." Jiao, don't wander off." Yun Jiao replied, "Okay, I'll look around to see if I can find any mushrooms." In unison, her brothers warned, "No raw mushrooms in your mouth. You're so annoying. I just want to taste it," she pouted. While her brothers chopped wood, Yun Jiao poked around with a small stick. She indeed found some mushrooms, specifically the renowned delicious wild morels. The caps of the morels were a dark brown, resembling a small pointed hat. with a surface covered in uneven pits like the texture of a sheep's stomach, while the stems were white. Not only were they edible, but they could also fetch a good price. However, Jiao was more interested in eating than selling. She placed the basket at her feet, squatted down, and began to pick them. There's a small patch here. Just then, a thick black snake, about the size of 3 fingers, slithered down from a tree behind her. It crept closer, raising its neck to bite her. Feeling a chill on her back, Jiao's instinct from her past life kicked in. She swiftly turned and grabbed the snake's head, smashing it onto the ground with lightning speed. Not waiting for the snake to react, she grabbed its tail and slammed it against a nearby rock. With a thud, blood splattered, and the snake's head was crushed. The snake seemed to be mortally wounded, but its body continued to writhe. What happened? Hearing the commotion, Xiao Wu and the others rushed over, their faces paling at the sight of such a thick snake near Jiao. Xiao Wu scooped Jiao up in his arms. Did it bite you? Jiao shook her head. No. Were you scared? She replied. The one who should be scared is the snake. It's already dead. It's a water snake. Xiao Qi picked up the deformed snake's head and felt reassured. You're amazing. You killed such a big snake. Jiao simply stood there, looking delicate and innocent, completely unlike someone capable of killing a snake. The contrast was stark. Yet, she was indeed the one who had killed it. So fierce. It must weigh too, Jean. What a lovely thought. You should let Grandma handle it first. They only had 2 laying hens at home, and their grandmother cherished them dearly. If only we could find a wild chicken. What a fanciful wish. It's impossible. We can't be that lucky. Jiao, did you find morels? Jiao nodded, proudly showing them the small basket, her voice soft and slightly smug. So many. Chapter 34. Wild chicken. Jiao's luck was undeniable. Perhaps they would indeed encounter a wild chicken today. Not only was she fortunate, but she was also impressive. Which young girl could kill such a large snake? With every praise, Jiao's smile broadened. Let us leave the firewood here and go pick guavas. Xiao Lu said, I remember there's a wild mulberry tree ahead. Let's go find it. Xiao Wu scoffed. No way. Those mulberries are too sour for anyone but you. When Jiao was 2 years old, you picked those mulberries for her, and she drooled all over her shirt. Jiao recalled that incident. She was curious to taste everything. After all, there are no fruit trees by the sea, and she was most intrigued by edible plants and fruits. However, the mulberries were so sour that they had made her scrunch her face, and she couldn't control the drool. The thought of it now made her mouth water. Of course, her brother who had fed her the mulberries also received a good scolding. Wild mulberries are tiny and sour, and just the scent made her mouth water uncontrollably. Jiao, with a poor memory of past lessons, spotted a red mulberry and popped it into her mouth. Instantly, her pretty little face scrunched up in response to the sourness. Why are you still eating? Xiao Wu quickly took the mulberry from her mouth. Jiao took some time to recover before murmuring. That one looked so red. It seemed tastier than the others. Her brothers exchanged exasperated glances at her incessant greed. Let us move quickly. If we linger, we'll be overwhelmed by the smell. Eventually, they arrived beneath the guava tree. Xiao Wu rolled up his sleeves and climbed the tree. This is our secret base. Thankfully, no one else has discovered it. The area was somewhat secluded, with the guava tree growing among thickets, surrounded by thorny vines. It was unclear how Xiao Wu and his brothers had managed to navigate there. Here, Jiao. He picked 2 guavas and handed one to Jiao. The guava, also known as fan shurgua, resembled a small gourd, feeling soft to the touch. Xiao Wu could easily break it open with his bare hands, revealing its beautifully colored flesh. The fruit was red, delicious, and sweet, one of the locals' favorites. The only downside was the abundance of seeds, making it necessary to spit them out while eating. Delicious. Jiao enjoyed eating them, but sometimes she carelessly swallowed seeds. If it's tasty, let us pick more. Seeing her brothers adeptly climbing the tree, she wanted to give it a try. However, before she could begin climbing, they noticed her and quickly halted her. Jiao, stay down here, don't come up. Reluctantly, she replied, okay. Spotting another edible wild vegetable nearby, she decided to pick that instead, emptying her basket onto Jiao's basket on the ground, careful not to jostle the morels. As she rummaged through the underbrush, Jiao suddenly locked eyes with a wild chicken hidden within the foliage. In a flash, her reflexes outpaced her thoughts, and she swiftly covered the creature with the basket she was holding, which contained foraged greens. The wild chicken squawked and flapped in panic. while Yun Jiao watched in astonishment as several more wild chickens burst forth from the nearby thicket, one of which was strikingly vibrant in plumage, a rooster, while the others were rather drab, short-tailed hens. To her dismay, they had missed an opportunity to catch so many wild chickens, realizing too late that these nimble birds could fly and run swiftly. Even as Yin Xiaowu and the others hurried down from the trees upon hearing the commotion, they failed to capture a single one, filled with regret as they watched the birds escape, akin to missing out on a fortune. Soon, they followed the sound of the wild chickens' calls and discovered Yun Jiao, who was now kneeling with her disheveled hair and a smudge on her fair, youthful face. Yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, the wild chickens," she exclaimed, her worry that the one trapped in the basket might escape evident as she leaned protectively over it. Instantly, her brother's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Let me try to catch it." They clamored, pushing and shoving to be the first to reach Yun Jiao and seize the wild chicken for themselves. Amidst the playful chaos, Yun Xiaoqi, who had been knocked down, pounded the ground in frustration. "Fifth brother, you're too much." Unfazed, Yun Xiaowu pushed his own brother aside and ultimately managed to capture the wild chicken, laughing heartily at his success amidst its frantic squawking. "How fortunate we are! Our dragon and phoenix soup is secured, and this chicken is quite plump," he declared, though it paled in comparison to domesticated chickens, especially the hens, which were only slightly larger than pigeons. It was a pity that so many had escaped earlier. "Oh no, the wild chicken eggs are broken," Yun Jiao exclaimed, discovering that some eggs had been crushed beneath the basket during the struggle. Yin Xiaowu's eyes lit up at the prospect of finding more. With so many wild chickens around, there must be more eggs nearby. Their search yielded fruit. Yin Xiaolu jubilantly announced, "I found a wild chicken nest with 5 eggs." "I found 3, chimed in Yun Jiao. And soon they had gathered a total of 15 wild chicken eggs, their spirits soaring at their unexpected bounty from their venture into the mountains. Carrying firewood, wild greens, a snake, and a wild chicken, they descended the mountain, the lively wild chicken clucking incessantly. Yin Xiaowu nodded. "We could have caught even more, but alas, the rest flew away." Their luck was indeed remarkable. They had not only gathered firewood, but also captured a wild chicken. The envy of those they encountered was mild, as a single wild chicken was hardly a cause for jealousy. Though provisions were scarce, seafood from the coast remained a staple, and wild chicken was a welcomed addition, especially after indulging in an abundance of seafood. However, with a family as large as theirs, the meat from one wild chicken would yield only a modest broth for everyone. As they recounted their missed opportunity to catch a whole flock, they noted, "If we had gone into the mountains together today, perhaps we too would have caught one." To this, Yin Xiaowu silently mused that they had no desire to venture into the mountains with them. Although they enjoyed showing off, they were prudent enough to keep the snake concealed. Upon returning home, they found the door locked, with their grandmother away. Yin Xiaowu tossed the firewood at the door. "Keep an eye on things. I'll fetch the key from grandfather." The elder was busy at the new house, and the others, including Grandma Yun, were likely occupied with work, as country folk seldom had leisure time. While Yin Xiaolu and the others played marbles at the doorstep, Yun Jiao sat on a stone, cradling the 15 wild chicken eggs, her delicate hands curiously holding one up to the sky. "What are you looking at, Jiao Jiao?" Yin Xiaowu inquired. She turned slightly, her porcelain-like face glowing with excitement. "Brother, there's a little wild chicken inside this egg." "Really?" Her brothers, abandoning their game, gathered around her, eager to see. "Let me look. Let me look. Don't crowd," they urged, mimicking Yin Jiao's actions. "I can't see anything." "I think I see something," Yin Xiaoqi suggested. "Let us get a flashlight to check. Grandma used to do that with our chicken eggs." After entering the house, the children quickly retrieved a flashlight, huddling together to examine the egg under the light. "Look, there really is something. Lots of blood vessels. Is that the heart? It's still beating," they exclaimed. Ultimately, among the 15 eggs, they discerned life in only 3. "Quick, let us take these 3 wild chicken eggs to the coop, and let our hens help incubate them," Yun Jiao urged. "What if our hens don't want to?" Came a worried response. "We'll just try," she insisted, trailing behind her brothers as they hurried to the chicken coop. Inside, they found 2 nests fashioned from discarded baskets filled with straw where the hens would lay their eggs. One hen was still sitting in a nest, visibly agitated at the sudden attention. "Is she laying an egg?" Yin Xiaowu wondered as they crouched behind the hen, curious to observe. "What's going on here?" "Run away," the hen squawked. Yin Xiao Wu grabbed Yin Jiao and bolted, but her short legs couldn't keep up, leaving her suspended in the air as her brothers each held one of her arms, her feet dangling. Let her go. Grandma Yin scolded. What if you hurt her? Yin Xiao Wu, undeterred, replied, No worries, I loved playing like this when I was little. It's fun, right, Jiao Jiao? You're not running in sync. She pouted, finding the experience less enjoyable due to their lack of coordination. Embarrassed, the brothers scratched their heads in silence. It's all your fault for being too slow. Yin Xiao Wu retorted. No, you were just too fast. Yin Xiao Lu countered, each blaming the other. Brother, the wild chicken eggs. Yin Jiao reminded, prompting Yin Xiao Qi to pull them out. Grandma, we found several wild chicken eggs, and these 3 have little wild chickens inside. We plan to let our hens help incubate them. Grandma Yin examined the eggs and confirmed, indeed, there are tiny chicks inside these 3. Please give it to me. I will take it over to try. Just in time, the hen at home is brooding. However, the eggs it laid cannot be hatched. So these 3 wild chicken eggs can be tested instead. Nonetheless, 3 is too few. She examined the other eggs and discovered 3 indistinguishable fertilized ones, which she decided to take as well. The children watched in astonishment as only 9 wild chicken eggs remained, which were insufficient for the family. I will search for more eggs in the next couple of days to let the hen incubate them together. There are only 2 hens left at home, and she has always wanted to raise a few more. The children followed Granny Yun, observing her deftly rummaging through the hen sitting in the nest, extracting a warm egg from beneath its belly. The hen seemed anxious as it watched her take the egg, clucking incessantly. Once outside the coop, they chattered excitedly about what they had found in the mountains that day. Upon mentioning a snake, Granny Yun hurriedly checked Yun Jiao, nervously asking if she had been bitten. Yun Jiao stood quietly as she was inspected, obediently shaking her head when asked. No, it was just a black snake, and her sister was fine. She even bravely smashed the snake's head. Soon, Granny Yin saw the snake and wild chicken they had caught. The younger ones clamored for dragon and phoenix soup. Yin Jiao also gazed with wide eyes, eagerly watching her. Granny Yin held up the wild chicken, saying, All right, today I will make you dragon and phoenix soup. That's wonderful. The children cheered in delight. Yun Jiao and Yun Xiao Jiao helped to boil water, while Yun Xiao Jiao tended to the fire, and Yun Jiao sat leisurely on a small stool, slowly nibbling on guava. Feeling a bit hot, she shuffled her stool a little further away. Yin Xiao Wu and the others went to process the wild chicken and snake. Yun Jiao peeked out, her mouth smeared with bits of guava flesh and juice. Granny, I want to sell it. I'm eating it myself. In Yun Jiao's heart, now that there was money to build a house and the family had bought a boat, they were more willing to keep some tasty food. As for saving money to buy other things, that could be done gradually, with a house and a boat. There was no hurry, although having a small boat made her desire a larger one. Yin Xiao Wu and the others looked at Granny Yin. Granny, my sister wants to eat. Yin Xiao Lu was the first to speak, staring at the morels. Yin Jiao shot him a glare. He clearly wanted to eat too. However, her small and delicate expression made it look more like she was being coy. Granny Yun chuckled and patted their heads. You all are quite greedy. Fine. Let us save the morels and cook them in the dragon and phoenix soup. It will be incredibly delicious and nourishing. Their family had suffered too much in the past, and the few boys had grown dark and thin. Nourishing their bodies was a good idea. Granny Yun busied herself in the kitchen, as she was accustomed to the work here, and soon the meal was ready. The neighboring children were clamoring for chicken meat. It smells so good. Mother, what did you cook today? I smell chicken. Yin Xiao Qi proudly lifted his chin. Today we went to the mountains and caught a big snake and a wild chicken, both caught by my sister. Yin Xiao Ba and Yin Xiao Jiao nodded in agreement, staring at the fragrant dragon and phoenix soup on the table. Yes. Yin Jiao was also tempted, but she sat patiently with her small bowl and wooden spoon, only starting to eat once everyone was at the table. Jiao Jiao, eat more. Yin De Ge helped her with a generous serving of meat. The snake meat was tender, though there were quite a few bones, requiring careful chewing. Did Jiao encounter the snake? Were you all right? What were you all doing? Everyone was concerned about whether Yun Jiao had been bitten by the snake. She was still so small, and if it were a venomous snake, it would be disastrous. It was a black snake. It's not poisonous, so that's good. How could Jiao have been bitten? She was quite capable. She even smashed the snake's head. Yun Jiao, with greasy lips, explained, I smashed its head against a rock. She wasn't strong enough yet. The adults laughed at her. Our Jiao can catch snakes. How is that not impressive? Yun Jiao found no fault with their words. Her little legs swayed happily. Granny Yun was thinking about incubating the eggs, so after the meal, she strolled into the village. The two women at home sat at the door making fishing nets, as the family had bought a boat and would need the nets. The men continued to work on the new house, striving to complete it soon so the family could move into the new home. Yun Jiao wandered behind Granny Yun and soon arrived at a household, knocking on the door. The one who answered was an elderly woman about the same age as Granny Yun. Chuifan, do you have any eggs for hatching chicks? Yun Jiao peeked out from behind Granny Yun. Hello, Wei Nai. The elder, seeing Yun Jiao, smiled widely. Good, Jiao Jiao has come. Come in and sit. You want to hatch chicks? I have some, but only 10. That's enough. After receiving the eggs, Wu Ainai also handed Yun Jiao a handful of raw peanuts. Thank you, Wu Ainai. Yun Jiao sweetly expressed her gratitude and then found a small stool to sit beside her, diligently peeling the peanuts. She had experience. She knew that Granny would not be leaving anytime soon. Every time she visited others, no matter the purpose, familiar faces would typically chat for a while before parting. Yindia is getting married the day after tomorrow. Who from your family will go to the feast? I will go. The men at home are all busy. That Kai Jinhua is really something. Her daughter is not even married yet, and she is already eagerly spreading the news that her second daughter is more beautiful than the first and capable. To marry her second daughter, one must pay 200 yuan as a bride price. Granny Yun frowned. Isn't she selling her daughter? Those girls are all raised thin, with hardly any meat on their faces. Where's the beauty to be seen? And the bride price is so high. Who in the surrounding villages doesn't know their family's reputation? Who would dare to marry into such a family? That would only delay the girl's marriage. Even if Kai Jinhua's second daughter is exceptional, with a mother like that dragging her down and such a high bride price, no one would want her. It's likely that only a man with a flaw or poor character or a second marriage looking for a wife to raise children would be willing to pay for a wife. Kai Jinhua must know this, but she does not care whether her daughter's future will be good or not. In their eyes, all their daughters combined do not measure up to a single finger of their son. Wu Ainai added, she is blinded by the bride price of the eldest daughter. Suddenly, Wu Ainai leaned closer and whispered, let us not talk about their family. Do you know that the man from Yun Xiu's family has run away? Granny Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Ran away? That child has already given birth to 2. And he just left like that? Didn't the third team leader go looking for him? Why would they look? Lin Jiqing ran away overnight, and they only discovered the next day that he was gone. It has been so long that no one knows where he has gone. That's a problem. Those 2 children are left without a father. Lin Jiqing is really cunning. I always said that marrying or being married to a Jiqing is unreliable. The third team leader's family used to boast about it. But what about now? During the fervor of sending Jiqings to the countryside, many city Jiqings were assigned to the area. Some Jiqings were attractive and talented, attracting many young men and women in the village. Some female Jiqings married local men, and some male Jiqings married village girls. However, that situation was similar to marrying into the family. Eventually, once the college entrance examinations became available, most Jiqings went to take the exams, but only a few were admitted to universities. The unaccepted Jiqing lingered on, yet soon, even without the gaokao or the necessity of a village introduction letter, they could leave. Those Jiqing still in the countryside were restless. Some young women abandoned their husbands and children, and the men did the same. In their village, or rather, within their brigade. This was already the 3rd occurrence. Previously, 2 young women had run away together, leaving their families in despair. Since then, those who had married Jiqing became increasingly vigilant, keeping a tighter watch on their partners. Now, yet another had fled, this time the son-in-law of the former team leader of the 3rd squad. Chapter 37. Preparing to set sail, Yin Anai shook her head, remarking that the Lin Jiqing, aside from his good looks, was entirely devoid of responsibility and could not be retained. Indeed, there were some commendable Jiqing, such as Wang Jiqing, who had been accepted into university and was now enjoying city life with a Hua and their child. However, such instances were exceedingly rare. Yun Jiao listened attentively while snacking on peanuts. She was familiar with the Lin Jiqing mentioned by the 2 elderly women. He resided in the neighboring village, just behind theirs, where the land was more abundant, thus attracting more farmers. They had once been part of the same brigade, but with the subsequent policy reforms, the brigade was dissolved into separate villages. The Lin Jiqing had 2 children, close in age to her, yet every time she saw those children, they appeared dirty. Occasionally, she would see the Lin Jiqing bringing them out, leaving them unattended while he engrossed himself in a book. Of course, these were merely matters concerning others. The skies had darkened, yet the moon shone large and round, illuminating the clouds above. The path below was clearly visible, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects, croaking frogs, and barking dogs. The night was vibrantly alive. Yun and I held Yun Jiao's hand, advising her to avoid the puddles reflecting the moonlight while walking. Yun Jiao obediently nodded, responding, "All right, Jiao Jiao." Ahead, the voices of Yun Xiao Wu and his companions could be heard, along with a beam of light from flashlight. "We are here." Yun Xiao Wu and the others dashed forward, their faces alight with broad, cheerful smiles. "We came to fetch you." Along the way, they chattered excitedly before engaging in playful banter. Under the moonlight, the family's shadows stretched long. "I have something wonderful to show you." After declaring this, Yun Xiao Wu suddenly dashed into the bushes by the roadside, rummaging through the grass. A swarm of fireflies, which only illuminated the night, emerged from the underbrush. These tiny creatures emitted a warm yellow glow from their abdomens at night. Though small, when they flew or clustered together, they formed a uniquely beautiful spectacle. "Fireflies!" Yun Jiao exclaimed joyfully, delighted by these magical glowing insects. While deep-sea fish also emitted light, their unattractive appearances did not align with her aesthetic. Although these little creatures were not particularly beautiful, they could be considered charming in their own right. Yun Xiao Wu caught one and placed it in her hand. "If only fourth brother were here to make a little cage, we could catch some fireflies and hang them above our beds as lanterns." Yun Jiao's fourth brother, Yun Shenbei, was skilled with his hands and loved crafting, especially woodworking. Anything in his hands could transform into a delightful toy. Many of Yun Jiao's toys were made by him. Soon, Yun Jiao released a firefly, and in no time, they arrived home. The elder Yun was discussing plans with the family to affix the character for blessing onto the boat the following morning. "I want to go too." "Grandfather, father." "I want to go." The elder Yun smiled and nodded. Yes, our whole family will go, and we will bring 3 sticks of incense to offer our prayers." Under the moonlight, the family sat at the doorstep, enjoying the breeze and chatting. This was their only leisurely moment of the day. They slept early and naturally rose early as well. The next day, around 5 o'clock, Yun Jiao rubbed her eyes and yawned as she got out of bed. "Hand. Jiao Jiao, raise your hand." Yun Xiao helped her dress. "Lift your hands, good girl." "All right, let's go call mother to braid your hair." Shun Yun Lian swiftly styled her hair into pigtails. The ends of her hair had a slight natural curl and were quite smooth, giving her a fashionable appearance. The thin bangs at her forehead were naturally fluffy, accentuating her delicate face, making her look like a charming figurine. "Let's go." Yun Lin Hai directly carried Yun Jiao on his back, and the family set off towards the dock, even bringing along their pet sea turtle. Although it was a second-hand boat, a small wooden vessel, the necessary rituals could not be overlooked. Yun Jiao held the character for blessing that she had written, and under the encouraging gazes of her family, she affixed it to the bow of the boat. "Well done, daughter. Jiao Jiao is amazing." Flushed with a mix of pride and bashfulness from the praise, Yun Jiao felt as if she had accomplished something monumental by simply placing a character. At last, the elder Yun led everyone in offering incense to the boat. After the offerings, Yun Lin Hai and the others took brooms and other tools to clean the boat inside and out. "Father, the weather is nice today. Shall we set sail?" The elder Yun glanced at the sky and agreed. "All right, you and the second son can try the waters." The eyes of the Yun family's several sons sparkled with excitement. Yun Xiao Wu and Yun Xiao Qi were the first to shout, "Father, take me along." "I want to go too." The elder Yun gave them a light pat. What a commotion. This boat doesn't need so many people. Yun Jiao quietly tried to sneak into the cabin to hide, but clearly, she was unsuccessful as she was promptly scooped up by Yun Linhe. "Little Jiao Jiao, you certainly excel at quietly plotting big things, don't you?" Yun Jiao clung to Yun Linhe's arm, her voice soft and endearing. "Uncle, I want to go." "No, you're still too small. Wait until you grow up a bit more, and then I'll take you out to play on the sea." Yun Jiao remained silent, pouting her lips as her eyes quickly filled with tears. One by one, the droplets fell like pearls, round and crystal clear. There is a legend that mermaids' tears turn into pearls. In fact, it is true. However, mermaids seldom weep. In this lifetime, having transformed into a human, although her tears would not become pearls, their descent resembled that of pearls. The scene was heartbreakingly poignant. Yin Lin He and Yin Lin Hai were immediately flustered. "Don't cry, Jiao, please don't cry." The two men clumsily attempted to console the distressed little girl. "Father, uncle, if we don't go, you can take Jiao along." The older brothers could not bear to see Yun Jiao in tears. The elder Yun and the others gathered around, offering comfort. All right, no more tears. If you want to go, then go along. It's just offshore. Our net isn't ready yet. So you two can take Jiao and find a nearby island to play." Their family members were all adept at making fishing nets. But now they were busy building houses and had limited time, so the nets were not yet completed. Yin Lin Hai and the others quickly agreed. "All right, Jiao can come with us." Yin Jiao immediately wiped her tears away. Those tears were like a switch. She could turn them off at will. And a smile returned to her face. Chapter 38. Abalone on the island. Shen Yunlian poked her forehead with annoyance. "You, always knowing how to manipulate your father into giving in." Yun Jiao's lips curled up, her voice sweet and soft as she coquettishly replied, "Mother, father, you are the best." She did not wish to cry, but this was the quickest and most effective way to persuade her father and the others to take her along. Thus, with her cunning tactics, Yun Jiao successfully secured her place to set sail with her father and uncle. However, the boat lacked any form of shelter, and with the sun blazing, everyone feared she might suffer from sunburn. While preparing to leave home, she huffed and puffed, dragging a roll of burlap bags outside, with Shen Yunlian chasing after her, holding a straw hat. Jiao, what do you intend to do with so many burlap bags?" She was quite self-assured. Shen Yunlian restrained her, saying, "There's no need to take so many. Quickly put on the hat and don't take it off. There's little cover at sea, and the sun is quite intense. We can't have you getting sunburned." Their daughter had delicate skin, nurtured to be soft and fair, as tender as a peeled egg. If she were to get sunburned, the entire family would be distressed, unable to sleep. Yun Jiao obediently stood still for her mother to place the hat on her head. The hat was slightly oversized, making her appear even smaller. To the adults observing from above, it seemed as if the hat had sprouted little legs and was walking, resembling a cute, plump mushroom. Yin Linha chuckled as he took the burlap bag she was struggling to drag. "Let me carry these, little niece." Yun Jiao adjusted her hat and replied, "Okay." Then, the little legs busily continued to scurry behind the adults. Once everything was prepared, Yun Jiao sat on the wooden boat, waving her tiny hand to bid farewell to everyone. With two people rocking the boat, it was far easier than with just one, allowing them to alternate. The fish near the shore were scarce, so today, Yun Lin Hai borrowed a cast net, just in case. If fortune favored them, they might encounter a school of fish. Without a net, they would be left frustrated. Not long after setting sail, a sea turtle eagerly plunged into the water, circling the fishing boat before surfacing in the spot where Yun Jiao was seated, as if greeting her. It was off to find its own meal. Yun Jiao leaned over the fishing boat to converse with it. The sea turtle soon dove underwater and disappeared from sight. It appeared quite intelligent. "Father, there's a small island over there." There were many small islands nearby, but few people ventured to them. Those with boats went fishing. After all, the cost-effectiveness of going to the islands to gather seafood was low. Even if there were things on the islands, they were mostly juvenile clams or snails, which fetched little profit. The meat was scarce, and the shells were heavy, making fishing far more worthwhile. Those without boats could not go at all. For now, Yin Lin Hai preferred to venture further out to cast nets for fish. However, seeing the sparkling anticipation in his daughter's eyes, he steered the boat toward the island. "All right, let's go take a look. Perhaps we will be fortunate enough to find something good." The small island was not far, and they arrived quickly. Yin Lin Hai found a suitable spot to anchor the boat. The two adults disembarked first, then carefully carried Yun Jiao down, wearing her small rubber water shoes. She was cautious on the rocky, sharp terrain of the island. Ordinary shoes or bare feet would be ill-advised, as a careless step could lead to multiple injuries. Jiao, walk slowly. Your father will hold your hand." Yun Jiao shook her head, clutching her little bucket. "Father, I can walk by myself." The two adults could only follow behind, keeping a watchful eye. Although her legs were short and her pace slow, she walked steadily, having practiced diligently in the past to improve her walking skills. "Father." Upon reaching the rocky hill, Yun Jiao's keen eyesight spotted numerous creatures crawling on the rocks not far away. Abalone. Indeed, it was a cluster of abalones. Yin Lin Hai and Yun Linha exchanged astonished glances. "It really is abalone." They quickly carried Yun Jiao over, this time walking faster. Yun Jiao did not struggle. Upon arriving, the two adults were even more exhilarated. What a vast expanse of abalone, and quite sizable too. Hurry, dig over there, Jiao Jiao, it's flatter on that side. Yun Jiao sweetly replied, okay, and scampered off on her little legs. She then used her hands to pry the abalones off the rocks. The abalones varied in size. The larger ones were as big as her small fist, while the smaller ones were roughly the size of quail eggs. Naturally, there were even smaller ones that were not worth collecting, so she left them to grow further. This one is huge. Yun Jiao discovered an especially large one, estimated to weigh half a pound. Not far away, the smiles on Yun Linhai and Yun Linha's faces remained unbroken, brimming with excitement. Thank goodness we came to this island. Who would have thought there would be so many abalones? Some are quite large. They were happily digging for abalones, but they never forgot to glance back at Yun Jiao from time to time. Father, it's full. Yun Jiao's bucket was quite small, and after only a short while, it was filled with abalones. I'll go get the burlap bags. At that moment, he was grateful for his daughter's foresight in bringing several burlap bags onto the boat. Yun Jiao was truly their little lucky star. While Yun Linhai went to fetch the burlap bags, Yun Jiao continued to search for abalones. She found two particularly large ones, each about half a pound, along with several smaller ones weighing 3 or 4 taels. She had quite a collection of small abalones. It was inconvenient to wear the hat, as it obstructed her view. So Yun Jiao simply took it off. The sun was fierce, and Yun Linha was already dripping with sweat, with Yun Jiao also sweating a bit, her small face flushed. Jiao Jiao, why did you take off your hat? Yun Linhai approached with burlap bags, concerned about her getting sunburned. Yun Jiao shook her head. I don't want to wear it. It's uncomfortable. The sun. I'm not afraid. She was adamant about not putting it back on, leaving Yun Linhai with no choice but to relent. If it's uncomfortable, you must wear the hat. Okay. Did you find 2 abalones this big? This must be a double-headed abalone. Yun Linhai, who often worked at the docks, was familiar with the various terms for abalones. The larger the abalone, the more valuable it was, and their size was categorized by how many made a pound. 2 per pound were called double-headed abalones, while 3 per pound were triple-headed. Most of the abalones they found were 10-headed, weighing about 1 tael. Yun Jiao pulled out one of the double-headed abalones. Father, I want this one. My daughter certainly knows how to choose. That one is worth quite a bit. All right, it's yours. Yun Linhai readily agreed, thinking that if not for his daughter, they might not have come to this island at all. After all, it's just one abalone. He packed the other abalones into the burlap bags, and soon he was back in the fray, digging for more abalones. The scorching sun did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm. Chapter 39. Sea Centipede. As for why Yun Jiao chose that particular abalone, the reason was simple. It was the one that caught her eye, just like the ease with which she had once picked up that coconut shell. After digging for about 3 hours, they finally finished gathering the larger abalones. They left the smaller ones to continue growing. In total, they filled a burlap bag with abalones. We've struck it rich. The 2 adults beamed with delight. Should we continue exploring? Yun Linha wiped the sweat from his forehead. Digging for abalones was exhausting. They clung tightly to the rocks. Some were in precarious spots. To reach those, both Yun Linhai and Yun Linha had slipped several times, not daring to let Yun Jiao approach. They bore minor injuries from the sharp rocks, but these paled in comparison to their bountiful harvest. Father, you're hurt. It's nothing, just minor cuts. They won't bleed for long. Let us put the burlap bag filled with abalones in that water pit, then we can continue exploring the island. If previously Yun Linhai and Yun Linha had little interest in the island, now they were genuinely intrigued. After placing the bag of abalones safely, they moved forward. Yun Jiao also carried her small bucket, which contained the large abalone. They walked carefully, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings. There's a ditch over there. Let's go check it out. After Yun Linha spoke, he dashed ahead. Brother, there are fish here. The water hole was rather expansive, and it contained more than one fish. The 2 individuals hurried towards it. It was a du-shiji, quite a sizable one. The fish trapped in the water hole appeared to be nearly a meter long. However, this unfortunate creature had now encountered them. How could the brothers, Yun Linhai and Yun Linhe, possibly allow that du-shiji to escape? Jiao Jiao, stay here and don't wander off, one of them instructed. With that, they leaped into the water hole and firmly grasped the nearly meter-long du-shiji. The fish was still alive and quite vigorous, It took considerable effort for the brothers to bring it ashore. There were two more fish inside. Could one of them be a dong xingban? One of the fish was red, its color strikingly beautiful. No, it's not. Yinlin, he declared as he tossed the red fish onto the ground. It is a Hongwa ziban. Although both the Hongwa ziban and Dongxing ban share a similar hue, their market values differ significantly. The former is considerably cheaper. Nevertheless, they were quite satisfied with their haul, and there was no regret over not catching a Dongxing ban. The other fish was a common black sea bream. We mustn't let it die of thirst, Yin Jiao said as she placed the Hongwa zi fish into her small bucket, then slowly followed behind them with small steps. After a while, they reached the docking area, and the Du Shiji was starting to look a bit weary. The brothers hurriedly placed it inside the cabin of the boat. This fish was certainly heavy. Jiao also placed the Hongwa zi fish inside. I'm mainly hungry, Yinlin Hai remarked, patting Jiao's small belly. Are you hungry, Jiao? Jiao retrieved 2 boiled eggs from her crossbody bag, which her grandmother had given her before they left. Father, uncle eat. Oh, you have eggs too, Yinlin, he exclaimed without hesitation. Do you have any for yourself, Jiao? She nodded and produced another egg. Inside the bag were 3 more rice cakes. Father, she called. Yinlin Hai's face lit up with joy. Our Jiao is so well prepared. How about we start a fire and roast the rice cakes? Yinlin, he nodded in agreement. That works. Once we fill our stomachs, we can continue searching. In fact, he wasn't too keen on leaving just yet, as he felt certain that there were many treasures hidden on the island. Thus, the two began collecting dry branches to kindle a fire. While they roasted the rice cakes, Jiao wandered a little farther away. It was a scorching day, and being around the fire was even more uncomfortable. However, she did not stray too far. Instead, she munched on her egg while playfully poking at the sand with a small shovel on the nearby beach. She wasn't digging for anything in particular. She was merely passing the time. What is that? Jiao noticed a long, soft creature that resembled a worm writhing as it attempted to escape into the sea. Approaching it, she seized it with one hand. It was quite long and somewhat repulsive with numerous legs. It appeared to be a sea centipede. Upon concluding that it was edible, she tossed the sea centipede into her small bucket and continued her search. Indeed, Jiao stumbled upon quite a few more. It seemed she had discovered a nest of sea centipedes. Several of them poked their heads out of their holes, crawling around in search of food. She approached and swiftly caught one with her soft, chubby little hands. Pulling on the head of the sea centipede, she managed to extract it after taking a few steps back, revealing a creature longer than herself. However, there were more to be found. Jiao initially wanted to call out to her father, but she realized that he was busy roasting rice cakes, and her uncle was nowhere in sight. It was better to catch them herself. If she called her father over, nobody would be left to roast the rice cakes. She moved quietly, skillfully capturing the sea centipedes that had already poked their heads out. Meanwhile, Yinlin Hai occasionally glanced over, seeing her dutifully engaged in some activity with her back to him. And he thought how pleasant it was to have such a well-behaved daughter. If it had been his other sons, they would have surely run off to play elsewhere. Where is Jiao? He wondered. Still over there, not wandering off. Yinlin, he glanced over. So obedient. But why isn't she wearing a sun hat in this blazing sun? She disliked it, finding it obstructive to her vision. Are the rice cakes done? I'll toss this abalone onto the boat and go find her. They're ready. As they approached Jiao, they noticed her standing up, appearing to be pulling something as she took a few steps backward. When she finally extracted the object, it was a long, flesh-colored creature. Yinlin Hai's eyes widened. What is Jiao holding? Yinlin Hai rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? Chapter 40. Collecting shrimp. Jiao turned around, expertly tossing the sea centipede into her small bucket. Upon noticing her father and uncle behind her, she tilted her head slightly. Father, are the rice cakes done yet? Seeing her bucket nearly full of sea centipedes, Yinlin Hai and Yunlin, he were taken aback. Why is she so calm? Sea centipedes? They were truly astonished. You caught that many in such a short time? Although sea centipedes might appear somewhat grotesque and unappealing, they are highly nutritious and delicious. And they're not easy to find, making them quite valuable in the market. Jiao had discovered a treasure trove while merely playing. Yinlin, he felt an urge to laugh joyously at the heavens. Their Jiao was truly a silent achiever. Father, there are more here. Both Yinlin Hai and Yunlin, he disregarded their food and rushed over to help catch more. Jiao, however, chose not to catch any more. Instead, She sat on a nearby rock, nibbling on the roasted rice cakes that her father had handed her, all the while watching the two adults capture sea centipedes. Suddenly, a sea turtle emerged from the water, carrying something dark in its mouth. It crawled over to Jiao and presented her with the item. It was a large sea urchin. "Are there more?" Jiao asked eagerly. The sea turtle nodded, indicating that there were plenty more below. Jiao gazed longingly at the sea, wishing to dive in. However, her father and uncle would surely disallow it. "Go and catch a few more." After a moment's thought, she climbed onto the boat and retrieved a net. She then demonstrated to the sea turtle how to use it. "Did you learn?" The turtle, with its round eyes, appeared somewhat silly. "Silly. It's so simple. How can you not learn?" After a couple more demonstrations, she pointed to a nearby, small stone. "Try picking that up and putting it in the net." The obedient sea turtle promptly picked up the stone and dropped it into the net. "Exactly. Now go." The sea turtle took the net and dove back into the water. "Where did this sea urchin come from?" Jiao, don't move, whatever you do." Jiao squatted by the sea urchin, reaching out to touch it, but was called back by the excited voices of Yunlin He and Yunlin Hai. She raised her exquisitely delicate face, adorned with a natural beauty, and looked over with her big, innocent blue-black eyes. Getting pricked by this would hurt a lot. Yunlin Hai used tongs to pick up the sea urchin. Jiao followed closely behind them, eagerly expressing her desire to eat, repeatedly stating how hungry she was. She appeared quite pitiful. "Didn't you finish the rice cakes?" Jiao shook her head, fixating on the sea urchin. In truth, she was full, but she was primarily craving the sea urchin. "All right, father will get some scissors to open it for you." The fresh sea urchin, once the sharp spines were snipped off, would be safe to open, revealing the rich, delectable sea urchin roe within. "Here, enjoy." Jiao eagerly began to eat, her eyes sparkling with delight. After she finished, Yunlin Hai and Yunlin He decided to continue exploring the island, and Jiao naturally followed along. Placing her here made the two adults uneasy. Whenever they encountered difficult terrain, they would carry Jiao, while in less challenging areas, she would walk steadily on the ground, keeping up with them. From time to time, they would discover some mantis shrimp and crabs. This blue crab is quite large, probably weighing around a pound. Yunlin Hai was fortunate enough to catch a sizable blue crab, its claws waving intimidatingly, nearly as wide as Jiao's small face. "Father, there are so many shrimp down there." Jiao suddenly pointed towards a rocky area beneath the surface. "And there's plenty of seaweed too." The two adults walked in her direction and, following her indication, indeed spotted a vast patch of seaweed piled along the shore. However, they failed to see any shrimp. "Is Jiao's eyesight that sharp? Let us go down and take a look." What a large expanse of seaweed. Upon reaching the beach, they finally discovered the shrimp Jiao had mentioned. They were mantis shrimp. Moreover, a whole group of mantis shrimp was trapped on the beach. As they approached, the startled mantis shrimp in the shallow water began to leap about. It was as easy as bending over to catch them. It was akin to picking them up for free. "Let us gather the mantis shrimp first." Yunlin Hai glanced at the sea. "Hurry, the tide is rising, and these shrimp will escape." As for the seaweed over there was no need for concern. Even with the rising tide, the seaweed would not sprout legs and run away. The three of them immediately crouched down, tossing each mantis shrimp they caught into the bucket. The smiles on Yunlin Hai and Yunlin He's faces were almost bursting with joy. With the tide approaching, they hurriedly caught mantis shrimp. Thus, they were oblivious to Jiao, who was not far from them, tossing a few into the bucket while popping one in her mouth. She deftly twisted the heads off the still-living mantis shrimp and skillfully peeled away the shells before devouring them. Her small mouth moved quickly, chewing and swallowing with delight. As the tide rose, Yunlin Hai and Yunlin He watched regretfully as some mantis shrimp escaped back into the sea, buckets full of their catch in hand, as they turned to take Jiao towards the island. "The tide is coming. We need to leave here," Yunlin He said. "Brother, hand me the bucket. You carry Jiao." "All right." When Yunlin Hai picked up Jiao, the little one still had half a shrimp in her mouth. Yunlin Hai and Yunlin He exchanged astonished glances. The two of them were taken aback as they observed her. Jiao was munching faster now, her beautiful little face adorned with large, innocent eyes gazing at them. After finishing the shrimp, she let out a small belch. Yunlin Hai pointed at her. "You, brother, don't talk. The seawater is rising. We must leave quickly." Yunlin Hai ran, with Jiao in his arms. "How many did you eat, Jiao?" Yun Lin Hai lamented. His daughter was wonderful in every way except for her incessant tendency to stuff her mouth with food. She had a nibble on everything. Yun Jiao let out another belch, her small belly visibly rounder, yet she stubbornly insisted, not much. I caught a lot of shrimp too. Chapter 41. Listening. But not fully hearing Yun Lin, he rolled his eyes. Had she eaten enough yet? Yun Jiao gazed at the water, which almost reached the waist of an adult. Her little mouth unable to suppress a smile. Is father going to swim over? I can do it. Her voice brimmed with excitement. Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin, he exchanged glances. How much does this child long to swim in the sea? However, with them watching, they let her swim if she wished. Give us the bucket. You go on. Yun Lin Hai had not finished speaking when Yun Jiao, barefoot, joyfully plunged into the water, swimming like a beautiful little fish in the clear sea. It was evident that she was thrilled. The two adults watched nervously for a while. But once they realized she was truly fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Stop playing, come aboard. They were so engrossed in catching mantis shrimp that they were reluctant to leave, even with the tide rising. Yun Jiao paddled her chubby little legs toward the boat. Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin, he struggled to wade through the water, carrying the two buckets. The buoyancy of the water made it difficult. If one were to fall, they might not get hurt, but losing the mantis shrimp they had worked hard to catch would surely infuriate them. Finally, they reached the boat. The two adults boarding first while Yun Jiao continued to frolic in the water, unwilling to come up. Jiao Jiao, come up. Yun Jiao popped her head above the surface, pouting in reluctance. Yun Lin Hai extended his hand. Quick, take your father's hand and come up. Father, I'm waiting for a sea turtle. The two men watched in astonishment as Yun Jiao swam towards the sea turtle. Yun Lin, he widened his eyes, brother. Isn't Jiao's swimming skill a bit too advanced? We weren't like this when we first learned to swim, were we? Yun Lin Hai proudly replied. My daughter is a genius. Well, perhaps Jiao is truly sent by the Dragon King. She was born to swim, after all. At that moment, Yun Jiao looked excitedly at the gift brought by the sea turtle, a net full of sea urchins. Wow, turtle, you really caught so many sea urchins. The sea turtle proudly stretched its neck, its tail swaying. Did you underestimate it? As the sea turtle swam to the side of the boat, Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin, he noticed the net it was carrying, and when they saw what was inside, their eyes widened. Wait, did the sea turtle really bring back a net full of sea urchins? Was it their eyes playing tricks, or was this sea turtle indeed extraordinary? Father, quickly pull it up. Yun Jiao's urging voice snapped Yun Lin Hai and his brother from their stupor. They quickly nodded and hurriedly pulled the net up. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 20 sea urchins inside. Is this for us? The sea turtle caught these for us? It was unbelievable, but it was happening right before their eyes. Father, open a sea urchin for the turtle to eat. After working hard, it deserves a reward. Using the sea urchin caught by the turtle to feed, it seemed perfectly reasonable. The two adults, still dazed, opened a sea urchin, and the turtle eagerly began to munch. With its four flippers working hard to keep itself afloat, it devoured a sea urchin in just a few bites. Jiao, hurry and come up. We are leaving. Once they regained their composure, Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin, he looked at the turtle with newfound respect. This turtle was remarkably intelligent. Yun Jiao shook her head firmly. No, I want the turtle to carry me swimming in the sea. Saying this, she climbed onto the turtle's back using both hands and feet. At just 3 years old, she wasn't heavy, and with the buoyancy of the water, the turtle had no trouble carrying her. Father, uncle, keep up. She patted the turtle's shell, and the grand sea turtle began to swim forward. Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin, he were almost breathless with anxiety. This little one was too bold. Yun Lin, he hurriedly shook the boat. You can't just swim around in the sea. What if you encounter a shark? Yun Jiao retorted, I'll slap it. Darling, we can't be reckless like that. Though the turtle didn't swim fast, Yun Jiao remained within the sight of her father and uncle. Otherwise, they would have been frantic with worry. Under the repeated urging and stern warnings from her father and uncle, Yun Jiao reluctantly climbed back onto the boat. Yun Lin Hai, unable to contain his frustration, playfully swatted her bottom. Yun Jiao blinked. It doesn't hurt. What am I going to do with you? There are all sorts of creatures in the sea. What if you encounter a sea snake or a jellyfish with venom? The little Yun Jiao, with her stubborn temper, replied, I'll eat them. Yun Lin Hai, exasperated, exclaimed, Why do you want to eat everything? A single bite from those could Don't say that. It's bad luck. Even before he finished, Yin Lin Hai had already spat several times in quick succession. Yin Jiao. No way, a little poison can't harm Jiao Jiao. Yin Lin Hai and Yin Lin He. This little girl, day by day, where does she get such whimsical thoughts, thinking of herself as a fairy? Next time, if she acts like this, she won't be allowed to go out to sea with us. These words were far more effective than the lengthy discourse that preceded them. Yin Jiao immediately pursed her lips, her large eyes expressing discontent as she glared at her father and uncle. Those expressive eyes seemed to question how they could threaten such a lovely little friend. It was simply excessive. Yin Lin Hai and Yin Lin He averted their gazes, suppressing their chuckles. This mischievous child truly needed some discipline. Yin Jiao's pretty little face was filled with displeasure. Her cheeks puffed up as she crossed her arms and turned away, leaving the two with an indignant little figure. Yin Lin Hai and Yin Lin He exchanged helpless smiles, amused by her temper. Jiao Jiao, you are still young. The sea is perilous. Let us wait until you're older to play, shall we? However, this statement fell upon Yin Jiao's ears and was automatically filtered. See play. She nodded. All right. Yin Lin Hai thought she was being obedient, a smile gracing his face. His Jiao Jiao was still so well-behaved. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yin Jiao only selectively absorbed half of what he said. She listened, but not entirely. At that moment, she chose not to provoke her father and uncle further and obediently stayed on the boat. Chapter 42. Selling abalone as the boat docked. Yin Lin He hurriedly sought out a Wong for a large bucket. A Wong followed him eagerly. Hey, did you guys go out to sea today? Did you catch anything good? It was said that beginners had good luck at sea, though this was not their first time. It was their first time piloting the boat themselves. Yin Lin He laughed heartily. We indeed have some good finds. A Wong's eyes lit up instantly. What? Let me see. Yin Lin He boarded the boat, and the two brothers lifted a sizable douche fish out. The fish was nearly a meter long and weighed around 50 to 60 pounds. Heavens, my goodness! Such a huge fish. Upon seeing the two carrying such a colossal catch, onlookers gathered around, intrigued. What kind of fish is this? How much does it weigh? It looks like it's about 50 to 60 pounds. We struck gold. Lin Hai, Lin He, you guys are impressive. Your first outing at sea yields such a big fish. Is this a douche fish? A Wong gazed at the large douche fish, his face beaming. Quick, toss in the bucket. A Wong's excitement intensified. Brother, is there more? Yin Lin He brought out a water bucket. Look, we were lucky and caught some shrimp. So many. And sea centipedes. So many sea centipedes. My heavens. What luck do you guys have? Upon seeing the shrimp and sea centipedes, the crowd was once again astonished. Both items fetched a decent price. Shrimp at over $1 per pound and sea centipedes at a similar rate. As the two went back on board, the onlookers craned their necks. Is there more? What else did you catch? Many envied them, wondering why they had not encountered such treasures at sea. However, the crowd primarily marveled at the douche fish due to its size. Yet, the price of the fish was not steep, merely a few dimes per pound. What is that? When they saw the two emerging with a burlap sack, disappointment swept through the crowd. There was nothing to see, regardless of whether they believed it. That was how it was. Just then, the Yin family, having heard the news, rushed over. Grandma Yin squeezed through the crowd. Yin Lin Hai hoisted the sack onto his shoulder. No need, mother, I got it. Others, upon seeing this, felt it was best not to linger. She loved sea urchin, especially the steamed sea urchin egg made by Grandma and their mother, which was absolutely delectable. The third brother, Yin Chenan, nodded. All right, I'll go fetch it. Indeed, he was a good son who cared for the family. Once home and the door closed, Yin Lin Hai mysteriously announced, Mother, today's big catch is here. As he spoke, he opened the sack amidst the family's gazes. Upon seeing the contents, everyone in the Yin family widened their eyes. Is this abalone? So many abalones. Zun Lin Hai, note that. We were just trying not to attract too much attention. So we thought we'd quietly take the abalone to a Wong later. Grandma Yin nodded repeatedly. That's wise. You've done well. Everyone knew that their family had become wealthy, and that meant relatives would come to borrow money. When relatives came to borrow, it was always a dilemma whether to lend or not. Quick, sort through them. The sizes of these abalones vary, and so do their prices. With the door closed, everyone busily got to work. Grandma Yin worried they might be hungry and hurried to prepare a meal. Yin Jiao followed her, dragging the sea urchin behind her. Behind them was a turtle slowly crawling on the ground. On land, turtles moved as slowly as snails. Grandma, Sea urchin. Her tender, soft voice was filled with urgency, revealing her eagerness to eat. Yin Xiaolu followed closely, eyes wide. Grandma, steamed egg. Sea urchin steamed egg is delicious. Grandma Yin replied. Off you go, you little gluttons. Do you think I don't know that steamed egg is delicious? We only have 5 eggs left. Yin Jiao looked at her eagerly. Grandma, let us eat. Grandma Yin sighed. You really know how to eat. This sea urchin can be sold, you know? Yin Jiao's eyes suddenly turned alert. No selling, only eating. All right. No selling. Eggs? Ultimately, Grandma Yin's heart softened. We'll steam it. Today is our family's first outing at sea. Let us celebrate. Yin Jiao and Yin Xiaolu immediately hugged her in joy. Grandma is the best. To ensure they could enjoy more eggs in the future, Yin Jiao suggested. Grandma, let us buy some chicks. They'll grow up and lay more eggs. Aren't we already hatching some? Yin Jiao shook her head. Not enough, we need more. Yin Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Grandma, let us buy some chicks to raise. I'll dig worms for them to eat every day. He was willing to sacrifice some sleep for eggs. Grandma Yin smiled and nodded. All right, when a market day comes, we'll see if we can buy a few. Now, both Yin Jiao and Yin Xiaolu were satisfied. Accompanying them was Wang. Upon entering, he promptly closed the door. Wang, seeing all the abalones, was so excited his face turned red. So many abalones, and such large ones. That's a double-headed abalone. He dashed over in a few strides and grabbed the 3 largest abalones. These are double-headed abalones. 3 double-headed ones. Each weighs about half a pound. Such large abalones are worth a fortune. Brother, your luck at sea is incredible. Finding such treasures on your first outing. Yin Lin Hai and Yin Lin, he chuckled. Beginners have good fortune, especially since we have Jiao, a pure novice, on board. Wang felt envious. With these abalones and the others, I can't pay you directly now. I'll give you a slip instead and pay you once the goods are sold. Grandpa Yin nodded. All right, we're all relatives. I trust you won't cheat us. Wang smiled. Of course, I, Yin Wang, would never deceive my own family. The price will be absolutely fair. After weighing the abalones, the 3 largest double-headed ones fetched the highest price. Wang offered $18 each. He was not worried about selling them. Such abalones were in high demand at the city's large restaurants. Chapter 43. Abalone pearls. The remaining abalones were priced by weight, but they needed categorization. 56 head abalones weighed a total of 21 pounds, priced at $10 per pound. The smaller ones were grouped together, totaling 43 pounds, priced at $5 per pound, coupled with the 68 pounds of doucher fish, which fetched 50 cents per pound due to their size, and the 23 pounds of shrimp and 15 pounds of sea centipedes. The total accumulated to several $100s. In the end, the total came to 5,835 yuan. Uncle, aren't you selling the sea urchins? Yin Jiao and Yin Xiaolu exclaimed loudly. Not selling. Wang chuckled, exasperated. Fine, not selling then. While Wang calculated, Grandpa Yin was also tallying the amounts. Once confirmed, the family felt their breaths quicken with anticipation. So much money. After Yin Wang presented the bill to them, he swiftly left with the abalones, eager to sell these items. 5,835. To earn such a sum on the first outing, could this be a dream? Wang Mei murmured, finally pinching the person beside her. Yin Linha gasped in pain. What did you pinch me for? Wang Mei fixed her gaze on him. This isn't a dream. It's all real. We truly earned over 500 yuan. Yin and I cautiously stored the bill away. This auspicious beginning brought relaxed smiles to the entire family. Yin Linha remarked, we never expected such a vast expanse of abalones on that small island. They excitedly recounted how they discovered the abalones and the large doucher fish on the island. The nearby youngsters listened with fervor, itching to rush to the island immediately. Dad, I want to go too. I want to collect abalones. Yin Xiao exclaimed. I must go. If you don't let me, I will swim there myself. Yin Linhai's face darkened as he promptly removed his shoe and raised it to strike his son. Are you threatening your father now? Yin Xiao scurried away like a monkey. I don't care. I want to go to sea. Yin Xiaoqi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he turned to his father. Yin Linha brandished the sole of his shoe. Dare to say that again? Yin Xiaoqi replied, if fifth brother goes, then I will go. With that, he dashed off, narrowly avoiding the shoe Yin Linha hurled at him. The room was filled with a cacophony of noise and excitement. Suddenly, a shrill scream from Aunt startled Yin Jiao. She looked up to find Aunt staring at her, or rather at the large abalone in her hands, which had emitted a sharp popping sound. Jiao, Jiao, how do you have one of those? And such a big one. That abalone is worth 18 yuan. The attention of others was drawn to the large abalone Yun Jiao was holding. Jiao, Jiao, she said, clutching it tightly. I want to sell it. Yun Linhai quickly interjected. This was found by Jiao Jiao. I promised her she could keep it. Yun and I felt a pang of regret, but that's 17 yuan. Are we keeping it to eat? If we want to eat, we should save some smaller abalones. It's painful to eat such a large one. Yun Jiao disregarded this and ran to Yun Linhai. Dad, open it. Though it pained him, Yun Linhai knew he had to let his daughter have her way. Think positively. Today we earned over 500 yuan. Big brother, second brother? Shun Yunlian adjusted her hair. The report from the health check has come out. Your big brother and second brother went to see the results. Okay, Jiao Jiao, do you want to eat it now? Yun Linhai handed her the abalone and its shell. Yun Jiao shook her head, pushing aside the abalone meat. The inner wall of the shell was adorned with beautiful, vibrant colors, and the pearls formed within mirrored these hues. What is this? Yun Xiaowu leaned in, noticing the protrusions inside the shell. The others gathered around too. With a childlike certainty, Yun Jiao declared pearls. Pearls. They were unable to recognize them because they did not conform to the traditional round shape of pearls. In reality, pearls can take various forms due to differing formation processes. In their minds, round pearls were the most desirable. However, the shell Yun Jiao held contained an irregular pearl, part of which was embedded in the shell's inner wall. Let's take this out and have a look. Yun Xiao rolled up his sleeves. I'll do it. You? Don't be ridiculous. You might break it. In the end, it was Yun Linhai who carefully used a small knife to extract the irregular pearl. Doesn't this look like a fishtail? The pearl's overall shape resembled a beautifully crafted fishtail, with a particularly large tail fin that spread out like a fan, complete with rippling waves. Its colors were a striking peacock green with hints of blue. Is this also a pearl? It's so beautiful. In the home, Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei were deeply captivated. Few women can resist pearls. Although it was round, it certainly did not detract from its beauty. Yun Jiao herself was quite fond of it. Wait, there are actually pearls inside abalones? Once they realized this, everyone was stunned. They had never heard of pearls being produced within abalones. Even Yun Laoi and Yun Laotai had never encountered such a notion. Wang Mei pondered. Could the other abalones we sold also contain pearls? If so, how many have we missed out on? Pearls are quite valuable. Yun Laoi spoke calmly. What are you dreaming about? You think you get to have all the good fortune? We've at least heard of fire pearls. But I've never heard of abalone pearls at my age. What does that indicate? It indicates their rarity. Yin Linha quickly nodded. Father is correct. The merchant who sold us fire pearls once mentioned that only 1 out of 10,000 coconut snails might yield a fire pearl. The pearls in these abalones are even more unheard of, indicating their extreme scarcity. Are we really going to risk opening every abalone for uncertain pearls? What if there are no pearls and we end up with unsellable abalones? That would be a severe loss. Wang Mei, upon hearing this, regained her composure. Yes, the other abalones might not contain pearls. They couldn't help but glance at Yun Jiao. It was a good choice to keep it. Otherwise, who knows who might benefit from this pearl? At this moment, no one felt regret over Yun Jiao keeping this abalone. Chapter 44. Health check results. Yun Jiao admired the fishtail-shaped pearl and then handed it to Shun Yunlian. Mother, please keep it safe for me. I'm afraid I might lose it. She needed to ask fourth brother to make a pretty little box for her, where she could store all her favorite treasures. Shun Yunlian accepted it. Let us not sell this pearl. It's not round, so it probably won't fetch a good price. We should make a necklace for Jiao Jiao. The shape and color of this pearl were stunning, and she felt it suited Yun Jiao perfectly. All right, you keep it. It was meant for you. The fire pearl Yun Jiao had previously found had already been sold to help build their home, and now there was no urgent need for money, so they decided to keep this pearl for her. No one in the family voiced any objections. Thus, Yun Jiao received her very first pearl. However, she believed that in the future, she would undoubtedly find more beautiful pearls through her own efforts. By then, she would have her own collection, and if her family liked them, she wouldn't hesitate to share some. Yet, the expressions on the faces of the two men were clearly not right. What's the situation? Did you pass? Yun Chensi clenched his hands at his sides. Our slots were taken by someone else. His eyes were red, filled with both anger and grievance. Yun Chendong, more composed, cautioned, don't jump to conclusions. This matter hasn't been clarified yet. How can we clarify? That son Ao flaunted it right in front of us. Yin Laoi's tone turned serious. The once jovial atmosphere instantly fell into silence due to this issue. Yin Qindong restrained his impulsive younger brother and solemnly recounted today's events to the family. It turned out that the two had gone to retrieve their results, only to receive notifications of failure. They were unwilling to accept this and requested the staff to double-check. But the staff's attitude was also poor. Just as they were about to leave in disappointment, Sun Ao and Kong Zhen approached them, taunting them. Yin Qindong said, "For what they said, even if we pass the health check, it seems impossible for us to enlist." Yin Chenxi's voice brimmed with indignation as he exclaimed, "Those two are the sons of the factory directors in our county. I witnessed their physical examination. I could easily defeat both of them single-handedly. If we have failed the test, it is inconceivable that they could have succeeded. They might have taken our places and now flaunt their success before us. Why would they seek out only those two brothers? If it weren't for my elder brother intervening, I would have relished the opportunity to teach them a lesson." Wang Mei was equally furious. "How can they behave this way? We must report this to the authorities." "But how can we? They must have connections. And we lack any evidence to approach the leaders." Yin family's atmosphere turned somber. Yin Chenxi pounded the table in frustration. Was he to accept that his dreams could be thwarted by these petty individuals? As the room fell into a gloomy silence, Yun Jiao suddenly spoke up. "Let us seek out Uncle Wang." Everyone turned their gaze toward her. Uncle Wang, the one who is Grandma's friend. Yin Linhai immediately grasped who his daughter was referring to. "Are you suggesting that we approach that leader, Wang?" While they knew Wang Jinlin was a leader, they were unaware of his exact position. Yin Jiao nodded affirmatively. Yin Linhai hesitated. "To put it plainly, we are merely acquaintances from a single meeting. Isn't it inappropriate to ask for favors?" Since that encounter, they had not maintained contact with the Wang family. After all, he was a leader, and they had only provided a bit of care to the elderly lady, who had gifted them many items upon their departure. They could not shamelessly approach him for favors. Old Master Yun clenched his teeth. "For the sake of my two grandsons, I am willing to swallow my pride and seek his assistance." "I want to go too." Yun Jiao chimed in. Yin Linhai nodded. "Yes, we should take Jiao along. That leaderess mother is quite fond of her. Having her along will facilitate conversation." They were not asking the leader for any illicit favors. They merely wished to inquire whether Yun Qindong and Yun Chenxi had indeed passed their assessments. However, visiting him necessitated bringing a gift, which posed a dilemma. "How about we simply give him some money?" "No, absolutely not." Old Master Yin shook his head. "That could lead to misunderstandings. Gifting was delicate. Something too extravagant was beyond their means, and a principled leader would refuse it. Conversely, something too trivial would render them embarrassed to ask for help." Yin Linha scratched his head. "What if we set out early tomorrow to the island? If we can find something valuable, that would be ideal. If not, perhaps we can gather some abalones. They are presentable and cost nothing since we would gather them ourselves." This idea was met with unanimous approval from the family. "Let us turn in early tonight, so we can set off at dawn." "I want to go too." Yun Xiaowu and the others eagerly expressed their desire. "Tomorrow is not feasible. We will be pressed for time and cannot attend to you little rascals. We need you to take care of me. I can manage just fine on my own. And besides, the more hands we have, the better our chances of finding something." "No way." Under parental authority, Yun Xiaowu and the others' wishes were dashed. They were dissatisfied, yet their protests were futile. With a solution in sight, the family's spirits lifted somewhat. The day's emotional roller coaster had been intense. Nevertheless, dinner must be served. When the dishes were placed on the table, and the steamed sea urchin eggs and sautéed abalone meat were revealed, Yun Qindong and Yun Chenxi's eyes widened in astonishment. What a feast! Seeing their reactions, Wang Mei excitedly recounted the day's fishing triumphs. During their conversation, Yun Jiao eagerly extended her small bowl. Grandma Yun served her a generous helping of steamed sea urchin eggs. Sitting on her chair, her short legs swung joyfully as she scooped a spoonful of the delicate dish in her mouth, blissfully savoring the moment, her large eyes narrowing into delightful crescents. The adults now felt a significant weight lifted from their minds. Jiao sampled the abalone meat and then the sea urchin eggs. She opened her mouth wide to accept the abalone meat offered by her older brother, followed by another spoonful of sea urchin eggs, her cheeks puffing up adorably. "So delicious!" she exclaimed, utterly content. To her, transforming into a human and indulging in earthly delicacies was the pinnacle of satisfaction. humans truly possess a remarkable intellect, capable of crafting an array of delectable dishes. With Jiao present, the meal proceeded with ease, allowing everyone to temporarily forget their troubles. As night fell and bedtime approached, Jiao sat on a small stool, washing her feet. Her chubby little feet splashed playfully in the warm water. "Father, I want to go tomorrow too." Jiao pouted. "All right then." If she couldn't accompany them to the island, she would take her turtle to the beach to play. The next day, when the younger ones awoke, Linhai and Linha had already departed. They were momentarily disappointed, but Jiao sat obediently on a small stool in front of her mother as her hair was styled, eagerly calling her brothers to head to the sea. "Brothers, please help me carry the turtle." The brothers, filled with excitement, rushed out carrying the turtle as Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei trailed behind, urging them to slow down. "Take it easy." Jiao's intention for the beach trip was purely for fun. As she watched the turtle dive into the sea, she gleefully splashed about in the water. "Brother, I want a fishing rod." Her father had promised to make her one, yet it had yet to materialize. The group busied themselves gathering sea melon seeds. Under the watchful eyes of the adults, Jiao and Xiaoji, being the younger ones, were spared from work, while Xiaowu and the others dared not indulge in play for too long. Sea melon seeds were quite small, resembling sunflower seeds, and the yield was minimal. Yet, as they say, a mosquito's leg is still meat, and today, Shen Yunlian and Wang may assign them the task of collecting a basin of these seeds. The final yield might only amount to a bowl's worth. This is such a tedious task. How long will it take? There were plenty of sea melon seeds around, yet extracting them was laborious, especially when selecting the larger ones. Jiao helped out, occasionally tossing a clam into the basin. Jiao, tell us what else is on the island." Xiaowu implored, genuinely eager to venture out to sea. Jiao shook her head, just what my father mentioned, plus a large patch of seaweed. However, we didn't get a chance to explore it yesterday, due to the rising tide while we were shrimping. There must be a treasure trove of good things over there. Next time, I will definitely find a way to accompany you to the island. Jiao encouraged him. "Then, brother, you must persuade father and uncle." Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed in Jiao's mind. "Help. Gulu Gulu, Jiao, save me. I'm so dizzy." Jiao stood up and gazed towards the sea. "What is wrong?" Seeing her movement, her brothers looked over as well, but the surface of the water remained calm. With nothing in sight, Jiao walked toward the ocean. "What are you doing?" "The turtle is in danger." "What? How do you know? Where is it?" At that moment, a black, triangular fin broke the surface of the water. Xiaowu and the others gasped. Could that be the legendary shark? Only the triangular dorsal fin was visible. The body of the fish remained hidden, and Xiaowu immediately thought of a shark. Jiao shook her head. No. The familiar turtle was tossed upwards, leaping out of the water and spinning in the air several times. Just then, a familiar black and white head emerged from the sea. It was a killer whale. "Wait, what is a killer whale doing here?" Jiao, where are you going?" Naturally, Jiao was heading into the water. Seeing her plunge into the sea, Xiaowu and the others hurriedly followed. Shen Yunlian and Wang Mei were horrified. She swam to where the turtle and the killer whale were, then playfully slapped the whale on its large head. The orca, a familiar creature to them, was indeed the same one that had previously stranded itself on the beach. Upon being photographed, the orca shook its head and joyfully began to frolic with Jiao, nuzzling against her. The sea turtle, having been somewhat dazed, finally regained its composure and hurriedly swam towards the shore, its flippers creating fleeting shadows in the water. To their dismay, the troublesome orca had not yet departed. Jiao, Xiaowu and the others are still searching for you." At that moment, Jiao leaped out of the water, riding on the back of the orca. "Brother, I'm here." As Xiaowu and the others swam on the surface, they first sighed in relief upon spotting Jiao on the orca's back, only to be struck by astonishment. "Wait, sister, what are you riding on?" The orca, spinning in place with Jiao atop it, emitted sounds of sheer joy. Holding onto its dorsal fin, Jiao playfully slapped it. "Be quiet." Her soft, melodious voice held an unexpected authority. The orca, looking somewhat aggrieved, complied, although its tail continued to wag like an eager puppy. Jiao, Xiao Lu. Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei, frantic with worry, also entered the water. From a vantage point where they could see the children, relief washed over them upon confirming their safety. The orca, reluctant to part, gently tugged at Yun Jiao's clothing. Its massive size posed a risk of stranding if it ventured too close to shore. A serious warning echoed in Yun Jiao's mind. Do not bully the turtle. The orca began to playfully roll in the water. Naughty turtle, hit it, beat it, eat it. Ignoring her, it only intensified its antics. Yun Jiao playfully swatted it again. And the orca, looking mournfully at her, settled down. Turtle, I'll protect you. She raised her chin slightly, exuding an aura of confidence despite her small stature. Gently pushing the orca, Yun Jiao swam towards the shore. The clingy orca whimpered, following her, its bulk nearly breaching the surface. Its size intimidated Yun, Xiao, Wu, and the others, its rows of teeth appearing quite fearsome. Yet, witnessing its puppy-like behavior around Yun Jiao sparked their curiosity. Yun Jiao patted the orca's head. Stay here. I'll go speak with Mother and then play with you. After uttering this, she paid no heed to whether the orca understood and swam ashore with her brothers. As soon as they reached the beach, Shun Yunlian scooped her up, exclaiming, You little rascal, you scared your mother to death. Shun Yunlian was genuinely shaken, having shed tears from worry. Yun Jiao tenderly caressed her face. Mother, Jiao is fine. Wang Mei, rolling up her sleeves, began to scold the boys. You little rascals. Your sister might be naive, but you should know better. What if a wave swept you away? What we do then? They could hardly bear to imagine the consequences of the children being swept into the sea together with Yun Jiao. Obediently, Yun Jiao lowered her head, listening to the reprimand, while Yun Xiao Wu and the others dared not retort. Do you understand your mistake? Yun Jiao and her brothers nodded like little chicks pecking at grain. Chapter 46. The orca's gift, not far away. The orca continued to call out. Wang Mei glanced over. Is that orca the one you saved before? What is it doing? Yun Jiao replied. It wants me to come out and play. Wang Mei and Shun Yunlian exclaimed. What play? It's a fish and you're a human. How could you possibly play together? Ignore it. How could this big fish repay kindness with ingratitude? Yun Jiao, feeling helpless, could only play along the shore while still greeting the orca. The orca continued to call for a long while, attracting more onlookers who curiously pointed at it. Is this big fish still here? What is it doing? Its calls are quite pleasant. Why isn't it afraid of people? Disheartened that Yun Jiao was not joining it, the orca turned and swam back into the depths of the sea. Seeing it depart, Yun Jiao patted the nearby sea turtle. Here you go. She opened a clam she had just dug up, offering the meat to the turtle as a form of compensation for its earlier fright. The sea turtle, having just come ashore, seemed lethargic but was slowly recovering. Yun Jiao dug up several clams for it, and even found some shrimp, sneakily popping one in her own mouth as well. After all, the turtle was the one who had helped her find sea urchins. It was still her little brother, and Yun Jiao treated it generously. With a small shovel, she unearthed a beautiful red stone from the sand. At the beach, it was relatively easy to find various colorful stones, and Yun Jiao had collected quite a few. Though they could not compare to the pearls and gems of the deep sea, they possessed their own charm. The stone she uncovered was a vibrant red, shaped like a plump little fish. After rinsing the sand off in seawater, it looked even more stunning, displaying a clean, translucent quality under the sunlight. She was enamored. Having found a pearl shaped like a fishtail yesterday, today she had discovered this lovely little stone. Luck was certainly on her side these past couple of days. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed, followed by Yun Xiao Wu's booming voice. The orca is back. To their astonishment, it had not left. Was it planning to make its home here? Still crouched on the ground, Yun Jiao looked up to see the orca swimming towards the shallows, its body partially stranded on the beach, clutching something in its mouth. A gift for you. It seemed to be presenting her with a token of appreciation. Curious, Yun Jiao exclaimed, Mother, I'm going to check it out. Without delay, she dashed towards the orca. Seeing that the water was shallow where the orca was, Shun Yunlian allowed Yun Xiao Wu and the others to follow. Upon Yun Jiao's arrival, the orca joyfully wagged its tail and dropped the object it had been holding in front of her. Yun Xiao Wu, who followed closely behind, widened his eyes. What a massive sea cucumber! Indeed, the orca had brought a sea cucumber, its size comparable to a man's hand, thick and impressive. Thank you, I love it. Yun Jiao patted the orca's head. The orca responded with a jubilant call, its tail splashing against the water and creating a significant spray. There was no need for assistance. Soon, a pod of orcas arrived, calling out to the little orca, which cast a reluctant glance back at Yun Jiao before twisting its rounded body and retreating into the deeper waters. As the water rose to cover most of its body, it turned and swished its tail, completely vanishing beneath the waves. Wow, it's so clever. Indeed, despite being a young orca, it displayed intelligence unmatched by ordinary fish. While typical fish would instinctively flail in place upon reaching the shore, the orca consciously swam towards deeper waters. Once the orca had departed, everyone turned their attention to the large sea cucumber that Jiao was holding. It even knows how to show gratitude. It must recognize us from the last time we saved it and has returned the favor with a gift. Back on the shore, Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei marveled at the size of the sea cucumber, having never seen one so large before. Considering the current market value of sea cucumbers rivaling that of abalone, the one Jiao held was quite hefty, likely weighing 7 or 8 taels. They wondered where the orca had found such a sizable sea cucumber. Wang Mei's eyes glinted with excitement as she envisioned the fortune that could be made if they found a whole group of them. Shun Yunlian quickly placed the sea cucumber into a bucket, relieved that it was just their family on the beach. The area was vast, and they would not be crowded while foraging for sea treasures. Hurry and secure it. The orca was previously rescued by a group of people, and if the villagers were to discover that the orca only gifted a present to Jiao, they would surely have their own thoughts about it. Jiao's attention was not on the sea cucumber. It was evident that such a large sea cucumber would not be kept for consumption at home. She took the small red fish stone to find her fourth brother. Today was Saturday, and fourth brother had not gone to school but was helping at home. Fourth brother, make a bracelet for Jiao, she requested. Yun Chunbei was skilled with his hands and had accumulated several handy tools due to his hobbies. He had tools for carving wood, as well as those for drilling and engraving. Upon returning home, Yun Chunbei retrieved his treasure box from under the bed and opened it. Various small tools and materials appeared before Yun Jiao's eyes. One piece of wood had already been sculpted into the shape of a small rabbit, according to its natural contours. The stone she held was beautiful, resembling a naturally formed little fish without any need for carving. Yun Chunbei toyed with the small stone in his hand, clearly enamored. Yun Jiao proudly nodded, I found this today. Yun Chunbei then selected a few wooden beads from his treasure chest. These were wooden beads, slightly tinted lavender, and exuding a pleasant fragrance. What kind of wood is this? Asked Yun Jiao. This is small leaf red sandalwood. I got it at a bargain. The wooden box I found it in was covered in a layer of dirt. Otherwise, I would have been able to pick it up, Yun Chunbei explained. Chapter 47. Seeking assistance through connections, Yun Chunbei crafted the wooden beads with precision. They were perfectly round and just the right size, though he only had 4. The remaining pieces of red sandalwood were safely tucked away in his collection. With diligence, he began his work, holding the stone and the sandalwood beads along with a red string. As he drilled holes into the beads and the small stone, he immersed himself in a state of complete focus, oblivious to everything around him. Yun Jiao sat beside him, resting her chin on her small hands, but soon could not contain herself and left the room to play. Fourth brother is truly amazing. He can sit so still for such a long time. I cannot do that. Jiao has something to discuss with you. She approached him. Can we take this sea cucumber to give Uncle Wang? She asked. Yun Jiao nodded, sure. After all, it was something she had found for free, and she did not expect it to be kept at home for eating. Compared to selling it for money, it would be far better if Uncle Wang could help her brothers find out the results. They headed straight to the abalone on the island, without wasting time exploring other areas. How'd it go? Asked Yun Chunbei. Although they did not find any large abalones, they did manage to find some medium-sized ones, weighing around 6 to 7 jin, which were about 11 or 12 heads. Their size appeared satisfactory for a gift. Old Master Yun took out the sea cucumber. Let us take this as well. Yun Linhai and Yun Linhe widened their eyes. Where did this come from? Yun Jiao proudly lifted her chin. It is a gift from the orca. Is it the one we rescued before? Yun Jiao nodded indeed. Yun Linhai and Yun Linhe were genuinely impressed. Their Jiao was truly a little lucky star, never empty-handed wherever she went. Quick, let us eat. After the meal, we will visit the leaders. Regardless of the outcome, we must make the effort. If it doesn't work out, you two brothers can try again next year. Old Master Yun urged. Yun Chindong and Yun Shunshi nodded. They were both aware of their family's situation. If they failed the physical examination themselves, they would be resigned to try again next year, but if someone else took their place, they had to fight for themselves. If they had no means to inquire, that was one thing, But now that they had a channel, it would be foolish to shy away from striving for it, due to fear of inconvenience. In comparison to their future, what was face worth? When it was mealtime, Yun Chunbei emerged from the room, holding a particularly beautiful bracelet. Here you go, it's done. The red string was braided into a twist, adorned with vividly colored little fish, and the red sandalwood beads were also lovely, with a hint of fragrance. Thank you. Fourth brother, she exclaimed, genuinely pleased. This one is adjustable. Yin Chunbei showed her how to wear it. The opening was made slightly larger than Yun Jiao's wrist, as she specifically asked her brother to make it bigger since it was not for her to wear alone. Wang Mei remarked, "This bracelet is truly beautiful. Xiao Bei, make one for your mother and your aunt as well." Yin Chunbei replied, "I no longer have stones in this shape, and I'm out of wooden beads. Any shape of stone will do. Don't you have plenty to choose from?" Finding some wood to make a couple of beads is simple, she insisted. What woman does not love beauty? Your craftsmanship is impressive, and the best part is it doesn't cost a thing. All right, Yin Chunbei nodded, accepting her request. Shen Yunlian, feeling a bit shy, said, "I'll pass, don't take up Xiao Bei's time." Yin Chunbei reassured her, "It won't take long. I just don't have that color of string left." Wang Mei replied, "Just any color will do, even fishing line is fine." After finishing their meal, they found some nice bags to pack the abalones and sea cucumbers. Old Master Yin declared, "Only I and Lin Hai will take the two brothers and Jiao along." Both Old Master Yun and Yun Lin Hai donned their finest clothes, while Yun Jiao was also dressed beautifully in a red floral dress with white shoes. Her hair styled into two lovely braids. With their items in hand, they set off, riding the village tractor. The driver, seeing the family dressed so smartly, asked, "Where are you all headed?" Old Master Yun handed Jiao to Yun Lin Hai, who had already boarded the vehicle. "We are visiting relatives. We are off to the county town." "Thank you, Wang Lao-san." "No problem," the driver replied. The tractor rumbled along, the uneven road jostling Jiao a bit uncomfortably. As they traveled, the scenery whizzed by, and with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, they finally arrived at the county town. Having been there before, they knew the way to the Wang family's small Western-style house. On the route, they adjusted their clothes and hair several times. Jiao, sucking on a piece of candy, glanced at them repeatedly. "Father, the brothers' clothes are neat and clean, and their hair is tidy." The others chuckled nervously, realizing their own tension. Old Master Yin scolded, "No need to be flustered. If only my hands weren't shaking so much." Sighing, he acknowledged the unease that accompanied seeking help from others. Yin Qindong observed everything quietly. At that moment, he vowed to himself that if he could indeed enter the military, he would perform well and ensure that his family would never have to rely on others again. Upon arriving at the Wang family's door, they knocked, and a boy of around 12 or 13 answered. "Who are you looking for?" The boy's gaze lingered on the fair-skinned, delicately featured Jiao for a moment longer than usual. We are looking for Leader Wang." The boy responded, "Oh, you're looking for my father? He isn't home right now. Come back another time." Just then, an elderly person walked out from inside. The boy immediately exclaimed, "Grandma, don't wander about. This is mine Wan." The instant the elder saw Yun Jiao, her eyes sparkled, and she enveloped her in a warm embrace. Wan, where have you been? Your mother has been looking for you everywhere." Yun Jiao blinked. "Grandma. Not grandma. You should call me mother." The boy approached his grandmother. "Grandma, what are you doing? Who is this?" Wang's irritation flared. "What nonsense. I don't have a little aunt, and she's so small." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wang invited them in. Wan has come to see mother. Mine Wan is still as beautiful as ever." As they settled onto the sofa, the elder's gentle gaze never left Yun Jiao. Yun Jiao took out the bracelet fourth brother made for her. "Grandma, let me put this bracelet on you. I hope it brings you good fortune." He poured a cup of water for each of them, observing how his grandmother had unwittingly acquired a little Annie for herself, which made him feel a pang of discomfort. His grandmother's inability to recognize people was indeed becoming increasingly serious. "Unchapter Kirksikis, Vang Yi Inwudit. What brings you to seek my father?" Since they had already entered, he felt compelled to ascertain their intentions. If they were to make any outrageous requests, he would promptly dismiss them on behalf of his father. Yin Chundong glanced at the youth and candidly shared their predicament, as there was nothing to conceal. Wang Yi, still a boy brimming with youthful fervor, could not abide those who flaunted their connections. He thumped his chest in assurance. Suddenly, something shifted within the bag on the table, startling Wang Yi. What is that? Is this your gift? Why is it still alive? My father does not accept gifts from others. Old Master Yun quickly interjected. It is hardly a gift. These are abalone we caught ourselves on the island just this morning. They are still alive, and we merely exerted some effort. They are of little value, so as long as you do not mind, it is fine. Upon hearing it was abalone, Wang Yi's interest piqued. He opened the bag, and indeed, the live abalone was wriggling within. Caught on the island? You must live by the sea and often fish, right? Is fishing enjoyable? What's enjoyable about it? The sun is blazing, and there is no shade on the sea. Besides, fishing requires effort. Look at how dark we are from sun exposure. Then why isn't Tishi dark? Wang Yi pointed at Yun Jiao. Yun Jiao replied, I do not tan. What else do you have on your island besides abalone? Yin Chen Shi, more talkative, engaged with Wang Yi, who was also around 12 or 13. There is quite a variety, both valuable and not. Yesterday, my father and Jiao discovered these abalones, along with some crabs, common conchs, green mussels, and even sea centipedes and prawns. Just yesterday, they caught a fish weighing over 60 pounds. Wang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. A fish over 60 pounds? How enormous! What kind of fish? Is it truly over 60 pounds? It is a Dong's tuna, a species that can grow quite large, with some exceeding 100 pounds. Though we have yet to encounter such. What is a sea centipede? Wang Yi transformed into an inquisitive youth, bombarding them with questions filled with yearning for the ocean. Can I come visit you someday when I have a holiday? At that moment, Wang Yi wished he could regard Yin Chen Shi as a brother. Sure, but if you wish to fish, that won't be possible. Our family only has a small boat, but I can take you to the beach for some fun. All right, I will come to find you next Saturday. What is in this bag? Sea cucumber. Wang Yi opened it and exclaimed, such a large sea cucumber. I have eaten these before, but I have never seen one this size. Yin Chen Shi replied, that is not all. The origin of this sea cucumber is even more astonishing. Wang Yi immediately adopted an attentive demeanor. Yin Chen Shi continued, have you seen my sister? This is a gift from a killer whale to her. Killer whale? Aren't they large fish from the deep sea? Wang Yi's mind struggled to comprehend. Why is there also a sea turtle? Haha, my sister seems to attract the affection of both sea turtles and killer whales, said Yin Chen Shi, pride evident in his voice. Otherwise, the sea turtle would not follow my sister, nor would the killer whale seek her out to play. Wang Yi gazed at Yun Jiao for a long while, and she returned his gaze. What a beautiful little sister. Do fish and turtles in the ocean also care about looks? Can I see the killer whale next time? His desire to see it was immense. I have a camera. I want to take pictures of the killer whale and that sea turtle. Yin Chen Shi's eyes sparkled. A camera capable of taking photos was indeed a rare treasure. I cannot guarantee seeing the killer whale again, but the sea turtle should be possible. That creature resides in our home. What? You keep a sea turtle at home? That's so cool. Does it not escape? Yin Chen Shi scratched his head. It has never escaped at home. Even yesterday, it accompanied my father out to sea without running away. Yun Jiao interjected, it does not dare to escape. Wang Yi was now particularly intrigued by the sea turtle and killer whale, promptly inquiring why. If it were to flee into the sea, the killer whale would seek vengeance. Why? Wang Yi pondered, captivated by the little sister's melodious voice and eager for more details. Because killer whales often play with sea turtles by flipping them with their shells in the sea. The large sea turtles guide us to catch fish, but killer whales cannot eat them and must release them. Yin Jiao seemed to possess deeper insights, and rather than pressing Yin Chen Shi with more questions, he turned his attention to her. Wang Jianlin and Lu Yun observed the individuals in the room with astonishment. The Yin family immediately stood up to greet them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was again Yun Dong who recounted the cause of their visit. Wang Jinlin's expression darkened upon hearing this. Rest assured, I will send someone to investigate this matter. If someone has indeed taken your place, we will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Thank you, leader. You are truly a kind-hearted person. Old Master Yun expressed his gratitude fervently, shaking his hand. Wang Jinlin glanced at the items on the table and quickly added, wait, you may take these items, I cannot accept them. Old Master Yun and Yunlin high-waved their hands dismissively. These are not valuable items. They are merely some seafood we caught on the island, suitable for nourishing your mother, just local specialties that do not require much effort. Wang Yi interjected, Father, it is abalone and sea cucumber, and that sea cucumber is immense. It was a gift from a killer whale to my sister Jiao. In a short span, Wang Yi had already referred to her as his sister. Abalone and sea cucumber. Those are indeed precious items. Nourishing mother with them would be quite beneficial, and the fact that they are still moving indicates their freshness. Why not purchase them? No need, no need. They are hardly worth anything. And we did not exert much effort. As they prepared to leave, the elderly matriarch of the Wang family clutched Yun Jiao, reluctant to part. Dear girl, my precious girl, where are you going? You must not wander. You might be abducted. Yun Jiao patiently reassured her, Grandma, I'm going to school. There is no need to fear abduction. If bad people appear, I will fight them. School? Oh, school is wonderful. Education leads to great success. Your brother has just started school and has received praise from his teachers for his excellent grades. In Chapter 49, Buying Fabric, the elderly lady asked, by the way, where is your brother? Jianlin. Jianlin, come quickly and take your sister to school. The grandmother pulled Wang closer. Take good care of your sister. Do not let bad people abduct her. Wang equipped. Am I now considered her brother? Your status has been lowered, Yun Jiao replied. The Wang family finally managed to coax the elderly lady away, and Yun Jiao's family said their farewells and departed the Wang residence. Yun Jiao, pestering Yun Linhai, requested 3 coins and then dashed off to where the street vendors were gathered. With the rise of the individual economy, small private stalls began to emerge. Yun Jiao ventured to the entrance of County High School, where numerous vendors were selling various goods. She first bought some snacks, spending a few cents on spicy strips. Purchasing 5 Jiao worth. What was the price of his popsicle? A man selling popsicles caught Yun Jiao's attention. On a day like today, enjoying a popsicle would be delightful. Brown sugar and white sugar popsicles are 3 cents each. Would you like green bean ones for 5 cents? Yes, I want them. Yun Jiao calculated the number of people and then extended her hand, opening 5 fingers. I want 5 green bean ones. She silently thought to herself, Dear mother, uncles, and brothers, I am sorry. There will be no popsicles for you. She resolved to buy some next time if her brothers joined her. After purchasing 5 popsicles, she spent 2 Jiao and 5 fun. Yun Jiao hurriedly distributed the popsicles to everyone. Hurry and eat before they melt. They won't taste good. How much money do we have left? Yun Jiao licked her cold brown sugar popsicle, content like a pampered little kitten. We have 2 Jiao and 5 fun left. Since I have less money today, I won't buy toys for my brothers. With but a solitary coin remaining, her gaze fell upon a vendor's vibrant assortment of strings. These strings were the very same that Si Gu had used to craft her bracelet. How much for this string? She inquired. 1 cent per string. With colors of your choice, came the reply. Yun Jiao, with a mere 10 cents, procured several exquisite strings of varying hues, the red ones being the most abundant. In truth, she had also set her sights on a pen, as Sangu had a penchant for reading and writing, making that pen an ideal gift for him. Yet, her funds were insufficient. After Yun Jiao had completed her purchases, Yun Linhai and the others escorted her to the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative was not as popular as it once was, yet it still housed a variety of goods. Which color fabric do you prefer? Jiao Jiao. Zun Linhai Guidi? Are you making beautiful clothes for Jiao Jiao? What about for the brothers? He added. Your brothers can still wear their clothes, Yun Linhai replied. Besides, they frequently venture outdoors, and their garments inevitably get soiled or torn. It would be a waste to dress them in new clothes. However, in truth, anyone receiving new attire would cherish it dearly and would be loath to soil it. The reason for such comments was merely due to the family's large number of children. They simply could not afford to waste so much fabric. Yun Jiao chose a blue fabric. Why not the floral print? That blue with flowers is quite lovely and would suit you well, Yun Linhai suggested. All right then, she agreed. She resolved to work harder to earn money, so that all her brothers could have new clothes. Of course, she would not refuse new garments herself. The young girl had a fondness for beauty, after all. Having purchased the fabric, she also acquired some essential items for the household, such as salt and soy sauce. In truth, their rice and flour supplies were dwindling. Yet purchasing them outside was not cost-effective. By the time they returned to Bailong village, the sun had fully set. Yin Xiao Wu and several others were playing marbles at the village entrance, and upon noticing them, they hastily gathered their marbles and dashed over, as if propelled by an engine. Grandfather, father, Jiao Jiao, they exclaimed. The village erupted into a cacophony of barks and the clucking of chickens, ducks, and geese, all mingling together in a lively symphony. Father, father, what did you buy? Let me see. Big brother, what is that in your hand? I smell the aroma of spicy strips. Did you buy some? Show me quickly. Egg cakes, they're egg cakes. They're indeed spicy strips, haha. Upon the discovery of delectable treats, a group of children erupted into joyous leaps. I bought it, Yun Jiao declared. Yun Xiao Wu affectionately squeezed her cheeks and showered her forehead with kisses. Big brother knows that Jiao understands what we all like. Proud, Yun Jiao replied. While the adults discussed serious matters, the children gathered together to share their snacks. A single spicy strip was passed around, each taking bites. And those who indulged a bit too much would inevitably spark a playful quarrel. Yun Jiao, with her lips tinted red from the spices, sought out Sigu. Yun Chun Bei wiped the grease and spice from her mouth. Here, this is for you, she said, presenting the string she had purchased. Yun Chun Bei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the beautiful strings. Yun Jiao tugged at him to crouch down and whispered in his ear, Brother, I saw many people selling things, but those toys and bracelets are not as pretty as what you make. Yun Chun Bei looked at her, momentarily perplexed. Brother, you are so silly. The beautiful wind chimes, small animals, and bracelets made by Sigu can all be sold for money. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun Bei shook his head repeatedly. I cannot. I can make things, but selling them is beyond me. Yun Chun Bei was usually quite reserved at home, disinclined to engage with others, and the thought of selling items truly put him at a disadvantage. Moreover, he lacked confidence in himself. The things he created were merely discarded materials, stones, shells, and wood. Who would want those? What are you talking about? Yun Xiao Wu suddenly chimed in, leaning closer. Yun Jiao recounted her earlier conversation. Yun Xiao Wu rubbed his hands together, intrigued. We could try it. Sigu, if you don't have time. I do. I can sell for you. What time do you have? You still need to go to school, came the retort. Just then, Shun Yun Lian arrived and overheard Yun Xiao Wu's remark, promptly twisting his ear. You all need to go to school. Going to school is fine. Is it harder than scooping the sea? He protested. Stop saying nonsense. Chapter 50. Then I won't marry when I grow up due to Sigu Yun Chun Bei's slightly introverted nature and the lack of assistance at home. Yun Jiao's plan to earn money was temporarily thwarted. The next day's plan to go out to sea also fell through due to inclement weather. At the seaside, whether one could venture out depended entirely on the weather, and whether they could catch anything worthwhile relied on luck. Yet how many could truly be fortunate? For them, discovering abalone and prawns on their first outing was already remarkable luck. Why is the village so lively today? Even without going out to sea, there was still a plethora of tasks awaiting them at home, leaving no time to spare. Shun Yun Lian and the others sat at home weaving nets and crafting traps, while the men continued their work at the new house. Yun Jiao also assisted at home. Suddenly, the sound of drums and gongs resonated from outside, and Yun Anai recalled, it's Kai Jinhua's eldest daughter getting married. Yun Xiao Wu rushed in, Jiao. The groom is handing out wedding candy outside. Let's go join the fun. Nowadays, weddings are quite simple. Some poorer families merely host a few tables of food for close relatives and friends. Are you going to eat there, Anai? Yes, I will, she replied. Yun Jiao followed her brother out, curiosity piquing her interest. For although there had been weddings in the village before, she had never attended due to her young age. Upon reaching the courtyard of Kai Jinhua's home, Yun Jiao spotted an ordinary-looking, slightly shorter man with a limp, smiling as he distributed candies to the children surrounding him. The candies were the cheapest kind. In these times, who would be willing to buy expensive sweets to share with others? It was merely to share in the joy. Yet the children were unconcerned, delighted simply to receive candy. Yin Xiao Wu tugged her hand and dashed over. Groom, give my sister and me a piece of wedding candy. The groom paused, especially when his gaze lingered on Yun Jiao for a few extra seconds. It was no surprise, among the group of children, the fair-skinned and exquisitely featured Yun Jiao stood out like a porcelain doll. The groom handed Yun Jiao 2 pieces of candy, holding the sweets in her small hand. She sweetly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, wishing you 100 years of harmony. With the treats in hand, she was pleased to utter kind words. As for whether this was the detestable brother-in-law of Yun Zhuang, Yun Jiao maintained that Yun Zhuang was Yun Zhuang, and his sister was his sister. She had a fondness for Yun Diya, who, despite being thin and seemingly undernourished, was treated like a servant by Kai Jinhua, and it was a wonder she could thrive. However, she was a responsible older sister with a gentle disposition, tirelessly working day in and day out while caring for the entire family. I hope she finds some ease after her marriage. The bride is coming out. Kai Diya emerged, clad in a somewhat ill-fitting red dress, her makeup applied in a manner that made her resemble a ghost. Her face was heavily powdered, with a blush particularly stark, leaving the aesthetically inclined Yun Jiao momentarily aghast. Yun Jiao grasped her brother's hand and asked nervously, "Brother, do brides really have to look like that?" "I suppose so. I've seen several brides who look the same," Yun Xiaowu replied, scratching his head. Yun Jiao's youthful voice took on a serious tone. "Then when I grow up, I won't marry." "Who would want to marry someone who looks like that?" Yun Xiaowu laughed. "No problem. Brother can support you for a lifetime." He patted his chest in assurance. "I can take care of myself," Yun Jiao asserted. The banquet at Cij Inhu's house was hardly worth attending. Jiao did not expect that such a joyous occasion could result in a feast so meager that it paled in comparison to their usual meals. There was but one meat dish, and that was merely a broth, with only a scant piece of meat to be found after much searching. The remaining dishes were entirely vegetarian, bland as if boiled in water, and lacking in flavor. She overheard numerous complaints. Wasn't it said that the bride price exceeded 100? How could the food be prepared in such a parsimonious manner? How could one possibly eat this? Not only was it unpalatable, but the quantity was also shockingly insufficient. Who was responsible for the cooking? It turned out to be someone from her maternal family who provided food without charge. The meal left everyone's countenance more dismal than the last, and even the groom's expression faltered. I lamented the 30 cents she had given as a gift. This meal was hardly worth that sum. Upon returning home for dinner, I sighed heavily. "Oh, my 30 cents. It pains me greatly." Xiao, while eating, remarked, "Grandma, you needn't worry about the money. I saw a large worm at the table ahead. The vegetables were not properly washed." I shook her head. "The DN family has gone too far. On such a festive day, the groom's family has caused displeasure, and the diners are also unhappy. In the future, DY will struggle to hold her head high at her in-laws' home." I scoffed. Cij Inhu and her family couldn't care less. Asking them to spend money for a decent banquet is akin to asking for their lives. That family is utterly shameless. After the meal, Ngo, as was her custom, strolled with her grandmother and mother to the large locust tree at the village entrance, carrying a small stool to enjoy some melon. A large yellow dog approached, tail wagging, its eyes lighting up upon seeing Ngo. It enthusiastically came to rest at her feet. She reached down to pat its head, relishing the soft, furry texture. Yet, compared to dogs, Ngo favored cats more. The touch of a cat is far more delicate, especially that of a robust orange feline in the village. Once they moved to their new home, she planned to have both a dog and a cat. Unsurprisingly, the topic of conversation today centered around Cij Inhu's family. Upon noticing Ni and the others, a group of industrious elderly women and aunts eagerly inquired, "Did you attend the banquet at Cij Inhu's house?" I replied, "We went, but did not eat." The others quickly joined in the lively discussion. "What kind of banquet is this? Even when the poorest family in our village, that of our Guz, married off their daughter, they had 3 meat dishes. Even if they were to cut corners, there are plenty of cheap fish available here. Yet they wouldn't even buy those. The groom's family at least presented over 100 as a bride price. Isn't this a disgrace for DY and the groom's family? This also shames our village. In the future, if others say Cij Inhu's family is stingy, they might even associate it with someone from Elling village." The groom, while somewhat short and limping, seemed decent enough. After all, he was the only son in his family, which likely explained the substantial bride price. "Do you think Cij Inhu will go to her elder daughter's in-laws to beg for favors?" With Cij Inhu's family's temperament, is indeed possible. Chapter 51. The plan to make money, however, even if they wished to beg, that family was not easily trifled with. A group of people leaned in closer. "What is the story? Tell us." "My sister-in-law's family comes from Elling village. DY's mother-in-law is quite formidable. Her son's disability has led to much gossip in the village. Upon learning of this, she chased down those who bullied her son with a stick, driving them around the village. Whenever someone picks on her son, she storms to their door and berates them for half an hour without repeating herself. They say she is quite fierce. Few in their village dare to provoke her family. Oh, I would love to see Cij Inhu get scolded. Not only did they wish to see it, but Ngo also yearned for the spectacle. Regrettably, they were not in the same village and thus could not witness it. While they conversed, 3 dogs and 5 cats had gathered around Jiao's feet. She cradled one of the tabby cats in her arms, scratching its shin, and it melted into a puddle of feline contentment on her lap. Jiao was still as popular with the village's cats and dogs as ever. In truth, the cats genuinely adored her, drawn to her scent. As for the dogs, she had simply forced her way into their hearts. She desired to pet dogs, but without one of her own. She had to impose herself on others' pets. Initially, the dogs ignored her, and some even bared their teeth. Yet, with a few firm pats and a couple of shrimp treats, she managed to win over 3 dogs. Of course, she was selective about which dogs to befriend. Just look at the 3 she had tamed. One was an imposing black dog, though it bore a notch in its ear, a testament to its honor from battles against dogs from other villages. This dog was not only fierce in combat, but also adept at hunting in the mountains or by the sea, making it far more robust than other village dogs. Its sleek black coat glistening. The yellow dog was the cleverest in the village, understanding commands, shaking hands, and even bowing for treats. However, it only ate what was offered, no matter how tantalizing the meat placed before it. The last was a beautiful white female dog, a fluffy chow chow with an especially soft and voluminous coat. Delightfully plump to the touch. DBI, when will your pups arrive? Indeed, this chow chow was expecting. Jiao suspected the father was the impressive black dog, the slick and fierce canine. She had witnessed the black dog bringing food for DBI on numerous occasions. My pups haven't arrived yet, and Jiao is already thinking about them. Jiao nodded. Lupi, may I choose one of DBI's pups? Sure, I'll save one for you. Her husband adored dogs, and so did her son, ensuring DBI was well cared for. Yet, no matter how fond one was, it was unfeasible to keep many dogs. What family could manage that? It was not merely about breeding dogs. In this day and age, being able to raise a pup without abandoning it to the sea or mountains was already a sign of good fortune. Tomorrow, we will go to the market. Shall we also visit the temple to offer incense to Mazu, the Dragon King, and all the gods? Will you join us? Yes. All the children at home responded eagerly. Attending the market and mingling with others was indeed the best option. In the evening, Lien bathed her, wrapping the clean and fragrant little bundle in a blanket and carrying her to bed. After dressing her, Lien dried her hair. Jiao obediently sat cross-legged before her. Go play with your brothers. Don't sleep until your hair is dry. And Jiao know that, okay. She noticed Lien taking out the fabric her father had bought for her. Is mother making clothes for Jiao? Yes. Lien confirmed. Just a moment. Let me measure you first. Stood up. And Lien had her lift her arms and turn around. So well-behaved was she that her lovely face prompted Lien to steal a kiss. All right, go play with your brothers. Jiao skipped away joyfully. Yo, come saveme. Xiao and several others were engaged in a fierce pillow fight in the room, wrapping themselves in pillowcases as capes, imagining themselves as great heroes. Yet, their heroic prowess was lacking, resulting in a chaotic skirmish. Even the usually lazy Oli was forced to join in. The group piled on top of each other like a human tower, with Xiao suffering the worst, trapped at the very bottom. Jiao rushed over, separating each brother one by one. No fighting at home. No brawling. Jiao's strength had grown significantly. The elder brother, though pulled apart, exhibited no anger. Instead, he lavished praises upon Jiao, perched with her little legs crossed. Jiao wore a mysteriously playful expression as she spoke to her brothers. Mother's going to make me new clothes. Instantly, Wu and the others felt a pang of envy. We haven't worn new clothes in ages, they lamented. Indeed, now that the family has some spare money. Can't father buy a bit more fabric? Jiao replied, Father won't buy it, but you brothers can purchase it yourselves. Surrounded by her brothers, they queried, how can we do that? Where do we get the money? Are we supposed to sell the things we catch from the sea to save some pocket money? Shaking her head, Jiao suggested, we could ask fourth brother to make beautiful bracelets and wind chimes to sell. Really? Can we sell those? Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Many in our village adore the things fourth brother makes for Jiao. It will surely work. He even proposed, let us go to the town tomorrow and see if fourth brother has any finished pieces. We could discreetly try it out. Jiao raised her small hand, exclaiming, I have some. She wiggled her little bottom as she dragged out a small box from under the bed, filled with toys gifted by fourth brother. Inside were colorful stone bracelets, handmade crafts made from various shells, and wooden carvings of zodiac animals. Yun Jiao had been found in the year of the monkey, and as a nursing infant, her zodiac sign was readily accepted as monkey. Thus, the box contained the most wooden carvings of chubby, furry little monkeys with large, sparkling eyes. There were 4 in total, each with a different expression and pose, all too adorable. However, she couldn't bear to part with them, as she cherished each little monkey dearly. She also adored the wooden carvings of other zodiac signs, but it was undeniable that fourth brother's craftsmanship was simply exquisite. Chapter 52. Setting up a stall. Ultimately, Yun Jiao decided to keep a few little monkeys and 2 of her favorite wind chimes that fourth brother had gifted her on her birthday. The rest, she would take to try selling. She didn't retain any of the wooden carvings representing her brother's zodiac signs, because fourth brother had crafted them for her brothers as well, albeit in fewer quantities, with each brother possessing only one. Once everything was organized, Yun Jiao fell asleep, clutching one of the little monkeys. Her brothers watched, captivated by her adorable sleeping face, poking her chubby little cheeks and gently squeezing her soft, plump hands. Even the fluffiest of cats could not compare to the delightful squishiness of their sister's hands. After satisfying their curiosity with a few pokes, they lay down beside Yun Jiao to sleep. The next morning, they awoke with sleepy eyes. Shen Yunlian carried her to the next room to dress. Sitting on the bed, she yawned, her eyes brimming with sleepiness. Her little hands and feet were flaccid, making it easy for Shen Yunlian to dress her. Yinlin Hai used a warm, damp towel to wipe her face. Is Jiao still asleep? He asked. Yun Jiao shook her head, mumbling softly, I'm awake. After washing her face, she patted her little cheeks, gradually coming to life. Once her hair was combed, she was fully alert. Father, when are we going to the market? Is mother coming? Yinlin Hai replied. Everyone except your grandparents will go together. With so many children, it's not safe for the adults to be fewer. After a quick tidy up, Yun Jiao looked neat and lovely, and Shun Yunlian held her in her arms, cherishing her appearance. Their little Jiao was truly beautiful. She would undoubtedly grow into a stunning young woman. Off they went. Although it was a small town, the market day was bustling with activity, the entire town alive with excitement. Numerous stalls sold various seafood, along with vendors offering popsicles. Upon hearing the call of the popsicle vendor, Yin Xiao Wu and his siblings perked up, immediately pestering the adults for a popsicle, which they happily devoured. They first visited the temple to offer incense and donations to Ma Zhu and other deities. The coastal folk predominantly worshipped Ma Zhu. Yin Jiao donated a coin given to her by father into the donation box, as did they at the Dragon King as shrine. A single coin was considered quite a generous offering at that time, and Yin Lin Hai, recalling the recent prosperity of the sea trade, gritted his teeth and contributed. In this setting, the mischievous children were particularly well behaved. After making their donations and burning incense, Shen Yunlian and the others set out to purchase necessary household items. Yin Xiao Wu, with a glint in his eye, tugged at his elder brothers. You all go ahead, we'll explore over there while you do, he said, confident in their independence. The adults, trusting of their children's intentions, cautioned, don't wander too far. We will regroup here in an hour. No problem. Once the 4 guardians departed, Yin Shendong and Yin Shenxi asked, what do you plan to do? Yin Xiao Wu chuckled and produced items they had been carrying. They had divided the items among themselves, and now they combined their stock, which was quite substantial. Earlier that morning, they had also borrowed some of the crafts made by Yun Chenbei. Let us sell these. Come on, let us first inquire about the prices. Yin Shendong and Yun Shenxi allowed them to proceed, as long as they didn't cause any trouble. After gathering the basic prices for the toys, they found a spot, laid out several sheets of newspaper, and arranged their various toys and beautiful accessories atop them. Yun Chenbei hesitated. Do you think we can sell these? He squatted beside his brothers, trying to blend into the background. Yun Jiao placed a small shell hairpin in her hair. What a lovely hairpin. How much is this? 2 girls approached their stall, their eyes fixated on the hairpin adorning Yun Jiao's hair, filled with admiration. Yin Xiaoqi held up 3 fingers, declaring 20 cents each. Yin Chenbei interjected. He usually sells them for 10 cents for 2 or 3. The hairpins were merely thin metal pieces, so they were not expensive. However, those adorned with decorations commanded a higher price. Yin Xiaoqi noticed that some hairpins, merely adorned with cheap faux flowers and woven with yarn, were sold for 10 or 20 cents each. They believed their creations were far more exquisite, confident they could sell them for 20 cents each. As expected, after inspecting the hairpins, the two girls expressed great interest. "All right, I'll take 4. After a bit of selection, they walked away with 4 hairpins. Once they departed, Jiao and her brothers clapped their hands excitedly. "Hooray, we sold something. Do we really sell it? And at 20 cents each." Dong and the others were equally astonished. The hairpins seemed to mark the beginning, as more and more customers arrived. Most were girls, enchanted by beautiful hairpins, bracelets, and hair ties, while the boys were drawn to the wooden carvings. Bei's wooden sculptures, not only lifelike but also capable of simple movements, captivated many. This wind chime is truly beautiful. A fashionable woman paused at their stall, picking up the largest wind chime. The shells, intertwined in various colors, created a spiral shape that hung delicately. When the wind blew, they chimed melodiously. "How much is this?" Yin Xiaoqi responded, "That's $3. Bei thought to himself, his brother is really asking for a lot. Although young, Yin Xiaoqi was sharp-witted and articulate. "These beautiful shells were carefully selected from our beach outings to create the wind chime," he elaborated, while Yin Bei, shy and bashful, hid behind his elder brothers, his face flushed. Under Yin Xiaoqi's persuasive charm, the wind chime was indeed sold for $3. The other brothers watched in astonishment, their gazes toward Yin Xiaoqi transformed. Yin Xiaowu patted his shoulder. "Seventh brother, I always knew you liked trailing behind me, but I didn't realize you had such talent." Yin Jiao was equally surprised. She merely suggested giving it a try, yet unexpectedly discovered Yin Xiaoqi's remarkable talent. What else could this be but the embodiment of a business prodigy? Meanwhile, the adults in their vicinity were so engrossed in selling their wares that they lost track of time, prompting 4 adults at home to search high and low for the children. Fortunately, the group was easily recognizable. They were numerous and not lacking in charm, especially Yun Jiao, who could provide accurate information with just a single inquiry. As fate would have it, they learned of Yun Jiao's specific whereabouts from a woman who had purchased a wind chime. Chapter 53. Earning Money, Little Rascals. "Yin Lin," he exclaimed in exasperation upon seeing them. Yin Dong and Yun Chun, she gasped in horror, realizing they had completely lost track of time. Selling goods had proven rather addictive, leading them to forget the hours that passed. Before their stall remained a solitary item, a wooden dragon intricately carved and larger than the other sculptures, thus commanding a higher price. Yin Xiaoqi insisted on 3 coins for it. Naturally, parents accompanied by children preferred to buy cheaper items. Just as the 4 adults were about to express their frustration, a plump child ran over with a parent in tow. "Dad, I want that. Buy me that." The child exclaimed, "It's 3 coins, quick, pay up." This dragon even moves. The exquisite craftsmanship and imposing presence of the dragon attracted the admiration of many boys, yet none could afford it. The plump boy, captivated by its allure, dashed off to fetch an adult who could pay. This family clearly had the means. The boy's father glanced at the wooden dragon and promptly agreed to the purchase. Thus, the 4 adults from the Yun family watched in disbelief as the wooden dragon was sold for 3 coins. "What just happened?" They murmured in confusion. "What are you all doing?" Wang Mei inquired, having forgotten her anger, utterly astonished by the mere 3 coins for the wooden sculpture. Yin Xiaowu raised his chin defiantly. "We are selling goods. Don't look at me with those condescending eyes meant for children. Before you stands the big boss. We manage our own finances." His boastful declaration earned him a stern reprimand from his father. Now, he too was eager to find out how much they had earned. On their way home, the children chattered excitedly about their remarkably successful stall operation, leaving Yin Lin high and the others speechless. "How could you be so certain that Chun Bei's items would sell?" Yin Xiaowu replied, "I wasn't sure, but trying doesn't cost anything. And, as it turns out, we were quite successful." Yin Xiaoqi nodded, a gleam of greed in her eyes. "I collected quite a bit of money." The adults were astounded at the sight of the pile of coins on the table. So much. Some coins were mere cents, yet collectively they appeared substantial. "Come, let us count the money." Each took a small pile, and Yun Jiao counted several notes. Wang Mei exclaimed, "My goodness, did you all earn this much money?" Yin Xiaoqi beamed with pride, "Of course. I was the driving force behind the sales." "Aren't I impressive?" Wang Mei replied. "If anyone is impressive, is your 4th brother. He crafted all those items." At that moment, Wang Mei gazed at her second son with shining eyes. Previously, she had been critical of her son's quirky creations, but she had no choice but to indulge his passions. He even frequently visited the old carpenter, Sun Lao, at the edge of their village, sometimes bringing food along. Sun Lao, who had arrived in their village during a famine, was said to have been a carpenter. He had lost all his family and was left alone. Only her foolish son would think to visit him regularly, bringing gifts. Sun Lao's life was difficult. Although he was a carpenter, an injury to his right hand prevented him from performing delicate tasks. However, after his son befriended him, he often collected wood and stones to tinker with. Little did they realize he could even sell their creations. A total of 57 coins. The family was astonished upon hearing this. Wang Mei exclaimed even louder. Are those creations truly worth that much? All the materials had either been collected from the beach, small stones, shells, or debris, or gathered by Yun Chun Bei from the mountains or recycling stations. The only expenses had been for some string and hairpins, amounting to less than 5 coins altogether. Did those items earn over 50 coins? Wang Mei murmured in disbelief. Are my son's creations truly that profitable? Yun Chun Bei was equally taken aback. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement. His creations were worth so much. Yun Xiao Qi raised her chin. This is undoubtedly thanks to me. I'm a key to selling these items. Indeed, Yin Lin Hai and the others had only just arrived, unaware of Yun Xiao Qi's contribution to their success. Fourth brother, this money is yours. Take it. Yun Xinbei was somewhat overwhelmed by the amount. Is all this truly mine? He paused for a moment, then looked toward his parents. Yin Lin, he quickly grasped the situation. Since you earned it yourselves, you should keep it. This money is different from what you catch at sea. Yun Chunbei, relying on his craftsmanship to earn, was already 16. His father trusted he would not squander it. Wang Mei nodded. Keep it for yourselves. As a mother, I am delighted that my son can earn through his own efforts. Children certainly need encouragement. Yin Chunbei responded, then mother, use it to buy fabric and make new clothes for everyone at home. Earlier that morning, when Jiao came to find him, she had mentioned wanting to earn money to make new clothes for everyone. He would not let her down. Now, not just Yin Jiao, but even Yin Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The adults looked at the brothers, feeling a mix of guilt and pride. They felt guilty that their family was impoverished, having not worn new clothes in years. Their garments were either too large or too small, and when they became torn, they would patch them with similarly colored fabric. Even the older boys, Yun Chunnan and Yun Chunbei, wore their father's old clothes. In truth, Shen Yunlian had already planned to discuss buying fabric for new clothes for the children as soon as the household had some money. But she was pleasantly surprised that the children had found a way to earn it themselves. Ha ha ha! Our children are capable. They are destined for great success. Whose idea was this? Yin Lin, he inquired with curiosity. The brothers all pointed at Yun Jiao. While munching on her steamed bun, Yun Jiao's cheeks were round and full, receiving the scrutinizing gazes from various angles at the table. Jiao, what inspired you to sell goods at a stall? Because fourth brother's creations are beautiful. I like them, and surely others will too. Selling them will allow us to make new clothes for all the brothers. Everyone deserves new clothes. Her innocent voice expressed a simple wish that warmed the hearts of the entire family. Chapter 54. Setting sail again. Now, there are small shops selling ready-made clothing. Unfortunately, the household lacks a sewing machine. So, Shun Yunlian, Wang Mei, and Yin Nai, the 3 women, can only sew and mend by candlelight at night. Their needlework is excellent, creating sturdy and durable garments for the family. Occasionally, Yun Jiao sits on the bed, resting her chin in her hands, watching her mother sew. Shun Yunlian also teaches her. When she shows interest, she takes the thread and uses the scraps of fabric her mother has cut off to sew. The result is a rather peculiar and unattractive doll. Upon seeing this, Yin Chunbei promptly dismantles it and reworks it. 2 days later, Yun Jiao proudly holds a colorful but charming fabric kitten. She adores it immensely. Fourth brother, how are you so skilled? Yin Chunbei smiled. It's not difficult. You're still young and don't know how. You'll get better as you grow. He picked up a piece of wood and continued carving. Since his works began to fetch a price, he devoted more energy to these sculptures and other crafts. Fourth brother, please turn this into a beautiful necklace for me. Yun Jiao produced her fishtail-shaped pearl. Yin Chunbei held it for a while, shaking his head. Not now. Let me first consult some books, and once I have better materials, I will make it for you. All right, then please hold on to my pearl. It's easier for me to lose it if it's here. She specifically sought it from her mother to have fourth brother create a necklace, so it was no trouble to leave it with him. Yun Chunbei nodded, carefully placing the pearl in a cherished small box of his. There was still no news regarding the older brothers. Though anxious from the wait, there were still matters to attend to. The weather was splendid, perfect for setting sail. Yun Linhai and Yun Linhe were both eager for the treasures of the island. Thus they prepared to embark before dawn. The previous day, Yun Jiao had insisted to her father that she must be included. If not, she would cry at home the entire day. Due to this threat after washing up, Yun Linhai entered the room where his children slept and gently lifted out his daughter, who was snuggled deep inside the covers. Yun Jiao held onto the flower-patterned cat plushie gifted by fourth brother. Father? The little girl, still drowsy, reluctantly opened her eyes and, upon recognizing who held her, melted into his embrace like a delicate kitten. Even at sea, you sleep so soundly. Yun Linhai, cradling his daughter, left the room without glancing at his sprawled sons. Shen Yunlian had also awakened, dressing their daughter and simply tying her hair into a low ponytail. If she wants to sleep, let her. A small blanket on the boat will suffice for her to continue resting. Yun Linhai nodded, accepting the small blanket Shen Yunlian handed him, wrapping their daughter snugly before preparing to leave. Wait, she called out, quickly returning with a basket, a fan made of zone leaves, and Yun Jiao's little bag. Inside the bag were a boiled egg, some dried fish and shrimp, and a few steamed sweet potato cakes wrapped in oil paper. This is food. Place the basket on the boat for her to sleep inside. When the sun gets too bright, she can hide in there for shade. Shen Yunlian advised attentively. Yun Linhai listened earnestly. It was only when he heard Yun Lina's call from outside that he gently replied, "All right, I will remember everything." He packed the items into the basket, cradling his daughter in one arm while grasping the basket with the other as he stepped outside. Outside, Yun Linhe was carrying a large sea turtle. This fellow is heavy. Yun Shindong emerged from the room with a fishing net. Yun Linhe eagerly exclaimed, "Let's go. Today we can set the traps." Indeed, Yun Shindong was also joining them. In truth, Yun Shunshi wished to accompany them as well, for the prospect of fishing at sea seemed far more enticing than helping at the new house. However, the small wooden boat hardly required so many people. Ultimately, it was decided that Yun Shindong and Yun Shun she would take turns. 3 adults and 1 child made their way to the dock. Other diligent fishermen were also preparing to set sail. "Linhai, why did you bring Jiao Jiao along?" A passerby teased upon seeing Yun Linhai's embrace. "What? Is your little Jiao a lucky charm for you?" Yun Linhai nodded, affirming, "Indeed, my Jiao is a little lucky star." "Is Chundong going today?" Yun Linhai inquired. "Let us see what fortune awaits us at sea. Perhaps today we might catch something good." As they approached their boat, each began to row their respective vessels out to sea. Yun Linhai and Yun Linhe first rowed their boat to a secluded area near the shore, seeking a beach almost untouched to set their traps. It was 5:30, the perfect time to lower the traps. After setting them, they truly began their excursion. Yun Shundong fashioned a small nest from the basket on board, while little Yun Jiao curled up inside, soundly asleep. The sea turtle rested beside the basket, seemingly guarding Yun Jiao. As the sky brightened, nearing the island, she awoke, blinking in bewilderment, unsure of her surroundings. Upon hearing her father and brother's voices, she sat up, peeking over the basket's edge. With her bright, wide eyes, she cautiously surveyed her environment. "Oh, I'm on the boat. They brought me out to sea." Yun Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What were her father and brothers doing? Yun Linhai and the others were casting nets, though they had only caught small, insignificant fish and shrimp, along with a few crabs. It seemed this area yielded little. Perhaps they should head to the island instead. Comparatively, the bounty from the island would surely be more fruitful. Yun Shindong turned and met Yun Jiao's sparkling gaze. He smiled slightly. Jiao is awake. He walked over to lift her up. Yun Jiao instinctively wrapped her arms around her older brother's neck. "Are you hungry? Would you like some water?" he asked. Yun Jiao nodded, her voice soft, and mumbled, "I'm hungry." Yun Shindong sat cross-legged on the boat, placing her snugly in his lap. He then produced the prepared breakfast, a boiled egg and warm pancakes. Chapter 55. The enormous blue crab, Yun Shindong, as the eldest, possessed a temperament far steadier than his younger brothers, and he carried a strong sense of responsibility, having helped raise them all. Thus, Caring for Yun Jiao came naturally to him. His attention to detail was remarkable. While Yun Jiao ate, he untangled her messy hair, deftly styling it into two dark braids at the back of her head. The little glutinous rice dumpling appeared even more delightful. He played the role of a nurturing older brother with greater proficiency than Yun Linhai, who had never learned to braid a girl's hair. Since Yun Jiao's arrival, Yin Shindong had wisely taken the initiative to learn. Big brother is eating too. Yin Jiao lifted her pancake. No need, I've already had my fill. Yin Shindong replied. We've arrived. Yin Lina's excited voice rang out. Yin Shindong turned to see, much to everyone's surprise, that this seemingly ordinary island concealed a treasure trove of abalones, and quite a few at that. Once the boat was moored, Yun Shindong first helped the cumbersome sea turtle back into the water before carrying Yun Jiao onto the island. The turtle happily dove into the sea to forage. They followed the path previously laden with abalones, spotting some larger ones that had likely crawled up during high tide. However, there weren't many. The smaller ones were disregarded, but those of a slightly larger size could weigh around 2 to 3 pounds. Yin Shindong surveyed the scene, choosing not to join the fray with his father and uncle, but instead led Yun Jiao towards another rocky area. Stay here and don't wander off, Jiao. I'll go over there to pry some seafood. Yin Shindong placed Yun Jiao down as he spotted a patch of seafood, known scientifically as Buddha's hand snail, typically found on steep rocks. With agility, he climbed up the rocks. After watching for a while, Yun Jiao grew a bit bored and began to search around. Squatting on the rocks, she widened her eyes to peer into the crevices. To her delight, she managed to capture a large blue crab that scuttled out from a gap, larger than her face. Yun Jiao's eyes sparkled. She had never seen such a large crab in her life. The blue crab, freshly caught, flailed its pincers in an attempt to pinch her. Yun Jiao swiftly swatted it away, admonishing it to behave. The crab, its shell darkening with age, was tossed into her small bucket, which was quickly filling to the brim. This sizable blue crab instilled confidence in Yun Jiao, prompting her to continue her search with the bucket in hand. Above her, Yin Shindong glanced down and, noticing Yun Jiao was busy, felt reassured enough to resume his own foraging for sea chicken feet. However, after catching the large blue crab, Yun Jiao's luck did not persist. She only managed to find a couple of smaller orchid crabs, a few mantis shrimp, and some prawns. Nonetheless, she stumbled upon a small patch of spicy snails, significantly larger than those found near her village. Focusing intently, she harvested the larger snails and placed them into her bucket. Jiao, came the voices of her father and uncle. The crashing waves and wind were so loud that Yun Linhai and the others initially failed to hear them. After 3 calls, Yin Shindong responded, "We're here." Soon, Yin Linhai and the others approached, finally spotting her. "Where's Jiao? What do you see up there?" Yin Shindong replied, Jiao is down below, and there are plenty of sea chicken feet up here." "Father, uncle." Yin Shindong had already gathered a substantial amount of sea chicken feet, and, as the tide drew nearer, he decided to join her below. "Is that so?" Yin Linhai remarked, glancing at the sea chicken feet in his bucket. These look incredibly plump. Not only were they hefty, but the meat was also lengthy, comparable to their fingers. Why do these sea chicken feet seem different from those we've harvested before? They are indeed distinct. The meat looks delightful. Jiao has gathered quite a haul of spicy snails, crabs, and shrimp. Impressive work. Yin Jiao beamed brightly, her eyes sparkling. "Look at this enormous crab." She pointed into her bucket, where the large crab lay at the bottom, obscured by other finds. At first, Yin Linhai and the others failed to see it clearly, but after Yun Jiao's prompt, they used a pair of tongs to uncover the enormous blue crab. "Goodness! Yin Lin," he exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The expressions of the others mirrored his astonishment. "Just how large is this blue crab? Quick, let us take it out and have a look." The crab, lively and fierce, brandished its pincers, prompting Yun Lin to chuckle in delight. "I've never seen such a large blue crab in my life. It must weigh at least 3 jin." Yin Linhai, equally excited, rubbed his hands together. "This is extraordinary. How did you manage to catch it without getting pinched?" Yun Jiao confidently placed her hands on her hips. "It wouldn't dare." Though fierce, to Yin Shindong and the others, it appeared endearing. "This crab deserves its own space. We must ensure it isn't crushed. A dead crab holds little value, and losing such a large one would be a pity." Thus, Yin Jiao's bucket was commandeered for the crab. Let us head towards the kelp patch we spotted earlier. Before venturing to the kelp, they took a moment to revisit the area where they had previously gathered shrimp. There were still some shrimp, albeit fewer than during their initial visit. But this did not dampen their spirits, as they collected what they could, alongside a few mantis shrimp. Afterward, they made their way to the kelp patch, where vast expanses of kelp lay sprawled across the rocky beach. This variety was long and broad, reaching lengths exceeding 1 meter. Yin Lin Hai and the others approached, their faces beaming with delight. While kelp may not hold significant monetary value, it is quite heavy, requiring drying before it can be sold, which is a cumbersome process. The living kelp appeared dark, with wavy edges, and a single piece could yield a substantial bundle. The three men busied themselves harvesting kelp while Yin Jiao, armed with a small shovel and tongs, scoured the area nearby. As she turned over the kelp, a hidden treasure was revealed, an impressive cluster of green mussels. Chapter 56. The foolish sea eagle beneath the kelp. The densely clustered green mussels could trigger a fear of crowds in anyone. Known for their emerald green edges, green mussels, or feitsue yimi, are also referred to as haihong varieties without the green rim. Once dried, their meat becomes a local delicacy. And while they can be found nearby Long Village, the size of these mussels was exceptional. Each was larger than her palm, whereas those discovered at the beach were significantly smaller. She plucked one from the cluster and tossed it aside, continuing her harvest. In no time, she gathered a small pile of them. While holding another large mussel, a bird suddenly swooped down, landing right atop her pile of mussels, resulting in a moment of mutual surprise between them. Yin Jiao's gaze shifted to the fish clutched in the bird's talons. The fish was not particularly large, weighing just over 2 jin, which is relatively small compared to most sea fish. Its most vibrant feature was a series of orange stripes. Caught by the bird, the fish struggled desperately against its captor. The bird, seemingly embarrassed, flapped its wings in an attempt to regain its flight, but found the fish too heavy to lift. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Jiao used her small shovel to crack open a mussel, offering the meat to the sea eagle. "Would you trade for a fish?" she proposed, suggesting a fair exchange. The eagle, unimpressed by her meager offering compared to the large fish it held, stared at her blankly, as if pondering her suggestion. Yin Jiao knelt down, earnestly explaining, "You're clearly tired, and you want to be able to carry that fish away. Why not trade it for this? If you think it's insufficient, I can provide more." She then dashed her father's bucket, returning with several small fish and shrimp. "Look, I'll give you all of this in exchange. It's a fair deal, wouldn't you agree?" The sea eagle, captivated by the small fish and shrimp laid before it, ultimately succumbed to its hunger, releasing the larger fish to devour the smaller morsels. With each bite, the crunch of the fish echoed, saving the eagle the trouble of tearing into its catch. Yun Jiao gazed at the large fish, her eyes sparkling with delight. Although she did not recognize the species, it was undoubtedly more valuable than the smaller fish. "Feast to your heart's content. I have plenty more for you," she encouraged, placing the large fish into her bucket before returning to gather more small fish. "What is Jiao up to?" Yin Lin Hai and the others, bent over harvesting kelp, panted heavily as they watched her bustling about. "I'll go see," Yin Lin, he said, not wanting to miss any surprises. Yin Lin Hai and Yun Chendong exchanged glances, sensing the likelihood of something extraordinary. Curiosity piqued, they followed him. Upon reaching the bucket, they beheld the large fish, their astonishment silencing them momentarily. "Truly, this is both shocking and strangely serene," one remarked. "That is a three-knife fish, and such a large one at that. It must weigh over 2 jin, nearing 3. According to their knowledge, three-knife fish typically weighed around 1 jin, with those exceeding 2 jin being quite rare. The largest they had ever seen hardly reached 3 jin. Most importantly, this fish is quite expensive, 7 to 8 yuan per pound, and given its size, it may even fetch a higher price. Where did it come from?" Yin Jiao pointed towards the sea eagle, joyfully consuming small fish. "I exchanged those small fish for it." Yin Lin Hai remarked, "What a foolish sea eagle." Yin Lin, he added, "Such a silly big bird." Yin Chendong inquired, "So, how did that sea eagle come to be?" Yun Jiao pointed to the sky. "It just fell right in front of me." The three exclaimed, "What outrageous luck!" They approached, and the sea eagle glanced at them before continuing its meal, seemingly unafraid. Yin Lin Hai and the others dared not get too close, merely observing as Yun Jiao offered the small fish to it. "Are you full now? Don't eat too much. or I'll be a loss. Yin Lin Hai and the others silently shouted, "You won't be at a loss. Even if you give it 2 or 3 times more small fish, you still won't be at a loss." After careful observation, Yin Lin Hai concluded, "This must be a young sea eagle that has just left its parents to hunt. It's not very large, appears somewhat clumsy, and seems to lack caution. Yet, it is fortunate to have caught such a big fish. However, due to its inexperience and the weight of the fish, it accidentally fell from the sky. Even more astonishingly, there Jiao managed to exchange such a large 3-knife fish for those small fish. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? Truly, Jiao always brings them unexpected surprises." Having eaten its fill, the sea eagle showed no inclination to fly away, instead finding a spot nearby to preen its feathers. Clearly exhausted from flying, as Yin Lin Hai and the others surmised, this sea eagle was only expelled from its nest 2 days prior. Having relied on its parents until now, it suddenly had to fend for itself and had gone 2 days without food. Tired and hungry, it had reluctantly settled for some dead fish to eat, still not fully satisfied. Today, however, luck was on its side, and it finally caught a substantial fish. But, having exhausted itself, the large fish struggled, causing it to lose its grip and fall from the sky. Now, fully satiated, the sea eagle lazily refused to fly, its wings still aching, and continued to preen while curiously observing the activities of the humans nearby. Yin Lin Hai and the others soon discovered a large patch of green mussels. Although they held little monetary value, their sheer abundance was undeniable. Selling them wouldn't be profitable. Along probably wouldn't buy too many. These mussels proliferate along the shore, and while small in size, they belong to the same species. They reproduce and grow quickly, often found in large quantities. Thus, few people bother buying them for consumption. If anyone wanted to eat them, they could just pry some open themselves. Who would waste money on that? The shells of the green mussels were large, and they quickly filled a sack, estimating that the meat harvested from it would only amount to a small bowl. All right, let's stop collecting green mussels for now. We have enough kelp. Let's search for other treasures, carefully inspecting the kelp as there might be hidden gems, but be cautious of sea snakes. Chapter 57. Sea snakes. Sea snakes are highly venomous. A single bite could prove fatal. For safety's sake, Yin Shindong took Yun Jiao along with him. Big brother, sea urchins so many. Yin Shindong unceremoniously gathered up the sea urchins, indeed finding quite a few, over 20. Yun Jiao had sharp eyes and could spot things that Yin Shindong often overlooked, even from a distance. "There are scallops over there," she pointed out. Following her lead, Yin Shindong searched that area. They found no empty hands. Yin Shindong couldn't help but glance at his sister several times. With her keen sight, if she were in the army, she'd surely be a sharpshooter. Moon shells, shrimp, a dead fish. She picked up the dead fish and tossed it in front of the sea eagle, saying, "Here, as a little treat." The sea eagle replied, "I can't eat anymore." However, with food right before it, it hesitated for a moment. Perhaps it could manage a bit more? After 2 pecks, it decisively discarded the dead fish and returned to preening its feathers, finding it unappetizing compared to fresh food. Yin Jiao murmured, "What a waste of food," and continued her treasure hunt. There were plenty of items among the kelp during low tide. These things likely got tangled in the kelp and couldn't make it back into the sea. Many fish and shrimp had perished, some even starting to smell. The aroma decidedly unpleasant. Yet for the sake of finding treasures, Yin Lin Hai and the others could endure, finding it far richer than the beach at Bailong village. They gathered numerous cat's eye snails, crabs, and octopuses. The sea eagle, having tidied its feathers, glided over to Yun Jiao, curiously tilting its head to watch their actions. It was a curious little sea eagle, albeit a silly one. Mimicking Yun Shindong, it used its claws to lift a piece of kelp. Upon seeing the writhing creatures beneath, the sea eagle squawked, then pecked down, immediately making a hole in one creature's head. Yun Jiao exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, a sea snake!" Yin Shindong also looked over. Thankfully, they hadn't ventured to that area. They had narrowly avoided it. Is it dead? The sea snake, with a gaping hole in its head, was still writhing and struggling, but its danger level had diminished. Yin Shindong used a pair of tongs to grasp the sea snake, and for added safety, he used scissors to cut off its head, tossing the body into the water bucket. She had previously consumed sea snakes as a snack during her time at sea. Who treats sea snakes as snacks? Yin Shindong shook his head. Not that. Although sea snakes are venomous, They are also highly nutritious, used to make medicinal wine that can dispel wind, eliminate dampness, invigorate blood, and alleviate pain. Living by the sea, many of us experience rheumatism and gout symptoms. The medicinal wine, made from sea snakes, is beneficial for health. Jiao understood. Then let us catch a few more. I know about rheumatism. Grandma and Grandpa suffer from leg pain because of it. She tugged on the sea eagle's wing, urging, "Come, let's continue searching for sea snakes." The sea eagle looked puzzled. Yin Shundong quickly embraced her. "Don't take risks. These creatures are highly venomous. You mustn't get bitten." Yun Jiao, brimming with confidence, declared, "I'm not afraid." "You may not be afraid, but I am." Yin Shundong kept a close watch on the spirited little ball of glutinous rice, fearful that she might indeed seek out the sea snakes. Yet sometimes, when one isn't looking for something, it appears nonetheless. Yin Shundong lifted a piece of kelp, only to discover 3 sea snakes hiding beneath. He swiftly retreated, holding Yun Jiao back. The uninjured sea snakes were quite agile, and he dared not capture them. Yun Jiao, unable to reach for the snakes while being held back, called out to the nearby sea eagle, "Big bird, come here and peck them. Hurry, hurry, they're about to escape." The sea eagle squawked and rushed over, the 2 little ones clamoring. Yun Shindong could only watch in astonishment as the sea eagle obediently began pecking at the 3 sea snakes. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. It really understands? Yun Shindong's voice was barely a whisper, unheard by Yun Jiao. Seeing the 3 sea snakes being pecked and carried away, Yun Jiao affectionately patted the sea eagle's head, saying, "Well done. Here, a little extra treat." The 3 adults had worked hard to gather plenty. Yun Jiao played alongside the sea eagle, tossing its small fish or shrimp whenever she found them. It followed her closely, eagerly opening its mouth to catch the offerings. Jiao truly possessed an extraordinary gift. Since her arrival at the Yun family, her remarkable abilities were evident, not to mention her streak of good fortune that seemed to allow her to communicate with sea turtles and orcas. Now she was even able to command a sea eagle. Yet, as her family, their only role was to protect her. Having witnessed many strange occurrences surrounding Yun Jiao, they had learned to remain calm. "Yin Lin," he remarked, "I took a stroll around. Aside from this patch of kelp, there's nothing else on this island. Let's gather some more mussel meat, then we can go fishing." The island isn't large, and having gathered this much is already a blessing from Mazu. "I'm feeling hungry." Yun Jiao fed the sea eagle, inadvertently leaving herself hungry. The sea eagle waddled behind her like a large land chicken. In the sky, it was a fierce raptor, but on the ground, it resembled a comical creature, its gait particularly amusing. "Can this be eaten raw?" she inquired earnestly as she crouched before the meat of the green mussel. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Yin Lin Hai and the others instantly grasped her intentions. Yun Jiao let out a disappointed "Oh, shall I open a sea urchin for you?" She nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, obediently leaning against her elder brother. Her elder brother was truly kind. Yin Shindong had a rugged appearance, his skin slightly tanned. When silent, he appeared stern, yet he exuded a reliable aura. Yun Jiao cherished being held by her elder brother, for his embrace was steadfast. When her 5th brother held her, she felt she might tumble at any moment. With deft movements, Yin Shindong quickly opened a sea urchin for her. Yin Lin, he stood up and stretched lazily. "This is enough. Let us go find something to eat. We still have some provisions on the boat." As they gathered their belongings and prepared to leave, the sea eagle spread its wings and flew away. After finishing the sea urchin, Yun Jiao glanced upward but paid it no mind. Yin Lin Hai and the others had worried that the departure of the sea eagle would sadden her, but they had clearly overthought it. "Are we still going to catch sea centipedes?" Yun Jiao nodded yes. There were many that ran away due to being timid before. They had large bundles, unable to carry them all in one trip. Chapter 58. The arrival of the orcas. By the time Yin Lin Hai and the others had finished transporting the seafood, Yun Jiao had caught around 2 pounds of sea centipedes. After her initial catch, few remained in the area, making it even more challenging now. Jiao, come over for dinner," Yin Shindong called as he grilled several shrimp and fish. The materials were limited, so the grilling was not particularly exquisite. Yet Yun Jiao was not picky and enjoyed her meal heartily. "Next time we come, let us bring a pot to cook some fish or shrimp right on the island." Yin Lin, he suggested. "Let us find another island. There's nothing left to search for here." As they ate and chatted, a sea turtle came ashore. grasping something in its mouth. Yin Lin, he exclaimed, this turtle has been well trained. It never returns empty-handed. What has it brought this time? As they approached, their eyes widened in astonishment. This is gold. Indeed, the sea turtle had brought back a gold bar. Yin Lin Hai and the others hurriedly retrieved it. It weighed a few ounces, a small yellow fish. The adults' faces flushed with excitement. There is actually gold in these waters. If we find more, our family could strike it rich. Yet, after the initial exhilaration, they quickly regained their composure. As Yin Lin Hai and Yin Lin, he understood that it was improbable. That gold bar must be lying at the bottom of the sea. No matter how skilled they were at swimming, they could not reach the ocean floor. Thus, they could only lament their misfortune. Is this worth a lot, father? Yun Jiao asked. The others chuckled, their eyes crinkling with amusement as they gazed at the turtle with an unusually benevolent expression. This is money. Yin Jiao had only encountered modern paper currency and had no experience with gold as a form of currency from a previous life. They lamented briefly over the inability to die for the gold, yet they were also easily satisfied. Even having one gold bar was like a stroke of luck. They ought not to be greedy. Good turtle. Both Yin Lin Hai and Yun Lin, he patted the turtle's head. This is a fortune turtle. From now on, our family must treat you better. Yun Chan Dong silently approached to stroke the turtle, hoping to share in its fortune. It seems everyone is quite fond of that shiny object, Yin Jiao remarked. The group cherished the gold bar in their hands for a while. This matter must not be disclosed. Jiao. Remember, no one can know about this gold bar, Yin Lin Hai instructed. Not even my brothers? He nodded solemnly. The fewer who know, the safer it is. If your brothers let slip that we possess a gold bar, it could invite calamity. Our family is large, and while thieves may not be terrifying, a thief blinded by greed could risk coming after us. If they wield a weapon, even with many men in the family, it could spell trouble. Yin Jiao nodded. All right, I want to say a word. As the eldest brother, Yin Lin Hai put away the gold bar and ceased further discussion on the matter. Let us go. We brought a cast net today, so we must try casting it a few times. Once on the boat, Yin Lin Hai and the others took turns rowing, casting the net based on their instincts. This was entirely reliant on luck. Fortunately, unlike their journey to the island, Yin Lin Hai had better fortune this time. The heavy feeling in his hands brought a look of surprise to his face. Come help pull the net. The three worked together, and the net was quickly drawn up. It was full of red 3 fish. So many red 3 fish. There must be a school of them beneath. Quick, continue casting the net. The best luck in fishing came from encountering a school of fish. The trio coordinated seamlessly, swiftly placing the catch into the boat's hold before preparing to cast again. Yun Jiao leaned over the boat's edge, her deep blue-black eyes seemingly peering through the water to the depths below. She pointed to a spot on the surface. Father, over there. Just as Yin Lin Hai was about to cast the net, he instinctively hurled it toward the direction she indicated. Before long, as they pulled the net, it felt even heavier than the previous one. The weight brought uncontrollable smiles to their faces. Quick, pull it up. This haul weighed over 300 pounds. Although the market price for red 3 fish was not high, at 4 to 5 dimes per pound, the sheer volume made it worthwhile. After releasing this catch, they turned to Yun Jiao. Where shall we cast this time? Jiao. She glanced at the sea's surface and pointed again. Without hesitation, they cast the net in that direction. This time, the catch was smaller, around 200 pounds. They've escaped. The schools of fish were serendipitous. Having caught these 3 nets, they were already satisfied. The red 3 fish in the hold appeared festive. Their vibrant colors, a lovely light pink with golden stripes on their bellies, were enchanting. However, the net contained not only red 3 fish, but also various other species. At that moment, Yun Jiao was poking an ugly black fish with a stick. How hideous! The sight of its unappealing visage made her pretty face scrunch up in distaste. Yin Lin, he laughed heartily. That's a toadfish. While it may look unappealing, its meat is quite delectable. There were quite a few toadfish mixed in, weighing dozens of pounds. Additionally, they had caught various smaller fish and shrimp. Yun Jiao gazed at the sea surface and exclaimed, Father, my fishing rod. If she had a fishing rod, she could fish right now. Not being able to play in the ocean and not being able to fish was terribly dull. Only then did Yun Jiao feel satisfied. Wah, wah, wah. A familiar voice called out, and Yun Jiao looked ahead. People, I'm coming. Come out and play. The triangular black fins broke the surface, and a pod of black and white orcas swam towards their small boat. The sea turtle, upon seeing the orcas, hastily scuttled into the cabin. Yinlin Hai and the others were startled by the approaching massive orcas, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The orcas are coming. If they collided, it would be disastrous. A collision would certainly capsize their boat. Don't come closer, please. Their small boat, measuring over 8 meters, was dwarfed by the adult orcas. As they drew nearer, the imposing presence of the orcas became increasingly palpable. The adults on the boat felt their hearts nearly leap into their throats. Yet, what they feared came to pass. The orcas were indeed drawn to Jiao. How could they not approach? However, they were quite sensible and did not collide with the boat. The larger orcas formed a protective circle around their vessel, while the smaller ones approached directly, raising their upper bodies to peer curiously at Jiao. Come play with us. They enthusiastically invited her. Jiao reached out to stroke their slick heads, and the sounds of excited chatter from the orcas filled her mind. This person is truly delightful. A fragrant and lovely human. So small and so pleasant to touch. Why do they keep that silly turtle? They should take care of me instead. She's too small to care for us. We should take care of her. Chapter 59. Riding the orcas human. Touch me, pet me. One orca insisted. Get away. I was here first. Another challenged. Are you looking for a fight? Come on, whoever doesn't show up is a coward. 3 young orcas playfully bumped into one another while exchanging cheeky remarks. Yinlin Hai and the others wanted to call out to Jiao, fearing that the orcas might unintentionally hurt her. But with a swift glance, Jiao already had 1 foot over the edge of the boat, her movements dramatic and flamboyant. Dad, I accidentally fell, she exclaimed, then leapt into the sea. Yinlin Hai and his companions were momentarily stunned and forgot to grab her. Jiao. Their tone was more exasperated than worried, filled with a hint of gritted teeth. As Jiao splashed into the water, several orcas followed suit. When Yinlin Hai and his companions rushed to check, they found Jiao joyfully riding on one of the orcas, her small hands wrapped around its pectoral fin, beaming with delight. The orca happily swam around the wooden boat, carrying her in a circle. Don't worry, Dad, I'll be fine. Yinlin Hai patted the boat, muttering, This mischievous girl is getting bolder. Hurry back on board. Although they were aware of Jiao's extraordinary abilities, the enormity of the orcas still caused concern. Last time, it was a sea turtle, and now it was an orca. The speed of the orca was evidently much greater, making this mount far more imposing. The orca that Jiao rode led the way, with a whole entourage of orcas following closely behind for protection. Such a spectacle would send even sharks fleeing in terror. Yinlin Hai and the others could only nervously follow along, shaking their boat. Yun Shindong stood at the front, observing Jiao's unrestrained joy, gradually feeling a bit more at ease. At least for now, she seems safe. Look at me, Dad, Uncle, Big Brother. Do you want to come down and play too? She called out to the people on the boat. The adults, although slightly tempted, managed to maintain composure. If it had been Yin Xiao Wu and the others, they would probably have jumped into the sea at her beckoning. Yin Jiao was reluctant to return to the boat, so Yun Shindong could only remind her, Don't swim too fast. Got it, she replied cheerfully. The orcas obediently took her on a thrilling ride through the ocean. Whenever they encountered fish, the orcas would slap their tails, stunning the fish instantly. Dad, look, a big fish. Yinlin Hai and his companions were astonished to see it was a large manta ray. A manta ray of this size? Aren't they going to eat it? Yun Jiao explained, They are full and came to find me. After bringing the manta ray onto the boat, Yun Jiao continued her playful adventure with the orcas. As they approached the nearshore waters, their boat encountered other vessels from the village. Lin Hai, have you come across any treasures? One asked. We were lucky to find a school of red 3 fish, Yinlin Hai replied. The people on the neighboring boat immediately expressed envy. You must have caught quite a few, they exclaimed, and with that, they all headed toward the dock together. Wait, wasn't Yun Jiao with you when you set out to sea? Where is she? Yinlin Hai opened his mouth, unsure how to explain that his daughter was riding an orca. Dad, look what I found. Yun Jiao's sweet, soft voice called out, barely audible. The people on the other boat turned to follow the sound and were instantly astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. She. As Yun Jiao approached, she spotted the boat and tilted her head, calling out, Uncle Sun, Brother Akai, you. The sight of the orcas was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Yinlin Hai chuckled awkwardly, explaining, These orcas are the family of the one we saved earlier. They seem quite friendly. Friendly was an understatement. One could hardly believe that someone was riding atop them. As they neared the dock at Long Village Bay, Yun Jiao reluctantly bid farewell to the orcas. You all go now. Come find me to play again next time. This time, she did not resist being lifted back onto the boat, holding a piece of red coral in her hand. Dad, look, coral. Yin Lin Hai and the others glanced at it, nodding without much concern. It was small, only the size of Yun Jiao's palm, and at that moment, it held no significant value, hardly worth anyone's attention. Just play with it. The orcas called out to Yun Jiao as they dispersed, their reluctance palpable. Are those orcas really that docile? Akai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Can they let others ride too? I want to try. Riding an orca in the sea would be incredibly cool. Yin Lin Hai scratched his head. Why not try it yourself someday? Do you dare? Will the orca even pay you any mind? Just see. He laughed. An orca's mouth is so large it could do serious harm. You think trying is a good idea? Akai quickly ducked to avoid his father's playful reprimand. I was just asking. I didn't mean to. Zunlin Hai Juka. It's safer to keep your distance from those orcas. They might not know better and could collide with the boat. As for Yun Jiao, it was clear she was no ordinary child. Upon reaching the dock, Yin Shindong immediately called for a wang. Yun Jiao sat on the boat with a sea turtle beside her and some tiny fish the size of fingers. These are perfect for making fried fish snacks, though they do require quite a bit of oil and take time to prepare. When a wang arrived, he was accompanied by several individuals. Yin Jiao glanced up and noticed 3 people with unusually colored hair and eyes, distinctly different from their own dark features. The other villagers also cast curious glances at the foreigners. Why are there foreigners here? A wang smiled. Bro, did you bring anything good this time? I have guests today. Feel free to bring out anything worthwhile. He exchanged knowing looks with them before quietly telling a nearby young man, Boss Lin, those abalones I got previously were from them. Yin Lin Hai understood. They were wealthy patrons. Indeed, I have something. Yin Lin Hai confidently produced an enormous blue crab. What do you think of this? Chapter 60. Gooseneck barnacles. The moment the large blue crab was displayed, it captured everyone's attention. What a massive crab. Is this really a blue crab? How could it possibly grow this big? The young man a wang brought, along with his friends, clearly found it intriguing. This must be the king of blue crabs. Let us weigh it and see how heavy it is. A wang fetched a scale, and the crab weighed in at 3 pounds and 2 ounces. The crowd gasped in astonishment, eagerly discussing the incredible size. I've never seen a crab this big in my entire life. Yin Lin Hai raised his chin slightly. So, Boss Lin, what do you think? Interested in this blue crab? It's still alive, guaranteed fresh. Lin Kuang chuckled heartily, of course. I'll buy this blue crab for 30. The surrounding onlookers turned green with envy. $30 for a single crab was a dream beyond their wildest imaginations. If it were a regular purchase, a wang wouldn't be able to offer such a high price, perhaps only a few dollars at most. Boss Lin was quite straightforward, and Yin Lin Hai and the others were equally forthright, directly handing over the large blue crab. A group of foreigners gathered around the large blue crab, chattering in a language that was incomprehensible to them. Is there anything else? How about abalone? However, there's only a little over 2 gene available. Yes, but the price for this abalone will be based on the market rate. Although Boss Lin is generous, he is no fool. We also have a sizable sandalwood. Upon seeing the sandalwood, Boss Lin was elated. I will purchase this. Such a large specimen is quite rare, and I will offer you 9 yuan per gene. The sandalwood, also referred to as fish king by those from Taiwan, consistently commands a high price, fluctuating around 8 yuan per gene. This particular fish, having been captured by an eagle and flown for quite some time, still remains alive. The sandalwood weighs 2 gene and 8 liang. Boss Lin was already satisfied with these 2 rare items when suddenly, his good friend James exclaimed excitedly, Lin, there's gooseneck barnacle here. When Boss Lin went over to take a look, indeed there were. Yin Shindong wondered what the foreigner found so exciting about the sea chicken feet. The other 2 foreigners approached, babbling incomprehensibly about the sea chicken feet in Yin Shindong's bucket. I will also buy this gooseneck barnacle at 20 yuan per gene. At that moment, Yin Lin Hai, who was drinking water, inadvertently spat it out upon hearing that price. A wang was equally astonished, rushing over to see what was so expensive. Others nearby quickly gathered, exclaiming in disbelief. What is so costly? What gooseneck? ISNT this sea chicken foot purchased at just over 1 yuan per gene? How did it become 21 yuan? This boss can't be serious. Boss Lin picked up a gooseneck barnacle. This is called a gooseneck barnacle. Although it is a similar variety to sea chicken feet, the quality is different. Have you ever seen sea chicken feet this long? No, You haven tea, but aside from the length, there doesn't seem to be much difference. Boss Lin was quite pleased with the gooseneck barnacles, the flesh appearing thick and plump. Let us weigh them. Exactly 3 Jin. They sold these 3 items to Boss Lin for a total of 131 yuan. Both parties were extremely satisfied. In Yinlin, he and his companions looked at Boss Lin and the foreigners as if they were gazing upon a fortune. Such a generous boss is indeed a rarity. Yinlin, he patted a Wang on the shoulder. Good brother, thanks for introducing us to such a generous boss. A Wang chuckled. No problem. My business here is also supported by you brothers. Yinlin Hai interjected. Enough chit-chat. Let us weigh the fish. A Wang looked at the wooden boat deck and exclaimed, Brother, you are truly lucky to have encountered a school of red sand Yu. He was envious. A large blue crab, along with the sand Yu and gooseneck barnacles, and now they had caught so many sand Yu. What fortune this was. At this moment, many people gathered around their boat, and the elder Yun family members arrived upon hearing the news, ready to help unload the fish. Someone discreetly approached Yun Jiao, asking, Jiao, if I give you candy, where did you find those gooseneck barnacles? Yun Jiao, with an innocent expression, accepted the candy and turned to shout, Dad. This Annie is asking where we found the gooseneck barnacles. Her quick tongue caught the Anne off guard, and suddenly, all eyes turned to her. Vong Mai, hands on her hips, scolded loudly, You shameless old hag, do you think our family is easy to bully? If you have questions, come and ask me directly. What skill is it to deceive a child? Not only did we find that spot ourselves, but it also speaks to our family's luck and skill. Who would share their fishing spots with you? If everyone were like you, how would anyone catch fish? Wang Mei's booming voice sent the inquisitive away in disgrace. Those with ulterior motives dared not approach. The Yin family was numerous. They could not be easily intimidated. They also had several small shrimp, a few red sand Yu, and some miscellaneous fish left. Yun Jiao savored a piece of candy. Shen Yun Lian asked where she got it. She replied, The Annie who was scolded just gave it to me. Shen Yun Lian and the others were left both amused and exasperated. That aunt truly lost both her dignity and her chances. Elder Yin furrowed his brow. But you all need to be careful when going out to sea. Those sea chicken feet are so valuable that some people will surely have designs on them. Yes, we understand, Yin Lin sighed. But how can something that is just a bit longer than what we usually see be so much more expensive? Yin Shindong replied, I overheard that, in those foreigners' homeland, it is called gooseneck barnacle, reputed to be delicious and rare, which is why it commands such a high price. However, even if someone were to seek it out, there is no need to worry. That boss Lin and his foreign friends are merely here for leisure and will likely leave soon. Few people here would spend such money. Yin Lin Hai nodded. Yes, a Wang told me that unless someone explicitly states a desire to purchase those long-necked sea chicken feet, the prices will not be so high. Thus, while this item is valuable, it seems to be a one-time deal. Unless we can find a long-term buyer, it is not worth the risk to seek out those sea chicken feet. Yin Shindong was well aware of the dangers associated with areas where gooseneck barnacles grow. Chapter 61. Visiting relatives upon returning home. Yin Lin Hai summoned the 2 elders into a private room and carefully retrieved the gold bar he had hidden in his pocket. The elder's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing it. Where did you get this? Yin Lin Hai handed the gold bar to Elder Yin. Elder Yin trembled. What? Our family turtle. Elder Yin was equally astonished. It can even bring home gold? Yin Lin Hai said, Mother, you keep this. It would be inappropriate for either of us brothers to hold on to it alone. In the future, when the opportunity arises, we can exchange it for money or divide it between us. With this single gold bar, he had a good relationship. It would be inappropriate for either to keep it alone. Yin Lin Hai was clear-headed enough to avoid damaging their brotherhood over a gold bar. The elders understood this as well. Although the turtle was raised by Jiao and nominally belonged to the eldest branch of the family, in reality, the second branch treated her like their own daughter. Thus, it truly would be inappropriate for either brother to keep it. All right, we will hold on to this for you two for now. When the time comes for division, we will find an opportunity to split it into 2 parts for you. They agreed. After Yin Lin Hai left, Elder Yin felt that no place was suitable to hide the gold bar. After searching for quite some time, he finally found a suitable hiding spot. Jiao, are you going to collect the traps? Jiao was fixated on her mother cooking, resembling a sticky rice dumpling unwilling to move. Upon hearing the question, she shook her head. No, I want to go. I cannot eat what is caught in the traps. I am craving what is in the kitchen. I will go. Yin Xiaowu eagerly raised his hand and bounced. All right, let us go. Yinlin he took his son and nephew to collect the traps, while Elder Yun and Elder Yun emerged from their room, looking at the large basin in the yard containing the turtle, feeling a sense of pity. Living in such a small basin, we've put you through so much. Come, eat more. Jiao emerged from the kitchen holding a boiled cat-si snail, only to see the two elders lovingly feeding the large turtle. It felt quite odd. Jiao, didn't you want to raise chicks? There's a chicken farm in your maternal grandfather's village with plenty of chick seedlings. Would you like to go with your mother to take a look tomorrow? Mother, are we going to grandfather's house tomorrow? Shen Yunlian also heard her mother-in-law's words. She wiped her hands and said, All right, you have yet to visit your maternal grandparents' home. I shall take you there tomorrow. Yun Jiao joyfully danced on her little feet. Following closely behind her, her cousin mentioned that there were plenty of wild fruits in the mountains, along with wild chickens and rabbits. Shen Yunlian's family hailed from the mountains, a stark contrast to the fishing village's environment. Their land lacked the sea, and the paths were far more treacherous, relying solely on their legs. They would have to travel for half a day. She handed over 20 yuan to Shen Yunlian. A warmth filled Shen Yunlian's heart, despite their modest means. Having such understanding in-laws was indeed her greatest fortune. Moreover, their circumstances had improved, no longer qualifying them as impoverished. They had brought nothing but a cage, evidently having sold everything inside it. Today, they had a decent haul from the fish trap, netting 13 yuan. Upon hearing this, smiles spread across everyone's faces. Yinlin Hai entered with a bamboo pole. Jiao, look what your father has brought. Aren't you always yearning for a fishing rod? Yin Jiao rushed over, sweetly exclaiming, Daddy, make a fishing rod for me. All right, I'll make it for you after dinner. The already cramped house felt even smaller with the sudden influx of people. Yet having lived there for so long, no one complained. Instead, the lively atmosphere was quite endearing. Jiao was surrounded by her brothers as they excitedly discussed Orcus. Filled with youthful exuberance, they imagined themselves riding Orcus, dominating the seas. Sister, you're truly remarkable. In the future, when I tell others that I have a sister who rides Orcus in the ocean, how impressive that will be. Can the Orcus be ridden? Jiao asked. I don't know, I'll ask. Then let's ask tomorrow. Yin Xiao Wu chimed in. No, tomorrow we're going to your maternal grandparents' house, Shen Yunlian interjected. Huh? If it were before, I would be thrilled to visit my grandparents. It would be so much fun to go to the mountains with my cousin to catch wild chickens and rabbits. But now, his mind was consumed by thoughts of the great orca. Yinlin Hai asked, What, don't you want to go? Of course I do. Yin Xiaowu replied eagerly. Early in the morning, Yin Anai rose and prepared a plethora of goods. 2 baskets brimmed with dried salted fish, kelp, and various small fish and shrimp. Time was tight. Otherwise, they could have brought some mussels once they dried. Shen Yunlian quickly said, That's enough. Mother, this is plenty. What about your elder brother and second brother? Are they not coming? They cannot come. Today your second brother is going out to sea with your uncle. Jiao nodded obediently, holding her mother's hand. Fortunately, it wasn't raining and the muddy road was dry. Otherwise, they would have been trudging through mud. Jiao, feeling tired, asked her father to carry her. They were about to tackle the mountain path. Jiao nodded and ran ahead with her brothers. They reached a small stream, where Yun Xiao Wu began lifting stones from the water. There are crabs. Jiao, come quickly. Yun Jiao dashed over, squatting down to observe the stream intently. After the stones were moved, the water became a bit murky, and Yun Xiao Jiao managed to catch a small crab. So tiny. Given her familiarity with the large crabs by the sea, this one appeared minuscule, roughly the size of a pigeon egg. Can we eat something so small? Yin Xiao Lu expressed his disdain. Jiao reached out. I'll try. As for how, she simply popped it into her mouth. Don't even think about it. He watched his sister with concern. Jiao was easy to please, but this was a bit too much. She would eat anything. Jiao turned her face away, slightly annoyed. Her large eyes focused on the stream, attempting to find another small crab to compare the differences between freshwater crabs and those from the sea. Chapter 62. Shun family Zhai. In the end, they did not find any crabs, but instead discovered a small, dark fish with a tiny tail. This was the smallest fish Jiao had ever seen, and it looked rather peculiar. What kind of fish is this? She lifted the tiny fish to show her brothers. It's a tadpole. When it grows up, it will turn into a frog or a toad, Yin Xiao Wu explained. Yinlin Hai and Shen Yunlian approached as well. Shen Yunlian remarked, It might have just hatched, but at this size there were only a handful of them, and they were not edible. Jiao sighed in disappointment. Continuing deeper into the mountains, her initial excitement soon waned, and she quickly grew tired. The sun was hot, and walking was far less comfortable than swimming. Her little legs ached, and she felt thirsty. Soon, Jiao became a parched little fish, pleading, "Mother, I want some water." Shun Yunlian handed her the water bottle, saying, "We are running low on water. I remember there's a spring ahead. Let us go there to rest and refill." They had been walking for an hour already, with another half-hour to go. The spring water was sweet and cool, and Jiao drank plenty until she felt refreshed. For the remainder of the journey, she was either carried or had her back supported. Finally, they arrived at Shun family Jiao. As they passed through some fields, they could see people working in the land. Upon noticing the approaching group, these individuals paused to observe. Shun Yunlian greeted them with a smile. She recognized most of these elders. Regarding her maternal family, aside from Shun Yunlian's parents and brothers who were aware of Jiao's circumstances, to outsiders, it was simply stated that Shun Yunlian had given birth to many children, and no one would suspect otherwise. Shun Yunlian held Jiao's hand, guiding her to greet each person, teaching her to recognize and call out to them. Jiao complied, her bright, watery eyes observing the unfamiliar faces, seemingly trying to memorize their features. And then, following her mother, she sweetly greeted the elders, Auntie, Uncle Shun. There were many people, and most of the elder titles were the same. After Jiao greeted everyone, she received a few gifts, a handful of peanuts and sunflower seeds, a cucumber, some cherry tomatoes, and 2 plump eggplants or unknown wild fruits. Many others gave nothing, as the visit had been unexpected, and they carried no goods. Jiao was never picky about food. Even bitter melon could be nibbled on, after which she would make a wrinkled face and take it to her mother to cook. After bidding farewell to the group, Jiao took an eggplant and bit into it. Shun Yunlian said, "Well, this can also be eaten." Jiao. Eggplants taste better when cooked. You can eat the cucumber and those cherry tomatoes instead. Why do you have to pick the eggplant? Jiao slowly responded, her soft, white cheeks bulging with a mouthful of eggplant. Yin Xiaowu poked her. As Jiao was eating, she paused, glanced at her brother, and slowly shifted the eggplant to the other side of her mouth. Yin Xiaowu chuckled. His sister was truly adorable and amusing while eating. Setting aside the bitten eggplant, she began on the other treats. She devoured the cherry tomatoes whole. Counting them, she distributed 1 each to her father, mother, and brothers, leaving herself with 2. Quite satisfactory. Then she divided the cherry tomatoes. There was only 1 cucumber, so she decided not to share. She earnestly discussed with her parents, causing them to chuckle. All right. No sharing, just eat. There will be more at your maternal grandparents' house." Jiao's eyes sparkled. "Does maternal grandmother have cherry tomatoes? I love the sweet and sour ones." "Yes, and I will make you candied tomatoes." Upon arriving home, they found the door locked and the house empty. Of course, during the day, most villagers were in the fields working. In this age, without mobile communication, finding someone relied purely on loud shouts. "Father, mother, where are you?" To ensure his voice carried further, Yin Xiaowu climbed up the large pear tree in front of the house and shouted, "Maternal grandfather, maternal grandmother." Strangely enough, family members could always recognize whose voice it was. If no response is heard after several calls, then it is likely that the person is not nearby. Yin Jiao squatted on the ground, playfully poking at ants with a small stick, occasionally glancing up at the green skin pears hanging from the tree. Her small face filled with longing. "Gidge, can I eat a pear?" she asked. Yin Xiaowu replied, "It's not ripe yet." With a serious tone, Yin Jiao insisted, "I believe it is ready to eat. Shall we pick one to try?" He suggested. He plucked a larger pear from the tree, and Yin Jiao eagerly reached out to catch it. Taking a bite, she found it slightly astringent but still edible. The pear was juicy and sweet, leaving Yin Jiao thoroughly satisfied. She glanced at the ants she had previously bullied and placed a piece of pear skin in front of them. A small black ant cautiously approached the offering, its antennae twitching as it scurried away, only to return shortly with a line of fellow ants surrounding the morsel. "Goo, cousin." Jiao. A cheerful voice rang out from the mountain path. Yin Jiao looked up to see her cousin. "Cousin," she called out sweetly. She had met him before, though only a few times. In a flash, he reached her, greeted Yin Xiaowu and the others, and lifted Yin Jiao before she could react. Jiao has come. Cousin will take you to play in the mountains." Yin Jiao furrowed her brows, attempting to shield her face from the overly enthusiastic second cousin, Shun Xiaoyuan. I haven't seen you in so long. Cousin has missed you. Don't you miss me, little sister? His eyes sparkled with joy, reminiscent of an exuberant puppy wagging its tail. If Jiao were to say she did not miss him, her expression would surely dim, resembling a forlorn puppy abandoned in the storm. Ultimately, the soft-hearted little fish nodded. Yes, I miss you, cousin. Chapter 63. Not afraid of the wolf, the rest of the Shun family had also arrived. Upon opening the door, Xiao Wu and the others joyfully rushed inside with Jiao. Jiao, this year our family has planted watermelons. Shall we go pick some later? Hearing this, Jiao's eyes lit up as she eagerly licked her lips and nodded vigorously. Of course we should go. Jiao, come have some sweetened water. In this rural setting, sweetened water was the highest form of hospitality. Grandma is so kind. Shun Weipo smiled as she affectionately ruffled her hair. Such a well-behaved and pretty little girl. Initially, she had opposed her daughter and son-in-law raising a girl, as their family was not affluent, and they already had 5 children. Adding another would be quite a burden. However, upon seeing Jiao, all her objections faded away. Such a beautiful girl, if lost or bullied, would surely tug at one as heartstrings. As Jiao grew, she became increasingly lovely and sweet, her calls to Weipo melting hearts. Let them raise her. They can manage by saving some food to send over. Why did you bring so many things? The 2 elders chided as they looked at the items in the baskets. With so many children to care for, it seems as if you've emptied your home. How are you managing? Yin Lin Hai explained. We bought a boat ourselves and had a good harvest. These fish are all caught and dried by us, not worth much, and there is still more at home. Yin Lian nodded in agreement. Mother, these are all prepared by my mother-in-law. Please accept them as a token of goodwill. She turned to the children. Are you tired? Let me cook some noodles for you. While Weipo and Auntie prepared the noodles, in the yard, Jiao played with her brothers and was lifted onto her uncle's shoulders, filled with joy. Uncle, I want to ride the big horse. Shin Liang Ping chuckled. Look at how big you are, still wanting to ride the big horse. You'd crush me. Jiao had grown taller and reached up with her little chubby hands to pick pears within her reach. Jiao, you're being greedy again. Wait until they are fully ripe, then they will taste better. Shin Liang Ping laughed heartily. Jiao still loves to stuff everything into her mouth. The plums, peaches, and bayberries in the mountains are ripe too. Let us stay home for a few days before heading to the mountains. Jiao nodded enthusiastically. Yes, let's pick watermelons. She was still thinking about the watermelons. All right, after we finish eating, we'll go pick watermelons. The noodles cooked quickly, and Shun Weipo even added eggs. Of course, there weren't enough for everyone, just the younger ones had them. The 2 older cousins did not. As Jiao slurped her noodles, she quietly moved to her cousin's side and shared some of her egg with them. Eat, cousins. Shen Xiaoyuan was deeply touched, his mouth greasy as he leaned in closer to Jiao's face. She squealed and ran away. No, you're all greasy. She was a little fish who loved cleanliness. Shen Kuang shot his brother a glare. On the table was also a plate of cold cucumber salad, which complemented the noodles perfectly. After a hearty meal, Jiao strolled in the yard, squatting by the chicken coop formed by branches, watching the fluffy yellow chicks follow their mother hen in search of food. One clumsy chick, running too fast, stumbled close to her. Jiao reached in and grabbed the fluffy, chirping chick. Jiao, we're going to pick watermelons. Jiao turned and stood up, her little legs running over. I'm coming. Shun Kuang carried a basket on his back, leading a group of children out without any adults. They were headed up the mountain. Concerned that Jiao might tire, Shun Kuang asked Jiao, do you want to ride in the basket? I can carry you up. Jiao was tempted, but after looking at herself, she declined. It's heavy. A 3-year-old child also had some weight. Not heavy, Shun Xiaoyuan teased, lifting her effortlessly and placing her in the basket. It's lighter than the sweet potatoes we carry. Once in the basket, Jiao leaned forward, resting against her older cousin's back to lessen her weight. Is it heavy? She asked softly. Shun Kuang shook his head, very light. You should eat more rice. As Shun Kuang carried little Jiao, he maintained a brisk pace, demonstrating that she was indeed not heavy. Little Jiao, do you want second cousin to carry you? Aside from Jiao, the younger Jiao also received special treatment. Jiao shook his head. No, I'm a man. I walk my own path. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way to the mountain. Xiao Wu swung a branch, playfully swatting at the wildflowers and grasses along the roadside. Suddenly, Xiao Lu interjected, I remember there are families up on that mountain, and they have several fierce big dogs. He had been frightened by those dogs during previous visits to his grandmother's house. Yin Xiao Wu stood tall. What is there to fear? Even if wolves came, I could take them on. Exactly. If wolves come, we want to be afraid. Brother Wu goes first, then cousin. I'll follow behind, and Jiao will cheer for us. Just as Yin Xiaoqi finished speaking, those leading the way suddenly halted. What's wrong? Yin Xiaoqi looked up to see 3 large dogs standing on a ridge ahead, glaring at them. He swallowed hard, Ron. In an instant, everyone turned and dashed away. The 3 large dogs barked and charged after them, creating a chaotic scene. Ah, Brother Wu, didn't you say you weren't afraid of wolves? Go on. Yin Xiao Wu exclaimed. If you all don't go, I can't handle this alone. Just a moment ago, they had been boasting, but now they were in a state of disarray as the dogs chased them. Yin Jiao protested. What about my cheering? Let me down. I want to fight them. Yin Jiao's small voice was filled with determination as she turned to bare her teeth at the dogs. Unfortunately, no one heeded her words as they sought refuge. Shun Xiao Yuan suggested, let us take a different route. That family is a bit strange and doesn't interact much with the villagers. I heard they were hunters, which is why they have so many dogs. I will go and fight them, seeking revenge. Shen Kuang quickly held her back. Dear child, don't. You're not even as tall as those dogs. Yin Jiao insisted with serious determination. I can win. Do not strike. Let us swiftly gather the watermelons. Fortunately, the prospect of watermelon diverted her attention, and Shen Kuang immediately sighed in relief. Truly, this soft and plump little creature is a fierce warrior beneath her gentle exterior. They took a detour to the watermelon patch. Yun Jiao gazed at the plump, round watermelons, her eyes crinkling with delight. This watermelon is enormous, and so is that one. Her eyes could hardly take in the sight, each watermelon appearing irresistibly delectable. Chapter 64, Watermelon. Drawing upon his experience, Shen Kuang selected a perfectly ripe watermelon. A flick of his finger against its surface caused a crack to appear, releasing the sweet aroma distinctive to the fruit. Several heads gathered around, eagerly anticipating the treat. Shen Kuang produced a small knife and sliced the watermelon open. Wow! Exclaimed Yun Jiao, her eyes widening at the sight of the luscious, crimson flesh. Shen Kuang indulged her, handing her the first piece he cut. Thank you, dear cousin. Gratefully, Yun Jiao responded, her sweetness prompting Shen Kuang to gently pinch her soft, chubby cheeks. He had never encountered such a well-mannered child. Yun Jiao didn't mind. Her heart and eyes were filled with the watermelon in her hands. Taking a bite, the juicy sweetness burst in her mouth, providing immense satisfaction. Finding it troublesome to spit out the seeds, she swallowed the dark, glossy seeds whole. Shen Xiao Yuan, observing this, teased her. If you consume those seeds, they will sprout in your belly and grow into watermelon vines. Aren't you afraid? Yin Jiao patted her little belly confidently. Not afraid. If they grow watermelons, I can eat them wherever I go. At this time, the watermelon rind was still somewhat thick and the seeds plentiful. Yet the flesh was incredibly delicious, with a slightly grainy texture and an abundance of juice that would trickle down her hands and onto the ground with each bite. That was the only downside. Yin Jiao was not fond of the sticky sensation on her hands, but she endured it, planning to wash her hands after finishing the watermelon. She devoured the piece until nothing remained, leaving no trace of the red flesh behind. Cousin, I want more. Shen Kuang had saved her the best piece. The one from the center. On the rural embankment, children of various sizes sat in a row, with Shen Xiao Yuan and several boys, including Yin Xiao Wu, barefoot on the muddy ground. As the sun set, the sky was painted a brilliant red, creating a stunning phenomenon of fiery clouds. The sky was a deep blue, and the gentle breeze was refreshing. After consuming one watermelon, Shen Kuang picked 3 more to place in his basket. Let us cool them in the well. They will taste even better chilled. Yun Jiao listened with anticipation, but now that her belly was full, the craving had subsided. Yun Jiao stifled a yawn, feeling sleepy. I can walk by myself. Descending the mountain isn't tiring. As she spoke, she yawned again, her round, doe-like eyes misty and her curled eyelashes fluttering, evoking a sense of affection. Yun Jiao was indeed capable of walking, her short legs moving swiftly. However, upon reaching home and sitting on a chair, she soon leaned against it and fell asleep. Shen Yinlian promptly lifted her up, unbothered by the risk of dropping her. Shen Jiomar remarked, quickly take her to my room for a nap. After such a long journey, we mustn't let her tire herself out. Yin Jiao had no significant issues while sleeping. though she seemed to become restless when it was hot, often kicking off the covers. Even when only a thin blanket lay over her small belly, she would kick it off in her sleep. Uncomfortable, she would frown and roll around in bed. Shen Yunlian and Shen Jioma sat by the bed, stitching shoes by candlelight, occasionally covering her up. Shen Yunlian complained, "This little girl is quite sensitive to heat when summer arrives. She loves to roll around in bed searching for cooler spots, and the blanket cannot rest on her belly for long." If one were to say she was afraid of heat, it was amusing since she often wanted to accompany her father and Uncle C. Sister-in-law. Do not be deceived by her small stature. She appears obedient, but her courage surpasses that of many. How long has she been swimming? She would spend all day diving into the sea if she could. Shen Jioma gazed at the restless little girl in bed with envy. This indicates that Jiao is healthy. It's good for children to be lively. Jiao is truly beautiful. None of the chubby dolls in the years past could compare to her, and her skin is the fairest I have ever seen. If I had such a lovely daughter, I would spoil her endlessly. Since you are here, why not stay a few more days? Although there aren't many beds, sleeping on the ground won't bring any dampness. Shen Yunlian nodded. That would trouble you, sister-in-law. Hearing about sleeping on the ground excited Yun Xiao Wu and the other boys. Mother, can we sleep on the rooftop? We could gaze at the stars. Shen Yunlian shot him a stern look. I think you want to fly up to the sky. Yun Xiao Wu pouted. Fine. We won't go. The night breeze on the mountain was cool, and with the windows open, it wasn't too hot, albeit there were many mosquitoes. Fortunately, Yun Jiao was not prone to attracting them. She emerged from the night unscathed, without a single bite. In contrast, Yun Xiao Wu and the others woke up with several itchy welts, still scratching in their sleepy state. Ah, it itches. Yun Jiao harbored some resentment. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes was exceedingly bothersome. Shen Jioma brought a half-empty bottle of floral water, indicating that it was frequently used. Let's apply some floral water. Oh, Jiao hasn't been bitten at all. This elicited envy from Yun Xiao Wu and the others, for Jiao had always been immune to mosquitoes. Yun Jiao rested her chin on her hands, her brows furrowed as she uttered a single word, annoying. Shen Jioma cheerfully asked, what is bothersome? The little girl, regardless of her expressions, was captivating. The mosquitoes, buzzing incessantly, are so noisy. The irritation in her words brought laughter from everyone in the room. I will ask your grandfather to fetch some mosquito coils from Dr. Wu. The mosquitoes in these mountains can be quite vicious. After applying the floral water, it should be much better. At mealtime, Yun Jiao promptly forgot her grievances and followed to fetch food. Breakfast consisted of cold dishes and pickled vegetables paired with thin porridge. The porridge, cooked with sweet potato cubes, was quite delicious, and Yun Jiao eagerly consumed a large bowl. Jiao, let's go catch wild rabbits. Upon hearing this, Yun Jiao quickly finished the last bit of porridge, her little bottom already shifting towards the edge of her seat. Bring water. We need to take a water bottle. Not being at the seaside, her body craved hydration. Yet she was eager to play. It was her first visit to her grandmother's house, and everything piqued her curiosity. Yun Xiao Wu patted the water bottle at his waist. I've got it. Yun Jiao and her companions slept early and naturally rose early as well. They ascended the mountain not merely for amusement. Her grandmother's home also housed 3 sheep, and Shen Xiu Yuan carried a basket while herding the sheep up the hill. Shen Quan did not accompany them. He had to work with the adults. Wait, I must call my brothers to join us. The brothers, Shen Xiu Yuan, referred to were merely friends of similar age from the same village. Like Shen Xiu Yuan, they carried baskets. Some herded sheep, while others tended to cattle. However, cattle were precious, and there were only 3 in the entire village, whereas sheep were more abundant. Chapter 65, Battling the Serpent. A lively group of children gathered, chattering excitedly. Most of their gazes were fixed upon Yun Jiao, and for good reason. She was simply too striking. Humans are visual creatures, and children are no exception. With the sudden appearance of such a beautiful little girl among them, their voices softened. Yuan Zi, is this the cousin you always talk about? Why is she so fair? They were dark-skinned, and, standing beside her, made them look like they had just emerged from a coal mine. Shen Xiu Yuan beamed with pride, showcasing Yun Jiao to everyone. This is my cousin. Isn't she beautiful? I told you all about her, but you didn't believe me. She naturally has such fair skin and cannot tan. There exists a beautiful younger sister, and Shen Xiu Yuan enjoys a certain prestige among his companions. Yun Xiao Wu and a few others empathize. having boasted about their own sisters to their friends in the same village. What is so special? I have a sister too, Shan Xiu Yuan retorted with pride. Is your sister comparable to my Jiao Jiao? Look at those big eyes, that cherubic face, those chubby little arms and legs. Yin Jiao interjected, all right, enough. If you keep talking, I might just lose my temper. Fortunately, Shan Xiu Yuan wrapped up his remarks before Yin Jiao could get upset. In conclusion, he proclaimed, your sisters cannot compete. Yin Jiao shot a glare at her cousin, who was brimming with arrogance, causing several onlookers to contemplate giving him a good thrashing. She subtly distanced herself from him, her gaze fixated on a group of little goats nursing beneath a ewe. Jiao Jiao, do you like little goats? I can let you pet mine. Yin Xiao Wu hesitated nearby, aware that his sister might fancy those kids, but perhaps she was more interested in tasting goat's milk. Jiao Jiao, please be modest. You can't possibly compete with the goats for milk, he admonished. Oh, Yin Jiao replied slowly, and upon reaching the mountain, her first order of business was to catch grasshoppers. Her second cousin mentioned that they are edible. The older boys, along with the village children, scattered to play their various games. Yin Xiao Wu and his companions took out their glass marbles, immediately attracting a throng of little boys, their pride swelling. These marbles were bought for us by my sister, they boasted. The other children looked on in envy. What a divine sister. So beautiful. And she even buys her brothers glass marbles. Can we be Jiao Jiao's brothers? Yin Xiao Wu and his friends promptly bristled. Not a chance. Jiao Jiao's brothers can only be us. Yin Jiao, who had been mentioned, sneezed but continued to crouch in the grass, her plump little paws pinning a fat grasshopper beneath them. In no time, she had caught 5 of them. Shan Xiu Yuan returned with palm leaves, nimbly crafting a small cage. Here, Jiao Jiao, place your captured grasshoppers in here so they won't escape. Yin Jiao confirmed repeatedly. Are they truly delicious? Shan Xiu Yuan nodded emphatically. Absolutely. They are delicious roasted, even better when fried. All right, then I shall trust my cousin, she declared. What about wild chickens or rabbits? Weren't we supposed to catch wild chickens and rabbits in the mountains? Shan Xiu Yuan replied, let us go. My brother once took me to a trap he set in the mountains. It's bound to yield something. He secured their sheep to a tree with a long rope and led Yin Jiao to check the traps. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao Wu and the others were engrossed in their marble games and did not follow. Yin Jiao happily accompanied her second cousin into the woods. However, misfortune befell Shan Xiu Yuan as he found 3 traps in succession, all yielding no results. He scratched his head in confusion. But Yin Jiao, with her keen eyes, spotted a rabbit darting through the grass nearby. She immediately gave chase. A rabbit. Shan Xiu Yuan perked up. Where? And followed suit. They were unable to catch it as the rabbit burrowed into a hole. Shan Xiu Yuan rubbed his hands together. Rabbit holes. There might be more than one rabbit inside. He decided to scout the vicinity for other holes to block off. Shan Xiu Yuan, nimble as a monkey, indeed found 4 additional rabbit holes. He joyfully sealed 3 of them, laughing heartily. These little rabbits are quite cunning, digging so many holes, but they cannot escape my discerning gaze. Jiao Jiao, I will smoke out the hole. You guard the other entrance. If a rabbit emerges, you must hold it down. Don't use your hands, just keep watch. I will fetch the basket. Don't let it escape. Yin Jiao nodded. A 1T let it escape. She sat on the ground, watching the entrance, and before Shan Xiu Yuan arrived, she noticed something stirring at the hole. All the other entrances were blocked by Shan Xiu Yuan, leaving the rabbit with no choice but to dash out in a panic. With quick reflexes, Yin Jiao pounced, pinning it down before it could react, and struck it with her small fist, rendering the gray rabbit unconscious. Soon after, a second rabbit bolted out, and Yin Jiao repeated her actions, swiftly incapacitating it as well. A third and fourth rabbit followed suit. 5 rabbits in total emerged from the burrow, followed unexpectedly by a snake, as thick as her arm. Yin Jiao glanced at it and, without a trace of fear, pressed her little hands down on its head as it emerged. The snake writhed, attempting to coil around her arm. Just then, Shan Xiu Yuan and a group of others arrived, only to witness Yin Jiao grappling with the large snake. They had initially come to join the excitement of catching rabbits, but were taken aback by this thrilling scene. Yin Jiao was wrestling with the snake on the ground, smashing its head against the dirt, while the creature entwined itself around her. Oh my goodness! Yin Xiao exclaimed. Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. I'm coming to help you. A snake. What a huge snake. The 2 girls present screamed in terror. The others rushed forward, shouting to assist. Ultimately, the snake was overwhelmed and defeated. Jiao's hair was a mess, twigs and leaves stuck in it, her round, fair face slightly soiled. But her eyes sparkled with vitality. Wow, Jiao is incredible to have fought such a large snake. There are so many wild rabbits here. Did you catch them all? Jiao modestly nodded. I did. Though her tone was anything but modest. Lu slowly began to tidy her hair. Should we dig to see if there are more rabbits in the hole? Yunxiao nodded affirmatively. Let us dig. With so many of them, they would not take long. While the large rabbit was absent from the burrow, they discovered a nest of baby rabbits, only 3 in total. The snake's large belly indicated it had likely consumed a few of the little ones. Jiao focused on 2 of the baby rabbits, one snowy white and the other pitch black. I want these 2. I'll trade them for the big rabbit. Although the baby rabbits were collectively dug up by everyone, it was difficult to divide them fairly. The big rabbit and the snake were Jiao's spoils, and no one dared to snatch them away, especially with her brothers present. Even though they were of an age where they lacked shame and morality, they understood that stealing would earn them a beating. Chapter 66. If it's your rabbit, then take it. Jiao successfully traded 1 large rabbit for a black and a white baby rabbit. The tiny, fluffy creatures were not much larger than a mouse. The other small rabbit was a common gray one, too small to eat, so she gave it to Yuan. Let us roast some rabbit meat. With so many of them, they could not divide the rabbits, so they decided to roast them on the spot. Hey, I brought some salt. One child produced a small handful of salt wrapped in paper, prepared for the purpose of cooking something they might catch on the mountain. Jiao also contributed a rabbit, leaving 4 others tied up and placed in a basket. Plus, there was the snake. Children in the countryside mature quickly. By the age of 10, they can help with cooking, and some girls, though still shorter than the stove, climb on stools to prepare meals. They divided the tasks, going to the creek to kill the rabbits, searching for wild onions, and picking some green peppers from a wild, prickly ash tree. Others went to their cornfields to harvest a few ears of corn, while some dug up sweet potatoes. The land on the mountain was primarily owned by villagers, and they all recognized their own plots, so they picked anything edible they could find. They even snatched some chili peppers. Yuan, I found a beehive. The children's eyes lit up with excitement. We were just lamenting the lack of proper seasoning. Where is it? Jiao possessed a pair of particularly bright eyes, reminiscent of a beehive, which promised the sweetness of honey. I dare not venture too close to the crevice in the rocks. Let's explore. A few individuals remained to guard the area, while the rest set off to seek the bees. Jiao joined them. Yuan expressed concern. Jiao. Must you go? A bee sting can be quite painful and may cause swelling. Jiao gazed at him earnestly, but I wish to go. The merman, who ruled the seas with audacity, would not fear the trifling bees. How could one refuse such a pleading look? Very well, stay close behind me. Under the guidance of a young boy who discovered the beehive, they indeed found a hive laden with honey. However, they refrained from approaching, as countless bees flitted in and out of the rock crevice. I observed my grandfather using smoke to drive away the bees. Let's prepare, I announced. Utilizing smoke was straightforward. There was an abundance of dry grass nearby. I gathered a handful, tied it together, and lit it. Those with courage ventured closer. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu also joined, for they were not ones to remain idle. Before long, a scream pierced the air. It was her 5th brother. Jiao sprang to her feet and rushed over. The smoke was so thick that she closed her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a sting on her hand. It hurt a little, but she could endure. At last, she escaped, with her face having been stung twice. Cough, cough, my eyelid feels like it's swelling. Never mind that. Let's pry open the stones to collect honey. Goodness, this hive is rather large. Jiao exclaimed. Her voice was unmistakable, and the others, who were diligently prying at the stones, turned to look. Jiao, what are you doing here? Jiao squatted at the hive's entrance, inspecting everything around her. Unable to contain herself, she laughed until her stomach hurt. Brother, you become quite the fool. Xiao Wu winced, already feeling his face swell. His sister's laughter only intensified the discomfort. Time was of the essence. Once the stones at the cave entrance were pried open, they directly took a large piece of honeycomb. Jiao was handed a piece. Suddenly, a buzz filled the air, and everyone panicked, scattering in different directions. Yuan clutched a large piece of honeycomb in one hand and held Jiao in the other, sprinting ahead. Only after completely evading the swarm of bees did he breathe a sigh of relief. Turning to see the plight of his companions, he burst into laughter. The pain was genuine, Yet it did not hinder their teasing. Jiao Jiao, did you get stung? Yin Jiao raised her small hand. Yes, I was stung. A red mark was visible on her hand, though it had not swollen. Does it hurt? Weren't you supposed to wait here? Why did you follow us? Yin Jiao replied. I heard you calling. Her companions were instantly touched, realizing her concern for them. They collectively forgot that the first time Yin Jiao saw them, she had laughed out loud. However, halfway through their journey, they encountered their companions who were sobbing, battered, and bruised. A group for to go on, led by Lu Tian, stole our rabbit meat and beat us up. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiao Yuan's expression changed instantly. Yin Jiao became frantic. Where's my rabbit? What happened to my little rabbit? Where's my snake? They all have been taken. Yin Jiao stamped her feet in frustration. How dare they steal from me? Shun Xiao Yuan quickly inquired. Which way did they go? They pointed in a direction, that way. Everyone swiftly chased after them. At that moment, the group of thieves was particularly brazen. We even got a large snake. It's all ours now. Lu Tian's sister, Lu Chun Feng, gleefully cradled 2 rabbits. Stop right there, you scoundrels. Came Shin Xiao Yuan's furious voice from behind. Seeing they had been caught, the thieves showed no fear. Instead, they made faces and engaged in a series of provocations. What rabbits? Do they have your names written on them? If you're brave enough, call out and see if these rabbits and snakes respond. They are wild in the mountains, and whoever can catch them owns them. You cowards, stand still. Before Shin Xiao Yuan and the others could retaliate, Yin Jiao, realizing the fate of her belongings, thrust the honeycomb into Jiu Ji's hands without hesitation and seized a sturdy wooden post lying nearby, raising it above her head and aiming it at the one holding her snake. Put down my snake. My rabbits. With a crash, 2 screams echoed as she struck. Another accomplice was also hit, but that was of little concern. They were all part of the same gang. Everyone was taken aback by the scene. The large wooden post was beyond the strength of even the oldest children among them to lift, let alone throw it so far. After striking, Yin Jiao dashed forward, her little legs kicking fiercely. Brother, what are you doing? Let go of my brother. She even rushed toward them herself, though she had beautiful and clear eyes. Lu Chunfeng was startled and stepped back. Yin Jiao lowered her head, charging forward, using herself as a weapon to strike Lu Chunfeng on the head. Yin Jiao's small fist landed on her face, fierce and determined. Is this your rabbit? Then take it. Lu Chunfeng cried out in pain. Let me go. My father will not spare you. Lu Tian stood up, about to threaten them, when Yin Jiao swung the snake like a whip, lashing out at him. Yin Xiao Wu and the others rushed forward, ignoring their stings and the chaos surrounding them. The scene became a frenzy, and despite her small stature, Yin Jiao emerged as the most formidable. Ultimately, the group of thieves fled, howling in defeat. Of course, as they ran, they did not forget to threaten. You will regret this. My father will deal with you. Shun Xiao Yuan retorted. Let him come. A bunch of robbers threatening to tell their parents. If you're brave enough, summon your parents to our village, and we shall have a proper discussion. What sort of shamelessness has birthed such a band of thieving rascals? Once the group of children had fled, it became evident that none of them were unscathed. Yin Jiao tenderly cradled the 2 rabbits. Thank goodness, they're not dead. Why do they keep stealing from us? Yin Xiao was furious. Though his sister had triumphed, they were still a bit disheveled. Are those rabbits from your village? Certainly not. The children chorused. They belong to the shameless ones from the neighboring village. During irrigation season, they steal our water every year. They block our tributary to finish their fields sooner, and every year, our villagers must confront them. When the adults fight, naturally, the animosity between the children follows suit. Yet the 2 villages are not far apart. Encounters on the mountain often lead to conflicts. How dare they steal their rabbits? After winning the fight, everyone, despite their disheveled appearance, felt a sense of triumph. The way their peers looked at Yin Jiao had changed. You are incredible, Jiao Jiao. How did you lift such a heavy post? Wasn't it too heavy for you? Yin Jiao, clutching the 2 rabbits, looked slightly aggrieved. It was heavy. Her arms ached. The once imposing Yin Jiao, who had just been a fierce warrior, now appeared pitiful, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Xiao Wu, my arms hurt. Yin Xiao Wu felt his heart ache and cursed the fleeing children. As Yin Jiao grew older, her strength increased, and indeed, she was the strongest among the group of children. However, lifting such a heavy wooden post and throwing it so far was purely a result of her fury. Now, after the fight, she found herself utterly exhausted. Yin Xiao Wu gently massaged her arms. No, I want to eat roasted rabbit. She had yet to enjoy her roasted rabbit. Sniffling, Jiao felt that missing out on the roasted rabbit would be a great loss. All right, let us roast it now. Returning to their original location, everything was already prepared. The two rabbit meats were generously coated with a honey marinade and placed on a grill. Jiao sat languidly to one side, with two small rabbits at her feet, while Jiao held a piece of honeycomb up to her lips. All Jiao had to do was open her mouth to partake. Still in pain? Jiao murmured, "I've lost all my strength." Even raising her hands caused them to tremble slightly. Her brothers immediately unleashed a barrage of curses upon those who had wronged her. Once the rabbit meat was ready, they presented Jiao with the largest roasted rabbit leg. Shun Xiao Yuan proudly declared, "I have experience in roasting. You can trust the taste." Indeed, the roasted rabbit was quite fragrant, imbued with a hint of sweetness from the honey. Jiao, let me feed you," offered Yin Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao Lu held food in both hands, one hand gnawing on rabbit meat while the other gripped roasted corn. Jiao enjoyed the roasted corn. "There are sweet potatoes here too," Yin Xiao added, presenting the charred tubers. After indulging in the feast, Jiao's once fair and delicate face was now smeared with blackened remnants of her meal, her teeth stained as well. This only served to accentuate the brightness of her large eyes. With a satisfying burp, she felt content. None of them emerged unscathed. As they neared home, Shun Xiao Yuan belatedly glanced at Yin Jiao, his expression grave as he surveyed the battle-damaged clothing of himself and his cousins, their faces bruised and battered. He gulped, feeling a sense of dread. Yin Xiao Wu and the others shared a similar foreboding. With heavy hearts and a sense of trepidation, they hoped that their parents would not be home at this moment, at least not until they had changed their clothes and washed their faces. However, fate was unkind. While feeding the chickens, Shun Yunlian spotted the group of mischievous children lurking at the door. The smile that had adorned her face vanished upon recognizing the state of the children. Yin Xiao Wu. Minutes later, the unfortunate children stood lined up in the yard, Shun Yunlian and Aunt Shun wielding sticks, nearly driven to madness by their own offspring. "How bold you are to take Jiao to raid a beehive, and then engage in a brawl. Do you wish to ascend to the heavens?" Observing the once white, plump dumplings now transformed into sooty little coal balls, Shun Yunlian repeatedly calmed herself, exhaling deeply. "Mother, Aunt, please do not be angry." Jiao was provoked by those rascals, and, using all her strength, hurled a large wooden post at them, and now her hands seemed to lack energy. "What?" The group immediately surrounded Yin Jiao to inspect her. Upon realizing her hands were indeed powerless, they hastily carried her to the village's barefoot doctor. As they departed, Shun Yunlian and Aunt Shun brandished their sticks, ready to reprimand their unruly children. "I was wrong, Mother. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. It's all that group from To Go 1's fault. If they hadn't stolen our rabbits, none of this would have happened. Ouch, it hurts. Mother, do you wish to kill your own son? Be gentle." Yin Jiao remained unaware that her brothers had received quite the beating after her departure. The barefoot doctor examined her arm and stated, "For a snake and some rabbits, you've gone and done this to yourself." Upon hearing this, Yin Linhai and Grandma Shun sighed in relief. "For the sake of a snake and some rabbits, you've put yourself in this condition. This girl needs a proper lesson." Yin Jiao huffed, her stubbornness evident. "Stealing my prey is unacceptable. I may willingly give, but to take it from me is not permissible. What is the difference between stealing my prey and challenging my authority?" The mermaid never feared conflict. Life and death were trivial matters, and she would not back down. Yin Linhai, exasperated, exclaimed, "You, Grandma Shun defended. Jiao has done nothing wrong. It is those shameless ones who are at fault." Yin Jiao nodded in strong agreement. "Yes." Chapter 68. Trouble approaches on the way home. Yin Linhai earnestly lectured Yin Jiao. Fighting solves nothing, especially for someone your age. It can lead to injury. Upon reaching her grandmother's doorstep, she was startled to see her uncle, grandpa, mother, and aunt embroiled in a brawl. Yin Linhai shouted, having just preached against fighting, he charged into the fray. "Who dare strike my wife's father?" In the midst of the chaos, Yin Jiao spotted familiar faces, Lu Tian, the one who had taken her large snake, and Lu Chunfeng, who had stolen her small rabbit. It seemed they had come seeking retribution. Her grandmother was beside herself, pounding her thigh. "Stop fighting. Lu Zazong, du Xiao Mao De Do. You didn't educate your children, and now you have the audacity to come here and steal from others. A person must have dignity. How can you show your face after this? How did heaven allow you to be born as humans? Grandma Shun attempted to mediate, but the opposing side featured an equally unreasonable old woman. Lu Chunfeng pointed at Yun Jiao. Grandma, it was her who hit me and my brother. The old woman sprang to her feet. You little wretch, young yet so vicious. If the Shun family cannot discipline you, then I shall take it upon myself. Grandma Shun swiftly pulled Yun Jiao behind her. Who do you think you are to discipline anyone? What kind of upbringing do your grandchildren have that you think you can lecture others? Have you never tasted good food? Stealing from others is all you know. With those dirty hands, it's only a matter of time before you end up in prison. Who has dirty hands? I speak of you, shameless old hag. The two elders clashed, and Yun Jiao stomped her feet in frustration, wishing her hands were not incapacitated. But it was all right. She still had her feet and her voice. The two old women were evenly matched. Fearing their frail bodies, they merely exchanged insults without escalating to physical confrontation. Lu Chunfeng, nervously supporting her mother, was torn between wanting to assist and fearing for her own safety. Yun Jiao rushed forward and kicked Lu Chunfeng at the back of her knee. Lu Chunfeng collapsed to the ground. Just then, Shun Yun Lian managed to push the woman she was grappling with down, landing directly on Lu Chunfeng. Ah! Mother, get off me, you're crushing me. Ouch! You little wretch, wait till I get up. Shun Yun Lian tousled her hair as she mounted the woman, delivering several resounding slaps to her face. Who are you calling a little wretch? You are the wretch, you shameless old sow. Yun Jiao's eyes sparkled. Her mother was quite adept at insults. Of course, she did not remain idle. The woman was stronger, given her size. Seeing her attempt to rise, Yun Jiao aimed a kick at her, supporting her mother in the struggle. She had gained considerable strength, now comparable to that of an adult man, which explained how she could lift such heavy wooden posts. The only drawback was her height. Her short legs could only reach the adult's calves. Yet, that was sufficient to inflict pain. Soon, people from the surrounding area gathered, drawn by the commotion, regardless of who was in the right or wrong. Upon seeing the Lu family, they instinctively sided with their own village. The Lu family members were restrained, still restless and eager to fight. The old woman continued to threaten, calling the police. Grandma Shun was equally unyielding. If you have the guts, go ahead and call the police. If you don't, I will. I've never seen such brazen thieves. Everyone, come and judge. Our village's children were fortunate to find a nest of rabbits and catch a snake. And yet, these shameless ones dared to come and cause trouble. Indeed, it is quite astonishing how the adults in this village possess such unprincipled behavior, and the children emulate their actions. How dare you speak such nonsense? Those rabbits and snakes belong to the mountains. On what grounds do you claim they are yours? I could just as easily assert that they were caught by my grandson. Are the villagers attempting to bully an old woman simply because they outnumber her? Come on, if you dare, strike me. The old woman, in a fit of rage, sat down on the ground and made a scene. Shun Xuan, with a swollen face, asserted, "Those rabbits were indeed caught by us. If you claim your grandson caught them, let him tell us where the rabbit hole is." Lu Tian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Shun Xuyuan pressed on. "Speak up. You're afraid to because you don't know." The woman scanned the surroundings, grabbing a broom used to sweep chicken droppings from Shun Weipo's house, and swung it at their faces. "You shameless brats. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." The broom, still tainted with droppings, caught Lu's family off guard, particularly the old woman sitting on the ground, who ended up covered in filth. Yun Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Had she the strength, she would have clapped in approval. Lu's two burly sons rushed forward to assist, only to be met with the broom's unyielding wrath, leaving them reeking of chicken droppings. "You!" After delivering her blows, the aunt swiftly retreated, unwilling to linger. "If you have the guts, report this to the authorities. I'll be waiting. Your child has injured mine. Let us settle this properly." Shun Jioma clutched Yin Xiaowu and her own son, crying uncontrollably. "Look what they've done to my child. I can hardly recognize this face as a mother." The onlookers turned to the two children, their plight truly pitiful. "And my child, look at this swollen arm." Shun Xuan's other companions, accompanied by their parents, gradually arrived, transforming the scene into a lamentation gathering. Lu Tian was so enraged he nearly spat blood. "This is unjust. They were stung by bees, and you just admitted they went to disturb the beehive." Yin Xiaowu, covering his face, feigned tears. "It wasn't this swollen before. After you beat me, My injuries worsened. Shun Xiaoyuan interjected. You truly are inhumane. We are already so injured, yet you still strike with such intensity. My face will remain disfigured for years. The others echoed his sentiments. Yes, what they say is true. Regardless of whether Lu Tian and his companions were at fault, the blame would inevitably fall upon them. Lu Tian shouted in protest. I didn't do anything. I barely had time to react before she struck me with a wooden post. He pointed an accusing finger at Yun Jiao. With an innocent gaze, she replied, My hand hurts too much. I can't lift it. Yun Jiao nodded emphatically yes. She struck me with a wooden post. Yun Xiao retorted, Nonsense. My sister is so small. How could she have the strength to strike you with a wooden post? You are slandering her. Shun Shuyuan testified. They clearly brought this upon themselves, tripping over the post while fleeing, shamelessly blaming us. The others chimed in agreement. Yun Jiao continued to nod, affirming yes. Lu Tian, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, Who is truly shameless here? I am wronged. Shan Shun gestured. That wooden post is so large that none of us could lift it. How could a small girl like Jiao manage? The onlookers nodded in disbelief. Lu Chunfeng interjected. Nonsense. She was the one who struck first. You are all deceivers. Yun Xiaowu countered. Your words lack credibility. You and your brother are in cahoots, and your group is likewise untrustworthy. Lu Tian, red-faced and furious, stomped his feet, wishing he could kneel and cry out for justice. But ultimately, he could only endure the disdainful gazes of the Shun family. How childish to bully a young girl simply because she seems weaker. Get lost. If you don't leave, we'll report you to the authorities. Unable to match the multitude of voices from the Shun family, the Lu family retreated in humiliation. The honest Yin Linhai inquired, What on earth happened? Wasn't his daughter's injury due to overexertion? Was his son's state a result of his stings? With the Lu family gone, Shen Weipo expressed her gratitude to the villagers before closing the door. Shun Jiujiu winced as he touched his face. That Lu Daong strikes with great force. Are you all right, father? Shen Weigong, holding his waist, replied, I have my aches my old back. Shen Weipo scolded. What a shameless bunch of ruffians. They dare to come to our doorstep, thinking we're easy to bully. Thank goodness you were here today, or we wouldn't have stood a chance against them. Yin Linhai scratched his head. If we hadn't come, would this have even happened? Shen Weipo responded. How can you blame yourselves? The Lu family is used to being tyrannical. Lu Tian often leads others to provoke the children of our village. If it weren't this incident, it would have been another. Quickly, bring out the medicinal liquor for us to apply. After a flurry of activity, the scent of medicinal liquor filled the courtyard. Shen Weigong sighed. Clutching the remaining drops of liquor, oh, my precious medicinal brew, I've used so much at once. Yin Linhai recalled the sea snakes they had caught recently. Father-in-law, we caught some sea snakes a couple of days ago. My father is probably preparing the liquor. You can either come to our house and get it, or we can bring it over. Shen Weigong shook his head. No, keep it for yourselves. Yin Linhai insisted. We caught several. We wanted to use them all, and it was Jiao who found them. What? Jiao. Aren't those sea snakes poisonous? Yin Linhai nodded, yes. But it's all right. When we caught them, a sea eagle was right by Jiao's side. The eagle isn't afraid of the snake's poison and quickly dispatched it. Yun Xiaowu chimed in with pride. And we also have a sea turtle at home. It listens to Jiao's commands. Have you ever seen a killer whale that's larger than a boat? Our boat is 8 meters long. It pales in comparison to them. The killer whale adores my sister. The Shen family listened with wide eyes, astonished at the size of the sea creatures. Shun Quan and Shun Shuyuan gazed on in admiration. Yin Jiao noticed her little arm being rubbed with medicinal liquor by Shun Yunlian. Cousin, you two can come play anytime. Yin Linhai agreed. Once the new house is built and there are more rooms, you are all welcome to visit. Despite the tumultuous events, they hadn't forgotten their true purpose for coming. Upon hearing about their interest in raising chickens, Shen Weipo promptly stated, Let us go. I'll take you to the village chief's house. Shen Yunlian asked, Isn't at the village chief's younger son who raises them? I heard he went out to find work. Shen Yunlian nodded. By the time they reached the village chief's home, they were taken directly to the chicken farm belonging to his youngest son. The odor was rather unpleasant, as the village chief's son was busy feeding the chickens while wearing rubber boots. Shen Yunlian remarked, All right, let us take a look. The newly hatched chicks were fluffy and round, resembling small dumplings, scurrying about with their tiny legs and chirping incessantly. The older chicks, around 20 days old, were significantly larger, already showing signs of developing feathers. Such growth typically ensures their survival, albeit at a higher price. Yin Jiao spotted a group of fluffy creatures on the other side, distinctly different from chickens. While chickens had pointed beaks, these had flat ones. They were ducklings and goslings, though fewer in number compared to the chicks. Chapter 70. A line of little followers. Yin Jiao glanced at her mother, who was selecting chicks, and ran off to observe the ducklings and goslings. After circling around, she realized a string of little followers had formed behind her. The ducklings and goslings were lined up neatly, scampering after her. How delightful! Yin Jiao's eyes sparkled as she led them further away. Quack, quack, quack. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Shun Yunlian and Grandma Shun looked up and were both amused and bewildered. Shun Jiankong chuckled. These geese and ducks are a result of a technique I learned from outside. They were hatched without the need for brooding hens. Thus, they tend to enjoy following people. However, I have never seen such a long line before. It seems the little girl is quite popular. Yun Jiao humbly denied it, but the pride in her eyes was nearly overflowing. She brought the long line of ducklings and goslings to Shun, Yunlian, and the others. Mother, let us buy a few ducklings and goslings too, she exclaimed. I will take care of them. Jiao Jiao will raise them. Then you must remember your promise and not give up halfway, her mother reminded her. Yin Jiao nodded seriously. The small ducklings and goslings were fluffy and adorable. In the end, Shun Yunlian purchased 10 chicks, 5 ducklings, and 5 goslings, all chosen by Yun Jiao herself. They left without cages, with Yun Jiao's short legs leading the way and the little ones trailing behind. All 10 chicks managed to keep up. Shun Yunlian and Grandma Shun follow behind, watching. Grandma Shun was astonished. Are they really this obedient? Even though these little creatures have a tendency to follow humans, it's remarkable that none have strayed from a group. Yun Jiao took the lead with a semblance of authority. Suddenly, 2 dogs appeared ahead. The barking startled the ducklings and goslings. Yun Jiao halted and, in her youthful voice, commanded, "Come here, don't run around." Her voice seemed to carry a signal. The frightened little creatures rushed to her feet and crouched down as if seeking refuge. Yun Jiao felt quite pleased. She then shot a glare at the barking yellow dogs. Get lost. The soft, fluffy rice dumpling showed her fierce side, and the 2 dogs tucked their tails and ran away. Grandma Shun was left speechless. Shin Yunlian, however, was accustomed to it. The dogs in our village either fear her or are fond of her. Animals have sharper instincts than humans. In her past life as a mermaid, Yun Jiao has experienced fierce battles in the depths of the sea, even though she is still quite small now. The ferocity of her mermaid lineage and the aura of power accumulated from past conflicts are sufficient to intimidate ordinary animals. Yun Xiao Wu and his friends, with their pig-like faces, were not to be outdone. Upon seeing the little fluffballs marching behind Yun Jiao, they grew curious and wanted to try their luck. However, the result was that whether it was chicks, ducklings, or goslings, none paid them any attention. Even when they forcibly grabbed a few and placed them behind themselves, the little creatures would squawk and scamper back to Yun Jiao. Yun Xiao Wu and his friends were perplexed. Why? We are all humans. Why are these little creatures treating us differently? Yun Jiao held her head high, because they recognized me as their leader. After she chased away the 2 yellow dogs, the little ones clearly became more dependent on her. Jiao Jiao is here to eat watermelon. In the sweltering midday sun, they avoided the fields for fear of heat stroke. Everyone sat beneath the large pear tree, where Grandma Shun leisurely fanned the children with a straw fan. Yun Jiao perched on a small stool, taking bites of watermelon and spitting the seeds at her feet. A swarm of fluff balls quickly gathered to peck at the seeds. When she finished, she tore the remaining watermelon rind into pieces and placed them by her feet, which they devoured eagerly. They were like little garbage collectors, ensuring not a bit of watermelon went to waste. Perfect, there was no waste of watermelon. As the cicadas chirped, Yun Jiao yawned. Jiao Jiao is visiting Grandpa. Shin Grandpa welcomed Yun Jiao. He sat in the only recliner in the house, which he particularly enjoyed. Resting in the shade beneath the tree was quite comfortable on a hot day. Yun Jiao responded and, feeling sleepy, climbed onto the recliner. Before long, she drifted off to sleep. The little fluff balls snuggled under the recliner, forming a cozy cluster for their rest. Although Shan Grandpa and the others were not working in the fields at the moment, there was still plenty to do at home. After finishing the watermelon, Grandma Shun and the aunts gathered to wash the family's dirty clothes in a large basin. Aunt Shun grumbled as she washed. How did these perfectly good clothes end up like this? I'll have to sew them tonight. Shun Shuyun shrank his neck, afraid to speak. Come here and wash them yourself. Shun Yunlian glared at her sons. You too? Come over and wash your clothes. She took Yun Jiao and Yun Xiao Jiao's clothes to clean. Yun Xiao Jiao, being younger, had not gone to collect bees and had only assisted during the scuffles. Though a bit dirty, his clothes were intact, and the only injury he had was from stepping on a stone and scraping his elbow. With nothing to do, he climbed onto the recliner next to his sister and gradually fell asleep. Shun Grandpa instructed his sons-in-law to fetch some bulrushes from the hall to weave a mat. Being an experienced artisan, he wove the mat neatly and beautifully. Everyone was occupied with their tasks, chatting as they worked. After a while of washing, Grandma Shun brought a stool to sit beside the recliner, fanning the two children and swatting away mosquitoes. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a warm glow on Yun Jiao and Yun Xiao Jiao, making their faces appear even more charming, with long, curled eyelashes and lovely features. Among the boys in the Yun family, Yun Xiao Jiao was the most handsome, inheriting all the best traits from both parents. Yun Lin Hai, though honest by nature, had a darker complexion, yet he was still quite good-looking, with strong features, thick brows, and large eyes. He stood over 6 feet tall, which was considered quite tall in their area. Shun Yunlian had been the most beautiful girl in the region during her youth. Their union was largely due to both being somewhat fond of appearances. Before meeting, they had both rejected several suitors, ultimately brought together by an aunt from the neighboring village of Bailong. Upon their first meeting, they were instantly satisfied with each other's looks. Thus began a marriage sparked by physical attraction. The children of the Yun family were all rather good-looking, mostly resembling their relatives. Only Yun Xiao Jiao perfectly inherited all the merits for both parents. Not only was he the most handsome among his brothers, but he also had the fairest skin. Of course, he still had a slight difference in complexion compared to Yun Jiao. At this moment, these two lovely little children were sleeping together quietly and obediently, evoking a sense of tenderness in onlookers. Chapter 71. Yun Jiao as mother hen after a refreshing nap. Yun Jiao awoke feeling revitalized. As the sun began to set and the heat dissipated, the adults prepared to head up the mountain to work. Yun Jiao, accompanied by 2 little rabbits, was followed by a string of cheerful, chattering fluffballs. Grandma Shun exclaimed, "No matter how you look at it, it's quite magical." They seemed to regard Jiao Jiao as their mother. Yun Jiao widened around, sparkling eyes. Me? Am I really a mother at such a young age? Shun Shun and the others continued tending to the sheep, while Shun Grandpa and his companions went to loosen the soil in the cornfield. Yun Jiao led the little rabbits to graze and took the little fluff balls to catch grasshoppers and earthworms for them to eat. They were still too small to find the worms themselves, so she had to do it for them. At her feet, the little chicks and ducklings scurried over to eat. Indeed, at that moment, Yun Jiao bore a striking resemblance to a mother hen searching for food for her chicks. Yun Xiao Jiao was also helping nearby. Suddenly, Yun Jiao heard her uncle calling out, "Jiao Jiao, there are plums here. Do you want some?" Upon hearing about food, Yun Jiao immediately perked up her little head. Yes, the response was crisp and resounding. Yun Jiao no longer sought out earthworms, instead darting through the cornfield towards her uncle. Yun Xiao Jiao, cradling 2 small rabbits, followed closely behind, accompanied by a string of tiny fluff balls. Those lagging behind or dazedly stumbling called out in a pitiful tone, seemingly beckoning Yun Jiao to hurry back. The dizzy little ones quickly scurried to catch up. Upon reaching the plum tree, Shun Jiao had already climbed up. Yun Jiao gazed up longingly. "Uncle, I want to climb too." She yearned to ascend the tree, though her climbing prowess appeared lacking. She had attempted it before, but had never succeeded. Shun Jiao tossed a few plums down from the tree, which landed softly in the grass. "Here, eat these first. It's too high for you to climb." Yun Jiao responded with a soft "oh," squatting down to pick up the plums, wiping them hastily before popping one into her mouth. The taste was a delightful mixture of slight bitterness, mild sourness, and subtle sweetness. Initially, the combination was a bit jarring, causing her small face to scrunch up in response. Surely, her palate needed time to adjust to this flavor. She decided to take a few more bites. Continuing to nibble, the local plums, while not particularly exquisite, were a rare treat for the village children. After consuming 2, Yun Jiao found them increasingly palatable. A chorus of chirps surrounded her feet, yet the plums did not interest them. Yun Jiao pulled up a tuft of grass, turning the sod over for them to forage. With no time to rest, several women busily prepared dinner. Shen Weigong resumed, weaving the unfinished straw mat. Tonight's dinner was lavish, featuring snake meat, rabbit meat, and eggs, with Shen Weipo having prepared honey water for everyone. Thanks to Jiao's fortune, they feasted more abundantly than during the New Year. Yun Jiao chimed in. The brothers helped too. She held a porcelain teacup, savoring the sweet honey water with a look of sheer satisfaction on her small face. Grandmother, I want more. All right, I'll pour you some extra. After downing nearly half the teacup filled with honey water, it was time to eat. At the dinner table, everyone piled her bowl high with meat, making it a struggle for her to finish. Eventually, she sat back, her round belly full, letting out several contented burps. With a sense of utmost satisfaction, Shun Yunlian wiped her oily little mouth and hands clean. Let's take a stroll in the yard to aid digestion. Obediently, Yun Jiao accompanied her brothers into the yard, eventually wandering out into the village. In this unfamiliar village, the audacious Yun Jiao felt no fear, simply trailing behind her brothers. They soon discovered a communal gathering spot in Shun's village, where a large parasol tree provided shade for many who sat chatting. On this sultry evening, it seemed no one preferred to remain cooped up indoors. Under the cool moonlight, visibility remained quite clear. As they approached, they quickly became the center of attention. Oh, Shun Xiao Yuan, did you and your cousins really get beaten by the folks from Go On? What happened to your face? The people for Go On were notorious for their shamelessness and bullying, with several children from their village also having suffered at their hands. Rumors circulated that they even stole your rabbits. Shun Xiao Yuan nodded without hesitation. Indeed, that is the case. Instantly, a chorus of voices rose in condemnation against the individuals from Go On, revealing the deep-seated resentment the villagers harbored towards them. Isn't this the little girl from Shun Lian's family? She is truly beautiful. Come here, let me take a closer look. The onlookers were captivated by her charming face, remarking how she was even more lovely than Shun Lian had been at her age. Before marrying, Shun Lian had been the most beautiful girl in the region, and this little girl surpassed her by miles. In an instant, Yun Jiao became the focal point of the older women's attention. Humans are inherently visual creatures. Even those who favored sons over daughters could not help but feel a fondness for a pretty girl. Naturally, those who had a poor relationship with Shun Yunlian viewed her with disdain. One woman, in particular, scoffed. What good is being pretty if she ends up married to a pauper? Just look at how weathered her face is. The brothers of Yun, Xiao, Wu glared at the woman speaking. What are you staring at? Your family is poor, and you don't want anyone to mention it? It's bad enough you have so many children. You look like a pig that can give birth endlessly, as if you're boasting about it, without considering if you can provide for them. Others, unable to tolerate her remarks, retorted, Cui Mei, why don't you keep your mouth shut in front of the children? Cui Mei rolled her eyes. Am I not allowed to speak my mind? She acts like a vixen. Even her daughter looks like a vixen now. The last part of her comment was mumbled, but Yun Jiao still caught it. She turned to Yun Xiao Wu and asked, Brother, what is a vixen? She says our mother is a vixen, and I am too. Yun Jiao disagreed vehemently, asserting, I am not a vixen. I am a mermaid, a super beautiful mermaid. Just as Yun Xiao Wu was about to explode, someone was quicker. Shen Jiam rushed over and slapped Cui Mei across the face. Cui Mei, your mouth is filthy. Let me clean it out for you. Oh, why are we fighting? Stop, please stop. People around them stood up to mediate, insisting that it was better to argue than to resort to violence. Some even felt that Cui Mei deserved it. Her thoughtless remarks were sharper than those of an old crone, earning her little love from the crowd. Cui Mei shrieked in distress. Wang Wen, have you gone mad? What gave you the right to hit me? Shen Ji spat at her. I can't stand your sharp tongue. You're not even as pretty as my sister-in-law, and your personality is worse. You're always comparing yourself to her. Her husband may be poor, but he is 100 times better than your drunken husband. Chapter 72. Watching the drama unfold. Wang Wen, Shun Yunlian, and Shen Yin, who is also Yun Jiao's uncle, grew up together, sharing a close bond since childhood. Wang Wen had always been strong-willed and protective. Thus, it was no surprise that she would defend Shun Yunlian against Cui Mei. Shen Yunlian was no pushover either. Holding Yun Jiao, she addressed Cui Mei directly. Cui Mei clumsily picked herself off the ground. Shen Yunlian, do you think everyone is like you? Using your looks to flirt with everyone? I thought you'd marry someone well off. Yet you ended up with a pauper, suffering, and having so many children. You're destined for a life of toil. Wang Wen interjected, Shui Mei, haven't you had enough? Shui Mei retorted, come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I was caught off guard earlier. Wang Wen shot her a sidelong glance. What? Did your husband beat you? Why are you so tough with us, but never show that side at home? If only you treated him the same way you treat us. You wouldn't be in this predicament. Shui Mei glared at them with resentment, preparing to speak when Yun Lin Hai arrived. Zun Lin Hai, Ansi Osu, pulled Shen Yun Lian to look around nervously, only relaxing once he confirmed everything was fine. He was an earnest man, devoted to his wife, and such upright, tall, and handsome fellows were favored by the elders. Lin Hai, why are you so tense? Oh, the couple is still so affectionate after all these years. Do you have any younger brothers? I have a niece who is pretty and diligent. Her standards are not high, just someone of similar height and looks, with a good character and the ability to work. The older women clustered around Yun Lin Hai, questioning him eagerly. No, I don't have any younger brothers. How about younger nephews? Yun Lin Hai replied, none. He kept casting desperate glances at Shen Yun Lian for rescue. Wife, please help me. Shen Yun Lian chuckled and handed Yun Jiao over to him. He instinctively caught her. Yun Jiao blinked innocently. Should I pretend, Dion? Shen Yun Lian adeptly navigated the conversation with the older women, while Shui Mei's jealousy simmered, her teeth nearly grinding together in frustration, although reluctant to admit it. Shen Yun Lian's life is undoubtedly better and happier than hers. The thought of her own home, with an ordinary-looking husband who indulges in drinking and violence, only fuels her anger. Once, her family held the status of village officials and enjoyed greater wealth than others in the village. But now, they're no longer officials, and their money is rapidly squandered by that unfortunate man. Just then, someone rushed over and seized Shen Sui-mei. Not good, Sui-mei. Your husband and Wang Yaozu from the neighboring village are fighting over widow Jiao. What? In an instant, the previously lively crowd fell silent. Their ears perked up in intense focus. Shen Yunlian, who was about to leave, halted, tugging on Yun Lin Hai's sleeve. Wang Wen, too, turned around in excitement. Shen Sui-mei's face flushed with anger. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed out, shouting, Shen Jiantong, I won't let this go. Others, though silent, instinctively followed suit. Yin Jiao clung to Yun Lin Hai's neck, urging, Father, let's go. Hurry. Yin Lin Hai hesitated, you're just a child. Although he was unclear about the specifics of the situation, he gleaned some insight from the woman's words. Yun Jiao, dissatisfied with her father's reluctance, stretched out her little arms, demanding her aunt to carry her. Aunt, pick me up. Who could resist such a pitiful sight? Wang Wen took her in his arms. Let's go, let's go. Shen Yunlian found it amusing, yet exasperating, remarking on her child's penchant for chaos. In the village, she was always drawn to the gossiping old ladies, eager to be part of any commotion. Yun Xiaowu and the others could hardly contain their excitement. Mother, I want to see. Shen Shuyan added, Mother, I'll watch over my cousin. Yin Xiaolu piped up, Mother, I'm going to find my brother. Yin Xiaoju exclaimed, Wait for me. Yin Jiao insisted, Put me down, let me go. She would not be left behind. With everyone slipping away like eels, it was impossible to resist. By the time they arrived, the crowd was already tightly packed. Yun Jiao, dissatisfied with her obstructed view, climbed onto Yun Lin Hai's shoulders for a better look. At last, she could see clearly. Shen Sui-mei had finally unleashed her fury on Wang Wen, grabbing and clawing at a man's clothes. Shen Jiantong, I bore you children and managed everything in this house, yet you dare to cheat on me? Have I been too good to you? I'll fight you. Shen Jiantong, battered and bruised, winced in pain. Are you crazy, you madwoman? Let go of me. Do you want me to beat you to death? Shen Sui-mei slapped him again. Come on. If you have the guts, do it. Go to jail. Although she initially held the upper hand, Shen Sui-mei was still a woman. Shen Jiantong, with his greater strength, swiftly pushed her away. With a forceful shove, he sent Shen Sui-mei crashing to the ground, leaving her unable to rise for a long while, blood streaming from her nose, her head ringing. Wang Wen and several village women rushed to help her up. Shen Jiantong, are you even a man? How could you be so cruel to your own wife? Do you really want her dead? Shen Yunlian, despite her poor relationship with Shen Sui-mei, felt disdain for such domestic violence. Shen Jiantong, still intoxicated, wore a grim expression and shot them a vicious glare. Bah, this is my family matter. What does it have to do with you? She is my wife. I can beat her if I want. His eyes scanned the crowd, noticing that Wang Yaozu and that wretched woman had slipped away, and he cursed under his breath. Just as he finished speaking, A dark object flew through the air and struck him. What was that? Who threw mud at me? Which bastard did this? No one admitted to it. Yet another chunk of mud soared past. Who? Before he could finish, a foul-smelling object hit him. Cow dung. The crowd dispersed, casting disdainful glances at the hapless Shun Jiantong, who stood there, covered in filth. As night fell, no one could discern who had thrown the mud and dung. Chapter 73. Homeward bound Yun Jiao, having seen the scene, found that the environment did little to affect her vision. It was a group of half-grown children mingling within the crowd, including her brother. After they had thrown their projectiles, they promptly fled. Yun Jiao urged her father to set her down so she could follow them. Ha, I hit! I hit! One of the boys exclaimed. I hit too. You're not sad anymore, are you? We've avenged you. Shun Xian turned to a nearby scrawny boy. The boy sniffled. When was I sad? I don't even like my aunt. He pouted, but compared to my aunt, I dislike that drunken uncle even more. Yin Xiaowu asked Jiao. How did you get here? I came with you. In the night, the delicate beauty of Yun Jiao captivated many young boys, who gazed at her in awe. What a lovely little sister. Of course, their admiration was innocent and merely a reflection of their youthful appreciation for beauty. Suddenly, the scrawny boy exclaimed, My father and grandfather are coming. I want to see. He dashed back into the crowd, followed by the other children. Yun Xiaowu held onto his sister, and the older boys cleared a path for her, squeezing through the adults' legs to secure prime positions for viewing the spectacle. Shun Jiantong, you scoundrel! Cheating on your wife and hitting my sister? Do you think our family is powerless? Upon seeing Shun Tsumei's state, her family rushed to confront Shun Jiantong, cursing him vehemently. Initially, they intended to strike him, but the foul stench emanating from him rendered them hesitant. Ultimately, they resorted to grabbing a wooden stick to defend Shun Tsumei. When Shun Jiantong's parents arrived and witnessed their son being attacked, they began to curse and strike Shun Tsumei's family in defense of their child. In the chaos, everyone was protective of their own. The scene devolved into utter pandemonium. To avoid getting soiled by Shun Jiantong's filth, Yun Xiaowu and his companions pulled Yun Jiao away. It was only when the village head and several elders arrived that the commotion was quelled. Ultimately, it was a family matter, and once everyone sat down together, they discussed the incident, condemning Shun Jiantong for his lack of manhood, and then moved on. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yun Jiao was roused from her slumber and dressed. The Shun family was reluctant to part ways. Shun Xiaowen remarked, This is also Jiao's home. Yun Jiao comforted him with a sweet voice. Cousin, I will come back with my mother next time, and you can visit my home to play with my grandfather and uncles. Shun Weipo and Shun Weigong busied themselves outside, packing their baskets with various goods. That's enough. There's too much, Yin Linhai insisted. What do you mean too much? These are just some trifles, Shun Weipo retorted, shoving a piece of cured meat, which they had been saving, into the basket. You can't take this. Really, you can't. Take it. You brought so many seafood delicacies anyway. Shun Weigong emerged with a newly crafted mat. Linhai approached, saying, Take this too. Jiao gets hot easily. It will keep her cool while she sleeps. Just as Yun Jiao stepped outside, she touched the mat with her little hand. Did Grandpa make this for me? Shun Weigong nodded. Jiao will sleep comfortably. A warmth enveloped Yun Jiao's heart. Merfolk are solitary ocean hunters, and after the age of 10, their parents typically abandon them, leaving them to fend for themselves, often never to reunite. Thus, deep-sea merfolk are rare. Human affection evokes a sense of unfamiliarity, yet brings a sweet ache to the heart. Thank you, Grandpa. I will visit you often. Upon hearing this, the Shun family smiled with joy. In the basket were several watermelons, eggs, and some grains. A few chicks, ducklings, and goslings were gathered in a bamboo basket, which they carried along. Yun Jiao also held a small bamboo basket containing a black and a white rabbit. After they left, Shun Grandma discovered the money hidden beneath the tea jar. There was no need to guess who had placed it there. That mischievous girl, taking some grains and bringing money, clearly worried that we might not accept it, thus hiding it under the tea jar. Shun Grandpa frowned and said, Forget it. Let us keep it. Next time we visit our in-laws, we will bring more things. It was too late to catch up with them now. The way back was downhill. Significantly easier than the ascent, though it still took considerable time. Yun Jiao's little feet were sore, but she did not want her father to carry her. They were already burdened enough. Before they reached home, Yun Xiaowu cheered with delight. Breathing in the distant sea breeze, Yun Jiao felt her mood lighten considerably, and her steps became more buoyant. At this time, Yun Nai was cooking at home, while Yun Xiaoqi and Yun Xiaoba were playing marbles at the door. The two children were instantly thrilled. Big brother Wu, big brother Lu, ninth brother. Sister Jiao, we missed you so much. They dashed over, arms wide open, and, in unison with Yun Xiao Wu, lifted Yun Jiao into the air. Is there no brotherly love left? Exclaimed Yun Xiao Wu. What did Jiao bring? Rabbits. So many chicks and ducklings and goslings. Wow, a big watermelon. The air was filled with the excited chatter of Yun Xiaoqi and Yun Xiaoba. Once home, Yun Jiao plopped down on a small stool, utterly exhausted. She could swim in the sea all day without feeling tired, but hiking had truly worn out her little feet. She took off her shoes, revealing two plump, white feet resembling soft buns. However, her toes were a bit red, and blisters had formed on the soles. Father, my sister has blisters on her feet. Yun Xiao Wu was the first to notice, immediately expressing concern with a loud exclamation. What to do? It must hurt. He pouted and blew gently on Yun Jiao's feet. Shun Yunlian examined Yun Jiao's feet with a look of deep sympathy. Why didn't you say your feet hurt? You could have asked your father or mother to carry you. Yun Jiao pursed her lips and wiggled her little feet. If I soak them in the sea, they won't hurt anymore. Nonsense. You can't go to the sea until your feet heal. Yun Jiao insisted. The sky is falling. She believed that being in the sea would expedite her healing. Yun Jiao's stubbornness flared up. If they wouldn't let her go. She was determined to visit the sea, just not at that moment. Shun Yunlian carefully punctured the blisters on her feet and rinsed them with salt water. It might sting a little, bear with it. Influenced by her mother's anxious demeanor, Yun Jiao cautiously placed both feet into the salt water. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt. She blinked in astonishment. It doesn't hurt at all. Chapter 74. I must have been a fish in my past life, Shun Yunlian and the others found Yun Jiao's reaction quite peculiar. But if it didn't hurt, that was for the best. Fearing that Yun Jiao might feel upset, Yunlin he quickly reassured her, we'll look for more tomorrow. Yun Jiao shook her head, it's fine, I can run. Seeing her neither angry nor sad, Yunlin he sighed in relief. Because of her foot injury, she was mostly carried by one person or another. After lunch, Yun Xiao Wu and his brothers eagerly surrounded their grandmother. Grandma, can we have something to eat? Yes, Grandma. Let us cut a watermelon. It's perfect for this hot weather. Grandma, my sister is hurt and needs to replenish her strength. Yun Jiao interjected. Can I eat watermelon even though my foot is injured? However, that didn't stop her from wanting some. Ultimately, Grandma couldn't resist the persistence of her grandsons and cut a watermelon. Naturally, they chose the smallest one, but it was enough for the whole family. They sat in a row in the yard, and the little fluff balls that had been released quickly came over to Yun Jiao. Pecking at the watermelon scraps she had tossed aside. After filling up, Yun Jiao took a nap. In the afternoon, as the tide receded, Shun Yunlian and the others prepared to go tide pooling. I want to go, Mother, I want to go. Your feet. Brother can carry me. I want to run around. Yun Xiao Wu pounded his chest. Leave her to me. Yun Xiao Lu chimed in. I can protect my sister too. Observing this brotherly camaraderie, Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei felt satisfied. Since Yun Jiao insisted on going and her feet had already soaked in salt water, she would likely be fine in the sea. Thus, indulged by her family, Yun Jiao joyfully climbed onto her brother's back, laughter accompanying them as they headed to the tidal flats. After the tide receded, the flats were left with unfortunate sea creatures that hadn't managed to escape. Shun Yunlian and the others busily searched for clams and crabs hidden beneath the sand, as well as unfortunate creatures trapped in puddles and crevices, leaving them little time to pay attention to Yun Jiao and her brothers. Brother, let us go to the sea. Yun Xiao Wu understood she loved to run towards the water, but the shoreline was dangerous. Even for a good swimmer, a sudden wave could easily sweep someone away. No, you want to go into the sea again. Father said your feet can't touch the seawater. Yun Jiao grew anxious. That's not true. I know my own body. Being in the sea will help me heal faster. How could that be? The sea isn't medicine. For me, it is. Brother, brother, brother. Although Yun Jiao's voice was sweet, calling him brother incessantly was becoming a bit much for Yun Xiao Wu. Fine, I'll take you. But you must promise not to go into deep waters. Yun Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay, next time let us ride a killer whale together in the sea. Now, it was Yun Xiao Wu's turn to be excited. Upon reaching the beach, Yun Jiao urged him to place her in slightly deeper water. Once submerged, she felt an instant relief as every pore in her body opened up. The soreness in her arms and the sting in her feet faded away, and she felt as if she were a fish, utterly at ease upon entering the sea. Brother, see? I told you, I feel so much better in the water. I must have been a beautiful fish in my past life. She spoke the truth, seeing her so blissful in the water. Yin Xiaowu thought perhaps she was indeed right. Yun Jiao continued to dive into the ocean. It was getting darker, but even at the deeper depths, her vision remained unaffected. Since she was here, she swam just half a meter from the bottom, her dark hair flowing like seaweed, her skin glowing as white as snow, resembling a little sea sprite. Spotting a small mound on the seabed, she swam over and brushed it aside, revealing a rather large cat's eye shell. Got it. She discovered a small octopus. Got it. And a flower crab. Got it. Jiao Jiao. While she joyfully gathered her treasures from the seafloor, she faintly heard voices calling from above. Glancing at her arms full of catches, she realized it was getting difficult to hold onto everything. So she began to swim back up. Jiao Jiao, where are you? Before the words were fully spoken, familiar heads popped up not far away. Yin Xiao Wu and the others quickly swam over. Brother, hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Seeing what she had gathered, they were astonished. Wait, how did you find all this in such a short time? Yin Xiao Wu and the others stared at the crabs and octopuses in Yin Jiao's arms, wondering if they were dead since they were so still. But soon they realized the creatures were alive and began to squirm even more once they were handed over. Wow, Jiao Jiao, where did you find these? Under the sea. It's so dark now. How could you spot them? They hurriedly swam back to shore, placing their findings into a water bucket. The sky had nearly succumbed to darkness. They had secretly brought Yin Jiao here. Yin Xiao Wu crouched down and hoisted the little fish-like Yin Jiao onto his back. Upon reaching the mudflat, they fortuitously heard Shun Yun Lian and Wang Mei calling for them. We're here. They returned just in time, yet were still met with reprimands. The ears of Yin Xiao Wu and the others were pinched red. You truly possess remarkable audacity, daring to take Yun Jiao to the sea. Do you have any idea how perilous that is? Drenched from head to toe, they could not even attempt to defend themselves. Ultimately, they had to obediently endure the scolding. Yun Jiao stood in line with her brothers, facing the wall in contemplation. However, due to her feet, she eventually opted to sit. Behind her, the adults glared at them with sticks in hand, their anger palpable. Yun Jiao immediately exclaimed, "We recognize our mistakes." Yin Xiao Wu and the others nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes, we have profoundly acknowledged our errors, father and mother. Yin Lin, he spoke in a low tone. But you would dare to do it again next time, wouldn't you? Yun Jiao's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of guilt. Shen Yun Lian commanded, go right. Since this punishment seemed ineffective, something harsher was in order. Write your names for me. 5 notebooks worth. I will check them, and only when they meet my standards will this be considered resolved. Yin Xiao Wu protested. No, we truly understand our mistakes. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Eventually, several children gathered around a table, each with a thin notebook in hand, including Yun Jiao. She held a pencil that was barely the length of her fingers. Her brows furrowed tightly as she struggled to write her name in a crooked manner. Chapter 75. Sister, you are making me feel utterly useless. Beside her, Yin Xiao Wu wrote hastily, but with a wild flourish. The youngest generation of the Yun family, from the Chun generation, had names derived from the cardinal directions for the eldest to the fourth, while the 5th to 8th were named after the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The name Qin was chosen for the 5th, as it sounded similar to Qin but was less feminine. Yun Xiao Wu's full name was Yun Qinqin, while Yun Xiao Lu was Yun Qinqi, Yun Xiao Qi was Yun Qinshu, and Yun Xiao Ba was Yun Qinhua. The youngest, Yun Xiao Jiao, was whimsically named Yun Chunin, based on a positive meaning. Yin Xiao Wu's name had many strokes, and his wild writing was hardly recognizable unless scrutinized closely. What is this you have written? Can you even read it yourself? Rewrite it. Yin Xiao Wu argued vehemently. How can it not be recognizable? This looks quite good. Yin Lin Hai's face darkened. Your handwriting is worse than mine. He erased Yun Xiao Wu's scribbles with a red eraser atop the pencil. Don't waste the other pages in the notebook. Rewrite it. Yun Jiao leaned over the table, writing for quite a while before managing to cover half a page in her crooked script. So much. Father, can I write a bit less? It must be said that this punishment was indeed rather severe. Yun Jiao began to exploit her advantages, adorably feigning distress. Who could resist the pleading gaze of such a sweet and delicate girl? Yin Lin Hai coughed lightly. Jiao Jiao, just write 1 page of your name, and the rest can be 2 pages of 1 and 2. Yin Jiao's eyes sparkled. Thank you, father. Her little mouth was sweet as honey. Yin Lin Hai could not help but remind her, next time, do not venture into the sea so carelessly. You know how worried we are. Yin Jiao whispered, but going to the sea feels so good. My arms don't hurt as much, and my feet are not as painful. She lifted her little chubby foot to show Yin Lin Hai. The soft, plump short legs of the child effortlessly performed a split above her head. Yin Lin Hai glanced at her delightful little leg, momentarily taken aback. The blister on her foot had indeed improved significantly. Could it be that being in the sea was genuinely beneficial for Jiao Jiao? He mused silently. All right, I will discuss this with your mother. With her father's softened punishment. Yin Jiao wrote much more swiftly thereafter. After all, 1 and 2 were far easier to inscribe in her name. Once she finished and the adults checked her work, she was finally released. Did you catch all of these from the seabed? Yin Jiao nodded. I am quite capable, she said, slightly raising her chin, filled with pride. Yin Lin, he inquired how long she could hold her breath. Though close to shore, it was still quite deep for Yin Jiao, with a depth of at least 2 meters. Yin Jiao replied, for a long, long time. The ability to breathe underwater was something she instinctively kept to herself, as she understood that she was different from everyone else. While her father and brothers needed to surface for air, she alone did not. Yin Lin, he, and the others did not press further. The events of the day were considered behind them. The following day, Yin Jiao's little feet had nearly healed, allowing her to walk again. The weather was not favorable, so for safety's sake, they did not go out to sea. However, they still planned to go beachcombing. Yin Chun, she asked, does Jiao Jiao want to play in the sea again? Yin Jiao eagerly inquired, we have to, right? Yin Chun, she laughed heartily, pinching her little face. Today, your second brother will accompany you, and you can play in the sea for a while. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao's face lit up with joy, her clear and beautiful eyes sparkling like sunlight dancing upon the ocean surface. Wait, we must bring the little brothers. Yin Jiao hurriedly scurried off with her short legs towards the chicken coop, returning with a trail of fluffy little chicks and ducklings in tow, chattering excitedly. Leading the way, Yin Jiao held her small water bucket and shovel, followed closely by her little entourage, with the adults of the Yin family bringing up the rear. Villagers headed to the beach paused to marvel at this peculiar sight. Why are there little chickens and ducklings following you? Oh my, how obedient they are, following in a line. How did you manage to get them to do that? Hey, if you let them go find food on the mudflat, they'll surely have their fill. The adults trailed along, thoroughly entertained by the amusing scene. Many children followed suit, with Yin Xiao Wu and his brothers walking proudly, feeling a sense of superiority. Who could possibly be more impressive than their sister? Of course, some were envious and resentful, thinking every day just showing off. It's only a bunch of little chicks and ducklings. We have seen them before. That's Yin Jiao Di. Noticing the disdainful gaze directed at her, Yin Jiao stuck out her tongue playfully, which only served to infuriate Yin Jiao Di further. Unable to scold or hit her, she could only simmer in silence. Yin Jiao led her little procession to the mudflat, which had been exposed by the receding tide, squatting down in a spot abundant with clams, using her small shovel to dig around. Come over and find your own food. The clams were tiny, and after she cracked them open, she let the chicks and ducklings feast on the insides. The chicks only consumed the soft meat, while the ducklings and goslings sometimes swallowed the shells whole. Occasionally, she would find small shrimp to offer them as well. There was an abundance of these seaside treasures, so there was no need to worry about them going hungry. As Yin Jiao cracked open some clams for them, she spotted a small hole nearby and immediately began to dig. With each scoop, she delved deeper, unbothered by what she might uncover. After digging to a depth of about a forearm, she noticed something writhing within. With her free hand, she reached in to grasp it. In no time, she pulled out a large conch, resembling an elephant's trunk, larger than her palm and looking quite plump and meaty. The shape of the conch was peculiar, resembling an elephant's trunk. The flesh was significantly larger than that of ordinary snails and clams. Yin Jiao scanned her surroundings and then zeroed in on another similar sandy hole to continue her excavation, occasionally glancing back at the chicks and ducklings. She waited until they had their fill before cracking open more clams or small snails. Jiao Jiao, have they eaten enough? Yin Xiao Wu and the other brothers rushed over. With the tide having just receded, their first instinct was to search for the seafood that had not managed to escape. As many individuals began to excavate treasures from the sand, Yin Xiaowu proudly presented the contents of his bucket to Yun Jiao. Jiao Jiao, look! I found 3 seashells and even caught a grouper, he exclaimed. Yun Jiao glanced over and noted that the fish was rather small, weighing less than a pound. Although it wouldn't fetch much money, it could certainly enhance their family's meal. You're impressive, brother, Yun Jiao complimented, while her hands continued to dig through the sand hole she had just unearthed. However, Yin Xiaowu's words trailed off as he witnessed his sister extract a sizable elephant trunk shell from the sandpit. Sister, you truly make me feel inadequate. Chapter 76. Is this correct? Yin Xiaowu silently set down his bucket and stretched his neck to peek into his sister's small container. He fell silent thereafter, regretting his assumption that he was fortunate to have collected numerous items, only to realize his sister had merely squatted in the same spot, gathering an impressive collection of elephant trunk shells. With a charming smile, Yin Xiaowu flattered, Jiao Jiao, I think I should dig too. It's much better to follow you. Your luck is unmatched. Soon, Yin Xiaojiu rushed over to join the excavation brigade. The fluffy little ones, having eaten their fill, trailed behind Yun Jiao, mimicking her actions as they attempted to dig in the sand. Yet with their tiny bodies and little feet, it took them a considerable time to create a shallow hole. Nevertheless, their enthusiasm was commendable. They clustered together, taking turns digging, and astonishingly, they managed to unearth a modest clam. A slightly larger gosling proudly carried the clam to Yun Jiao. Goodness, impressive, Yun Jiao exclaimed, recognizing the importance of encouraging the children. Yin Xiaowu and the others were taken aback. Is this correct? Even at such a young age, they already knew how to search for things. How did Jiao manage to communicate with these creatures? As they continued digging, other beachcombers noticed the apparent abundance of elephant trunk shells in this area and began excavating nearby. When Yun Jiao filled her small bucket with elephant trunk shells and looked up, she was surprised to find herself surrounded by a crowd. When did so many people arrive? Yun Jiao was truly capable, having collected so many elephant trunk shells at such a young age. The shells here appeared larger and fatter than usual. How had they not noticed this before? The little chicks and ducklings had even dug up several clams. Most importantly, they didn't eat the clams themselves, but rather brought them to Yun Jiao's feet. At that moment, there were more than 10 clams piled up around her, alongside 2 cat-eye shells. This is incredible. Compared to Yun Xiaowu, who was momentarily shocked, but quickly regained his composure. The others who had never witnessed Yun Jiao's extraordinary talent were simply astonished, again and again. Could little chicks and ducklings be trained in such a manner? Perhaps they should bring their own little chicks and ducklings to try it out one day. Jiao, Yun Qinshi approached, having wandered a bit farther. His bucket was filled with common coastal treasures, which weren't particularly valuable, and certainly not as precious as Yun Jiao's collection of elephant trunk shells. Upon seeing the situation, he felt a pang of regret, wishing he had followed Yun Jiao instead. Now that so many people were around, finding more elephant trunk shells will be challenging. Most importantly, Yun Jiao seemed uninterested in continuing her search. After tossing the 10 or so clams into her brother's buckets, she poured the elephant trunk shells from her small bucket into her second brother's bucket. Grasping her empty bucket, she took her second brother's hand. Brother, let us go to the sea. Her sparkling eyes gleamed with anticipation. All right, he agreed, having promised the child. Yin Xiaowu and the others stood up as well. One go too. As Yun Jiao started off, the fluffy little creatures naturally followed. Under the gaze of onlookers, they made their way toward the beach. The thought of swimming and diving in the sea filled Yun Jiao with joy. She swung her little head while holding her second brother's hand and hummed a melody without lyrics. It was the most basic chant of the merfolk, mysterious and melodious. Yun Qinshi and the others listened intently, refraining from interrupting her. The once chatter-filled fluffballs fell silent, diligently scurrying to keep up against the shimmering backdrop of the sea. This scene resembled a tranquil painting. Upon reaching the shore, Yun Jiao instructed the fluffy ones not to run around. However, realizing they might not understand her words, she decided to summon her brothers to help. Together, they enclosed a large circle using small rocks and pebbles for the little ones to play in. They even placed a small water puddle within the circle, allowing the ducklings and goslings to splash about. After ensuring they couldn't escape by tossing in some small mud snails and sea cucumbers, Yun Jiao felt at ease to dive into the water. Yun Chun, she cautioned. Don't run off. Stay close to your brothers, understood? Jiao obediently nodded in acknowledgement. Then, she leaped into the sea with her second brother. After swimming a certain distance, they submerged beneath the waves. As they searched for treasures on the ocean floor, the lighting was just right for she to see clearly. However, this area wasn't far from shore, and many others came here to swim and dive, making it difficult to find anything of value. Fortuitously, Jiao discovered 2 large conchs. Just as she was about to surface for air, he noticed that Jiao was still searching for treasures as if it were the most ordinary thing. Moreover, she moved swiftly underwater as if she belonged to this realm. A carefree and joyous fish. She approached her, gently patting her shoulder and pointed upwards, signaling that it was time to resurface for air. Jiao nodded. Brother, you go ahead. They had been underwater for about 5 minutes, a considerable duration for a diver. In their family, Shi and Xiao Wu were the most skilled swimmers, capable of holding their breath for over 5 minutes. During this time, she kept an eye on Jiao, genuinely astonished to see her unfazed. He and Xiao Wu had trained gradually to achieve such breath-holding capabilities, yet Jiao had never practiced before. This was simply extraordinary. When she resurfaced, he took a deep breath. After waiting a moment, and realizing Jiao had not yet emerged, he thought. He inhaled deeply and dove back into the sea. Shi. Is this correct? As he swam over to call for Jiao, he spotted a familiar large creature swimming toward him. Was it the sea turtle they had kept for a few days before it escaped? All sea turtles of the same species looked alike, so he wasn't certain. Unbeknownst to Shi, after he left, Jiao joyfully sang the merfolk song at the ocean floor, and at that moment, the sea turtle approached her. She watched as Jiao swam over, climbed onto the turtle's back, and waved at him. The turtle then carried her toward the surface. She hurried to follow. Jiao, are you feeling unwell? He was genuinely worried about her, having held her breath for such an extended period. Jiao shook her head, lying on the turtle's back, her eyes clear and innocent. Not at all. If it weren't for her concern for his worry, she wouldn't have wanted to surface at all. With pride, she declared, I told you I can hold my breath for a long time. She responded. That was too long, wasn't it? I almost thought you could breathe underwater. How old are you? Jiao's gaze wandered, feeling a bit guilty. It seemed her second brother had indeed hit the mark. Chapter 77. Sea Turtle, the Innate Scapegoat. Confirming that Jiao could genuinely hold her breath for such an extended period, she felt a mix of astonishment and relief. Consequently, Jiao became even more carefree, lying on the turtle's back as it carried her to farther shores. The sea turtle possesses a certain spirituality. Although Chenxi harbored some concerns, he ultimately accompanied Jiao. Filled with joy, Jiao playfully splashed her feet on the ocean's surface, creating a delightful cacophony of waves. After a series of tentative explorations, she was finally able to revel in the ocean's embrace. Let us venture to the depths of the sea. This time, Jiao swam further than before, to an area largely untouched by divers. Upon reaching the seabed alongside the grand sea turtle, they stumbled upon a sizable starfish, larger than Jiao's own face. This creature was edible and not particularly expensive. She collected it eagerly. There are also numerous sea urchins, yet she lacked the tools to store her finds. Hesitant to touch the spines of the urchins, she could only gaze longingly and sigh. Next time, she resolved to bring proper equipment. Here, she had already gathered several conchs. Unable to hold them all, she found a floating fishing line in the water and tied the collected conchs into a charming string. Please carry this for me, great turtle. Having a helper was indeed convenient. The line was secured to the turtle's hind flippers, now adorned with 5 large conchs. Suddenly, she spotted several jellyfish, which the turtle also noticed. In unison, they swam toward the jellyfish. Jiao caught one with her hand, while the turtle captured another with its mouth. What a delicacy! The jellyfish's tentacles brushed against Jiao's hand, but she paid it no mind, curious to test her body's resilience to toxins. The outcome affirmed her immunity. The jellyfish's venom had no effect on her. Filled with delight, she and the turtle floated in the sea, savoring their delectable snacks. After catching a few more, she decided to share some with the turtle. I shall treat you well, and in return, you must bring me delicious food in the future. The turtle gazed at her with its beady eyes, as if to say, certainly. Jiao softly patted its head, proclaiming, good friend, noble steed. The two frolicked joyously at the ocean floor. Due to her lack of proper collecting tools, Jiao carefully selected a few large shrimp and, unable to resist, began to feast right there. One shrimp, larger than her palm, was split in half as she chewed, her eyes darting around for more treasures. She soon spotted a large eel and swiftly swam over, but the eel attempted to bite her. With a deft motion, she delivered a powerful slap, stunning the formidable creature. The turtle, adorned with fishing lines, had a collection of conchs on one side and a few crabs and shrimp on the other. Jiao grasped a large starfish in one hand, held the eel by its tail with the other, and munched on a shrimp's tail, savoring her feast. After a satisfying burp, she surfaced, glancing around and spotting Chenxi and Xiao in the distance. Elder brother, fifth brother. Upon hearing her voice, both turned, visibly relieved. Heaven knows how long they had searched for her. Where have you been? Jiao's delicate face wore an innocent expression. I don't know. The sea turtle took me wherever it pleased. The turtle, the unwitting scapegoat, looked on with gratitude. Chenxi and Xiao scrutinized the turtle. Why did you take Jiao so far? What if something happened? Can you return her to us? The turtle feigned ignorance. Look, brother. Jiao quickly presented the eel and starfish she had caught. Such a large eel. Is it dead? As he reached out to grasp it, the eel suddenly twisted and attempted to bite him. Had he not withdrawn his hand swiftly, he would have surely been nipped. With a fierce glare, Jiao executed another swift slap, leaving the eel dazed once more. The case is solved. Jiao is fiercer than it. The starfish, too, was quite substantial. Yet its market value was low, likely only fetching about 50 cents. Even the smallest morsels were still meat, and no one would turn their nose up at them. Jiao let out another burp, satisfied. Xiao squinted, suspecting his sister's insatiable curiosity. Did you eat something? Jiao, covering her mouth, protested loudly no. Chenxi playfully flicked her forehead. The louder you deny it, the guiltier you sound. Nonsense. Jiao mumbled softly, I couldn't help myself. The allure of fresh seafood was irresistible, and even if her stomach was not demanding, her taste buds were. What lies behind the turtle? Xiao noticed something amiss and dashed to the turtle's rear to tug on the fishing line, inhaling sharply. Chenxi's eyes widened in astonishment. What he had initially thought was a single large eel turned out to be a treasure trove behind the turtle. There were 7 or 8 conchs, 5 sizable scallops, and all were of impressive size. Scallops, known for their exquisite flavor, were neither expensive nor cheap at the market, as only a small portion of the edible meat could be extracted. Dried scallops fetched a high price, but those still in their shells were comparatively cheaper due to the weight of the shells. The conchs were generally sold individually, and Jiao's finds were larger than those typically found, each weighing over a pound and costing about $1.50 each. Xiao, like a child opening a treasure chest, gradually drew up the fishing line. The first reveal was a plump spider crab, followed by a tiger shrimp, a swimming crab, a large shrimp, and an orchid crab. Given the limited length of the fishing line, Jiao had selected only the larger specimens. This discovery left Chenxi and Xiao both astonished and delighted. How far did you wander? Jiao replied nonchalantly, I don't know. She had no concept of distance and was blissfully unconcerned. With her youthful innocence, she displayed a bold face, unperturbed by the circumstances. I may have relaxed my vigilance, but I certainly did not intend to grant you complete freedom. Chapter 78. The great fish heist. Today's haul was unexpectedly abundant. As they prepared to sell their finds, Jiao eagerly inquired if she could keep a few items for herself to enjoy raw. With a compassionate heart, Shen Yunlian and the others set aside some smaller specimens. Along with the elephant trunk shells, today's total exceeded 100. On their way back, they decided to check on the new house, which was already halfway built, promising that they would soon have a new home. Jiao had taken excellent care of the creatures. They were all well fed. Yin and I, experienced in raising chickens, could tell by the fullness of their crops that they had eaten satisfactorily. Jiao offered fresh, clean grass to 2 small rabbits. And they even helped me find several clams. Well, our Jiao is quite remarkable. No one else in our village has animals that assist with gathering from the sea. Flattered by the praise, Jiao beamed with pride. Indeed, is grandmother here? Yes. Has Dabai given birth? Lu Apa replied with a smile. You guessed correctly. The Bai has given birth to 3 pups. I must go see. She immediately followed Lu Aipa to her home. All right, wait for me while I borrow some sour soup to soak the pickled vegetables. Okay. Yun Jiao obediently waited as Lu Aipa borrowed a ladle of sour soup. And then she eagerly followed behind. I understand. Upon arriving at Lu Aipa's house, she pointed towards the woodpile shed. You can go see for yourself. Da Bai is in there, nestled in a somewhat shabby basket filled with dry straw and old clothes. Before she could draw near, she heard the tender whimpering of the puppies. Da Bai, I'm here to see you and your little ones. Upon encountering her, Da Bai displayed no caution whatsoever. Instead, he wagged his tail and stood up, affectionately nudging her. Yun Jiao crouched down to admire the 3 little puppies, one white, one black, and one a light shade of black, resembling ink diluted with water, all with white paws. Their eyes were still closed, and their soft little ears drooped gently against their heads. Their fur was plush and clung tenderly to their bodies, and their mouths were slightly rounded. A delicate shade of pale pink, resembling plump, oversized Tangyuan. How adorable! She reached out to caress them, while Da Bai watched closely. Once your little ones open their eyes and are ready to eat, I shall take one home, she declared. All 3 puppies were exceedingly charming, making her choice exceedingly difficult. After watching Da Bai nurse them for a while, she felt the pangs of departure. Da Bai, take good care of them. I'll bring you some food tomorrow. Yun Jiao reasoned. Raising pups is hard work for Da Bai. He needs some good nourishment to produce milk. Ha ha, little Yun Jiao, you truly possess quite the wisdom. She nodded in affirmation, for she was indeed clever, not a forgetful child. Yun Xiao Wu and the others expressed their desire to see the puppies as well, but were halted by Yun Nai. Animals that have just given birth are very protective of their young. If you go near Da Bai, he may feel uneasy. But why can my sister go? Da Bai has a good relationship with Jiao. All right then, if I cannot go, I shall eventually bring one home. That evening, rain fell heavily, accompanied by fierce winds. Tomorrow, they would not be able to venture out to sea. Yun Jiao yawned, feeling somewhat regretful. However, the weather was beyond anyone's control. Living by the sea meant that nearly half of the month was marked by unfavorable weather, preventing them from setting sail. When a significant typhoon struck, they had to dock their boats in the harbor. Otherwise, the fishing vessels could easily be swept away. Fishing was more lucrative than other endeavors. Yet the time available for fishing each month was limited, thus yielding only modest earnings, unless they had exceptional luck and caught particularly valuable seafood. The next day, they would have to continue their quest for sea goods, rising early to do so. After a minor typhoon, the yield would be plentiful. Yun Jiao yawned as she encouraged her mother to get dressed. Hurry, hurry. If we delay, all the good finds will be snatched away by others. Shun Yun Lian gently stroked Yun Jiao's chubby little face and remarked, You seem so sleepy, yet you insist on following along. Yun Jiao murmured softly, I must go. I want to raise the puppies. She was the only one among the sea maidens nurturing land-dwelling, fluffy creatures, a matter of great pride for the merfolk. The sky was still dark. They had to carry flashlights when venturing out. Their household had only 2 flashlights, necessitating a gathering for the search for sea goods. Yun Jiao chose to forego one. Her eyes scanned the tidal flats, now exposed after the retreating tide. Gradually, she drifted apart from the main group. Fortunately, Yin Xiaowu noticed her absence and called out urgently. Here, 5 go, I am here. Following her voice, Yin Xiaowu found her, discovering her bent over. Her little bottom raised as she rummaged among the crevices of the rocks. Were you after? A large squid. Without hesitation, Yin Xiaowu rolled up his sleeves, declaring, Let me. In no time, the squid, wedged within the rocky crevice, was pulled out. It felt soft to the touch, yet it squirted ink, staining Yin Xiaowu's hands black. How large? This squid weighed nearly a pound, while the usual ones weighed around 4 to 5 ounces. Brother, there's more over there. Yun Jiao pointed to a nearby puddle. The dawn light was still dim, making it hard to spot without close inspection. This time, it was a squid of normal size. Following her direction, Yin Xiaowu went to grab it. There's more here, and there's shrimp too. They caught several squids that day. The wind yesterday must have blown many squids ashore. Yun Jiao squatted in the puddle, collecting shrimp. She even found a coconut snail, though this one was smaller than the previous, likely unable to produce flame pearls. In a flash, she spotted a large fish, blue-green with white spots. A shi xingban. This fish was quite valuable. Before Yun Jiao could rush over, a gust of wind signaled the approach of others. That's mine, Mine. In the blink of an eye, she witnessed two individuals lunging for the Shi Xingban, beginning to grapple for it. One was someone she recognized, Kai Jinhua, and the other was a widow from the village known for her fierce temperament and son. Song widow, let go. I saw it first. Nonsense. I caught it first. They clung to the fish, each pulling on the other's hair with one hand while the other kicked fiercely, their voices rising in a cacophony of disputes. Their commotion attracted others on the tidal flat, who rushed over upon seeing the Shi Xingban. Get away. This Shi Xingban is mine. Anyone who dares to snatch it from me will face consequences. Gaijinhu Saote, you shameless one. I clearly caught this fish first. Chapter 79, A Windfall Approaches. Since you two cannot come to an agreement, why not just give it to me? A gaunt man, with a somewhat lewd expression, stepped forward, grinning as he attempted to reach for the fish. However, he was quickly rebuffed by the two women. What a distasteful tone. I merely intended to offer some friendly advice. The surrounding crowd erupted in derisive laughter. What a thick skin. Yet their eyes remained greedily fixed on the Shi Xingban, for it was worth $7 to $8 a pound. That single fish was worth more than all the seafood they had gathered combined. Yun Xiao Wu lamented, striking his thigh in frustration. If only we had gone over sooner, that Shi Xingban would have been ours. After all, it was not far from them, akin to watching money on the ground only to have someone else swoop in to snatch it away. Though Yun Jiao felt regret, she dared not rush in to grab it. What she were trampled. Brother, there are many little sea snails on this rock. Yun Xiaowu looked and indeed saw them, his eyes lighting up. Quick, gather them, he whispered as he bent down to collect the small snails clinging to the rocks. While Yun Jiao gathered snails, she kept her ears perked to listen to the escalating situation. Kai Jinhua and Song Widow had become increasingly heated, exchanging insults and personal jabs. You shameless vixen, can you not survive without causing a stir? I've seen several men from the village with you, and it hasn't been long since Dawa's father passed. Can you not bear the loneliness? You're the one whose husband left you for another. You're a bloated cow, with rolls of fat and unkempt hair and nails. I fear standing next to you will bring fleas onto me. No wonder your man doesn't want you, wandering around my doorstep. And your son turned out like that, yet you still demand $100 for a bride price. You dare to entice my man. Kai Jinhua fumed, raising her hand to strike Song Widow. In return, Song Widow kicked her fiercely. If you're so capable, then mind your own man. Not everyone would want him, a drunken layabout. I may be a widow, but I am not just anyone's choice. You're the only one who would want him, Yindana, a perfect match of two worthless souls. This exchange of insults was enough to infuriate Kai Jinhua, who abandoned the fish and lunged at her. You vile woman, I'll settle this with you. After taking a hit, Song Widow also relinquished the fish and retaliated. Si Xingbang, I've got it. It's mine. The atmosphere was chaotic. A battleground that had initially been dominated by C, I-J, N-Hu, and S, Ingu F, now devolved into a free-for-all. Upsilon Enyi inhaled deeply, her heart aching for the fish. Was it still alive? YNCOW stood atop a rock, observing the scene clearly now that dawn had broken. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, why is our mother over there?" "Ah, mother!" YNGO cried out. SHNY Enli N found herself trapped among the crowd, unable to escape. YNGO and YNCOW rushed toward her. "Step aside. Mother, we are here. Let me through. Make way. The scissors are blind. I want to be responsible for any unintended injuries." YNGO managed to squeeze in a bit, only to be pushed back out again, sitting dazedly on the sand. Though she was strong, her short legs and unstable footing hindered her from making any real progress. Just as she prepared to stand, a shadow fell from above, and instinctively, she reached out to catch it. A familiar blue fish landed in her arms. Was this a stroke of fortune? YNGO, quick-witted, concealed the fish in her brother's water bucket, pouring her own squid over it to mask its presence, executing the motion fluidly. Where's the fish? Who took the XXingBN? I didn't see it. Upsilon Enyi ovisperd. With the XXingB and gone. The others gradually calmed down, leaving only C, I-J, N-Hu, and S, Ingu F still battling fiercely. YNCOW, NSH, N, Y, Inli N finally pushed their way out of the throng. That was terrifying. I nearly fell. SHNY Inli N exclaimed. Geo, are you alright? YNGO pointed at the sandy watermarks on her backside, indicating her struggle. Those two are still fighting? We need to separate them. The villagers, led by the village chief's wife, intervened, managing to part the two combatants, though their animosity remained palpable. We should leave quickly. This is too brutal, SHN, Lien remarked, brushing her hair nervously. We must keep our distance. See, IJN, who actually has fleas in her hair. YNGO immediately grasped her mother and brother's hands. Let us hurry. Fleas are common in the countryside during this era, but our family is relatively clean, so we've never had to deal with them. Those little bugs can be quite bothersome on the scalp. Once they had vacated the area, YNGOW discovered that YNGO had poured all the squid and small sea snails from her bucket into his. Mother, look. We gathered quite a bit of squid. What is this? SHNYN rummaged through, and her eyes widened in surprise as the XXINBN fully revealed itself. Her heart raced, and she felt a flush of excitement. Is this the one they stole? YNGO giggled. I caught it. It fell right into my arms. YNGOW marveled. Is it possible? Indeed, it is a fortuitous find. Though it is dead, it is still fresh. You should sell it quickly. The longer we wait, the less valuable it becomes. Even a deceased XXINBN is worth more than ordinary seafood. SHNYN hurriedly cleared their buckets before they left. While YNGO and YNGOW prepared to continue their seaside adventure when a familiar voice echoed in YNGO's mind. Where are you? Come out to play. The call of the orca was powerful, though generally inaudible to most. Yny ogrespt Yny 11 o 22 arm. Her tone earnest yet enticing. Brother, would you like to play with the orcas? Chapter 80. Riding orcas to sea, of course. YNGOW, braver than most, was quick to agree. Let us go. The orcas are here. We can play in the sea. Without hesitation, YNGOW consented. However, a hint of concern creased his brow. Sister, do you think those orcas will let me ride them? They won't bite, will they? Not at all. Wait. We need a net. YNGO recalled their previous misfortune of not bringing a net. As YNGOW pondered where his sister would find orcas, he was led to a secluded rock devoid of people, where YNGO began to sing. It was the same melodic chant he had heard before, mysterious and ethereal, leaving him slightly dazed. Before long, the unmistakable calls of orcas echoed in the distance. YNGOW turned to see a pod of orcas, both large and small, swimming towards them, their immense bodies creating ripples across the surface of the sea. His sister could summon orcas. YNGOW was astonished, realizing his sister was akin to a mermaid. Come on, brother, YNGO urged, pulling him toward the water. In that moment, he felt dizzy with the realization that he was the brother of a sea spirit. Due to their size, orcas could not venture too close to the shore lest they risk stranding themselves. Upon arrival, 3 young orcas encircled them, their playful voices calling out, Pet me, pet me. I was here first. Even with just 3 juvenile orcas, the frequency of their chatter in YNGO's mind was overwhelming. She gently patted their heads. Quiet now. Yet her gentle touch only heightened their excitement. YNGOW was trembling with joy as he too reached out to touch the small orcas. They quickly concluded that they preferred the soft, smaller human over the larger one. At her current size, YNGO was perfectly suited for the small orcas. But YNGOW needed a larger companion. Thus, YNGO negotiated with the adult orcas, and one particularly enthusiastic young male offered to carry YNGOW on its back. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, YNGOW clambered onto the orca's back. Let us go. Off we go to play. Sated orcas were always eager for play, their lively nature leading them to engage in daily antics, often squabbling with their podmates or even communicating with other orcapods through varying vocalizations. YNGOW, riding atop the orca, experienced the exhilarating sensation of speed. This is incredible. Regrettably, no camera was present to capture this moment. Brother, hold your breath. They're about to dive. YNGO warned, swimming alongside him. Immediately, YNGOW nodded, preparing to hold his breath before they plunged into the underwater realm. Upon descending, YNGOW spotted a large fish with grayish-white skin and a mouth full of triangular teeth approaching. His eyes widened in fear, nearly choking on water. Is that a shark? YNG noticed it as well, but upon sighting the orcas, the shark immediately turned and fled. The orcas, however, had no intention of letting the shark escape easily, and several pursued it. YNGO and YNCOW witnessed an exhilarating hunting spectacle as the ferocious great white shark darted away in a panic. Orcas possess extraordinary intelligence, demonstrating an impressive ability to collaborate in their pursuit of great white sharks. Naturally, once satiated, the orcas show little interest in the flesh of sharks, merely seeking to engage in a playful display of skill. Ultimately, they seem to tire of the game, allowing the great white to swim away. Yun Xiaowu is profoundly astonished by this spectacle, recognizing that such a scene would have eluded him had he not been in the company of the orcas. Truly, these creatures are remarkable. Unable to contain his excitement, he realizes that he has been watching for nearly 5 minutes. Yun Jiao playfully taps the orca beside her and leaps toward the ocean surface. After taking a breath, Yun Xiaowu glances around, realizing they are adrift in a vast sea, surrounded by nothing but water. Where have we ended up? Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaowu feels a wave of calm wash over him. Let us explore further. I just spotted a plethora of fish. The underwater realm is utterly captivating. Regrettably, the deeper one descends, the greater the pressure, limiting his ability to venture into the depths. Yun Jiao, however, is unperturbed by such concerns. Brother, wait for me while I dive with the orca. Do not worry. Yun Xiao wonders how deep she can swim. When he looks again, he finds that Yun Jiao and her orca companion have vanished from sight. All right, my sister is indeed exceptional. Yun Jiao, without needing to be guided by the young orca, swims effortlessly downward. As she descends, the water grows colder and the light dims. At several hundred meters deep, without specialized diving gear and oxygen, one cannot descend safely. Upon reaching the seabed, she is greeted by expansive coral reefs, sea urchins, and a variety of aquatic plants. The diversity of fish is truly vibrant. Yun Jiao, fond of sea urchins, has brought a net and tools to collect a few. The young orca swims around her, while many fish flee or hide upon seeing the orca. As Yun Jiao opens a sea urchin, its golden roe immediately captivates the orca's attention. Yummy, I want to eat, she exclaims. Here, enjoy. Consumed raw, sea urchin is delectable, appreciated not only by humans, but also by numerous fish, sea turtles, crabs, and conchs. With swift efficiency, the orca devours the roe, eagerly requesting more. For orcas, sea urchins are merely a delightful snack, tasty, yet not filling. Yun Jiao continues to open sea urchins, but the young orcas, still unsatisfied, encircle her, vocalizing their desire for more. Exhausted from opening sea urchins, she playfully swats at them, saying, "Go away. I haven't eaten yet." With that, she humorously opens another one for herself. Ah, delicieux. Let's collect more for the net. Suddenly, a striking orange fish swims into view. This fish, quite attractive, has been observing her from a distance among the coral. Intrigued, she decides to follow it. The fish, a snapper, moves gracefully before her, drawing her attention and beckoning her forward. Come, come, whispers a fragmented voice in her mind. Though Yun Jiao cannot communicate with all marine creatures, it depends on their intelligence and spirit. Yet, she hesitates to approach too closely due to the presence of the 3 orcas. Determined, she decides to follow. The snapper leads her to an area abundant with large seaweed and countless sea urchins. The fish appears agitated, carrying a sea urchin in its mouth, and presents it to her by dropping it into her net, as if eager to offer her as many sea urchins as possible. A fish that willingly delivers sea urchins? She muses. The marine life she encountered in her previous life differs significantly from those in this one, leaving her uncertain about the identity of this fish. Observing closely, she realizes that the seaweed is cultivated by this fish, while the sea urchins are intruders. Such diligent fish, nurturing their own seaweed and assisting her in gathering sea urchins, earn her admiration. She hands a sea urchin to the snapper, which glances at the 3 orcas. Seeing that they remain still, it swiftly devours the sea urchin in a few quick bites, seemingly harboring a grudge against the orcas. The orcas whimper in complaint, feeling slighted that the snapper receives a sea urchin while they do not. Yun Jiao, feeling generous, opens more sea urchins for them, and soon the orcas join in the gathering. Before long, her net is brimming and heavy. After bidding farewell to the snapper, she catches a lobster nearly the length of her arm and begins to ascend. Until next time, may fortune bring us together again. As she swims upward with a large lobster, A young orca carries the laden net alongside her. Upon surfacing, Jiao discovers that it has begun to rain, casting a somber hue over the ocean. Sister Jiao, Xiaowu, spotting them from a distance, calls out urgently. They swim over to him. You've been down there for ages, nearly half an hour. Although he is aware of his sister's remarkable abilities, the length of her absence has tested his anxious heart. Brother, look. Jiao showcases the enormous lobster she has caught. Xiaowu's eyes widen in disbelief. Wow, what a gigantic lobster. It's much larger than the ones we caught before. Did you catch it at the seabed? Are there more? His excitement grows, wishing he could dive into the depths himself, though he knows it is impossible. Jiao nods in affirmation. My goodness, this lobster must be worth a fortune. We're going to be rich. Xiaowu's face flushes with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiao gestures toward the net carried by the orca. And look at all the sea urchins. After calming down, Xiaowu points to his own net. Jiao, look, I caught 3 large yellow fish. Earlier, a school of them swam by, but they were too quick. I only managed to catch 3. If only our boat could encounter a school of yellow fish. We could catch so many in one net. In addition to the yellow fish, Xiaowu has also caught a striking blue fish, even more beautiful than the snapper Jiao had seen. They swim rapidly, and within half an hour, the coastline comes into view. It should take less than an hour to reach the shores of Bailong village from this area. As a reward, Jiao opens a few sea urchins for the orcas, understanding that to lure fish, one must offer a treat. Satisfied with their snacks, the orcas crowd around Jiao, affectionately nudging her. One particularly large orca playfully knocks her over, causing her to struggle momentarily before regaining her balance. No head pats. You're embarrassing me, she exclaims, for even children have their pride. Xiaowu watches with envy, wishing the orcas would show him the same affection. But he can only sneak in a gentle touch while they are preoccupied with his sister. The orcas remain unconcerned. As the line of orcas continues to nuzzle against Jiao, Xiaowu frowns at the heavy net of sea urchins. While in the water, the orcas easily carried the net with their buoyancy, but on land, he fears no one would dare to carry it. I'll go fetch father and uncle. Jiao decides, wary of the sea urchin spines. She hands a large lobster to Xiaowu. I'll keep watch and snack a bit. All right, but don't run off. Their family has assumed they simply went out to play. What do you mean? An overly excited Xiaowu exclaims. I caught this in the sea. Father, uncle, hurry and come up to the beach. I have a huge net of sea urchins, and Jiao is guarding them over there. Linhai suddenly scolds. Did you go to the sea with Jiao? Or did you venture into the deep waters? Upon seeing the alarmed expressions on his family's faces, Xiaowu realizes he has landed himself in trouble. He turned and fled, desperately trying to argue. No, it's not true. We found all this while beachcombing. Linhai, having removed his shoes, pursued him, exclaiming, You little rascal, stop right there. Your audacity is astonishing. Do you think these items can simply be found on the shore? Stand still and explain yourself. Regardless of their anger, the entire family set out to fetch Jiao. She rather enjoyed the rain, even sitting there singing amidst the downpour. Upon spotting her family approaching, she prepared to wave joyfully. But her keen eyes suddenly noticed something awry. The expressions on her parents' faces were not right. They were suppressing their fury. Her 5th brother was still being pinched by their mother. Jiao thought, oh dear, should she bravely confront her family's wrath or flee? When she saw Xiaowu suddenly receive a slap, she instinctively stepped back, swallowing nervously. If they hit her 5th brother, surely they wouldn't dare strike her. Jiao, stand right there. With her full name called out, the once formidable fish child felt a tremor in her heart. It was all over. In Chapter 82, after her first spanking, Jiao covered her sore bottom. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Previously, she had only watched her brothers get punished, laughing gleefully from the sidelines. Now, however, the tables had turned, and retribution had finally come for her. Of course, Xiaowu fared worse, howling for being struck with a thin stick. Although Shun Yunlin felt pity, it was essential to teach the little one a lesson. Do you understand your mistake? Jiao, stubbornly clutching her backside, remained silent. I won't get hurt. Zun Linhai, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Who can be sure? The ocean is perilous, with sharks, waves, and what if you cramp while swimming? Jiao sniffed defiantly. I won't. Yanai dismissed them, embracing Jiao. Jiao Jiao, we are worried about you. Your parents, and I understand you are different from ordinary people, but we are all afraid. You don't know, we have seen the waves sweep people away in the blink of an eye. And the sea truly devours lives. Bodies are never found. We are genuinely scared. Yun Jiao lowered her head, then lifted it to meet her grandmother's gaze. Yun Nai Nai stroked her hair and recounted numerous stories from their village. As fishermen, we rely on the sea for our livelihood. It is a gift, yet it is also fraught with danger. Sometimes the weather changes so swiftly. One moment the skies are clear, the next a storm brews that can capsize a boat, and lives are lost in an instant. Thus, we fishermen gamble our lives. We are aware of the risks, which is why we fear. If anything were to happen to you, or Xiao Wu, what would your parents and we do? Yun Jiao cautiously peeked at her family, who surrounded her with worry in their eyes. Her mother and aunt even had red-rimmed eyes. The small Yun Jiao felt a pang of guilt for the first time. She knew she wouldn't be harmed because in her past life, she was a fish person and retained some of their abilities. However, the marine creatures in this life were much gentler, allowing her to venture out for adventures at such a tender age. But her parents were unaware of this. Hesitating, she asked, "Can my brothers go out first?" Yin Laoyi glanced at his grandsons. "You all go ahead." Yin Shindong and the others said nothing and obediently left. Only then did Yin Jiao speak to the elders. "I want to get hurt because I can breathe underwater." What? It took a moment for everyone to register her words, their eyes wide with disbelief. How is that possible? How could anyone breathe in the sea? To prove her claim, Yun Jiao had her mother bring a basin of water and without hesitation submerge her face into it. After a considerable time, when her family grew anxious, she emerged, her face dripping wet, and asked, "How long has it been?" "It should be about 10 minutes. With a hint of pride, she added, "See, I told you it was true." Yin Laoyi puffed on his pipe. "Jiao Jiao, when did you discover you could breathe underwater?" While swimming, she mumbled, shyly avoiding their gazes. She felt unable to confess her uniqueness. Yin Laoyi gently patted her head. "You did the right thing." Suddenly, he became stern, his aged but sharp eyes fixating on the others in the room. "Remember, none of you are to speak of Jiao Jiao's abilities outside this house, not even those boys. The fewer who know, the better. They treat Jiao Jiao well now because she's their only sister, but in the future, they will have their own families. The variables are too great. It is wise for Jiao Jiao to send them away first." To his son and daughter-in-law, Yun Laoyi instructed, "You two should go as well." They exchanged glances and complied quietly. Ultimately, the old man was looking out for Jiao Jiao, likely wanting to protect her from something they shouldn't overhear. Yun Laoyi, with a serious tone, advised Yun Jiao, "Remember, if your ability is discovered and you face life-threatening danger, seek help from the state. Our nation is more reliable than those people. It'll be best to find the military." Yin Jiao nodded. "Yes, I understand, Grandpa." Yun Ai ruffled her hair. "If you can remain undiscovered, do so. We do not need you to achieve great things. You have several brothers to support you. Our family only needs to be well-fed and warmly clothed. Everyone can forge their own path without relying on the elderly." They harbored no grand ambitions. Having enough money was sufficient. A harmonious and loving family was the greatest wish of Yun Laoyi and Yun Nai Nai. Yun Xiao Wu was tough. After that brief bout of crying, he was now animatedly recounting how he rode a killer whale. His exaggerated expressions and language made Yun Jiao deeply appreciate the art of storytelling. Jiao Jiao also encountered a strange fish in the sea that took her to catch sea urchins, but unfortunately, I couldn't dive down to sea. Yun Nao Yide Market. That must have been a Sparus orata. Having lived by the sea for most of his life, he possessed some knowledge. "Grandpa, what kind of fish is this?" "The color is stunning. This is a green, clothing fish. The going rate is 15 yuan per gene. Hurry and sell all these fish." "Do we sell the sea urchins too?" "No, those are for you." After spending so much time together, they all knew how much Yun Jiao loved sea urchins. Yin Nai Nai rolled up her sleeves. "With so many sea urchins, we'll make steamed eggs with sea urchin and sea urchin fried rice today. Hooray!" The atmosphere in the Yun household instantly brightened. Yun Jiao, remembering to buy and the three little pups, took out a few sea urchins. After all, there were plenty of sea urchins in the ocean. She could gather more next time. Yun Nai did not stop her. Yunlin Hai and Yunlin, he went to sell fish, while the others gathered around to cut the spines off the sea urchins and scoop out the roe, busying themselves joyfully. At the purchasing point, Awang was surprised to see customers despite the rain. "Brother Lin Hai, Brother Lin He, what brings you here?" Yunlin He's smile stretched from ear to ear. "We brought you some good stuff." What's good? Awang exclaimed, eyes gleaming at the merchandise. Yinlin he remained composed. Caught them. Can such treasures still be caught here? Awang figured he would just handle the purchasing. 3 large yellow croakers weighed in at 7 jin and 5 liang, totaling 225 yuan. The green clothing fish cost 15 yuan per jin. This one weighed 3 jin and 8 liang, costing 57 yuan. Finally, there was the large lobster. The magnificent lobster not only boasts a stunning hue, but is also the rarest catch for Awang, weighing an impressive 5 pounds. This particular specimen tips the scales at 6 pounds and 3 ounces. It is truly astonishing to ponder where such a creature was captured. One cannot simply assume it washed ashore due to a typhoon. After much haggling, Awang acquired this 6-pound marvel for the price of 14 yuan. Even among kin, transactions are conducted with clarity. Both parties naturally strive to secure a favorable deal for such fine goods. On this outing, Yun Jiao and Yun Xiao Wu ventured to sea and, at the cost of a few scrapes, ultimately sold their catch for a commendable sum of 677 yuan. Brother, next time you come across such treasures, do remember to seek me out. I assure you, I will offer you a fair price. Awang has come to realize that his uncle's maritime trade has prospered in recent years, frequently yielding remarkable items for sale. While others scavenge the shoreline merely to meet their basic needs, occasionally selling for a few yuan here and there, their family has counted countless successful ventures. The whims of fortune are indeed unpredictable. Knowing that Yun Jiao can breathe underwater has alleviated the family's concerns. Her passion for the sea is undeniable, and though they cannot deter her, the added layer of safety provides reassurance. Naturally, her youth prompts her grandparents to hope she refrains from frequenting the ocean. With so many boats departing daily, the risk of being discovered while swimming is considerable. Therefore, should she wish to play in the sea, it must be during the times her father and others set sail, allowing for a cover. As she matures and her swimming abilities become well known, they trust she will manage her time wisely, and the notion of her breathing underwater will likely not cross anyone's mind. Yun Jiao nodded in acknowledgement. Today, they would not venture to the shore, but instead accompany her grandmother to the fields to pick melons. Joyfully, Yun Jiao retrieved a small basket. Grandmother, are we picking cucumbers? Indeed, there are cucumbers and pumpkins, along with small green melons. I'll bring the chicks too. All right, go set them free. Thus, as Yun Jiao set out with her basket and grandmother, a long line of chicks followed closely behind. As they passed through the village, Yun Jiao observed several households in a frenzy. The entire village was alive with the sharp calls of chickens, ducks, and geese. Confused, she asked grandmother, "Why is it so noisy today?" Her grandmother chuckled heartily. "It is all because of you. With you bringing these little creatures to the shore, they instinctively help you search for clams, prompting others to try their luck. However, as soon as they released their chickens and ducks, they scattered in all directions." While speaking, they passed a home where a little chick darted out, followed by a flurry of activity. "Oh, look, Jiao and her grandmother have arrived." Yun Jiao crouched down and caught the fluffy little chick that had mingled with her group. The nearby aunt and Yun's grandmother began chatting. Recently, someone tried to take their chickens and ducks to the beach just like your Jiao, but they were unsuccessful. Aunt Ma's chicken is missing, and she has been scolding and asking around for anyone who might have seen it. It turns out her grandson took it to eat. By the way, are you heading to the fields? Yun Jiao handed the little chick to the aunt. Jiao, you are so well-behaved and clever. The aunt inquired, how do you manage to train them so well? My little one tried to imitate you, but now our chicks are running all over the place. They're just obedient. Yun Jiao replied. She crouched down, beckoning with her finger, and soon the little ones fluttered over, chirping excitedly around her. Isn't that a command for dogs? The aunt remarked, also crouching to mimic Yun Jiao's actions. Embarrassed, she found none of the chicks responded to her. Undeterred, she turned to call her own chicks, but to no avail. Yun's grandmother could not hide her pride. My Jiao is truly remarkable. Upon reaching the fields, Yun Jiao began picking cucumbers while enjoying them. The adults had larger, rounder cucumbers covered in tiny spines. Yun's grandmother casually plucked a leaf, easily removing the spines, and handed it to Yun Jiao. Taking a crisp bite, Yun Jiao savored the refreshing and fragrant taste of a cucumber. She continued to help with the picking, reaching for what she could manage. Occasionally, she poked the soil with a stick, encouraging the chicks and ducklings to search for worms, with an earthworm serving as a delightful treat. She tossed a grasshopper to them, followed by a few caterpillars, which they quickly devoured. They even sought out grass seeds. As she helped her grandmother pick melons, Jiao gradually became distracted, focusing instead on feeding the fluffy little creatures, particularly the tiny caterpillars on the vegetable leaves. She merely needed to press down the leaves slightly. The chicks, with their keen eyes, deftly selected the plumpest worms without harming the leaves. They even dined on small snails. While engrossed in her task beneath the broad pumpkin leaves, she suddenly overheard a conversation. I found a very pretty little girl in this village. Her skin is fair, and she is quite plump. However, her family is very protective, making it difficult to lure her out. The man lowered his voice. That's not my concern. If you want money, you'll need to find a way. If she's as beautiful as you say, I'll pay you this amount. The woman's voice grew noticeably more excited. It's a deal. I will figure something out. Perhaps fearing suspicion. The two conversants parted ways after their dialogue. Crouched among the pumpkin leaves, Jiao propped her chin on her small hands, pondering whether the child they spoke of could possibly be her. Confidently, little Jiao believed she was the fairest child in the vicinity. Chapter 84. Mother. Jiao ate a chili. Although she understood that this was likely a plot aimed at her, Jiao remained unfazed. Once a scheme is known, it ceases to be a secret. She leisurely stood up from beneath the pumpkin leaves, feeling a slight itch from the prickly hairs on the leaves. She scratched her face, bouncing joyfully as she skipped off to find her grandmother. The little fluff balls struggled to keep up, their tiny legs moving in a blur. Her basket was already filled with an array of vegetables, cucumbers, eggplants, and beans, brimming to the top. Yet, it felt light in her hands, thanks to her considerable strength. All right. Yun's grandmother had also filled a large basket with vegetables, and as she struggled to lift it, Jiao anxiously circled around her, stamping her feet. Why did you pick so much? It's heavy. Grandmother, please give me a pumpkin. Can I even lift it? The little girl looked as if she wished to carry it for her grandmother herself. Yet, her small stature was of little help, the basket towering over her. This stubborn little lady would not easily surrender. Jiao trailed behind, using one hand to assist in lifting. In her sweet, youthful voice, she said, "You always say that was when you were young. Even now, your grandmother can manage." The two chatted amicably as they made their way home, with the fluffy little creatures trailing behind, wiggling their bottoms at a leisurely pace. Along the way, they snatched a bite of any insects they encountered but refrained from eating if there were none. They were mostly satisfied. Upon returning home, Yun's grandmother busied herself with preparations. Jiao sat on a small stool, diligently folding bean pod leaves and removing the yellowed leaves from the green onions. Occasionally, she would turn her head to converse with the old sea turtle beside her, who appeared to be in deep contemplation. "Old turtle, you must be more assertive. Do not fear the orca," she encouraged. She was counting on the orca to take her out for adventures. And it simply wouldn't do for the sea turtle to remain so fearful. If the turtle could roll its eyes, it certainly would have done so at Jiao's words. No matter how tough its shell, being nudged in circles by an orca would surely leave it dizzy. "Why don't you try experiencing it for yourself?" Jiao declared. "Next time we go to sea, I will play with the orca." The sea turtle lay there, disinterested in engaging with this capricious little one. It felt exhausted just thinking about how it had once brought people to deal with orcas, only for the orcas to emerge unscathed and even bring along a rival for affection. Today, however, it had managed to catch 2 fish, a black sea bream and a mackerel, not particularly large or valuable. With a new house and the workers there, these 2 fish would simply be kept for their own meals, along with the other seafood they had saved. Xiaowu scurried over with a few small fish and shrimp. "Grandpa Turtle, it's time to eat." The sea turtle opened its mouth, unceremoniously gulping down the offerings. Xinyan Lian stayed behind to help with the cooking, while Wang Mei tidied up before heading to the new house, taking Yin Xiaowu along with her. "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba, come help me gather bricks. You're getting old enough to help out around the house." "Got it. After all, what child doesn't he wish to play?" Yin Xiaojiao, being the youngest, remained behind, sitting beside Yun Jiao to listen to her chatter. Naturally, he had more to say, filled with gossip that Yun Jiao delighted in. Sister, Aunt Song hit Uncle Dana, and Aunt Jinhua is making a fuss to confront her. They ended up fighting, and Uncle Dana tried to break it up, but they tore his clothes. Aunt Song says she will report Uncle Dana for being a scoundrel. Yun Jiao responded with a dramatic gasp, surprised that there was more to the story. She regretted missing the live action, certain it must have been quite entertaining. Human fights were amusing to her, pulling hair, scratching faces, and tearing clothes, but posed no real danger. To Yun Jiao, it resembled a game. Of course, while the physical harm might be minimal, the humiliation was likely profound, as those who were struck seemed unable to endure it. Yun Xiao, Jiao continued. The grandson of the Ma family stole a chicken. I know about that. I heard it from Aunt Chun. Yun Xiao, Jiao fumed. That old woman is unreasonable. She scolded you. She doesn't know. Yun Jiao replied, her own displeasure rising. Why should she be angry? It's infuriating. Yun Xiao, Jiao nodded in agreement. Exactly. That wicked old woman. It's her own fault for not properly managing her grandson, who steals chickens and dogs. And now blames Jiao for leading the chicks to the mudflat. Yun Jiao exclaimed, how shameless. It's so infuriating. Yun Xiao, Jiao declared, I told my brothers after dinner. We're going to the Ma house to throw dung. No, that's disgusting, she retorted, being a clean little shark. You can't go. But I must go. Why should I not seek my revenge? Then you can't throw dung. Yun Jiao's little face crinkled. But if you smell like dung, I will be disgusted by you. Fine. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to accompany them. This troublesome muscle memory. Yun Xiao, Jiao gasped in horror. Sister, you put a chili pepper in your mouth. It was a small, red pepper, particularly spicy. Quick, drink some water. Mother, Jiao ate a chili pepper. Yun Xiao, Jiao tugged Yun Jiao's hand, rushing toward the kitchen. Yun Ai smacked her thigh. You little troublemaker, why do you keep eating things carelessly? And chili peppers at that? Tears welled in Yun Jiao's eyes as she inhaled and spoke. I feel like my mouth is a bit bland. I want to eat something. Then, without noticing, she had stuffed it into her mouth. Shen Yun Lian chuckled as she poured water for her. There, is your mouth still bland? It's not bland anymore. It stings terribly. Yun Jiao's naturally rosy lips were turned an even deeper shade of red from the spice, her tearful gaze appearing utterly pitiful. But Shen Yun Lian and the others were genuinely both concerned and amused. After a round of rescue efforts involving water and cucumber, she finally felt better. Wasn't she once curious about everything, including chili peppers? Just after turning 2, having never experienced the potency of chili peppers, she had seized one and stuffed it into her mouth while the adults were distracted. The ensuing tears had been thunderous. Since then, she had never eaten raw chili peppers again. Little did she expect that today, she would unwittingly consume another one. Chapter 85. Confronting the issue, the incident of Yun Jiao mistakenly eating a chili pepper became a humorous topic during the family's lunch. So embarrassing, she exclaimed. Suddenly, she felt she might have forgotten something important. Furrowing her brows in concentration, she finally recalled, Father, I encountered a kidnapper. With a lightness that belied the gravity of her words, Yun Jiao casually mentioned her encounter, but her family was nearly frightened to death. What? What did you say you encountered? Were they mishearing? A kidnapper, the one who specializes in snatching children. Although kidnappers had never visited their village, tales of them still circulated. She mimicked the dialogue she had overheard, imitating the tones and inflections, much to her family's dismay. The faces of Yun Lin Hai and the others turned ashen, their eyes ablaze with fury. Who was it? Which despicable scoundrel? Jiao, did you recognize their voice? Yun Jiao shook her head. I didn't recognize the voice. Just the thought of someone targeting Yun Jiao made it impossible for them to eat. Kidnappers deserve to be punished. No, they could not wait for the kidnappers to come. They needed to go to the police station. Yun Jiao was still eating. Aren't you guys eating? How could we eat? Such a thought was unbearable. They couldn't settle down until the kidnapper was caught. Yun Xiao Wu and the others surrounded Yun Jiao. Jiao, you must not go out alone. You have to stick with us. We will protect you. If a kidnapper comes, we will fight them. What nonsense! You are weaker than Jiao. They were aware of her strength. Even adults might not match her. Yun Xiao Wu turned to his older brother Yun Chun Bei. Brother, make me a slingshot. A slingshot hurts when it hits. I want one too. Yun Xiao Qi raised his hand. I'm great at marbles. I'll surely be accurate with a slingshot. Yun Chun Bei nodded. All right, I will make one for all of you. The children, having never encountered real kidnappers, were unaware of their danger, brimming with enthusiasm rather than fear. But the adults were anxious, their hearts in turmoil. Yun Ai anxiously slapped her thigh, cursed kidnappers. How could they target our Jiao? I must burn incense and pray for our ancestors to protect Jiao and drive those kidnappers away. The elders felt helpless, turning to incense for comfort. The specifics of the plan would have to be left to Yun Lin Hai and the others. I will go to the police station to explain the situation, Yun Shindong insisted. I will go too, Yun Linny added. The others stayed at home. After lunch, Yun Xiao Wu wiped his mouth. Let's go to the Mappa house. He was still thinking about the Mappa as harsh words to their Jiao. They had to retaliate against her foul mouth. Their Jiao had done nothing to her. Why should she scold her? However, after hearing about the kidnappers, the adults in the house dared not let them go out. You can't go anywhere. Didn't you hear Jiao say they're kidnappers? Stay home obediently. Yun Xiao Wu protested, but Mappa scolded Jiao. We must go teach her a lesson, otherwise she will think our family is easy to bully. Yin Xiaoqi nodded exactly. Yun Jiao joined in. We must teach her a lesson. The kidnapper said they would lure me out. In a crowd, they wouldn't dare. After burning incense, Yun Anai approached and overheard Yun Xiao Wu and the others and began to curse the Mappa as well. That foul-mouthed Mappa, you must not go. I will go have a good talk with her. Clearly, she could not bear to see her beloved granddaughter unjustly scolded. Yun Jiao clung to her leg, gazing up at her earnestly. Anai, Jiao wants to go too. With Anai around, Jiao is not afraid. Yun Xiao Wu chimed in. Let us go together. There is safety in numbers. After a moment's contemplation, the old man nodded. The ruffian would certainly not dare to appear in front of such a crowd, so it was best to proceed as a group. As for the men, their presence was unnecessary. Disputes among women seldom required male intervention. Once Yin Anai had gathered her things, she fiercely led a group toward Mapo's home. Wang Mei and Shan Yun Lian followed closely, determined to ensure their mother-in-law was not bullied. As fate would have it, upon arriving at Mapo's residence, they found her, the old woman who had recently lost a hen, cursing with a foul mouth. She refrained from scolding her own grandson, who in her eyes was a treasure despite being a good-for-nothing in the eyes of others. Even though he frequently engaged in petty theft, his recent misdeeds had struck too close to home. He had stolen the family's laying hen to share with his rascally friends, and when caught, he absurdly claimed he intended to follow Yun Jiao's example of foraging for food. Unfortunately, the hen had met an untimely demise due to his negligence, and in a moment of regret, he had consumed it. Unable to direct her ire toward her grandson, Ma Po resorted to casting insults at Yun Jiao from her yard, her voice booming as she conversed with two equally cantankerous companions. As Yun Anai and her group approached, they overheard her derogatory remarks, igniting their anger. Rolling up her sleeves and discarding her shoes, she charged in. You shameless, foul-mouthed old hag. How dare you slander my Jiao? Everyone knows your grandson is a scoundrel. Yet you dare to blame my Jiao. Bah, with such a rotten upbringing, you think we are easy prey? As she berated Ma Pa, Yun Anai was swift in her actions, slapping her shoes against the old woman's mouth before she could react. Your filthy mouth is dirtier than the soles of my shoes. Let me help you cleanse it today. How dare you hit me? Ma Po retaliated. But Yun Anai continued to rain blows upon her. You shameless old crone, my Jiao is merely 3 years old. How could you utter such malicious words about a child? You, with your rotten heart and vile tongue, have no right to speak of my Jiao. Yun Jiao stood at the doorway, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, my grandmother is indeed formidable. Ma Po's son and daughter-in-law emerged from the house, rushing to her aid. Shen Yun Lian and Wang Mei rolled up their sleeves, ready to join the fray. What is happening? Are you trying to bully my mother-in-law? Bah, did you not see your mother-in-law bullying mine? She deserves it for her cruel words against my Jiao. Wang Mei shouted, What, Yin Hanzi? Do you intend to strike a woman? Just then, a carefree youth strolled over, and Yun Jiao turned, her big eyes glaring at him. Chapter 86. Yun Jiao strikes. How high could a small child jump? How much strength could they muster? No one expected that Yun Jiao would leap up, delivering a fierce kick to Yun Shuecheng's abdomen. Her short legs, seemingly powerless, propelled him several steps backward, where he fell to the ground, clutching his belly and howling in pain. As he struggled to sit up, Yun Jiao dashed over and butted her head against him. Though her forehead turned red from the impact, she paid it no mind. Hearing their son's cries, Ma Po's family rushed to the scene, hearts heavy with concern. Yun Jiao, you little wretch, what are you doing? Let go of my grandson. Yun Anai swiftly delivered 2 more slaps to Ma Po. You shameless hag, how dare you insult my Jiao? Yun Jiao did not hold back either. She balled her tiny fists and pounded Yun Shuecheng repeatedly, landing blows on his face as well. Her fists moved so swiftly they appeared to blur. Well done, sister. cheered Yun Xiaowu. Yun Xuecheng's parents were distraught, while Yun Hanzi, undeterred, attempted to strike Wang Mei. Dare you lay a hand on my aunt? We will not back down. Let go of my grandmother. At that moment, Yun Lin Hai, feeling uneasy at home, brought his son and nephew to assess the situation. To his surprise, chaos reigned at Ma Po's residence, with shouts and screams blending into a cacophony. Neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle. Yun Lin Hai noticed Yun Hanzi attempting to hit his sister-in-law and shouted a reprimand. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Chunxi and others charged forward. Their family had a reputation for strength, and in this era, having many able-bodied men, though impoverished, translated to formidable support in a brawl. Yun Hanzi found himself overpowered by Yun Lin Hai and his sons, while Yun Xiaowu and the others provided assistance. Wang Mei shifted her focus to help shun Yun Lian. Ma Po's family suffered a significant defeat. Onlookers, both amused and concerned, questioned Ma Po's motives. Isn't she simply idle? Why provoke Yin Jiao? After all, it was her own grandson who had misbehaved, and yet he blamed Yun Jiao, a child, for his misdeeds. The villagers could hardly comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Stop. Enough. You don't want to cause serious trouble. Little did they know how fiercely Yun Lin Hai's family protected Yun Jiao. The village chief arrived, calling for an end to the chaos. He hesitated to intervene directly, fearing he might become a target himself. The village secretary-in-chief rushed to the scene, only to be met with a sight that darkened their faces. This is unacceptable. Today, of all days, with higher authorities visiting. Stop this at once. What are you standing around for? Separate them. The village secretary was taken aback to witness Yun Jiao fiercely attacking Yun Xuecheng. Wang Yi exclaimed, "Father, this little girl is quite ferocious." She appeared so innocent and delicate. Wang Jianlin patted his son's head, advising him to refrain from making hasty judgments. Yet, he too found his gaze repeatedly drawn to Yun Jiao. What a sight! A mere 3-year-old overpowering a 14 or 15-year-old boy, who was reduced to cries of distress. It was indeed embarrassing for the youth. The village chief trembled with anger. You all truly cannot settle down. Village chief, you must intervene. They're taking advantage of their numbers to bully us, attacking my grandson. Oh, how pitiful our family is. As the crowd dispersed, Ma Po immediately began wailing and lamenting her plight. Yun Nai, still holding a shoe, pointed accusingly at Ma Po. Though she was breathless from the exertion, her spirit remained undeterred. Why don't you reflect on your own actions? Just because you shout loudly does not make you right. Your grandson stole from our family, and for no reason, you berate my Jiao. As an elder, you should have some decency. We heard you call my Jiao a vixen, claiming she harmed your grandson. Explain yourself, or this matter will not end today. Shun Yun Lian wept, holding Yun Jiao tightly, her arguments both reasonable and compelling. My dear Jiao, a truly delightful and obedient individual, has unfortunately caught the ire of your family. She has been subjected to your insults and humiliations. Upon her arrival, your words were far from clean, casting doubt on the malicious things you must have said behind her back. To treat a mere 3-year-old child in such a manner reveals the depths of your wickedness. Wang Mei, with hands on her hips, unleashed a torrent of curses, her voice louder than that of a street vendor. And you dare feel wronged? How disgraceful! You, who have been slapped by my mother-in-law yet remain unrepentant, incessantly spewing vile words like little wretch. How foul must your tongue be, to speak so rottenly? What face do you have to complain or to shed tears? You are like a toad with a festering sore, a source of disgust. Your son and grandson's misfortunes are a result of your own malevolent tongue. Even in your old age, you continue to stir trouble, bringing nothing but misfortune upon your family. It seems your household has seen 8 generations of bad luck with a matron like you. Yin Anai and the daughter-in-law exchanged a flurry of words, effectively clarifying the situation for those who were bewildered. Initially, one might have felt pity for the family of the street vendor. But now it seems that those who are pitiful must possess some loathsome traits. This vendor, in her youth, was a notorious gossip. How many rumors in our village have originated from her lips? Even in her old age, she remains restless, spreading tales that eventually reach the ears of those she disparages. If I were in their shoes, I too would seek her out for an explanation. Indeed, as Lin He's wife remarked, it is truly unfortunate to have such an elder, for had her tongue not been so filthy, this conflict might never have arisen. The crooked beam cannot support a straight roof. The village chief and secretary recognized that the primary responsibility for this incident lay with the street vendor. They cast a stern gaze upon her, a troublemaker who never seems to find peace. Now the village chief felt utterly embarrassed, especially in front of the leaders. Jiao spotted Wang Jianlin and immediately raised her small hand in greeting. "Uncle Wang, are you here to see my big brother or my second brother?" Her eyes sparkled, and her radiant smile bore no trace of the fierceness she had displayed moments ago. Wang Jianlin nodded, affirming that he had indeed come to see them. Chapter 87. The arrival of Wang Jianlin and his son Yunlin and the others rubbed their hands together, feeling somewhat sheepish. They had not anticipated that their altercation would be witnessed by the leadership. They hoped it hadn't left a negative impression. In truth, Wang Jianlin was not angered. Conflicts and frictions are inevitable among families living together, and even more so among villagers. While violence is undesirable in a rural setting, one cannot be seen as weak when faced with bullying. Wang Jianlin preferred not to have overly timid individuals in his household, especially those who cannot defend themselves. Accompanied by his son, who insisted on tagging along, Wang Jianlin visited Yunlin home. Inside, Jiao and her mother served sweet water to their guests. Meanwhile, Yunlin and the elder were anxious, scrambling to find topics of conversation with Wang Jianlin. "I am here to discuss the physical examination and testing," he said, shaking hands with the elder. "I apologize, Comrade Yun. There are indeed individuals obstructing the process, and we failed to supervise adequately." Yunlin's heart leaped with joy. "So, my son has been selected?" Wang Jianlin nodded, confirming that both of Yun's sons were excellent and had passed the physical examination without any issues. "Wonderful, that is fantastic." Excitement spread among them, especially Yun Chenxi, whose face flushed with joy, his eyes shining brightly. "Thank you, leader. We would have been at a loss without your help." Wang Jianlin quickly replied, "This is merely my duty. It is our negligence that has led to this situation, almost causing these two young comrades to lose their military positions. You are not to blame." They reassured one another. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Jianlin inquired about Yun Chundong, who was notably absent. He had a strong impression of the two brothers who participated in the examination. "Ah, leader, you and Tino, but there have been reports of kidnappers in our area." Wang Jianlin's demeanor shifted to seriousness. This was discovered by our Jiao. They recounted how Jiao had identified the kidnappers in their conversations. "Those scoundrels were undoubtedly targeting our Jiao. I'm not exaggerating. She is the most beautiful girl in the vicinity." Wang Jianlin remarked, "You all seem rather proud." Jiao, come here, he called, genuinely fond of the little girl. However, the matter of the kidnappers was grave, and he needed to inquire thoroughly. While it is said that children do not lie, they are often the most imaginative storytellers, and their words can sometimes be unreliable. If this situation were genuine, it would require a significant mobilization of resources for investigation. A false alarm would be detrimental to everyone involved. "How did you know those two were kidnappers?" Jiao replied, "Because they wanted to catch me. I heard from the grandmothers that those who abduct children are kidnappers." "Do you remember what they said?" Jiao nodded and recounted their dialogue in her sweet, innocent voice. "You were in the pumpkin patch. Did they not see you?" Jiao confidently asserted. "There was still some distance. They couldn't T-spot me." Yunlin interjected, "Leader, you might not know, but Jiao has very keen hearing. She can hear from quite far away." "Oh." Wang Jianlin called his son over to speak outside. "What should I say?" "Anything will do." "All right, I agree to help you, but you must let me play here for a couple of days." He had already spotted Jiao's large sea turtle and wanted to go out to see the orcas. Unfortunately, it was getting late and not suitable for a sea outing. Wang Jianlin shot him a stern look. Wang went outside, asking, "Is this distance sufficient?" It was about 10 meters away. Wang Jianlin raised his hand to signal it was acceptable. "Just speak at your normal volume." Wang, unsure of what to say, casually began singing a song often played at school. Wang Jianlin listened intently. At that distance, he could no longer hear clearly. He turned to Jiao, who was already humming along to the tune. Her voice was exceptionally beautiful. "Can you hear? Is this the song Jiao is singing?" Jiao couldn't remember the lyrics, but could recall the melody. Merfolk are inherently gifted in music. Yes, that's the one." A look of astonishment crossed Wang Jianlin's face. This little girl was remarkable. At such a young age, She could best a boy much taller than herself in a physical confrontation, articulate her thoughts clearly, and possess a keen ear far superior to most. It now seemed that the matter was nearly confirmed. Comrade Yun, rest assured, the long arm of the law will surely capture those human traffickers. That is reassuring. Your words bring us comfort. Just then, Yin Lin Hai and the others arrived with 2 plainclothes officers. There was no need for further verification. Wang Jianlin revealed his identity, and the 2 officers shared what they had learned. The conversation proceeded smoothly, and the police would deploy undercover officers to lie in wait in the village, awaiting the appearance of the culprits. On his first visit to the seaside, he was filled with joy, eager to collect everything he saw. Particularly delighted by seeing Jiao leading a line of little chicks and ducklings to the shore, he pulled out his precious camera and snapped several photos. With his camera in hand, he became the most popular figure among the village children, all eager to touch his camera. However, he was not generous. He cherished this device and allowed only Yun Xiaowu and his brothers to handle it, while the other children could only look on. Yun Jiao was busy digging mud snails for the chicks when suddenly a woman, dressed similarly to the local aunties, approached her. "You are Yun Jiao, aren't you?" Although their attire was comparable, this woman's hair was curled, and her face was adorned with makeup, setting her apart from the local women. Most notably, her voice sounded familiar. She was the child trafficker. Cleverly, Yun Jiao chose not to expose her and merely nodded, pretending not to recognize her. "I am a relative of your 6th uncle. Oh my, you are such a cute and lovely child. Would you like some candy? I have chocolate from abroad." Upon hearing this, Yun Jiao looked at her and replied, "Show me first." She felt tempted by the treat, but the swindler moved away. Surprisingly, the woman produced a piece of chocolate. Yun Jiao asked, "Is this all you have?" The woman was speechless. This little girl, appearing as innocent as a bunny, was surprisingly greedy. She forced a smile. "That's all I have. It's a good thing you can't find in the country." Yun Jiao lowered her head and continued to dig for sunflower seeds and mud snails, tossing them aside. She called out to the chicks and ducklings nearby, who scampered over. With firm resolve, she stated, "Then I don't want it. You can take it back." The woman inwardly cursed but maintained a friendly smile. "Why not? Jiao, don't you like it?" Yun Jiao nodded. "I do, but I have 9 brothers and my parents, uncles, and aunts, plus my grandparents. You only have 1 piece of candy, and I don't want to be greedy. I'm a child who loves to share." The woman's mouth twitched. She didn't expect this child to have such thick skin. However, considering the potential profit from this child, she endured the embarrassment. "How about this? You come with me, and I'll buy you something delicious, and I can get some for your brothers too." Yun Jiao shook her head firmly. "No. My parents won't allow me to run off with strangers. You only have that little candy. You must be poor and can't afford more." The woman nearly spat blood in frustration. How could this child be so infuriating? She took out some money. "Who said I'm poor? Look, I have plenty of money and can buy you things." Yun Jiao responded, "I want the candy in your hand. My brothers want it too. Do you have more?" The woman gritted her teeth. "I have more, but I only have this one on me right now. If you want it, come with me to my house, and I'll get you some." Her voice was squeezed through clenched teeth. Yun Jiao shook her head. "No, show me how much you have first, and then I'll believe you." The woman felt as though she was being played by this little brat. But how could a mere 3-year-old be so cunning? "Fine, I'll go get the candy, but you must come to see me tomorrow by the rocks over there. Remember, you must come alone. If you bring anyone else, I want to give you the candy." Yun Jiao cheerfully nodded and then extended her hand. "All right, then give me that one first so I can see if it tastes good. If it doesn't, I want it." The woman was infuriated but trembling as she handed over the chocolate. After giving it to her, she couldn't stay another moment and quickly left, fearing she might lose her temper. For 200 yuan, she endured. Yun Jiao, with a piece of chocolate she had never tasted, tucked it into her small pocket and continued playing. After feeding the little fluff balls, she waited by the sea for the sea turtles. Yin Xiaowu and others followed Wang Yi over. "Little Yun Jiao, where are the orcas you mentioned? Why haven't I seen them yet?" Yun Jiao replied, "They went to eat. They're not here." Wang Yi expressed his disappointment with a sigh. Soon, a sea turtle emerged from the water, and Wang Yi hurriedly chased after it to take pictures. Yun Jiao recounted her encounter with the woman to her family, presenting the piece of chocolate. Shen Yunlian and the others were filled with anger and fear. "Yin Xiaowu, how could you let your sister out of your sight?" Shen Yunlian and Wang Mei yelled. Yin Xiaowu and his friends froze, realizing they had all been drawn in by Wang Yi's camera. We didn't run far. We saw Jiao talking to an Annie, but Jiao didn't call for anyone, so we thought she was just talking to someone from the village. Couldn't you tell if she was a villager or not? You didn't look closely? No, we were looking at the camera. After receiving a few reprimands, Yin Xiao Wu and the others stared at Yun Jiao with guilty eyes. Sister, why didn't you call us? Yun Jiao replied confidently, I was trying to get candy. She was trying to trick me, but there was only one piece, not enough to share with my brothers, so I asked her for more. The adults present exclaimed, bargaining with a trafficker, you truly are bold. At that moment, 2 undercover police officers were at their home, pretending to be fish buyers, following the fishermen to experience the tide. They had previously noticed the woman who spoke to Yun Jiao while they were at the mudflat, although they had their suspicions. Seeing Yun Jiao happily chatting with her led them to believe she was just a local. Unfamiliar with the villagers, they chose not to alarm her. Little friend, besides offering you candy, what else did she say? Yun Jiao recounted the woman's words in detail. Sixth uncle? Is she really a relative from his side? Wang Mei clapped her hands. I remember now. A relative did come from sixth uncle's side recently, dressed quite fashionably, a relative from sixth uncle's daughter-in-law's family. The undercover police officers relaxed, realizing the woman was likely the one they were after. Excitedly, Wang Mei asked, now that we know who she is, should we go capture her? The officers hesitated, not just yet. If we capture her now, we might alert her, and she could escape. It's best to catch her accomplice too. The Yun family felt disheartened. So how do we catch her? Yun Jiao asked, can I still get candy tomorrow? She had already unwrapped the chocolate and curiously sniffed it, preparing to take a bite. Hey. One of the officers swiftly snatched it away. Yun Jiao pouted. I was robbed of my food. I'm not happy. Will I get to eat it after the inspection? With her naturally pretty face looking so wronged and unhappy, it tugged at the heartstrings. You can't eat this, but we can bring you safe chocolate. Yun Jiao perked up a little. That woman is supposed to bring me that candy tomorrow. If I trick her into giving me more, can you give me the same amount? Under the gaze of her big, clear, watery eyes, the 2 officers found it hard to refuse and nodded repeatedly. Wait, you said she is coming to find you tomorrow? Yun Jiao nodded. Then perhaps tomorrow she will contact her accomplice. Yin Linha quickly interjected. Wait, we can't use our Jiao as bait. Who knows what those heartless traffickers might do? What if they scare her? Exactly, officers. You mustn't put our Jiao at risk. The Yun family fiercely defended her, even against the police. The officers felt troubled as well. They didn't want Yun Jiao to be in danger. This child was so lovely and clever, and no one would be happy if something happened to her. However, without bait, the woman would not seek her accomplice. They were uncertain if those traffickers would have the patience to wait. If they fled, countless more children could be at risk. That is fine. Thank you, officers. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao, feeling overlooked, muttered, but I want to go. If I don't go, how can I trick her into giving me more candy? Yun Jiao, a woman brimming with confidence, believed she could certainly hold her own. As for the rumors spread by the police regarding the use of narcotics by traffickers, she was resolute in her ability to resist. That night, Yun Jiao tossed and turned on her bamboo mat, feeling a sense of injustice that gnawed at her. What is wrong, Jiao? Yun Xiao Wu and the others asked, yawning. Yun Jiao leaned in closer to her brothers and murmured her thoughts. With a sense of righteous indignation, she declared, if those traffickers intend to deceive me, why should I not trick them into giving me candy? Yun Xiao Wu and his companions nodded in agreement. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I also believe Jiao is right. I've heard that candy from abroad is quite rare. If they have already deceived Jiao, what is wrong with us wanting some candy? However, concern arose regarding their safety, as they were indeed traffickers. Jiao could be in danger, Yun Xiao Lu said slowly. Suddenly, an idea struck Yun Xiao Wu, and his eyes lit up. How about this? The group of fearless youths huddled together to devise a plan to confront the traffickers. They were young boys, harboring dreams of heroism. Isn't that a bit reckless? What about the police? Yin Xiao Wu patted his younger brother's head, acknowledging his brother's tendency to overthink. Just tell me if you're in or out. Yin Xiao Lu frowned, contemplating before slowly nodding. All right then. I'm not going, Yin Xiao Jiao protested. Why not? Yin Xiao Wu retorted. Your legs are too short. You can't run fast. That is so unfair. Yin Xiao Jiao exclaimed. Tomorrow, you need to distract the elders so we won't be discovered. Yin Xiao Jiao felt disgruntled. He always played the role of the decoy. He wished he had been born a few years earlier. The next day, Yin Xiao Wu and the others rushed out early, oblivious to Yun A Nai's calls to stay. "Where are you all going?" she inquired. They were off to gather cow dung. "Don't you know it's dangerous these days? You still want to play outside?" Shun Yun Lian admonished. Yin Xiao Wu argued, "We can't keep our sister cooped up at home. Who knows when those people will be caught? It would be too cruel for her not to enjoy herself." Yun Jiao promptly put on a pitiful expression. Shun Yun Lian, his heart softened at the sight. It wasn't right to confine the children. "Just don't stray too far. Stay nearby." "Understood." After Shun Yun Lian and Wang Mei went to the beach, only Yun A Nai remained to supervise them. With the knowledge that traffickers were lurking in the village, the children were not allowed to roam freely. If they happened to be alone, they too could fall victim to the traffickers who preferred younger children. Yin Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing glance with Yin Xiao Jiao. Though unwilling, Yin Xiao Jiao fell to the ground, feigning stomach pain. If one didn't know he was acting, Yin Jiao would have thought he was genuinely unwell. His face pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead. "What's wrong, Xiao Jiao?" Yin and I asked anxiously. "Nai, my stomach hurts," he replied weakly. "Nai, I think Xiao Jiao might have eaten something bad. You should take him to the clinic," Yin Xiao Wu suggested. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them," he assured, puffing up his chest with a sense of responsibility. "All right, take care of him. Xiao Wu, look after your brother and sister. Don't let them wander off." Yin Xiao Wu nodded. "Rest assured, Nai, I will keep them safe." However, as soon as Yun A Nai left with Yun Xiao Jiao, Yin Xiao Wu and the others dashed into the room to retrieve the slingshot Yin Shunbei had made. "Jiao Jiao, here's some stones for you. Your aim is good. We'll strike from within. Remember, check if they are armed. If they are, we seize their weapons immediately." Yin Jiao nodded, understood. The ammunition they had was not merely stones. In fact, they were stones wrapped in layers of cow and pig dung. As they prepared to venture out, Yin Jiao wrinkled her nose in distaste. "How foul. I'm leaving now, brothers." "All right, we'll hide at the village entrance and wait for you." Compared to the adults, Yin Xiao Wu and his companions felt more secure with their sister, having witnessed her formidable prowess. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on their sister would surely taste the consequences. Yin Jiao made her way to the spot the woman had indicated. The sun had yet to rise fully, but the woman had arrived even earlier, appearing anxious. Upon seeing Yin Jiao, her eyes brightened. "Come here, Jiao Jiao." Yin Jiao walked over boldly. "Where's my candy? How much did you prepare?" The woman produced a bag of chocolates, approximately 12 pieces. "Is this enough?" Yin Jiao's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. Without hesitation, she extended her hand. "Give it to me. Here you go. Don't get too greedy." The woman handed over the chocolates while cautiously scanning the surroundings. "Now you see I have some skills. Do you still want more candy? I have plenty at home." Yin Jiao's face lit up with anticipation. "Really? Of course it's true." Sensing she had hooked her prey, the woman began to entice her further. "I not only have delicious candy, but also all sorts of fun toys." Yin Jiao, appearing innocent and easily swayed, replied, "Then I'll go with you." "All right, let us go now." She took Yin Jiao by the hand, glancing around nervously before leading her out of the village. Fortunately, at this hour, the village entrance was deserted, as everyone was preoccupied with their tasks. Thus, the woman successfully led Yun Jiao out of the village. However, they encountered some villagers heading to the fields. Upon seeing Yun Jiao, they greeted her, causing the woman to tense up. Yun Jiao cheerfully announced, "Grandpa Nyo, I'm taking this Ann out to play while you work in the fields." "Ah yes, the weeds need to be cleared. We're off now, Grandpa Nyo, goodbye." "Goodbye." Once they were far enough away, the woman, drenched in sweat, felt dizzy. "Wait, who is taking whom out?" Meanwhile, hidden amongst the cornfields, Yin Xiao Wu and the others swiftly followed. They often ran on the beach and in the mountains, familiar with the terrain, making it easy for them to conceal themselves. The woman, in her anxiety, failed to notice her surroundings. "Andy, where are we going?" "The store isn't this way." Chapter 90. This is a living hell. The items at the nearby store are scarce. I'm taking you to a better place. They arrived at a secluded area on the road leading to the town outside the village. Chunjing glanced around and called out to a certain spot. Soon, two men emerged, one with shifty eyes and the other a seemingly simple middle-aged man, whose eyes glinted with greed. The moment they laid eyes on Yun Jiao, their expressions brightened. Chunjing pushed Yun Jiao forward, saying, "What do you think? This little one is worth quite a bit." The two men looked at Yun Jiao with satisfaction. "All right, here is your money. 200 yuan, 20 big notes." Chun Jing counted the money on the spot, then cheerfully addressed Yun Jiao. Jiao, I have some business to attend to, so you can ask these two uncles to buy you whatever you want. Yun Jiao questioned, have you sold me? Under the purity of her innocent gaze, Chun Jing felt a little uneasy. Don't blame me. The two men moved to seize Yun Jiao. But unexpectedly, she darted towards the middle-aged man, yanked down his trousers, and pulled out the dagger he had hidden. What are you doing? No one anticipated Yun Jiao would act so swiftly and accurately. Grasping the dagger, she dashed away, sticking her tongue out at them. You fools. Damn it, chase her. You better stop, or we'll skin you alive. Who shot me? What is that smell? A flurry of mud balls and stones, wrapped in pig and cow dung, rained down upon them. Get out here, she screamed, collapsing to her knees on the ground. Meanwhile, the two men scurried clumsily through the cornfield, desperately seeking cover, ultimately forcing Yun Xiaowu and his companions into the open. Sister, come over here, Yun Jiao called as she dashed towards them. At that moment, the two kidnappers finally grasped the situation. They were all accomplices. Damn it, we've been outsmarted by a few children. Hand over your knife. One man had his blade snatched away by Yun Jiao, his trousers torn in the process, feeling utterly humiliated. The older man, visibly more ruthless, braved the pain from the slingshot to attempt to seize child. Yun Jiao, drawing back her slingshot, aimed precisely at the wrist of the man wielding the dagger. The impact left a bloody gash on his wrist. Oh! He howled in agony, clutching his wrist, veins bulging, his face paling. He looked up to find Yun Jiao eerily calm, her dark blue-black eyes fixed on him. In that moment, a chill ran down the middle-aged man's spine. Abandoning his pursuit, he turned to flee. Yun Jiao, still poised with her slingshot, targeted his knee. Whoosh! The conniving man, seeing his predicament, scrambled away in a panic. Ultimately, the outcome was the same. Yun Jiao's shot rendered him incapable of rising. The three traffickers lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Yun Jiao's expression shifted to one of innocent clarity. Brother, I hit him. Her voice radiated with childlike joy. Yun Xiaowu and the others cheered. Let us go after the kidnappers. They charged forward, with Yun Jiao following closely, picking up a stone along the way. The older man, cunning as he was, attempted to counterattack, hoping to seize someone as a hostage. Just as he extended his vicious hand, Yun Jiao struck it with the stone, eliciting a crack. He writhed in pain. Yun Xiaowu and the others stared at Yun Jiao in astonishment. He was trying to grab you, Yun Jiao declared, tossing the stone aside. Enraged, Yun Xiaowu found another stone and began to throw it, repulsed by the man's foul stench. You try to grab us. Let's teach him a lesson. Brother, they have money, Yun Jiao exclaimed, and suddenly, their eyes gleamed with ambition, rummaging through their pockets. The middle-aged man had 500 yuan on him, along with a watch on his wrist. This is a watch. Quick, take it off. He also has 2 gold earrings. They must have been stolen. Let us check that man. Faced with these audacious youths, the sly man dared not resist, his eyes filled with dread as he glanced at Yun Jiao, fearing he might meet the same fate as the middle-aged man. At that moment, the two men cursed Chun Jing and her ancestors in their hearts. What she brought was not a money tree, but a living nightmare. Which child uses a slingshot like a bullet? Which child can so nonchalantly cripple a man's hand? Yun Jiao approached Chun Jing, who was trembling in fear, realizing too late that she had transformed from hunter to prey, while that mere 3-year-old had become the hunter. I was wrong, Jiao, I was wrong. Please take this money and buy something to eat. Just let me go. Chun Jing begged for mercy. Yun Jiao accepted the money with a smile. Thank you, Annie, before delivering a punch to her head. Chun Jing fell unconscious, dazed. Sister, what happened to her? She won't die, right? Yun Xiaowu exclaimed in horror. Yun Jiao shook her head. I just knocked her out. She also has a watch. Yun Jiao began to search Chun Jing's belongings. Watches, a gold ring, and all the money. But nothing else of interest. The group sat on the ground, counting their spoils from the day. In total, they had 812 yuan, 2 watches, 1 for men and 1 for women, a pair of gold earrings and a gold ring. Their faces lit up with glee at the bounty. Just as they reveled in their triumph, distant shouts echoed. Yun Jiao, Xiaowu, Xiaolu. The urgency was palpable in the voice. Over here. We're over here. Soon, the adults arrived, rushing to embrace the children. You scared us to death. What are you doing here? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? Shun Yunlian and Wang Mei held the children tightly, their eyes red with worry and anger. Many villagers arrived, wielding hoes, machetes, and shovels. Having heard from Yun and I about the kidnappers. Mother, don't hit us. We took down all 3 kidnappers, besides Chun Jing, who had passed out. The other 2 were groaning in pain on the ground. When the police approached to apprehend the kidnappers, the stench emanating from them nearly caused the officers to faint. So they didn't even get anything for their trouble. How pitiful. They are indeed pitiful, having to deal with such filth. The police swiftly restrained the 3 kidnappers while Yun Xiaowu and his companions were being chased and scolded. Yun Jiao vowed that this was the fastest she had ever run. Her short legs seemed to leave shadows behind her. Ah, please don't hit me, I was wrong. Yun Jiao quickly confessed, maintaining her speed as Shun Yunlian pursued from behind. Others rushed to mediate. Children, be gentle, don't hit them. Yes, they were just frightened. They need to be comforted. The police officers holding the kidnappers remarked, frightened? The ones who are truly terrified are these 2 kidnappers, covered in blood. Not only had they been punished, but they also received 5 pages of writing as penance. This time, no excuses would suffice. They must fill 5 pages with their names. All the while, Yin Linha scolded the audacious little ones. The entire village's children combined couldn't cause as much ruckus as you. You think you're heroes? Those 2 big men were armed. If they had been prepared, do you really believe you could have taken them down? Yun Jiao clutched a chocolate bar, her eyes downcast, looking both pitiful and wronged, afraid to retort. Eventually, the adults exhausted their admonishments, leaving Yun Jiao and Yun Xiaowu feeling utterly overwhelmed. Stand straight. The mischief makers lined up from tallest to shortest, with Yun Jiao at the very end. Do you understand your mistake? Yes. Louder. Yes. They shouted in unison, their voices echoing. Good, now go right. And don't even think about eating. Yun Jiao touched her stomach, her gaze lingering on the chocolate in her hands. In an instant, Yun Linha snatched it away. You forgot about this too. How greedy can you be, running to find kidnappers for a bite to eat? What else would you do? Now Yun Jiao truly felt like crying, her big eyes brimming with tears. You must learn a lesson. Let us see if you dare to take risks again. I want to do it again. Yun Linha didn't dare look at Yun Jiao's expression, fearing he would soften and give her food. At last, the children picked up their pens and began to write, their stomachs growling in protest. Nearby, Yun Chenxi watched them closely, holding a bamboo stick menacingly. Yun Jiao's stomach rumbled, her mouth watering. She even chewed on the tip of her pen. Second brother. Yun Chenxi covered his ears and closed his eyes. Don't call me, just write quickly. Fine, I'll write. She furrowed her brow, slowly inscribing her name in the workbook, her handwriting somewhat legible. She simply could not comprehend why humanity had devised such a means of self-torment through the act of learning. Suddenly, something brushed against her foot. She glanced down to discover that a sea turtle had somehow made its way beneath the table, holding a sea urchin in its mouth. Yun Jiao's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. However, with her second elder brother supervising, she found it inappropriate to indulge in a feast. Yun Jiao raised her short legs, attempting to nudge her 5th brother for a discreet reminder. After being nudged, Yun Xiaowu shot a glance at his second brother. What is up? Yun Jiao replied. 5th brother, could you take a look for me? She handed him her notebook and quickly whispered in his ear under the table. There's a sea turtle and a sea urchin. Yun Xiaowu cast a swift glance, realizing his sister was hungry, and nodded in understanding. Then he presented his writing to Yun Chenxi, saying, Second brother, check my handwriting. It's quite good this time, right? Please review it before I finish, so I don't have to rewrite it. Yun Jiao swiftly retrieved the sea urchin. Second brother, I need to use the restroom. Understood. Concealing the sea urchin, Yun Jiao dashed towards the restroom. She could now open the sea urchin with her bare hands. Yun Xiaojiu then piped up, Second brother, I also need to go to the restroom. Following him were Yun Xiaoba and Yun Xiaoqi, one after another, drawing a suspicious glance from Yun Chenxi. However, Yun Jiao quickly feigned innocence to escape scrutiny. With only one sea urchin available, it was insufficient to share. Thus, Yun Jiao instructed the turtle to stealthily procure a few more items. Anything would suffice. This time, the turtle returned with a cucumber. However, before she could take more than a couple of bites, she was discovered. Yun Jiao, upon being caught, Yun Jiao ceased her concealment, leaping from her stool and stuffing the cucumber into her mouth with great fervor. Her cheeks stuffed to the brim. She could hardly articulate a word. Yin Xiaowu and the others rushed over to pull Yun Chenxi back. Brother, come on, it's just a cucumber. Exactly. Jiao has been hungry for a while. What harm is there in eating a cucumber? It doesn't even fill you up. Like a little hamster, Jiao's mouth moved rapidly, her cheeks puffed out, while her large eyes fixated on Chenxi, darting around the table to evade capture. Soon, the cucumber was devoured. Jiao spread her hands, feigning innocence. It's all gone, Chenxi remarked, and Jiao leaned closer, saying, Second brother, I'm just too hungry. If I write nicely now, will you not be angry? She had learned the art of coaxing, sounding like a soft, mewing kitten. She had cleverly directed all her charm towards her family. Chenxi poked her forehead lightly. If mother finds out, you'll face double the punishment. Startled, Jiao quickly settled down to write. After much effort, she finally completed her writing, slumping over the table as though drained of energy. The family gathered around, reviewing the children's work before finally releasing them. However, before their release, they were inevitably subjected to another lecture. Yin Xiao Wu went to close the door, and they displayed their spoils on the table. A collective gasp filled the room. Where did you get these? Yin Xiao Wu replied, We took them from those 3 kidnappers. They were trying to sell my sister. So why shouldn't we take their belongings? Yin Jiao nodded vigorously. Exactly. My goodness, those kidnappers were quite affluent. Wang Mei was overjoyed with a particular wristwatch. The men, Yin Lin He and Yin Lin Hai, also admired the men's watch. Yin Dong frowned. These items cannot be kept. Instantly, Yin Jiao's eyes widened as she protectively encircled their loot with her small arms. Why not? Yin Xiao reacted similarly. The others turned to Yin Dong. He sighed. These are stolen goods from the kidnappers. The police will surely trace them back. We cannot keep stolen property. The siblings felt as though the sky had fallen. Did that mean their efforts were in vain? Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Is Comrade Yin home? Chapter 92 Wang, he goes out to sea. The person was indeed present, yet Yin Jiao was reluctant to open the door or allow anyone else to do so. With tears welling in her eyes, she pleaded, Could I hide these and say they were lost? Yin Dong's lips twitched. No, they must come in. Sure enough, it was the 2 familiar public security officers. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the stolen goods on the table and the sulking Yin Jiao, who had turned her back to them. Even from her silhouette, it was evident she was displeased. The officers exchanged glances. As soon as Chun Jing woke up, she informed us that you children had taken their money and watches. Thus, they had come. Yin Jiao clenched her fists, lamenting that she had not been more decisive in her actions. Because you captured the kidnappers, that is a significant achievement. Our station will apply for a reward for you. Hearing this, Yin Jiao felt a flicker of hope. Really? Is it a lot? She gestured towards the money on the table, looking at the officers with eager anticipation. No. Probably just around 50 yuan. Yin Jiao's eyes dimmed instantly. But what about the watch? The 2 officers found it difficult to withstand her pleading gaze and hastily packed the money into a bag. Although it's not much money, we bought you some chocolate that you like, and here's some cookies that are quite delicious. They placed a small bag of chocolates and cookies on the table. With the prospect of food, Yin Jiao felt rejuvenated. The elders of the family quickly insisted that it was unnecessary to be so courteous. Ultimately, however, the bag of chocolates and cookies was retained. After they left, despite feeling disheartened over the lack of money, watches, and gold jewelry, Yin Jiao was quite content with her treat. The aftermath of the kidnapping incident brought new gossip to the village regarding their family. Wherever they went, they were bombarded with questions about how they discovered the kidnappers and how they dealt with them. Yin Xiao Wu and the others were quite pleased, boasting about their exploits. All right, today we're going out to sea. Jiao, are you coming? Of course, Yin Jiao exclaimed, clutching a piece of chocolate and stuffing some dried shrimp into the crossbody bag her mother had sewn for her, along with the fishing rod her father had crafted. Hat. Don the hat. This time, the hat was custom-made by the crafty Yin Shin Bei, adorned with beautiful shells fashioned into 2 lovely flowers. Once she donned the hat, Yin Jiao transformed into a fashionable little doll. So pretty. In the house, a small mirror allowed her to admire herself. Satisfied, she nodded before following her father and the others outside. Just as they stepped out, they encountered Wang Yi, who had arrived early, riding his bicycle. Instantly, he became the center of attention. The eyes of every member of the Yin family, young and old, were captivated by his bicycle. What a handsome ride! Wang Yi lifted his chin slightly. Huh, I knew you all were going out to sea today. I came early. He carried a camera and a bag of buns. I want to go too. Yin Jiao, eyeing the bag of buns, felt her mouth water. Yes, yes, let us go. Seeing her enthusiasm, Wang Yi generously offered her a plump meat bun. Uncle, you should have one too. No, no, you eat it yourself. Why be so polite? I have more. I appreciate your help today. Wang Yi was quite adept at navigating social interactions. Clutching the large bun like a little hamster, Jiao bit into it with immense satisfaction. Her cheeks puffed out and her bright eyes sparkling with delight. Watching her eat, Wang Yi found his own bun tasted even better. Today, Jiao and Wang Yi were set to embark on their journey, which meant that Shindong and Shun she would not be joining them. As the boat was already quite crowded. You even brought a fishing rod, did you not? Is this one of your own creations? Jiao proudly replied. My father made it for me. But isn't there a professional fishing rod available? Will this one suffice? Lin, he remarked, a professional fishing rod? Such things are not sold in our small town. Wang Yi exclaimed, so, how large a fish can this rod catch? Surely it can reel in something weighing over 10 jin. Though whether we catch such a fish depends on luck. 10 jin. One might wonder how large a fish that would be, and he felt a surge of excitement. As the boat sailed into the sea, Jiao and the others released the sea turtle back into the water. Will it follow us? Jiao responded, it will go in search of food. She prepared her fishing line. Wang Yi watched as she took out dried shrimp from her crossbody bag, skillfully baited her hook, and then nonchalantly sat cross-legged on the deck. Seemingly unconcerned, it was Wang Yi's first time at sea, and he was filled with anticipation, scanning the water for any signs of fish. Just as he was about to ask Jiao about the matter of human traffickers, the fishing rod suddenly twitched. Wang Yi, more excited than Jiao, urged, it's moving. Quick, reel it in. Jiao held the rod, her small lips pursed in a calm demeanor that belied her age. A stark contrast to the exuberant boy beside her. The fish on the line appeared quite large, bending the rod significantly. Wang Yi worried for a moment that she might be pulled into the sea. Fortunately, Jiao possessed considerable strength. Both Lin Hai and Lin He paused, their eyes fixed on the water. Before long, the fish, exhausted from the struggle, was pulled above the surface. It was a large grouper. Quick, bring the landing net. It was a great start. Before they had even cast their nets, their little Jiao had already caught such a large fish with just a bamboo rod. Lin Hai's eyes crinkled with joy. It's a tiger grouper. Lin He could hardly contain his delight, indeed. Our fortune at sea relies on our Jiao. Witnessing such a sizable catch, Wang Yi was elated. It wasn't he until all the fish were aboard that he regretted not taking a photograph. What a magnificent fish. Quickly, Uncle, take a picture for me. He handed the camera to Lin Hai. Lin Hai held the camera with care, knowing its value. I don't know how to use this. It's simple. I'll show you, Wang Yi insisted, eager to capture a moment with the large fish. Lin He quickly grasped the technique, and, eventually, the camera was passed back to him. Wang Yi squatted behind the tiger grouper, flashing a big grin and giving a thumbs up. After taking one photo, he called for Jiao to join him. Come on, Sister Jiao, let us take a picture with the fish you caught. Without hesitation, Jiao joined him. Squatting beside Wang Yi, her eyes sparkling as she mirrored his gesture. After the photo was taken, Wang Yi, brimming with enthusiasm, asked, shall we fish again? Let me try. Jiao handed him the rod. Go ahead, considering you gave me that big bun, and let me take your picture. Wang, he seemed to be enjoying beginner-esque luck. As not long after, he too reeled in a fish. Though it was not as large as Jiao's catch, it was a relatively rare species, a blue-spotted grouper. The blue-spotted grouper is a type of grouper known for its rarity and higher market price, currently fetching 5 yuan per jin. The fish Wang Yi caught weighed about 3 jin. Quite small compared to Sister Jiao's catch, he mused, unaware of the differences in species and pricing. But you must understand, your fish is quite rare. It sells for 5 yuan per jin, while Jiao's larger fish is only worth 1 yuan per jin at the market. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's spirits lifted. If that's the case, as long as Sister Jiao's fish doesn't exceed 15 jin, then my little fish is worth more. That is indeed correct. Wang Yi rubbed his hands together in excitement. Let us go again, I want to keep fishing. Jiao pouted in dissatisfaction. That fishing rod is mine. Wang Yi hastily handed her the camera. I'll lend you the camera if you let me use the fishing rod. Jiao grinned as she took the camera deal. Lin Hai and Lin He shared a glance, both eager to try their hand at the camera as well. The wooden boat moved at a leisurely pace, the bait drifting in the water, mimicking the movement of live prey, thus attracting the fish lurking below. Soon, the fishing rod twitched once more. And Wang's excitement peaked. It's biting again. Quick, Sister Jiao. Remember to take a photo. Jiao aimed the camera at him, but this time, disappointment awaited as he reeled in a modest one-gene golden pomfret. Jiao looked out over the sea, calling, "Father, let us cast a net." Just as Wang was feeling let down, he heard Jiao's voice. He was momentarily confused, but Yunlin and Yunlin, he swiftly reacted, casting the net with great haste. The net sank quickly, and when the time was right, the two men began to haul it back. The weight of the catch brought smiles to their faces. It's heavy. There must be plenty of fish in this haul. As they exerted their strength to pull the net aboard, a portion of the fish caught began to surface. Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, so many fish. Sister Jiao, hurry with the camera. Having never witnessed such a scene before, Wang was overwhelmed with excitement, snapping photos of the net brimming with golden pomfrets, capturing both Yunlin and Yunlin in the frame. When they opened the net, the fish tumbled out onto the deck in a flurry, including several rays. Yunlin, he cautioned Wang, "Be careful. Little the tail sting of a ray can be poisonous. Don't let it sting you." Having grown familiar with the family, Wang felt a sense of camaraderie, and after a brief warning, they continued casting the net. "Do you need my help, Father?" Jiao inquired. "No, we can manage," Yunlin replied. Fishermen possess remarkable strength, capable of hauling in hundreds of gene of fish in just a few casts. This was only the second net. Jiao's assistance was not yet needed. Jiao, wielding a hand net, leaned over the edge of the boat, quick to scoop up any fish that surfaced. Wow, what kind of fish is this? The colors are so vibrant, and its shape is peculiar. Wang, caught up in the oddity of it all, could only exclaim in shock. Jiao deftly lifted the brilliantly colored fish onto the deck. Once again, Wang was astonished by her strength. Such a large fish had been effortlessly brought aboard. The fish had a large head and was adorned with striking colors, particularly the emerald green along its back. When Yunlin and the others pulled up their second net, they quickly identified the vibrant fish. "That is a knife fish," they declared. Wang enthusiastically snapped photos of the knife fish. "Is there more? Is there more?" he inquired eagerly. Jiao replied, "That's all. You can see for yourself." There were hardly any more fish surfacing. Yunlin and the others had caught 3 nets of golden pomfrets, with some rays and various other fish mixed in. What a splendid start. It seems today we are riding on your good fortune, little E. Wang felt a swell of pride, having been the first to catch a golden pomfret before they amassed such a haul. The stingers of the rays needed to be removed. With the 2 adults seated on the deck, they began their work with the rays, while Jiao and Wang continued fishing. The fish they caught were mostly common species. Even the larger ones were worth only a few cents per gene. As the sun blazed higher in the sky, Wang, unaccustomed to such exposure, began to feel overwhelmed, his straw hat doing little to shield him from the heat. The excitement he had felt upon arrival had faded, leaving him somewhat weary. Suddenly, Jiao poked him. "Look, a killer whale is coming." Wang, slightly dazed from the sun, suddenly regained his composure. Jiao pointed towards the left front. Following her gesture, Wang looked in that direction, but the sunlit sea sparkled with reflections, obscuring his view. It was not until the orca approached closer that its massive form came into view. Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth gaped in disbelief. Though he had only heard tales of the orca, witnessing its grandeur for the first time left him utterly awestruck. As they neared the boat, Wang swallowed nervously. If that colossal creature collided with them, the vessel would surely capsize. However, Yunlin and Yunlin remained remarkably calm, unperturbed as it was not their first encounter. After all, Jiao was with them. The pod of orcas swam around their boat, circling it with familiarity. Soon, a younger orca approached. Wang transitioned from anxiety to exhilaration, capturing countless photographs of the orca with his camera. In no time, he exhausted his roll of film, yet he had a spare on hand. This time, the orcas brought a gift. One of them, clutching a massive manta ray, swam closer to the boat. It held the ray by one of its wing-like fins, lifting its head above the water to present it to Jiao. With wide eyes, Jiao blinked in surprise. "Is this for me?" The orca nodded and emitted a series of gentle sounds. The manta ray appeared to weigh over 100 pounds. Wow. The excited exclamations came from Wang without hesitation. Yunlin and Yunlin shared in the excitement. A manta ray of such size was daunting to catch, especially since a living manta would thrash in the nets, its weight becoming exponentially greater if one were to be pulled into the ocean by its powerful tail. The consequences could be dire, as its tail not only bore venom, but also barbs that could inflict excruciating pain. Yet, here was a massive manta ray, brought to them by the orca. Chapter 94. Untitled, the manta ray was so large that it took all of them to haul it aboard. Wow! Wang exclaimed, snapping pictures fervently. The manta ray's body was slightly flattened, resembling a diamond shape, with pectoral fins that resembled wings. Once brought onto the deck, it nearly covered the entire surface. Yin Linhai inspected the gills and declared, "It's fresh. It must have only just died." Instantly, the two aboard the boat were grinning from ear to ear after catching so many golden pomfrets. Now, they had a gigantic manta ray as well. This outing was turning out to be exceptionally fruitful. The price of golden pomfrets was modest, at about 3 to 4 dimes per pound, and they had caught around 400 pounds. A manta ray of this size would surely fetch 7 to 8 dimes per pound, making their haul quite lucrative. This fish was a small catch from their father's fishing endeavors. The orcas, having feasted, treated the food Yin Jiao offered as mere snacks. "Father, I play with the orcas." Yin Linhai and Yun Linha remained unfazed. "Go ahead, but don't wander too far." Ever since they learned that Yun Jiao could breathe underwater, they had little fear of dangers, provided no massive waves like tsunamis appeared. Especially with so many orcas around, they felt secure from threats such as sharks. Before Wang could fully process it, he saw Yun Jiao dive headfirst into the sea. "Wait, don't fall in." He was just about to shout when he spotted Yun Jiao grasping an orca's dorsal fin, surfacing triumphantly. What? He was left speechless, mouth agape, as he watched Yun Jiao circle the boat atop the orca, unable to articulate his astonishment. This. Yin Linha chuckled. "These orcas have a good rapport with our Jiao. You needn't worry. Xiao Yi." Wang nearly knelt in disbelief. "I'm not worried. But can you negotiate with the orcas to take me along? This is too thrilling. Riding an orca is like a dream come true." He envisioned taking pictures riding an orca, which would surely evoke envy among his classmates. "Uncle, let me ride the orca too. I just want a few photos." Without a hint of aristocratic airs, he directly clung to Yun Linhai's leg. Startled, Yin Linhai replied, "You can't just ask me. You need to ask Jiao." Wang immediately lay on the boat, calling out, "Yin Jiao." His tone was exceedingly flattering. Yin Jiao swam over on the orca. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled. Jiao, could you ask the orca to take me along too? If you do, I'll buy you something. What do you want?" Yin Jiao tilted her head in thought. "Do you have a fan?" She had seen one at Wang Yi's home before, and it felt wonderful on a hot summer day. Yes. Jiao. Yin Linhai reprimanded. "How can you ask for something so valuable from others?" Yin Jiao pouted. "Father, don't accuse me. We'll buy it ourselves." Many appliances were in high demand, and while there were stores in their county selling them, items often sold out immediately. Some were even pre-ordered. They realized that even if they had the money, it would depend on luck. Yin Linha's mind raced, and he understood Yun Jiao's intentions, his eyes brightening. Given their family's current financial situation, buying a fan was feasible, though they intended to save for a boat. They envisioned acquiring a metal fishing vessel equipped with a diesel engine, which had recently been introduced to their coastal area. Such boats were costly, and very few could afford them. Currently, there were only about 10 metal fishing boats in their harbor. These vessels were advantageous, unlike wooden boats. They could venture further out to sea, where resources remained abundant, often leading to more bountiful catches. However, the price was steep. Used diesel fishing boats cost $2,000 to $3,000, while new ones started at $5,000 to $6,000. Those second-hand boats were economical, they were scarce. Not long ago, their family could not even dream of a metal fishing boat, having been desperately poor, lacking even a small wooden boat of their own. Yet now, they had built a new house and owned a wooden fishing boat, enjoying fruitful outings at sea. However, there was no rush to purchase a new vessel. They could take their time. "Shout, hey, we don't need you to buy us a fan. If you have resources, just keep an eye out for us. We'll buy it ourselves. Also, please keep an eye out for the fan-s ration coupons. We will pay for those too." Yin Linhai quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, we will purchase it ourselves. You must not bear the expense." "That is simple," Wang Yi assured. "Rest easy, uncle. I'll definitely keep an eye out. I have a friend whose family works at a department store. Securing a fan internally shouldn't be a problem." That sounds great. With their concerns satisfactorily addressed, Jiao sought out the orcas once more. Soon, a full-sized orca approached. He felt a mix of fear and excitement, but exhilaration prevailed. What boy does not dare to take risks? He handed his camera to Yunlin Hai. Uncle, remember to take my picture. Make sure I look handsome. Sure. Leave it to me. By the way, can you swim? He quickly replied, yes, I can. He leaped into the water, cautiously approaching the orca. Even the slightest movement from the orca sent Wang into a frenzy of exclamations. However, the temperament of the orca is rather pleasant, of course, only in the presence of humans. In the eyes of the orca, humans resemble adorable pets, melodious and diminutive. Orcas never prey on humans. They are a remarkably amiable species of large marine creatures. Wang cautiously climbed onto the back of a great orca, overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly contain himself from howling in exhilaration. As soon as he grasped the dorsal fin of the orca, it began to swim. How thrilling! The orca flicked its tail, seemingly preferring this human to the smaller, softer one, although the sound of the latter was undeniably more melodious. In Chapter 95, Mola Mola, the orca swam swiftly to the front of the boat, but did not venture too far, as a satiated orca had plenty of time to play. However, when an orca sought something to entertain itself, many creatures in the ocean would suffer. For instance, the previous manta ray and an unfortunate sea turtle. When an orca fixated on a familiar sea turtle and approached Jiao, the turtle's despondent emotions were palpable, tinged with a hint of despair. The sea turtle seemed to plead for help. Upon noticing Jiao, the turtle struggled in distress. Save me, please. Jiao responded, oh dear turtle, you are indeed quite unfortunate. Ultimately, she intervened and rescued the large turtle. Wang remarked, this turtle looks so familiar. It's not the one you keep, is it? Jiao confirmed, indeed. Wang continued, what a coincidence. Are they playing? Jiao replied, no, it's a one-sided tournament. Although the turtle was saved, the orcas were not pleased. There was nothing fun left, leading to boredom and discontent. Upon returning to the boat, Jiao instructed her uncle to retrieve a wooden ball. This ball, the size of a basketball, was a gift Jiao had prepared for the orcas. Yunlin Hai tossed the wooden ball into the sea. It floated on the surface, and Jiao patted the orca's body, communicating how to play with the ball. It was simple. Use any part of their body to bat the ball out of the water, with no rules to constrain them. Orcas naturally enjoy using their tails to propel prey out of the water, and upon comprehension of the game, the first orca eagerly dashed forward, diving beneath the surface. When the ball reached the position of its tail, it shot upward with a resounding crack, launching the ball nearly 6 or 7 meters into the air before it fell back down. The other orcas' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they eagerly swam to where the ball splashed down, continuing to strike it with their tails. The orcas were exuberantly playful, and since it was their first time with such a toy, they were thoroughly captivated, completely disregarding the unfortunate sea turtle. A group of orcas quickly joined in the fun, competing for the wooden ball. The orca Wang he was riding became envious, forgetting that there was a person on its back, and swiftly darted away. Wang he lost his balance, rolling off the orca and into the sea, sputtering as he swallowed several mouthfuls of salt water before regaining his buoyancy. Jiao swam over to rescue him and brought him back to the boat. Yunlin Hai and Yunlin he helped pull the two of them aboard. Are you all right? Wang he coughed several times and shook his head. I'm fine, just swallowed a bit of seawater. He was not the least bit angry. In fact, his gaze was gleaming as he watched the orcas frolicking with the wooden ball. Uncle, quickly hand me the camera. Having witnessed people playing basketball and soccer, this was his first encounter with orcas playing with a ball, and he was determined to capture the moment. Yunlin he and the others were speechless, recognizing that Wang he was indeed unscathed. Wang he dried his hands and wrapped a large towel around himself, eagerly beginning to take photographs. Jiao returned to the sea. While she floated in the water, the sea turtle soon approached, swimming beside her and spreading its body to float on the surface. Jiao gently patted its shell, saying, now, they have a toy, and one tea be spinning you around. The sea turtle nudged her palm with its head. Oh, what is that over there? Jiao spotted a distant white object. Intrigued, she immediately decided to investigate. Great sea turtle, let's go take a look. The two swiftly made their way toward the white point. Jiao, where are you going? Yunlin Hai, keeping a watchful eye on Jiao, noticed her swimming in another direction and promptly followed in the boat. The orcas were too engrossed in their play to pursue them. Hey, where are you off to? Wang Yi still wanted to observe the orcas. He could gaze at them all day without growing weary. As they drew closer to the white point, Yin Lin Hai and the others realized it seemed to be a fish, notably large, though its species was unknown. Yun Jiao and the sea turtle arrived first and were astonished by the sight before them. It was an enormous fish, peculiarly shaped, though it appeared large. Its overall structure was somewhat short and flat, resembling a large pancake. Its tail was rather short for a fish, and near the tail were two sizable fins, shimmering silver gray. Despite its size and odd appearance, two sea lions were circling the fish, occasionally taking bites out of it, nearly devouring its head. Remarkably, the fish appeared oblivious, floating leisurely on the surface, basking in the sun, despite several bites taken out of its body. Yun Jiao initially thought it was dead, but upon swimming in front of it, she realized it was very much alive. Wait, is it not going to flee? Is this fish foolish? Meeting the wise gaze of the large fish, Yun Jiao concluded it was indeed dim-witted. Goodness! When Yin Lin Hai and the others approached, they halted a distance away from the mola mola. Wang Yi shouted, "Uncle, quickly catch that fish. It's enormous." The fish was about the size of a small car. Appearing quite robust, Yin Lin He quickly replied, "What do you mean catch it? We cannot take that fish." "Why not? It's such a large fish. This fish is a mola mola." Both Yin Lin Hai and Yun Lin He exclaimed in dismay, lamenting their misfortune at encountering this foolish fish. Wang was perplexed. Yin Lin He explained, mola mola, mola mola, just hearing its name is ominous. Moreover, its flesh is notoriously unpalatable. No one eats it. It's a waste of time and effort to bring it up, and no one buys it. We usually avoid it altogether. Wang Yi replied, "Is that so?" This was his first encounter with a fish so scorned. It seemed to have wounds. Was it dead? The seals scurried away as they approached. But the grotesque gash on the mola mola was indeed quite alarming. "Uncle, that fish is so foolish. When I arrived, two seals were gnawing at it, nearly biting off half its head, and it still wouldn't flee, just basking in the sun." Wang Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "That fish is still alive?" As Yun Jiao was about to nod in agreement, the sunbathing mola mola suddenly stirred, slowly descending into the water. Wang Yi gasped, "That fish is truly alive. Doesn't it feel pain?" Yun Lin Hai responded, "Perhaps it doesn't feel pain. If it did, it wouldn't remain still." Yin Lin He added, "I have heard that the brains of mola molas are very small. They don't react even when bitten." "What? But its head seems quite large." "I mean, its thinking brain. What it has is mostly flesh." Yun Jiao vehemently retorted, "It's even more foolish than a fool. It has no brain." In Chapter 96, regardless of the mola mola's intelligence, they decided against capturing it. After witnessing the peculiar sight, they set sail away. The orcas continued to play with the ball. After bidding farewell to the orcas, they departed. Yun Jiao swam in the sea, her speed varying from swift to slow. Wang Yi was astounded. "How old are you? How can you swim so well?" Yun Jiao proudly replied, "It's innate." The little orca she often played with swam over, playfully pushing her up and joyfully speeding ahead. "Woohoo, take off." Wang Yi looked on with envy. Why was he not as popular as Yun Jiao? People, ball, fun, it is necessary. Over here. The little orca had come with a purpose, quite a clever little creature. Yun Jiao understood its intent and gently patted the little orca's head. Crafting wooden balls required no particular skill. Her other brothers, her father, and uncles could all manage it. The orca became even more delighted, propelling itself forward at a faster pace, its joyful sounds echoing in the air. However, the exuberant little orca was not paying attention and nearly collided with another boat. Yun Jiao clutched the orca's dorsal fin, finally managing to halt its momentum, locking eyes with the boat's occupants. "Song Tangu, Wen Tangu." Little Yun Jiao raised her chubby white paw, obediently greeting the two men on the boat. The grandfathers of these two were considered brothers to her grandfather. Her grandfather was the third born, while theirs was the second. "You Jiao Jiao, huh?" The little orca tilted its head, its round, glistening eyes scrutinizing the two men before it. She patted the little orca, which obediently turned around, flicking its tail twice before charging ahead. Quickly it darted off, leaving the two men on the boat in a state of bewilderment. Yinshan muttered, "Was I seeing things just now?" Yin Shunwen replied, "I thought I was seeing things too." So Yin Xiao wasn't boasting. He truly did ride an orca in the sea. Previously, when Yin Xiao Wu played with the orca, he had rushed back to the village to boast, but his tales were so exaggerated that aside from the very young, The adults in the village deemed him a liar. After all, it was an orca. Who could possibly ride one? To their surprise, it was indeed true. At the dock, their boat drew considerable attention. It was hard not to notice such a large devilfish. Heavens, how did you manage to catch such a massive devilfish? Only a big ship could haul this in, right? How did you manage to pull it up? Lin Hai, your family's maritime operations are remarkably successful. You must be in for a windfall. This devilfish must weigh over 100 pounds. How much will it sell for? It was a stroke of luck that they encountered the devilfish when it was already on the brink of death. Not much money, we still owe debts. Selling fish requires weighing them. There is no way to hide the barrels of fish being unloaded from the boat. Consequently, everyone quickly learned that their haul today included not just this devilfish, but also a multitude of golden pomfret. The envy of the onlookers was palpable. The Yunlin Hai family certainly has exceptional maritime luck. Indeed, it seems so. After weighing all the fish, Wang directly settled the accounts. For him, today's catch was quite satisfactory. Not only the devilfish, but also a 3.5-pound blue melon fish, which sold for 17.5 yuan. This fish was caught by Wang Yi, and Yunlin Hai promptly handed over the money. Wang Yi, preoccupied with fiddling with his camera, was taken aback by the sudden offering of money. "Uncle, what do you give me this money for? Take it. This is the payment for the blue melon fish you caught," Yunlin Hai replied. Wang Yi shook his head. "I don't want it. I use your fishing rod. I'm already very happy with the experience of going out to sea with you today. I cannot accept this money." He had not only caught fish, but also ridden an orca and seen a sunfish. These were experiences he had never had before, and they brought him immense joy. That one do, what belongs to whom should be returned to its rightful owner. They pushed the money back and forth, while Yun Jiao watched with wide eyes. She directly snatched the money and stuffed it into Wang Yi's hands. "I want photos." Wang Yi looked at the money in his hand, and then at Yun Jiao. "What?" Yun Jiao pointed at his camera. "Photos, I want pictures of me, my father, my brothers, and all of us together." She added, "Take one of our whole family. The money is for buying the photos." Her request was straightforward, and only then did Wang Yi relent and accept the money. "All right, I'll print out those orca photos for you as well." Yunlin Hai scratched his head. "That feels a bit awkward. Will that amount of money be enough for so many photos?" Wang Yi reassured him. "It's more than sufficient, absolutely enough." "Uncle, you're being overly polite. Our relationship is such that a few photos are nothing. Even without this 10 yuan, I intended to give you a copy." They all wanted to have their pictures taken. Upon returning home, Yun and I had already prepared the meal, and everyone tidied up for dinner. After the meal, Yun Jiao took some specially selected tiny shrimp and little fish to feed the fluffy creatures. She also fed the 2 little rabbits with grass. Then she brought fish soup mixed with sweet potato mush and pumpkin mush to find a buy. She was quite busy. "Yun Jiao, where have you run off to? Didn't you say you wanted to take a family photo? After dinner, I couldn't find you anywhere." Yun Jiao blinked, finally recalling that matter. "Okay, I'll go change clothes." The beauty-conscious little girl naturally wanted to wear her most beautiful outfit. Upon hearing that Wang Yi wanted to take a family photo, the Yun family was overjoyed, reacting like Yun Jiao, with some changing clothes and others fixing their hair. They were determined to present their best selves. Ultimately, Yun Jiao donned a lovely blue dress, paired with little white shoes, her hair styled into 2 charming, fluffy braids, cradling 2 little rabbits, one black and one white. Gui, go to Grandpa and Grandma's feet. Since it was a family photo, nothing could be overlooked. She also called the chicks and ducklings to join, and they squatted at her feet. Chapter 97. The photo in the end, a family photo was captured, where everyone smiled radiantly. This was their family's first ever portrait, with the backdrop being their old, albeit small and worn, house that had sheltered them from storms for many years. Before the photos were even developed, Yin Xiao Wu and the others began eagerly asking when the pictures would be ready. Wang Yi replied, "It will take a few more days. Once they're developed, I'll deliver them to you." Yin Xiao Wu stood on tiptoe, patting Wang Yi's shoulder. "Good brother, I'll remember you." Wang Yi responded, "I appreciate it." Time was getting late, and Wang Yi wished to have the photos developed soon, so he bid them farewell and rode off on his bicycle. After the photo session, the Yin family changed back into their old clothes and went about their own activities. In the evening, the family gathered to converse. And today's topic was sending several of Yin Xiao Wu's group to school. The necessary paperwork had already been handled by Yun and I. Yun Jiao sat on a small stool. "When will I go to school?" "Perhaps when you're 5 or 6 years old. By then, your brothers will take you." In this area, there were no kindergartens. Children went directly into preschool classes. Very few 3-year-olds, like Yun Jiao, were as clever as she was. Our Jiao would have no trouble starting school at 3, but there's no rush. You could go when you're a bit older. Yun Jiao nodded vigorously. She had seen the books of her third and fourth brothers and felt dizzy looking at the dense knowledge written within. She did not wish to go to school. Thank you. Yun Xiaowu and the others were quite eager about school. They were tired of playing in the village and were eager to meet new friends. Thus, from that day on, Shen Yunlian and Wang Mei began sewing crossbody bags for the boys every evening. A few days later, Wang Yi arrived. He brought the developed photos and a ticket for purchasing a fan. He rode his bicycle again, this time not arriving too early. Many village children followed him on their bicycles to Yun Jiao's home. As soon as Wang Yi parked his bike, a bold child reached out with a small dirty hand to touch it. Wang Yi said, "You can touch it, but be careful not to push too hard and knock it over. If it breaks, I'll have to ask your parents for compensation." After all, this bicycle had been ridden on the road, and he didn't mind the children's dirty hands. In contrast, he couldn't help but glance at Yun Jiao, who was sitting at the door, munching on a cucumber, her skin a pristine white, clean and tidy. The distinction between her and the village children was strikingly apparent. Standing amidst the crowd, one naturally draws the gaze of onlookers. "Uncle, what are you all doing?" Wang Yi boldly ventured in. "Harvesting corn, of course." The cobs lay scattered, sunbathing in the warmth. Chicks, ducklings, and goslings scurried through the corn pile, foraging for insects. Each cob seemed to harbor plump, juicy cornworms. Yet Yun Jiao showed no fear, boldly plucking them out and tossing them aside. "Come here, there's food." The nearby little fluff balls darted over in a flash, pecking eagerly at her feet before she could even steady herself. A few of them jostled together, vying for their share. Wang Yi leaned closer to observe but was startled by the writhing maggots and quickly stepped back. "I brought photos. Yun Jiao, do you want to see?" "Photos?" Yun Jiao barely had time to react when several of Yun Xiaowu's friends burst in through the gate. "Where are they? Show me quickly." Yun Jiao and Grandma Yun joined the throng. Wang Yi promptly produced a stack of photos, a total of over a dozen. The topmost was a family portrait of the Yun family, vibrant in color. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes glimmering at the sight. "Wang Yi bossed it. I bought special film and even traveled to the city to have them developed in color. Aren't they splendid?" "Splendid," exclaimed Yun Xiaowu. "Why do I look so dark? Let me see. Oh, our Jiao looks the most beautiful, the most striking." Yun Jiao glanced at the photo, marveling at the prowess of human technology. Indeed, she was the most stunning, so much so that she appeared almost ethereal compared to the others. Grandma Yin also looked lovely, her wrinkles deepening with her joyful smile. "What is so beautiful? I'm old." Yun Xiaojio pointed at himself, "But Xiaojio is also handsome. Xiaojio is second most handsome." All right, you are second." The family cherished the family portrait immensely. Yun Jiao and Yun Xiaowu eagerly sifted through the other photos. Among them was one set against the sea, depicting Yun Jiao with a cluster of fluffy yellow balls as she frolicked along the shore. The colors were soothing to the eye. There were also photos of sea turtles and playful antics of Yun Xiaowu and the others. The most abundant were those taken at sea, showcasing Yun Jiao and Wang Yi fishing, Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin He catching fish, and even orcas. A radiant Yun Jiao rode an orca, her smile bright and sunny, her large eyes brimming with simple joy, resembling a whimsical ocean sprite captured in a fleeting moment. There were images of Yun Jiao swimming alone, orcas playing with wooden balls, and a couple of photos of Wang Yi himself, having selected those he deemed most handsome to print. Yun Xiaowu and his friends gazed on with envy. "I too have ridden an orca. Brother, why didn't you bring your camera sooner?" He longed for such stylish memories. "We'll take more photos next time." The village children were even more envious, astonished at the idea of Yun Jiao riding an orca. "Wow, I also want to take pictures." "Yun Xiaowu, you look great too. This photo has me in it." "Where? Let me see if I'm there." That photo was taken while they were at the beach, and others had inadvertently been captured in the background. Even if they were merely background figures, it was enough to bring them joy. At that time, no one in the countryside would think to take photos specifically. Only those with a bit of money would go to a photo studio for black and white prints. Such vibrant, lively color photographs set against their familiar homeland were a rarity, and only Wang Yi's family possessed them. Wang Yi felt a swell of pride. This was precisely the effect he sought to flaunt. Once school commenced, He would bring the photos to showcase and impress his peers. By the way, uncle, this is for you. He handed a ticket to Yun Lin Hai. Shen Yun Lien leaned in for a glance, her eyes widening in shock. Is this a fan ticket? What? What ticket? Let me see. Both Grandma Yun and Grandpa Yun converged, excitement palpable as they recognized the fan ticket. Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin, he were equally thrilled. Thank you, Lily. This is wonderful. How much did this ticket cost? Wang Yi replied. My mother said to give it to you. It's of no use to us. But we can't just accept it. Everyone protested. And Grandma Yin promptly went inside to fetch money. Even brothers must account properly. If we keep accepting gifts, our bond will weaken. We should give what we owe and settle the accounts clearly. Chapter 98. Encountering escaped human traffickers Wang, he felt overwhelmed by the crowd and ultimately accepted the money. Is 120 enough? That should suffice. 100 will do. 100 is definitely not enough. Eventually, he was handed 120. The tickets for electrical appliances were quite valuable, and the most crucial aspect was their scarcity. With no fishing plan for the day, the family busied themselves harvesting corn. The amount of corn they cultivated was modest, and within 2 days, the family had completed the task. Shen Yun Lien and Wang Mei, the two daughters-in-law, were pleased to hear this. All right, mother, we understand. With a dried fish snack in her mouth, Yun Jiao mumbled, Are we going to Grandma's house again? Yes. Do you want to go? Yun Jiao eagerly nodded. Ido. Before heading to Grandma's, they ventured out to sea once more. Yun Lin Hai and Yun Lin, he were fishing while Yun Jiao rode an orca, eager to explore the depths for treasures. She and the orca swam a bit farther, discovering a wealth of underwater wonders. With a large net, she caught several small dragon fish, a hefty crab, some plump cuttlefish, and an array of brightly colored fish. Once her net was brimming with assorted catches, Yun Jiao swam back to the surface with the orca. It was a large metal boat, over 20 meters long, and she thought it must be the kind her father desired. With a tinge of envy, Yun Jiao vowed to work hard to earn enough to buy a big boat. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted 2 larger vessels approaching in the distance, which didn't appear to be fishing boats. They seemed to be flying a national flag and were evidently pursuing her boat. Yun Jiao decided to linger with the orca, curious about the unfolding situation. The boat ahead. Stop immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The people on the vessel shouted, Do not resist. Surrender your weapons and the children you have taken. After listening for a while, Yun Jiao realized the individuals aboard were human traffickers. Could they be accomplices of the 2 traffickers from before? Just as she pondered this, someone on the boat began to curse loudly. What should we do, boss? Those soldiers are too close behind. Bring out a few kids. I refuse to believe they want to release us with guns to our heads. Surrender? They knew that if caught, they would face severe penalties, perhaps even the death penalty. As desperate criminals, they prefer to fight rather than yield easily. Besides, they still held hostages, believing the soldiers wouldn't dare act recklessly. Moments latte. The traffickers dragged 2 children onto the deck, one held by the boss, a gun pressed against the child's temple. Anyone who doesn't want these kids to die, step back. Otherwise, I will kill one every minute. The 2 sides fell into a tense standoff. Yun Jiao observed from the water. The captured child remained silent, his cheeks flushed, resembling someone unwell. Suddenly, the boy lowered his gaze and noticed Yun Jiao in the water. His eyes widened slightly, and Yun Jiao raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. The boy pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The leader of the human traffickers continued to threaten the soldiers with brazen arrogance, while Yun Jiao ventured deeper into the sea. Do me a favor, she requested of the orca whales that surrounded her, their curious eyes fixed upon her. When I call for collision, you must strike the side of the boat. The orcas nodded, obediently swimming toward the left side of the vessel. The crew aboard the boat were tense, their attention fixated on the situation with the military, unaware of the silent movements of the orcas. The little boy, initially disheartened by Yun Jiao's departure, suddenly regained hope, though anxiety lingered for fear that she might be discovered by the traffickers. Seizing the moment while the traffickers were still negotiating with the military, Yun Jiao hurled a sea urchin at the wrist holding the trafficker's gun. In an instant, before anyone could react, the sea urchin's spines pierced the flesh of the trafficker's wrist, rendering his hand numb with pain. Now, Yun Jiao commanded the orcas, and with a thunderous impact, several orcas crashed into the boat, nearly capsizing it. The crew struggled to maintain their balance, some tumbling into the sea, while those who remained aboard were left reeling as the military boat approached. The little boy, who had been held by the trafficker, fell directly into the water, unable to swim. As he choked on seawater, he felt the suffocating grip of panic. Gunfire erupted from the boat, and just as he believed he was doomed, a pair of small hands pulled him to the surface. He coughed violently, and Jiao swiftly placed him onto the back of an orca, instructing him to hold onto its dorsal fin. After a quick exchange, Jiao submerged once more to rescue another unfortunate child hostage. With the orca's formidable strike, the traffickers aboard the vessel were swiftly subdued. Once they were apprehended, the commanding soldier inquired about the two children who had fallen overboard. The search and rescue team was currently locked in a gaze with Jiao and the pod of orcas. Lying atop the back of an orca, Jiao observed a man in naval uniform raising his chubby hand in greeting. It must be said that her fondness for those in military service stemmed from her childhood observations. "Are you here for those two?" she asked, gesturing towards the children on the backs of the other orcas. One appeared dazed with fright, while the other was flushed and coughing, seemingly unwell. The sick child was the first she had rescued, and he possessed a strikingly handsome visage. This was the first time she had encountered a child so appealing apart from herself and her brother, Jiao. "What are you doing?" The child yelled to the soldiers on the boat, his voice booming. Upon spotting Jiao and the orcas, he faltered mid-sentence. "What is happening here?" Chapter 99. I am Jiao. She looked up at the soldiers on the boat, exchanging glances with several others clad in naval attire. Her face breaking into a pure and harmless smile, reminiscent of the softest little bunny. She instructed the orcas to present the two children to the soldiers. "I am Jiao," she declared, waving goodbye as she departed with her entourage of orcas. My heavens, have I just seen a deity of the sea? Such words should not be spoken lightly, though no one would mind in the current chaos. Quickly, bring the children aboard. Where's the ship's doctor? Come and examine these two. Fu Mingyu felt lightheaded, and, until the figures in the sea vanished from sight, he succumbed to unconsciousness. She cheerfully greeted the crew aboard the vessel. A net was held by an orca, and two adults struggled to haul it onto the boat, their astonishment evident at the haul within. Jiao, you are truly impressive. This makes your father and me look rather inept, they remarked. For what she had procured from the ocean surpassed all their efforts combined throughout the day. While the quantity of her catch could not be compared to the fish they had netted, the quality was undeniably superior. Once aboard, Jiao raised her chin with pride at their compliments. Can I support the family all by myself? Absolutely, the two adults agreed, though they felt she was at a disadvantage. Once we divide the household, you can keep the money you earn at sea. We are all young and strong, and there is no need for you to provide for us. When we grow old, then you can take care of us. Mimicking the adults, Jiao declared, we are family, and we do not speak as separate households. Haha, even family must keep accounts. When your brothers earn money, they will keep it for themselves, just as you shall. Are we going to grandmother's house tomorrow? She inquired, aware that most would travel to the Shun family's village, as it was further from the sea, allowing for a more abundant harvest. During busy farming seasons, the more hands, the better, to ensure the grain was gathered safely. Previously, Jiao had not been included in the harvest due to her young age, but now at 3 years old, she longed to join. Jiao draped a towel over her head and began sorting through her treasures from the ocean floor. This is for grandmother's house, and this is for my uncle and aunt. She presented 2 large lobsters, causing Yun Linhai and Yun Linha to wince. Each lobster weighed at least 2 or 3 pounds and would fetch a considerable sum. Jiao, they exclaimed. She covered her ears defiantly. I won't listen. I want to be stubborn. The little girl pouted, crossing her arms with a frown, her cherubic face displaying her displeasure. I caught these, so I decide. The 2 men exchanged glances. She produced another large one. We will eat this ourselves. If she could catch them, why shouldn't she indulge in something good? As for making money, I can catch more next time. The little mermaid refused to deny herself the pleasures of her palate. Besides the little green dragon, she also showcased a variety of delectable shellfish, insisting they were for her family. Reluctantly, Yun Linhai and Yun Linha could only use a separate bucket to contain her bounty. Upon reaching the dock, Ao Wang's eyes lit up as he rushed over. Brother Linhai, Brother Linha, what treasures have you brought this time? Yun Linha proudly displayed the goods captured by Jiao from the depths of the sea. Make sure to give us a fair price. Upon seeing the haul, Ao Wang's eyes widened with astonishment. Though they had not caught anything particularly large, they had indeed acquired plenty of good seafood. These are bass, 2 large bass. And red snapper. This one is a bluefin. Wow, you brought in so many lobsters. He gazed at them with envy, knowing that even these would yield a substantial profit. Brothers, I'll take these goods. I assure you a fair price. Suddenly, another voice intruded. They turned to see another fishmonger attempting to claim their business. Wang's expression soured instantly. Are you disregarding the rules? Why come here to snatch our goods? What rules? Isn't everything from the sea up for grabs to the highest bidder? Linha chuckled lightly. Apologies, brother, but this is our family. We are selling our catch to him. Wang shot a grateful glance at Linha. The rival fishmonger was reluctant. Blood is thicker than water. I can offer a higher price. You should consider it. Wang's expression darkened. Who offered a lower price? Your actions are nothing but market disruption. Neither Linha nor Linha had any intention of changing their seller, as Wang was known for his fairness in pricing. They saw no reason to jeopardize relationships over a trivial gain. Realizing they would not sell, the rival fishmonger left begrudgingly. Wang's spirits dimmed, and he gritted his teeth, contemplating raising the price for their goods. He gently patted his shoulder, advising him to offer the usual price, assuring him that as long as he did not take advantage of them, they would sell their goods to him, for they trusted his character as he was one of their own. Wang was immediately moved. All right, brother, rest assured, I will never let you down. This time, they sold over 400 units, with more than 300 being the catch of Jiao from the deep sea. Jiao kept some for herself. Though small in stature, she was exceptionally bold. I'll catch more next time. There's no end to making money, but let's not lose face. Everyone was amused by her spirited remarks, amazed that such a little one could articulate such unconventional wisdom. In the Yun family, laughter and warmth filled the air. While not far away on the island, the naval base of the city stood vigilant. Due to certain human traffickers escaping to sea, the local police had to enlist the help of the Navy to apprehend them. At this moment, Deputy Commander Jiao was reporting the mission summary to his superiors, mentioning Jiao in passing. What? You mean that little girl not only rode a killer whale, but also directed it to ram the trafficker's boat? Chapter 100. Enough, enough. That ant is bleeding. Indeed, Deputy Commander Jiao recounted everything he had witnessed, which was quite astonishing. Who could command a killer whale? Commander Song stroked his chin with a smile, expressing his curiosity. I truly wish to see it. However, there are many peculiarities in this world. Some individuals possess an innate affinity for animals, a divine gift for which they earn their keep. Now, I understand this matter. How are the children? Have their families been found? Before Deputy Commander Jiao could respond, a voice from outside called for a report. Kumin, Commander Song, among the children rescued yesterday, one has specifically requested to see you. Me? Yes. He even mentioned your name. Commander Song's expression shifted. Could it be that one of the children was related to him? Hurry, take me to see. Upon seeing the child's face, he gasped. Little you, how did you end up here? And captured by traffickers. Fu Mingyu bit his lip and called out Uncle Song. Can you notify my grandfather? Please don't tell my father. Commander Song quickly regained his composure and nodded. Little you, how are you? If anything happened to you, Fu Shizhong would turn the house upside down. Fu Mingyu replied, looking down, I'm fine. Commander, this young friend has a high fever. The doctor says there's a slight infection in his lungs. Ensure he receives proper treatment and prepare some food for him. Understood. After arranging for Fu Mingyu's care, Commander Song hurriedly left to make a phone call. Preparing to visit his grandmother's house naturally required early preparations. Seafood brought along for such a long journey would likely spoil before reaching the destination. So they had to rely on pre-prepared items, either dried fish or those marinated or cooked beforehand. The little Qinglong ultimately chose to be marinated raw, as Jiao preferred it that way. The meat was cut into evenly sized pieces and placed in the marinade, along with other ingredients like mantis shrimp and crabs, all stored in a jar. By the time they reached their grandmother's home, the marination would have set in. To avoid the oppressive heat, they left before dawn. When they arrived at the Shun family's village, the sun had only just risen. Upon reaching the Shun residence, they found Grandma Shun and her family already busy shelling corn. Shun Yunlian instructed Yunlin Hai, take the eldest and the others to help with the corn. I'll stay home with Jiao and Xiao to prepare the meal. You know the layout of the house, right? We're out of baskets. Yunlin Hai nodded, I know. He led the children up the mountain empty-handed. Shin Yunlian found the hidden key to the house and opened the door, getting to work. Yun Jiao and Yun Xiao went to the yard to pick vegetables. Before long, smoke began to rise from the Shun household. The two children sat on small stools, munching on vegetable scraps. Jiao Jiao, teach me that song you sang last time. With her mouth full of melon, Jiao spoke slowly. I just followed along with that loudspeaker. But I always sing it wrong, and I think you sing it better. Jiao, feeling a bit proud, replied, of course, my voice is lovely. As they discussed singing techniques, suddenly a commotion erupted from next door. Let me see what is going on. She placed her small stool against the wall, climbed up, and cautiously peered over. Jiao, influenced by Jiao, followed suit, moving the stool over. The two children stood on tiptoe, curiously peeking. Mother, I know you usually favor the third son. He is the younger brother, and I am the eldest in the family. I can tolerate that, but now? There are two pregnant women in the house. The third son's wife is only 3 months along, while my wife is about to give birth. Yet you've assigned all the laundry to my wife alone. At least give her something to eat. She has been busy with a big belly, and hasn't even had a sip of water. The third son's wife was resting inside, and he was furious that she was being fed eggs while his wife received nothing. What kind of words are those? The old woman in the yard, the man's mother, glared at him. What do you mean I haven't given her food? Besides, the third son's wife is in pain. Her pregnancy is still fragile, while your wife is stable. And why should I fuss over this child who has already given birth to 2 daughters? What is the point of fussing over her? Washing clothes isn't that hard. Whose wife is so precious? While I was pregnant with you, I still worked in the fields. Now, you dare to blame me, the mother? He felt a headache coming on. This was blatant favoritism. Jiao pouted, suddenly noticing the pale-faced pregnant woman with blood flowing between her legs. Yet everyone was too caught up in their quarrel to notice her distress. Enough, that Anne is bleeding. Jiao's voice rang out, surprisingly loud, drawing everyone's attention. The man quickly picked up his wife. Second brother, hurry and fetch the midwife. Eldest daughter, go get the barefoot doctor to check on your mother. The scene next door erupted into chaos. Jiao, seeing this, decided not to linger and jumped down from the stool, only to find her mother standing behind her with a spatula. What are you two doing? Jiao excitedly recounted the events next door. Shen Yunlian sighed. That old woman has always favored the younger ones. The eldest son's wife has given birth to 2 daughters, and that old lady has never looked kindly upon her. Jiao questioned, why do they all prefer boys? Our family is different. In their household, everyone adored her. Shen Yunlian gently patted her little head, explaining, because people say raising sons is for old age. Only sons can carry on the family line. Jiao, puzzled, replied, isn't childbirth the woman's job? Then it's the woman who carries on the family line. You're too young to understand these things now. In our family, we cherish both boys and girls equally. This was true. Although there were many children in their family, Shen Yunlian and the others did not show favoritism. Everyone had experienced favoritism in their childhood. Like Jiao, as they grew older, all would be treated the same as their brothers. As for Jiao, being the only girl and the youngest, though the elders favored her, they did not neglect the other children. Her brothers naturally assumed the role of protectors, showering her with affection. Gradually, the favoritism directed at her increased. This was not an individual's bias. It was a shared fondness from everyone, thus eliminating any notion of inequality. Chapter 101. A fearsome tabby cat. Jiao listened to the heart-wrenching cries emanating from next door, accompanied by the sight of blood being carried out in basins. What a misfortune. The delivery was not due for another 2 weeks, yet it had come prematurely. Why did they not go to the hospital earlier? Grandma Shen clearly harbored disdain for the elderly woman next door. The neighbor did not have a favorable view of her eldest daughter-in-law. Going to the hospital for an early delivery would incur expenses, and she was loath to part with her money. Moreover, with the busy farming season upon them, if her eldest daughter-in-law went to the hospital, no one would be left to tend to the household chores. Even if her eldest son willingly offered to pay for the hospital, she would still refuse. The risks of childbirth are considerable. In the past, conditions were such that women had to give birth at home, but with improved circumstances. Families now prioritized going to the hospital as the due date approached for safety's sake. Yet, situations similar to that of the neighbor were not uncommon, as various reasons often kept women from seeking hospital care. The process of childbirth could take a day or longer. They had finished their meal, while the neighbor had yet to welcome their newborn. Jiao stepped outside with a small bowl filled with shrimp skins, crab shells, and fish bones. Mimi, big Mimi, she called, having previously noticed a rather intimidating tabby cat perched on the wall. The tabby was plump and robust, with strong limbs and a coat of slick fur adorned with distinct black stripes. Its emerald green eyes were striking. Upon hearing Jiao's call, the languid tabby leapt from the rooftop onto the wall and then gracefully descended before her. "Here, eat this." The tabby sniffed the offering and obligingly consumed the shrimp skins, but left the crab shells and fish bones uneaten. Afterward, it settled on a nearby stone to groom its paws. Jiao watched with sparkling eyes, delighting in the soft feel of the furry creature, a sensation absent from the marine animals she was accustomed to. "Would you like some dried fish?" Jiao retrieved a piece from her crossbody bag and presented it to the cat. The tabby sniffed and accepted it, though it appeared somewhat discerning. While eating, its fluffy tail curled around her ankle. "Whose cat are you?" At that moment, Shun Xiaoyuan approached and overheard her question. Casting a glance at the notably sturdy tabby, he remarked, "It belongs to Grandma who, but since she passed away last year, it has become a stray, wandering around the village." "Really? It looks so well-fed and large. I thought someone was taking care of it." Jiao mused, stroking the tabby's luxurious fur, which felt delightful to the touch. "You can actually pet it." Shun Xiaoyuan, intrigued, leaned closer to confirm his suspicion. It couldn't be mistaken. The cat bore a notch in its ear and had a fierce appearance. There were no other cats in the village like it. Just as he attempted to reach out, the tabby hissed at him, exhibiting its fierce temperament. Indeed, it is the same one. It's tougher than the village dogs. Its impressive size indicated it had been self-sufficient, with the village rodents falling prey to its prowess. It was a skilled hunter, often catching wild rabbits and birds to bring back to Grandma who exchanged the meat for eggs and vegetables to avoid starvation. Jiao exclaimed, "So, the tabby is like Grandma Hu's son." The cat, with two furry ornaments dangling behind, clearly a male, was indeed more capable than some wayward sons. "How come you have such a good rapport with it?" "No one in the village can approach it. Many have sought to tame it for its hunting abilities, but alas, it pays no mind to anyone." Jiao, stroking the cat's head, wholeheartedly approved of its independence. It managed to fend for itself. Those who wished to take it in were merely coveting its prey. In truth, it was uncertain who was taking care of whom. After feeding the tabby a few pieces of dried fish, she successfully touched its white-gloved paws. So soft and springy. Shun Xiaoyuan, undeterred, also attempted to entice the tabby with dried fish, but the cat ignored him completely. Shun Xiaoyuan sighed in defeat. Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight as her laughter added to her charm. "Cats adore fish, and I am quite the favorite among them. Cats enjoy fish, but the great fish of the ocean have no fear of cats." Grandma Shan went to check on the situation next door. The child was taking its time to arrive, but thankfully the position was correct. "Let us head up the mountain," she decided, recognizing that it was not her place to interfere in the neighbor's affairs. As the neighbor's family awaited the birth, the old woman urged everyone except the eldest to work. Once the baby was born, they would send over a few eggs, hoping that they would indeed nourish the child's mother. As everyone prepared to head to the mountain, Jiao naturally joined them. The heat made it uncomfortable in the cornfields. The corn leaves could irritate the skin, and the dry corn silk clung unpleasantly. Thus, despite the warmth, long sleeves were a necessity. Jiao had no basket, and she contemplated borrowing one from another family. Grandma Shin promptly handed her a small basket. Jiao, take this basket and see what you can find to eat in the mountains. You need not worry about the corn." Jiao protested, "I can pick corn too. I am quite strong." Grandma Shin chuckled, I know, but the corn stalks are tall. You won't be able to reach them." Jiao stamped her foot. "I can break the corn stalks." She was merely shorter now. In her past life, with an additional tail, she had reached nearly 4 meters tall. Growing to 4 meters in this life would be excessive, as it would make her appear rather peculiar among humans. Surely, she would not remain very short. Despite her efforts to assert her capabilities, she ultimately did not go into the cornfields. Neither did her brother, as the two younger ones took their basket and ventured to a nearby grove. Stubborn as she was, Jiao eventually conceded when it came to food. "Sister, come here. The chestnut tree is over here," called Jiao. Jiao, enticed by the bright red haws on a nearby tree, attempted several times to climb up, but failed miserably. She was not particularly adept at climbing trees. Hearing her brother shout, she temporarily abandoned the haws and dashed towards him with her basket in hand. "I'm coming." Chapter 102. 8 flower melon. She ran over with her basket, and indeed, spotted a chestnut tree. The wild chestnuts were not large, encased in a prickly shell that resembled a sea urchin, sharp enough to inflict pain. There was no need to climb. Simply picking the fallen ones from the ground revealed splits in the outer shell, revealing 2 or 3 plump chestnuts nestled inside. Although small, these chestnuts appeared quite full. Some prickly shells had larger openings, with chestnuts spilling out, making them easy to collect. Yun Jiao crouched down, mimicking her brother's method, and stomped on a prickly shell with her shoe to release the chestnuts within. With a beaming smile, she gathered the small treasures into her basket. While collecting chestnuts, Jiao Jiao reminded her, Jiao, be careful. It hurts if you get hit by falling prickly shells. Not yet satisfied, he used a twig to gather several of the fallen prickly shells and place them in her basket, then meticulously set them a small distance away from the chestnut tree. Jiao, come here. Yun Jiao approached, and he pointed to the prickly shells on the ground. You gather here, and I shall venture over there to collect some more. Yun Jiao grumbled in dissatisfaction. I am not that foolish. I certainly won't be struck. Yun Jiao gently patted her head. You're a good girl. All right, she replied. Despite her fierce demeanor and capability to capture numerous prey, her brothers always treated her as though she were a mere child. Yun Jiao dashed over to the chestnut tree, and before long, a wretched scream pierced the air. Yun Jiao instantly looked up. Brother Jiao, the very Yun Jiao who had earnestly cautioned Yun Jiao, was struck by a spiky chestnut burr from the tree. Fortunately, it hit his arm, yet it still hurt considerably, drawing blood. Yun Jiao gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. Jiao, don't come over, I'm fine. His voice, tinged with a whimper, betrayed his discomfort. Yun Jiao, however, ignored him and approached to inspect his arm, blowing gently on it. Yun Jiao, still with a quivering voice, lamented. It hurt so much. He was, after all, still a child. He had only pretended to be an adult to care for Yun Jiao. Brother is so clumsy. You should be more careful, she remarked. Yun Jiao sniffled, his eyes brimming with tears, yet resolute. I will be more cautious next time. Then I shall accompany you. No objections allowed, Yun Jiao declared, hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. Very well, he conceded. The 2 children gathered the fallen chestnut burrs, and, once they finished collecting, began to open them. Although the pile appeared substantial, once opened, it barely filled half a basket. They gazed up at the chestnut burrs in the tree. Yun Jiao mustered his courage. I will shake the tree. With your little strength, you cannot possibly shake it. Yun Jiao countered, noting the tree's considerable size. Disheartened, Yun Jiao admitted that he was indeed the weakest at home. You mustn't go. Those things hurt when they fall. I won't go, she replied, pulling out a slingshot with a triumphant smile. I brought one too, Yun Jiao chimed in. Yun Nan treated all his younger brothers equally, making slingshots for the younger ones, including Yun Wu. The 2 gathered small stones and, with a swift motion, released them from their slingshots. Whoosh! Yun Jiao's first shot hit its target, striking a branch that caused several chestnut burrs to tumble down. In contrast, Yun Jiao missed his first shot entirely. Pouting, he continued to aim, but his subsequent shots also went astray. Gradually, despair clouded his expression. Ooh, my sister is so much better than me. Yun Jiao comforted him. Brother, would you like me to teach you? With tears in his eyes, Yun Jiao insisted, no, I can do it. This time, he aimlessly shot and managed to hit a target. I feel utterly bullied, he thought. Wasn't he successful? Why did it feel like Brother Jiao was even more dejected? He was quite the crybaby, though he forbade anyone from mentioning it, and would become angry if they did. Third brother remarked that Brother Jiao was simply acting out of embarrassment. The 2 resembled industrious ants, collecting the fallen burrs and proceeding to extract the chestnuts. After their diligent work, they finally filled a basket with chestnuts. They were both quite dirty, their once fair faces now smeared with dust, and sweat formed distinct gray streaks across their cheeks. Sister, drink some water. Yun Jiao offered her a water flask. Yun Jiao, indeed thirsty, embraced the flask and drank heartily for quite some time, soon realizing there was little water left. I know of a spring nearby. Let's fetch some water. We shall leave the chestnuts here, hidden. Also, take an empty basket, in case we encounter something remarkable. Yun Jiao clasped the basket in one hand while holding Yun Jiao's small hand with the other as they walked forward. Brother, look, there are melons. They appear to be August melons. Let's investigate. As they approached, they found a good number growing. There's a nursery rhyme about August melons. August melons, September explode. October, plucked to amuse the children. The skin of the August melon is a pale purple, and at this time of year, they are not fully ripe, still bearing some green hues. When fully ripe, their skin splits to reveal a long strip of white flesh, though it is filled with numerous seeds. This fruit is delicious, albeit a bit troublesome to eat. It seems they are not yet ripe. Yun Jiao sighed in disappointment. Yun Xiao Jiao, unable to bear the sight of his sister's disappointment, widened his eyes. Wait, let me look. Suddenly, Yun Jiao exclaimed with delight. I found one. Over there, it has a small split. I just started looking. Where? Unfortunately, in his search, Yun Xiao Jiao could not see in the direction she pointed, as his eyesight was not as sharp as his sister's. The August melons grow on vines, entwined between two large trees, making climbing them impossible. Yun Jiao's slingshot was of no use either, as the vine was too slender and resilient. She had to use a longer branch to twist and tug at the ripe melon. With a thud, the melon fell. Picking it up, Yun Jiao found it slightly larger than her palm, with a modest split that made it edible. She then spotted 5 more, but no more followed. All right, the two sat beneath the tree, and just as Yun Jiao was about to open one of the melons to eat, they were startled by the sound of flapping wings and the cries of a wild chicken. Chapter 103. The eldest, there's a wild chicken. Her large eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Jiao, there's a wild chicken. I can't hear it. Yun Xiao Jiao replied eagerly. I heard it too. They quietly approached the source of the noise and witnessed a floral-patterned cat hunting. The tabby cat, which had been in Grandma Shun's yard during mealtime, was now not far from them, clutching a flailing wild chicken in its mouth. Regardless of the chicken's struggles, the cat remained calm and sharp-eyed, moving with steady grace, akin to a triumphant general returning from battle. Wow! Exclaimed Yun Xiao Jiao. Big me, Yun Jiao called. Huh? Is that what it's called? That tabby cat doesn't seem to suit that name, he observed. I just made it up. Don't all cats go by Mimi? The tabby cat noticed them, flicked its ears, and fixed its emerald gaze on Yun Jiao for 3 seconds before sauntering over while still holding the wild chicken. It placed the chicken at Yun Jiao's feet, pressing down with a paw as the chicken continued to struggle, nudging it toward her as if urging her to eat. Yun Jiao was taken aback by this unexpected offering. Yun Xiao Jiao's eyes widened. Sister, is it giving you the wild chicken? Yun Jiao nodded. It seems so. Big me, where did you catch it? She squatted down, gently pinching the tabby cat's ears and paws. The cat exuded a somewhat aloof demeanor, not uttering a sound. Yet it did not resist when Yun Jiao played with its paws. You gave me a wild chicken. Next time, I will bring you plenty of dried fish and shrimp. I didn't bring much this time. She babbled on, but the tabby cat merely sat by, licking its paws and washing its face, ignoring her calls of Big Me. Does it not like the name Big Me? Yun Xiao Jiao observed enviously as Yun Jiao casually interacted with the cat, yet whenever he reached out, the cat shot him a sharp glance that made him hesitate. Truly, it was a double standard for the cat. Is that so? Yun Jiao pondered. What should I call you instead? Unfortunately, she could only understand the language of marine creatures. Mimi, kat, litlemi, fortune, wealth. She called out several cute and common names, but the disdain on the tabby cat's face was palpable. Eldest? Meow. This time, the tabby cat responded promptly with a smoky voice. Yun Jiao exclaimed, well, if that's the case, you wish to be my elder then? She grasped the cat's ear, her expression serious as she declared, no, I am the boss. Yun Xiao Jiao laughed so hard beside her that her stomach ached. Little did they expect that this cat harbored such ambition. After a brief standoff with the tabby cat, Yun Jiao inquired, boss, where did you catch this wild chicken? Let me see if there are more. If I find some, I will cross the river and dismantle the bridge to call you Mimi, to ensure the tabby understood. She pointed at the nearly lifeless wild chicken on the ground. Yun Jiao tossed the chicken into the basket, and the two followed the tabby through the winding forest paths until they arrived at a bamboo grove. The humidity in the bamboo forest provided a refreshing respite from a scorching sun. The tabby cat continued onward, while Yun Jiao discovered something marvelous along the way. Boss! Cat boss, wait a moment. The tabby immediately stopped, crouching down and tilting its head to look at her. Yun Xiao Jiao exclaimed excitedly, so many bamboo fungus. Bamboo fungus, a type of mushroom, is entirely snow white, adorned with a large net-like frill, topped with a small brown cap. Except for the brown cap, the rest is edible. This fungus grows rapidly, but if not harvested in time, it withers and decays swiftly. They had arrived just in time. Many bamboo fungus had opened, while some had already spoiled. Without hesitation, Yun Jiao and Yun Jiao crouched down to begin foraging for bamboo fungus. The freshly picked bamboo fungus, once the brown cap was removed, was strikingly white and quite beautiful, ranking among the more visually appealing fungi. To the tabby cat, they seemed rather peculiar. Weren't they supposed to be hunting prey? What was the purpose of gathering these plants? Despite its confusion, it patiently waited on the side. After collecting a considerable amount of bamboo fungus, they took the wild chicken out of the basket to make room for their haul, quickly filling it to the brim. "We are indeed lucky today. This is quite delicious," Yun Jiao remarked. "What about the cat?" After finishing their gathering, the two set out to find the cat. "Mimi, Big Me, Meow," Yun Jiao and Yun Jiao called out. The tabby cat nimbly descended from the tree, responding with a meow. "Follow me. I will take you hunting." This tabby cat was undoubtedly experienced in the mountains, familiar with the terrain. Under its guidance, Yun Jiao and Yun Jiao soon spotted a flock of wild chickens gathered, as if in a conference. The tabby cat swiftly entered hunting mode. Yun Jiao pulled out her slingshot. Unlike the last time, her skills had significantly improved. Yun Jiao's weaponry had upgraded. Yun Jiao also quietly readied his slingshot, thinking that with so many wild chickens, he should be able to hit at least one, though he was uncertain. The tabby cat stealthily approached, its paws making only the faintest sound on the leaves, completely unnoticed by the wild chickens. Yun Jiao's slingshot was primed. In the moment the tabby cat lunged toward its target, she released her shot. Almost simultaneously, the tabby cat leapt and caught a startled wild chicken that had taken to the air, while Yun Jiao managed to hit another. Unfortunately, Yun Jiao missed entirely. Yun Jiao quickly retrieved her prepared small stones and aimed at the wild chicken that had now ascended 5 meters above. With a swift sound, the bird tumbled down. "Hooray! Jiao, go retrieve that one." Though disappointed that he hadn't hit anything, Yun Jiao dashed toward the distant wild chicken. With the two caught by the tabby, they had successfully captured 4 chickens in total. A bountiful harvest indeed. The tabby cat flicked its tail, allowing Yun Jiao to take the wild chicken from its mouth. As it had already eaten its fill, before meeting Yun Jiao, it had caught a spicy strip to eat, and this wild chicken was originally intended to feed its young. After their successful hunt, they had no intention of lingering in the forest any longer. Yun Jiao led her to collect spring water. The mountain spring water was drinkable directly, very sweet, and far superior to well water. While they were busy gathering water, the tabby cat crouched by the stream, its claws moving so swiftly that one barely had time to react before it emerged with an unfortunate fish in its mouth. Chapter 104: Wild Chicken Stewed with Bamboo Fungus. Such speed and remarkable hunting ability. Yun Jiao admired this cat. Of course, she too was a formidable mermaid, albeit still a juvenile. "Wow, boss, you are amazing," Yun Jiao exclaimed from the heart. The cat boss held its head even higher, bringing the little fish before Yun Jiao, continuing to feed its young. Yun Jiao understood its intention through its gaze. She shook her head, declining the offering. "This isn't good. I won't eat it." The fishy taste of freshwater fish is often stronger than that of sea fish. Many sea fish can be consumed as sashimi, but few river fish are suitable for that. Moreover, this fish was small and filled with bones. Yun Jiao enthusiastically described to the cat boss how delicious the large fish from the sea were. "Next time I will bring you a big fish." She spread her arms wide, gesturing an enormous circle. The cat had been kind to her, and she wished to reciprocate that kindness to this splendid, furry creature. "Meow." Seeing that Yun Jiao refused to eat, the cat boss lowered its head and swiftly chewed off the fish's head. The fish was small, and it quickly finished it. Just as they approached the cornfield, the cat boss suddenly meowed at Yun Jiao before darting away. In the blink of an eye, the cat had vanished. Well, it seemed this cat preferred to avoid too much interaction. It was a truly unique feline. While other cats were kept by humans, this tabby seemed to have adopted humans instead. "Where on earth did you catch so many wild chickens?" Yun Jiao emerged from the cornfield just in time to encounter them. Upon seeing what they were carrying, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, only to be struck on the head by a military green sandal flying out from the cornfield. Such precision indicated that the owner of the shoe had practiced extensively. "Dad, be gentle. You just knocked the brains out of my clever head. See what you will do." Yin Lin Hai approached, picked up the shoe, and gave him another whack. "What did you just say?" Yin Wu, feeling guilty, replied, "I was just too shocked." Yin Lin Hai's attention was drawn to the items in the children's hands. and his eyes widened in surprise. Did you poke a wild chicken's nest? Others in the cornfield also emerged. Shun Xiaoyuan exclaimed, where did you shoot these? Is there any left? Take me with you. Yun Jiao shook her head. They all flew away. Yin Xiao Jiao excitedly exclaimed. It was a super amazing tabby cat that took us hunting. These 2 wild chickens were caught by that tabby cat, and one of them was given to Jiao. Without Yin Xiao Jiao needing to elaborate, the Shun family members instantly recognized the tabby he was referring to. Is it the one from Grandma Hu's house? Uncle Shun inquired. Yin Jiao nodded. Shun Xiaoyuan clapped his hands. I knew it. That cat is incredible. Not only wild chickens, but it can catch wild rabbits too. Why'd it give a wild chicken to Jiao then? Why is it so good to her? It even gifted her a wild chicken. How could it not like her? Everyone began a lively discussion, buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao Wu and the others were filled with curiosity about the remarkable tabby cat. Unfortunately, the cat had already fled, and there is still so much bamboo fungus. This is a prize find. Yay! Talk of food made Yun Jiao's eyes shine. Wild chickens are delicious, bamboo fungus is delicious, and wild chicken with bamboo fungus is exceptionally delectable. The group descended the mountain in high spirits, encountering others from the village along the way, who looked on with envy. Your family is large. It won't be long before you finish your harvest. You found a good son-in-law. Every year during the busy farming season, he brings his children to help. Nowadays, it is rare for married daughters to bring their husbands and children to assist their families. Hence, they genuinely admired the Shun family. The daughter married into a good family with a kind mother-in-law, and they had so many sons, they envied that labor force immensely. The wild chicken was concealed in the basket. Otherwise, these people would have been even more envious and jealous. By the time they returned home, it was already afternoon, and the sun was nearly setting. After such a long day of labor, everyone was both tired and hungry. It seemed the neighbors had already given birth. Yet, Yun Jiao did not hear the cries of the pregnant woman. Several women immediately busied themselves in the kitchen to prepare a meal. After all, they were neighbors. Shen Weipo went next door to check on the situation. Yun Jiao, along with her grandfather, was peeling corn husks. Upon encountering a cornworm, she simply tossed it aside. The chickens from the coop were let out, and under the guidance of the hen, the chicks dashed over to feast on the worms. For them, this was a grand feast. Yun Jiao watched closely, her large eyes seemingly inquiring about the situation. Shen Weipo smiled and said, it's a boy, a healthy little chubby one. But she then spat disdainfully, recalling how Zhuanzi had given birth to a son, yet the old woman had not treated her kindly. All the food was procured by her husband, and she wouldn't even take care of her daughter-in-law during her confinement. Those young women in the past were one thing, but she had thought the old woman truly favored sons over daughters. Now that a grandson was born, she was not particularly pleased either. Previously, she would constantly bring up Zhuanzi's inability to bear a son, and now that a son was born, she still remained discontented. It was hard to comprehend her thoughts. Yun Jiao asked, why is it necessary to have a son? Shen Weipo gently patted her head. That old woman favored sons, but she was just biased towards the youngest in the family. Our family does not favor sons over daughters. Jiao is our treasure. Yun Jiao nodded in agreement. She had seen this bias against daughters in Bailong village, especially in the Kai Jinhua family. After dinner, I will take some chicken soup and eggs to the neighbors. In this era, the saying distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors holds true. Naturally, Shun Weipo did not appreciate the sharp-tongued, biased old neighbor. But her eldest son, second son, and the 2 daughters-in-law were quite pleasant to deal with. When her daughter-in-law gave birth to Xiao Yuan, Zhuanzi had also brought a few eggs from her family. The reason for bringing them from her family was that the old woman would never allow her to send eggs. All the eggs and grain in the house were tightly controlled by her. The aroma of the chicken stew wafted from the kitchen, and Yun Jiao could no longer sit still. She abandoned the corn and dashed towards the kitchen. Aunt, when can we eat? Soon, you have the keenest nose. Shun Jiao and I secretly handed Yun Jiao a slice of freshly steamed, cured sausage. Quick, try it. Yun Jiao eagerly opened her mouth and took a bite. Delicious. Shun Yun Lian playfully poked her forehead. You only think about eating. The meal isn't even on the table yet. Sister-in-law, don't indulge her too much. Chapter 105. Delivering chicken soup to the new mother next door. Who is indulging her? I just wanted Jiao to taste it, right? Yun Jiao, with food in her mouth, nodded vigorously yes. Laughter erupted in the kitchen. In the eyes of those who loved her, every little action of Yun Jiao, even her simple and childish words, brought joy to the adults, making them feel she was well-behaved and clever. This is the heavy filter adults place over their own children. After eating, Shin Weipo ladled a bowl of chicken soup, which contained several pieces of chicken and 2 bamboo fungus that had soaked up the broth, bursting with flavor when bitten into. Jiao Jiao, come here, this chicken leg is for you. I don't want it. Yin Jiao hugged her small bowl and moved away. Her little bowl was filled with rice. Although it was a mix of white rice and cornmeal, it was generously drizzled with golden chicken broth, looking very appetizing. Give it to Grandpa and Grandma. They worked hard. The little one loved to eat. She had no human emotions in her past life, but she was well educated in this one, in this harmonious and loving family atmosphere. She understood the importance of yielding to the elders and recognized the need to exert her efforts in return for the kindness of her family. Everyone, eat up. There's more. Shen Weigong and Shun Weipo smiled joyfully, serving Yun Jiao pieces of meat, bamboo fungus, and other dishes from the table. That's enough. That's enough. Her small bowl was nearly overflowing. Yun Jiao, using her small spoon, diligently scooped up the rice, her soft, white cheeks puffing up, and her beautiful, clean eyes gleamed with satisfaction, forming lovely crescent shapes. She did not notice that her relatives at the dining table could not help but glance at her. So well-behaved. Lovely Jiao Jiao. Beautiful Jiao Jiao. The soft, adorable little hamster who ate at the table could always soften hearts and stimulate everyone's appetite. This meal left everyone feeling full, and the last bit of chicken soup was taken by Shan Jioshu, who poured his rice into it and mixed it all together, savoring it thoroughly without wasting a single drop. Mother, boil those eggs for Zhuangzi to take over. We can't let those eggs end up in the wrong mouths after you leave. Shin Jioma clearly understood the bad behavior of certain people in the neighbor's household. I will take the chicken soup over for Zhuangzi to eat. She probably cannot handle too many eggs today. Yun Jiao asked, can I go with you, Grandma? She wanted to see the baby, as she had never seen a newborn before. The room of a newly delivered mother did not smell pleasant, but she could stay outside. Yun Jiao followed closely beside her grandmother to the neighbor's house. As soon as they entered, they encountered the old woman and a rather stylishly dressed woman. The latter wore bright clothes, had curly hair, and was munching on sunflower seeds. Upon seeing them enter, her eyes immediately fixated on Shun Weipo's bowl of chicken soup. The woman smiled broadly and approached, saying, "Oh, you don't need to trouble yourself. Auntie, just give me that soup, and I'll take it to my sister-in-law." Shun Weipo stepped aside. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Zhuangzi just gave birth, and the smell inside is unpleasant. You wouldn't want to feel nauseous going in there, would you? Although Shan Weipo spoke politely with a smile. Yun Jiao sensed that her grandmother's smile was more perfunctory than usual. Oh, you brought such good things. Just because she had a son, she would get to eat such good food. Besides, my family is making her some eggs anyway. Since you're already here, just hand that soup over. As her mother-in-law, I'll take care of her. Shin Weipo nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. If the soup ended up with them, would Zhuangzi ever get to eat it? Mother, what are you doing? Just then, Zhuangzi's husband, Shun Jiang, emerged, his expression dark, clearly having overheard the previous conversation. He was followed by 2 young girls, both small and wearing patched clothing, yet clean. Their faces and hands were tidy, and the patches were sewn tightly, with little flowers stitched at the collars, indicating that the person who made these clothes cared for them deeply. De Jiang, you came at the right time. Quickly take this chicken soup to your wife. Today, we were fortunate enough to find a wild chicken in the mountains. Shen Jiang, with his dark complexion and ordinary yet handsome features, bore the honest demeanor typical of country folk. He wiped his hands on his clothes before accepting the bowl. This man, who usually bore the heavy burdens of his family without complaint, felt tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, Aunt. He felt a pang of sadness. His own mother did not value him, nor did she treat his wife and children well. Their family felt like laborers in this household, doing all the dirty work while never being afforded the chance to enjoy any good food. When his wife gave birth, his mother begrudged even a single egg, while it was the neighbor's aunt who offered such kindness. Go on. Can your little one be held? My granddaughter wants to take a look. If this were winter, she surely wouldn't have said such a thing. Yes, of course, Aunt, just wait a moment. Then I take this soup to your mother. All right. Then I cautiously accepted the chicken soup, the aroma of the broth and the meat making her mouth water, yet she had no intention of tasting it. It was meant for her mother. Shen Jiang emerged, cradling his newborn son. Yun Jiao stood on her tiptoes for a glimpse, her her small brows furrowing in discontent. She wished to proclaim him ugly, but uttering such words in the presence of his father seemed inappropriate. Shen Waipa discerned her thoughts and burst into laughter. Yun Jiao blinked, pondering, is that truly the case? What was I like at such a tender age? Although she had retained memories since childhood, she had no means of seeing her own infant self. Though I have not seen it, your mother said you were fair and lovely from the very start. Shen Waipa reassured her. Yun Jiao beamed with delight, knowing it to be true. Oh dear, you actually believe that? Children always look that way. You must have been a wrinkled, rosy little creature yourself. The ill-timed voice intruded, instantly causing Yun Jiao's expression to sour. Shen Waipo's countenance darkened as she cast a glare at the source of the remark. Indeed, it was the young daughter-in-law of the household, the woman munching on melon seeds. The woman's eyes roamed over Yun Jiao's fair complexion, jealousy manifesting clearly. What use was such exquisite skin on a mere child? Why was it not bestowed upon her? Coupled with the bowl of chicken soup, this young daughter-in-law now regarded Yun Jiao and Shen Waipo with palpable disdain. Yun Jiao retorted, you are ugly. The simplicity of her words ignited the woman's fury. What did you just say, you little wretch? Shen Waipo rolled up her sleeves, instantly entering protective mode. Do you even know how to speak? Should I wash your mouth out with filth? For it reeks worse than a dung barrel.